Chapter 1. A Decade of Slumber. Time remains unchanged. Spit, spit, spit. Bathed in the silvery glow of the moonlight illuminating the dark earth, a young man was violently expelling the dirt from his mouth. Wasn't it promised that the golden silk Nanmu would remain unspoiled for a millennium? Yet, it has turned to dust in just a few years. Damn, Dali the Lame. How dare he deceive me with counterfeit goods? Having cleared the remnants of soil from his mouth, Chun Changsheng began to stretch his somewhat stiff limbs. In the hazy moonlight, one could vaguely discern the rounded contours of Chun Changsheng's form. However, at this moment, he seemed rather indifferent to his nocturnal promenade. System, has the decade of slumber concluded? Replying to the host, the 10-year slumber has ended, and the attribute points have been credited. Upon hearing the system's response, Chun Changsheng directed his gaze inward, towards the interface in his mind. Host, Chun Changsheng. Strength 1. Speed 1. Defense 1. Spiritual power 0. Lifespan 80. Indeed, Chun Changsheng was a genuine transmigrator. The system he possessed was neither an enchanting sign-in system nor an overwhelmingly invincible one. It was simply the remarkably unremarkable longevity system. As long as Chun Changsheng remained in slumber, he would accrue corresponding lifespan and attribute points. However, there were limitations to the duration of slumber. Specifically, it could not exceed the maximum lifespan. Moreover, the lifespan that Chun Changsheng had already lived would recharge after his slumber. This meant that if he had lived for 80 years before entering slumber, even if he slept for merely a day, upon awakening, his lifespan would extend to 80 years and 1 day, rather than just 1 day. Additionally, upon awakening, the interval before his next slumber could not be less than 1/10 of his total lifespan. Thus, theoretically, as long as Chun Changsheng developed cautiously, he could indeed live up to his name and achieve true longevity. Gazing at the 10 attribute points at his disposal, Chun Changsheng chose not to allocate them immediately. Instead, he retrieved a set of clothing from the system space and donned it, then, relying on his memory, discerned the general direction before hastily descending the mountain. A decade had passed. The turmoil of war should have subsided. The beloved one, separated by the ravages of conflict, should have returned. Steam buns, piping hot steam buns. As he strolled through the bustling marketplace, Chun Changsheng experienced a profound sense of disconnection from reality. Although the town remained the same as it once was, the familiar faces had vanished. 10 years can be neither short nor long, yet it is ample time for many changes to transpire. After observing the transformations within the town, Chun Changsheng followed his memories toward a familiar location. Before long, he arrived at a farmhouse on the outskirts of the town. Gazing at the familiar dwelling, a smile involuntarily crept across his lips as he inquired, "Is Nianci home?" At the sound of his voice, a delicate girl with a porcelain-like visage peeked out from within. "Who are you looking for?" Upon seeing the young girl, Chun Changsheng was momentarily taken aback. "Isn't this Nianci's home? I did not know Nianci. You have come to the wrong place." Upon hearing the words of the young girl, a flicker of disappointment crossed Chun Changsheng's eyes. That time of turmoil, Nianci was merely an ordinary person. Perhaps she had long since departed this world. With this thought, Chun Changsheng prepared to turn away. "Changsheng, is that you?" A familiar voice resonated from behind him, and Chun Changsheng felt as though struck by lightning. Calming his racing heart, he slowly turned around, and the once familiar visage came into view. Thud! The basket of vegetables in the woman's hand fell to the ground. Upon recognizing the individual before her, Nianci instinctively covered her mouth, tears cascading down her cheeks in torrents. "Oh, not bully my mother." Seeing her mother weep, the little girl rushed out of the house, extending her tiny hands to stand between the two. Hearing the child's address, Chun Changsheng cast a puzzled glance at his childhood companion. Meeting his gaze, Nianci did not shy away, but gently reached out to caress Chun Changsheng's face. "It has been 10 years. You remain unchanged. Why?" Ultimately, Chun Changsheng voiced the question that lingered in his heart. In response, Nianci smiled softly and lowered her head to affectionately stroke the little girl's hair. "After we parted, I was pursued by bandits, and he rescued me from a pile of corpses. Half a year later, I had healed, and the chaos had ceased. He returned with me here, and at that time, Li Kazi mentioned that you had purchased a coffin from him. Then I waited for you for 3 years. At this juncture, Nianci paused, a glimmer of disappointment and helplessness flickering in her eyes. Then, taking a deep breath, she smiled and said, "He has cared for me all these years. He has been truly kind to me." Chun Changsheng was momentarily taken aback by her words, but he soon released a bittersweet smile that a decade of slumber felt but a fleeting moment to him. Yet for Nian Xi, 10 years had stretched interminably. How many decades can one truly experience in life? When they parted, both he and Nian Xi were 20. Now, a decade later, he still appeared to be 20, while Nian Xi had reached the age of 30. And indeed, from the moment he arrived in this world, they were destined to inhabit separate realms. With this realization, Chun Changsheng crouched down, gently patting the little girl's head and smiling. "My dear, what is your name?" At his inquiry, the little girl turned to look at her mother, seemingly seeking her approval. "Tell uncle. Tell your brother he is an old friend of your mother." With her mother's consent, the little girl cheerfully replied, "My name is Li Nianxing, and I am 6 years old." Nianxing, Chun Changsheng repeated the name a few times before smiling and saying, "What a lovely name. My name also contains the character Sheng, but I'm called Chun Changsheng. You may call me Brother Changsheng." With that, Chun Changsheng rose to leave. Noticing this, Nian Xi instinctively asked, "Where are you going?" Upon hearing her, Chun Changsheng paused momentarily, turned his back to the mother and daughter, and waved his hand. "My former residence is no longer available, but I see that Li Keizi's coffin shop remains. I shall stay there for a while." As he spoke, his silhouette gradually receded into the distance. Watching Chun Changsheng's departing figure, Li Nianxing looked up and inquired, "Mother, is Brother Changsheng your friend?" "Not a friend, but an old acquaintance with whom I am quite familiar." "Then who is the Nian Xi he is searching for?" "Perhaps she is his childhood sweetheart after all. The name Nian Xi sounds like a secret nickname a man would use for his beloved." "Oh, I see. Will Brother Changsheng be able to find his beloved?" "I do not know. Perhaps he has already found her." Nian Xi murmured to herself, then turned to Li Nianxing with a smile, saying, "All right, father will be home soon. Shall we prepare a meal for him?" "Yes." Li Nianxing exclaimed joyfully, then bounced off toward the kitchen. Chapter 2. The Endless Passage of Time and the Cycle We Cannot Escape. Li the Lame. "There is a flaw with your coffin. I demand a refund." "Nonsense. No one has ever criticized my craftsmanship." A figure abruptly sat up from within the coffin, his gaze seething with anger as it scanned the surroundings, seemingly in search of the scoundrel who dared to disparage his skills. However, upon catching sight of the person at the door, Li the Lame was struck with fear and promptly laid back down in the coffin. "Surely, my time is drawing near. Why else would that wretched Chun Changsheng come to seek me out?" Hearing Li the Lame's muttering, Chun Changsheng broke into a grin and approached the coffin directly. Observing the closed eyes of Li the Lame, he spoke, "Li, you assured me that if any issues arose with the coffin, I could return for a refund. Are you attempting to renege on your promise?" Reluctantly, Li the Lame opened his eyes at Chen's words. "I have no money to return, but if you fancy anything here, feel free to take it." Chun Changsheng could not help but chuckle at Li the Lame's brusque demeanor. "Aren't you afraid of me? After all, you were the one who buried the earth atop my grave." Li the Lame cast a glance at Chun Changsheng and replied, "I am 60 this year. The physician has told me I have at most 3 years left to live. I, Li the Lame, have neither children nor a partner. Do you think I would care about living 3 years more or less? Besides, when you came to purchase a coffin, I had a premonition you would return. Why? I have seen many who buy coffins for themselves, but you were the first to do so with such enthusiasm." As he spoke, Li the Lame scrutinized Chun Changsheng once more, hesitating before saying, "By the way, young man, would you be interested in working with me? I offer food and lodging, but no wages. This trade is well suited for a solitary individual like yourself. Moreover, once you acquire my skills, you are unlikely to face starvation. After all, in this world, while many things may be scarce, the dead are certainly not." Chun Changsheng felt a flicker of interest at Li the Lame's proposition. Although he believed he could live for many years, he was still vulnerable to injury and, ultimately, death. Starvation was merely one of many potential fates. Initially, he had intended to stay for only a brief period, but now, suddenly presented with the prospect of long-term sustenance, this option seemed rather appealing. "Li, your terms are rather miserly, aren't they? Surely, you could offer some compensation." In response to Chun Changsheng's complaint, Li the Lame pulled a funeral manual from his pocket and tossed it at him. "With your lively disposition, how could you possibly die before me? Once I am gone, All that I possess will rightfully belong to you. This tiny space you see is all there is. There is nowhere else for you to sleep. That coffin beside you will serve as your bed, perfectly suiting your preference for sleeping in coffins. With that, Li the Lame prepared to return to the coffin for a continued slumber. However, Chen Changsheng grasped him firmly. Wait, are you not supposed to teach me how to make coffins? What use do I have for this? Faced with Chen Changsheng's confusion, Li Kezi rolled his eyes and replied. As the saying goes, a variety of skills is never a burden. If you only sell coffins, who will tend to your business? To tell you the truth, I am proficient in all aspects of funeral arrangements. There is much for you to learn. With that, Li Kezi shook off Chen Changsheng's hand and reclined back into his coffin. Gazing at the funeral scripture in his hands, Chen Changsheng paused for a moment, then smiled. Well said, a variety of skills is never a burden. With that, he promptly climbed into another coffin. To be fair, having grown accustomed to sleeping in a coffin, a bed felt rather uncomfortable. As the seasons changed and time slipped by like a fleeting shadow, 8 years passed in the blink of an eye. Chen Changsheng settled down entirely in Li Kezi's coffin shop, spending his days reading and learning the craft of coffin making. Whenever there were funeral feasts, he could enjoy a decent meal. However, during these peaceful times, opportunities to improve his diet were few and far between. As for the 10 attribute points he had gained, he allocated them all to defense. Theoretically speaking, as long as he could endure a little longer, he could attain an extraordinarily lengthy lifespan. Given this, defense naturally became the attribute that Chen Changsheng valued the most. It is worth mentioning that Li Kezi did not pass away in the 3rd year, after Chen Changsheng arrived. He lived for a full 5 years. Yet, ultimately, he could not outlast Chen Changsheng. One fateful night, after lying down in his coffin, Li Kezi never arose again. Brother Changsheng. The door of the coffin shop was pushed open by a young girl. Chen Changsheng, startled by the commotion, reluctantly rose from his coffin and said, Nianxing, how many times must I tell you? This is a coffin shop. What business does a young girl have here every day? In response, Li Nianxing stuck out her tongue and said, I don't care about that. Let them say what they will. Besides, with the plague rampant, who has the time to bother with me? I'm going to cook for you, so come out of that coffin already. You shouldn't be sleeping in there all day. With that, Li Nianxing expertly made her way to the kitchen at the back. Watching her retreating figure, Chen Changsheng couldn't help but sigh. The plague had ravaged for a whole year, and at the onset, Nian Ci and his wife had passed away. He had even helped arrange their funeral. The interval of dormancy must not be less than 1/10 of the total lifespan. It had been 8 years since his last awakening, and theoretically, he could enter dormancy once more. However, given that Nianxing was now alone in the world, he could not bear to leave her to fend for herself. With this thought, Chen Changsheng shook his head and then jumped out of the coffin. Never mind. It matters little whether I retire early or late. I shall wait until that young girl is wed to discuss further matters. Soon, 2 steaming bowls of breakfast were placed upon the table. Chen Changsheng and Li Nianxing silently sipped their rice porridge. Suddenly, Li Nianxing raised her head and inquired, Brother Changsheng, are you an immortal? What nonsense are you speaking, little girl? Chen Changsheng replied, If I were an immortal, how could I bear to witness your mother and others succumbing to the plague? Your mother was a dear friend of mine. Upon hearing Chen Changsheng's response, Li Nianxing cast her gaze downwards towards the bowl in her hands. Brother Changsheng, I am 14 this year. I am no longer the little girl I once was. There are certain truths you cannot deceive me about. Noticing her demeanor, Chen Changsheng affectionately ruffled Li Nianxing's hair, chuckling, What whimsy has possessed you today? It is not that I refuse to buy you candied hawthorn. It is simply that your teeth can no longer endure such treats. I shall take you to buy some another day. Nian Ci is my mother's childhood name. Li Nianxing abruptly interrupted Chen Changsheng, causing him to set down the bowl he held. Chapter 3. The Celestial Being's Descent. The exceptional water spirit root, do you blame me for not saving your mother? Chen Changsheng gently inquired. Li Nianxing quickly responded, No, I have never held you responsible. When my mother passed away, I saw the sorrow and pain in your eyes. You have cared for me like a sister since childhood. I know you well. If you had the means to save her, you would never have allowed her to perish. This secret was revealed to me by my mother before her demise. She understood that before Li Nianxing could finish her sentence, a bun was thrust into her mouth. Chen Changsheng smiled and said, Tomorrow, I shall take you to catch rabbits. Let us put this matter to rest for now. With that, he resumed sipping his porridge, seemingly unperturbed by Li Nianxing's words. Seeing Chen Changsheng's demeanor, Tears welled up in Lin Yinxing's eyes. Why? You missed your chance once before, and now you are to repeat the same mistake? Faced with her agitation, Qin Changxing reluctantly set down his bowl and softly replied, I hope that it is your descendants who bury you, not me. Do you comprehend my meaning? Upon hearing this, Lin Yinxing clenched her fists. 18 years ago, before her own birth, Qin Changxing had already shared a deep bond with her mother. Yet, despite the passage of time, Qin Changxing's appearance remained that of a 20-year-old. Although she could not fathom the reasons behind this phenomenon, Lin Yinxing understood that Qin Changxing would endure for ages, perhaps even beyond the imagination of mortals. Contemplating this, her lips quivered, but she forced a smile, declaring, Brother Changxing, you are always so easily deceived. I have tricked you again. As a punishment, what do you plan to gift me today? Observing the tears cascading from the corners of her eyes, Qin Changxing retrieved a small wooden rabbit from his pocket and presented it to her. This is your birthday gift. Taking the rabbit from Qin Changxing's hands, Lin Yinxing clutched it tightly, her fingers turning pale from the pressure. Brother Changxing, I heard that a celestial being will come to the town tomorrow to select disciples. I wish to try my luck. Immortals live for an eternity. Perhaps then I could remain by your side forever. Yinxing, celestial beings are not so, Brother Changxing. Allow me this moment of indulgence, please? Lin Yinxing interrupted, her voice firm. Noting her stubbornness, Qin Changxing nodded. Very well, as you wish. With his affirmation, Lin Yinxing rose to leave, saying, I shall return now. Brother Changxing, you should venture out to bask in the sunlight more often, rather than lying in your coffin all the time. As she turned to depart, her steps hesitated at the threshold. Brother Changxing, have you ever heard the saying that one is often bound by unattainable desires in youth throughout their life? Your actions, in essence, are but a shackle you impose upon yourself. As the words fell, Lin Yinxing's figure had already vanished. Gazing towards the direction of his departure, Qin Changxing remained silent. His thoughts a mystery to all. Suddenly, a yellow talisman emanated a brilliant golden light above the town. Under this radiant illumination, the plague that had enveloped the town was swiftly dispelled. The entire populace expressed profound gratitude for the manifestation of the immortal. However, the woman standing upon the flying sword maintained an air of aloofness, as if to keep all at a distance. With a mere wave of her right hand, a colossal stone, towering 10 feet high, soared from her ring and crashed heavily to the ground, causing the earth beneath to fracture like a spider's web. Those under the age of 16 who seek longevity may approach to test their celestial affinity. Though a simple proclamation, it ignited fervor throughout the town. If the imperial power and the aristocracy were realms unattainable for the common folk, then immortals were beings that existed only in dreams. To become an immortal meant liberation from the pains of hunger, a release from the cycles of reincarnation, and an existence of unparalleled freedom. Even an emperor seated upon the dragon throne would bow before a legendary immortal. Quickly, the townsfolk brought their children forth to test their celestial potential. Alas, celestial affinity was not as common as cabbages at the market. Most of the children had already undergone the test. Yet, only a handful could illuminate the stone, and even among the fortunate few, the light emitted was exceedingly dim. After a lengthy wait, Lin Yinxing finally approached the massive stone. As she gently laid her hand upon it, the stone burst forth with a brilliant blue light. Observing this, the woman who had been hovering in the air immediately appeared beside Lin Yinxing, meticulously examining her constitution. Indeed, she possessed an exceptional water spiritual root. Upon confirming Lin Yinxing's aptitude, the veiled woman exclaimed with excitement, Child, do you wish to take me as your master? Initially, Lin Yinxing felt elation at the prospect of being accepted as a disciple by an immortal. However, her smile soon faded, replaced by hesitation. Noticing her expression, the woman remained unperturbed. It was common for mortals to experience anxiety at the onset of celestial affinity, often torn by the bonds of familial ties. The woman was well versed in addressing such concerns. Are you worried about your family? She inquired. Lin Yinxing looked up and asked, Immortal, if I become your disciple, will I be able to return? Of course, the woman replied. Once you have completed your studies, you may descend the mountain. Additionally, I have something here that you can take back to your family. With that, she produced a bundle from her spatial ring and handed it to Lin Yinxing. Confused, Lin Yinxing queried, Immortal, what is contained within this parcel? Upon returning home, you shall soon comprehend the situation. You have 1 hour to attend to domestic matters. For after that, I shall take you away. As I gazed at the parcel in my hands, the visage of a familiar face resurfaced in my mind. Lin Yinqing paid his respects and said, "Thank you, esteemed immortal. Please allow me to take care of some trivial matters." With that, Lin Yinqing turned and departed. Observing his retreating figure, the woman's eyes narrowed. During the usual recruitment of disciples, there had been instances of individuals reluctant to leave. For those of mediocre caliber, it was no great loss to forego their acceptance. However, a talent possessing such extraordinary water spiritual roots was indeed a rarity. Had it not been for her serendipitous passage through this place and her spontaneous decision, the sect would likely have missed this monumental opportunity. Such a fortuitous occurrence must not be allowed to encounter even the slightest mishap. In the coffin shop, Chun Changsheng reclined within a coffin, perusing the funeral scriptures. When Lin Yinqing entered, lips pursed. Upon seeing Chun Changsheng's countenance, a feeble voice escaped from Lin Yinqing's lips. "Brother Changsheng, the immortal wishes to take me as a disciple." Chapter 4. A journey of 50 years for the sake of longevity. Upon hearing Lin Yinqing's words, Chun Changsheng set aside the book he had been engrossed in. During the test of his celestial affinity, he had been amidst the crowd, only returning a step ahead of her. Observing Lin Yinqing, who averted her gaze, Chun Changsheng smacked his lips and inquired, "Do you truly wish to go?" "Indeed," she replied. "For what purpose?" At this question, Lin Yinqing tightened her grip and softly uttered, "For longevity." These 4 words floated lightly from her lips, yet they bore the weight of 1,000 burdens. For it is only through attaining longevity that one may remain in eternal companionship with it. Seeing the stubborn determination etched on Lin Yinqing's face, Chun Changsheng couldn't help but smile as he approached her. Many individuals have transcended from mortals to immortals, yet none have ever reverted from immortality to mortality. This illustrates that the path of longevity is one of no return. Should you ever feel weary, just glance back, and you shall find your brother of longevity forever at your side. With that, Chun Changsheng enveloped Lin Yinqing in a warm embrace. However, during the embrace, he whispered in a low tone, "The pursuit of immortality is a treacherous endeavor, fraught with peril. One must remain vigilant against deceit." Having said this, he released her with a cheerful smile. "Oh, the presence of an immortal graces my humble abode, truly illuminating my dwelling." Chun Changsheng effusively bowed to the lady at the entrance, exhibiting a demeanor akin to that of the townsfolk. Yet, in response to his flattery, the woman displayed a hint of disdain. She had never anticipated that such a prodigious talent would emerge from a seemingly ill-fated mortuary. This girl possesses celestial potential. Her future is boundless. Although she found Chun Changsheng distasteful, for the sake of acquiring such an exceptionally gifted disciple, she offered a perfunctory reply. Upon hearing this, Chun Changsheng's smile widened even further. All of this was thanks to the immortal's discerning eye. Yinqing has always been mischievous since childhood. In the future, she will undoubtedly require the immortal's guidance. By the way, might I inquire where your celestial abode lies? If time permits, I would like to pay a visit. Upon hearing Chun Changsheng's words, the woman's impatience intensified. To the south, a great distance away, lies a sect known as Linglong's sect, one that a common person might take 30 years to reach. Should you wish to come, then by all means, do so. Having spoken, the woman turned to Lin Yinqing and said, "I am on a mission. We must depart swiftly." At her words, Lin Yinqing gently set down her bundle. "Brother Changsheng, I shall remember your words, and I will surely seek you out." With that, she followed the woman as they left together. Once the two had departed, Chun Changsheng busied himself cheerfully tidying the room, occasionally uttering words of joy. However, after the passage of an hour, he suddenly became serious, his voice cold as he declared, "You have hidden for long enough. Come out." The voice of Chun Changsheng echoed in the coffin shop, yet within the establishment, there existed nothing but cold, lifeless coffins. "Are you planning to make me summon you out?" Chun Changsheng remarked with a frosty demeanor. After a prolonged silence without a response, he finally exhaled a sigh of relief. It appeared that the old woman had indeed departed. "So impressive to fly. I could slumber for a millennium and still soar. You better not entertain any malevolent thoughts, or I shall unearth your ancestral graves." With that, Chun Changsheng seamlessly stored the coffins and the belongings left behind by Yinqing into the system space. Having lingered here for 8 years, his appearance had remained unchanged, a fact that had fueled rumors within the town. Should he continue to linger, The notion of mere maintenance would no longer suffice to explain his unaging visage. With this thought, Chen Chongqing strode out of the coffin shop where he had resided for 8 years. 30 years may be unreachable, but can I not traverse 50? He mused. I possess ample time. After another quip directed at the woman, Chen Chongqing vanished at the end of the street. His disappearance sparked extensive speculation within the town regarding his fate. Some claimed that he ascended alongside the celestial beings, with the immortal favoring leniency, thus extending their grace to him. Others suggested that he had clashed with the celestial beings and met his demise at their hands. In any case, a myriad of theories emerged, but as time elapsed, the memory of Chen Chongqing gradually faded from collective consciousness. Cultivating qi, establishing a foundation, attaining the golden core, and reaching the nascent soul. Chen Chongqing reclined upon a grassy expanse, perusing a tattered tome. It had been 2 decades since he departed from that small town. Naturally, he had examined the contents of the package left by Nianxing. The items within were scant: a manual of cultivation, a pill, and some gold and silver. The manual's content was simplistic, even rudimentary. It briefly outlined the realms of cultivation and included the foundational techniques for qi cultivation. Upon first acquiring this treasure, Chen Chongqing regarded it as invaluable, for it was a method of ascension. Mastering such knowledge would grant him the ability to soar without enduring a prolonged slumber. However, after experiencing the vastness of the world, he came to realize the inferiority of what he possessed. In the realm of cultivation, only those who reached the foundation establishment stage could genuinely be deemed to embark on the path of longevity. Furthermore, cultivators were not as rare as he had once imagined. The absence of encounters with cultivators was solely due to the remoteness of his dwelling. The qi cultivation manual in his possession was nothing more than commonplace fare in the martial world. While not ubiquitous, one could easily procure a few copies for a mere 1,000 or 1,800 taels of silver. With this realization, Chen Chongqing rose to his feet and cast the manual into the flames. Over the past 2 decades, Chen Chongqing has perused this ancient text daily, to the extent that he can recite every single character from memory. The system states that a prodigy can achieve the first level of qi refinement within 3 days. A top-tier genius can attain it within a single day, while one who reaches that level within the span of an hour is a talent that emerges once in a century. In contrast, what does it signify for someone like me, who has taken 20 years to attain the first level of qi refinement? Host, the system replies. Rank is merely one criterion for measuring strength, yet it is not the sole determinant. The cultivation method is but one avenue toward gaining power, not the exclusive path. The cultivation systems of this era may not be suitable for you, but that does not imply that the systems of the next era will be unsuitable as well. Upon hearing this, Chen Chongqing's eyes sparkled with intrigue. System, what do you mean by the next era? There is no eternal dynasty, and the realm of immortals is no exception. Beings believe certain entities will endure forever solely because their own existence is fleeting. Chapter 5. The Nameless Coffin Shop. The first business venture as the host lives long enough, one inevitably realizes that nothing in this world remains unchanged. Such is the way of the heavens. And so it is with humanity. Ha ha ha. The system is indeed a system, articulating with a distinct flair. With a smile, Chen Chongqing rose. Casting a glance at the dawn breaking at the horizon, he extinguished the fire pit with a flick of his hand and continued his journey southward. When a person possesses an interminable lifespan, they not only become increasingly cautious but also succumb to tedium. Confronted by this profound ennui, Chen Chongqing set a modest goal for himself, to ascertain the well-being of Li Nianxing. However, in pursuing this humble objective, he unearthed another passion: learning. Whenever he encountered an industry that piqued his interest, Chen Chongqing would pause his travels to dedicate several years to study. Over the past 2 decades, Chen Chongqing has donned many hats. He has been a beggar, sold tofu, and even mastered the art of winemaking. Yet, among all these pursuits, his fondness and expertise lay in the realm of funerary services. The rationale was simple: unlike the life of a beggar, which inevitably invites conflict over territory, the profession of coffin making offered a semblance of tranquility. Thieves would not steal, nor would bandits plunder. Regardless of one's status, be it a dignitary or a royal, everyone ultimately finds themselves confined within those wooden planks. Moreover, Chen Chongqing's proficiency in geomancy steadily ascended. While others relied solely on theoretical knowledge from books, the efficacy of which remained uncertain, he was different. After assisting families with burials, he could observe their subsequent fortunes over time. During these 20 years, his longest observation spanned 5 years. Consequently, his meandering journey amounted to a modest 3,000 miles. Linglong Town. Observing the fleeting shadows darting overhead, Chen Chongsheng clicked his tongue in admiration. No wonder that woman wore a face of disdain upon hearing of my intended visit. It took me 50 years to reach this point. For an ordinary person, merely surviving to 50 would be a formidable challenge. After reflecting briefly on the relentless passage of time, Chen Chongsheng began to search for a suitable establishment within the town. This locale is a small town under the auspices of the Linglong sect, frequented by lowly cultivators and the sect's miscellaneous workers. Originally, Chen Chongsheng intended to infiltrate the Linglong sect to gauge Li Nianxing's circumstances. However, upon arriving at Linglong Town, he abandoned this notion. The tales of Li Nianxing had spread far and wide, echoing throughout 100 miles. The Linglong sect had produced a once-in-a-millennium genius, who, within merely 50 years of initiation, achieved the pinnacle of the Golden Course stage, a prodigious talent that even stirred the long-secluded sect master. In the face of such an extraordinary figure, countless young aspirants flocked to her, eager to forge a partnership. Yet, amidst the throng of talents, Li Nianxing's response was invariably succinct. All of you combined cannot compare to the pursuit of immortality. Over time, Li Nianxing has come to be regarded in the realm of cultivation as the most pure-hearted practitioner, for her obsession with eternal life is unparalleled. In stark contrast to the attention lavished upon Li Nianxing, Chen Chongsheng's presence could almost be deemed non-existent. The inhabitants of Linglong Town remained oblivious to the fact that, in the most secluded corner of their quaint village, a small coffin shop had opened, capable of accommodating but a few coffins. Is anyone here? A small, bald-headed boy peeked curiously into the coffin shop. Upon hearing a sound, a figure abruptly sat up from within a coffin. The sudden sight of a person rising from the coffin startled the boy. Once he confirmed that the figure before him was indeed alive, he patted his chest to calm his nerves. Honorable patron, how can you lie in a coffin? Coffins are meant for the dead. Observing the boy's serious demeanor, Chen Chongsheng smiled. Having operated this coffin shop for 3 years with little to no clientele, he felt fortunate that he had been able to sell some low-grade spiritual herbs. Otherwise, the shop would likely have closed long ago. Little monk, your statement is flawed. Whether mortal or cultivator, all must ultimately face death. If that is the case, why should the living disdain their final resting place? Upon hearing Chen Chongsheng's words, the young monk tilted his head in contemplation before clasping his hands together and exclaiming, Amit Ba? Thank you for your guidance. It seems I was indeed mistaken. Ha ha ha. Who would have thought that despite your small stature, you possess quite the insight? With that, Chen Chongsheng leaped out of the coffin and playfully ruffled the boy's smooth head. Now, little monk, what brings you to my coffin shop? In response, the young monk lowered his head and replied, Recently, the Tianfu Temple and the Linglong sect joined forces to subdue a wicked demonic cultivator. This sorcerer, unyielding to surrender, was ultimately slain by an elder of the Linglong sect. Although this individual committed numerous atrocities, I do not wish to see him left to rot in the wilderness, so I seek to purchase a coffin for his burial. Upon hearing the monk's explanation, Chen Chongsheng smacked his lips and inquired, Do you have the means to pay? I am in the business to make a profit, not to incur losses. I am prepared, the little monk replied, producing 3 mid-grade spiritual stones from his storage bag and offering them to Chen Chongsheng. Observing the valuable stones, Chen Chongsheng smiled and accepted one. With 1 mid-grade spiritual stone, you shall receive my finest service. When shall we set off? Immediately, for if we delay any longer, that patron's body will begin to decay. Without hesitation, Chen Chongsheng complied with the young monk's request and set off with him. As for the coffin shop, Chen Chongsheng did not even close the door. Inside, there were merely 2 coffins. Any rational individual would not consider stealing such ordinary coffins. In the wilderness, under the guidance of the young monk, Chen Chongsheng finally encountered the so-called demonic cultivator. At that moment, he bore no distinction from the deceased mortals. If one were to insist on finding a difference, it would be that half of his face had been utterly shattered. Witnessing such a scene, Chen Chongsheng could not help but lament, Young monk, do all you cultivators lack compassion? Regardless of his past actions, this man was, after all, someone you went to great lengths to capture. To kill is to merely strike the head, One ought to at least dig a grave for the deceased, no? Leaving him in this desolate wilderness, what does that signify? In the realm of cultivation, it seems you, young monk, are the only one with a semblance of humanity. In response to Qin Changxing's words, the young monk silently recited the sutras. Observing this, Qin Changxing shook his head and commenced the task of collecting the bodies. Chapter 6. The Artificial Spirit Root and Qin Changxing's unexpected gain. After wiping away the bloodstains, he meticulously stitched the torn flesh back together, stripping away the tattered garments. He donned a pristine burial robe. Qin Changxing took his time to arrange the features of the corpse before him, each step executed with utmost precision and seriousness. Half an hour later, the deceased's visage had been largely restored. Even the scattered teeth around had been collected by Qin Changxing. Once everything was in order, he clapped his right hand against the leather pouch at his waist, summoning a fine coffin that materialized before him. After placing the body within the coffin, Qin Changxing began to use a compass to search for a suitable burial site. Digging, excavating, and lowering the coffin, these tasks consumed 2 full hours, even with the assistance of a young monk. However, when it came time to erect the gravestone, Qin Changxing paused in his actions. Little monk, to erect a gravestone, one must know the name of the deceased, as well as the name of the person who erects it. What is his name? In response, the young monk pressed his palms together and replied, "This benefactor is the leader of the heavenly demon sect, known as the Blood Demon Ancestor. His true name remains unknown. As for the person raising the gravestone, that is for you to decide." Bound by the rules of his sect, the young monk could not perform this task. Upon hearing this, Qin Changxing clicked his tongue, then inscribed upon the gravestone, "The Blood Demon Ancestor of the Heavenly Demon Sect lies here, erected by the mourner." Seeing the inscription, the young monk inquired, "Benefactor, is your title truly mourner?" "Indeed, I am a seller of coffins, dedicated to collecting the deceased and performing burials. What else could I be but a mourner?" With that, Qin Changxing turned to leave, waving his hand as he said, "I have completed my duties and shall take my leave. Should there be such matters in the future, do remember to seek me out." Watching Qin Changxing's retreating figure, the young monk tilted his head in contemplation for a long while, for this was his first encounter with such an unusual individual. There was an indescribable aura about him. In the quaint town of Linglong, upon returning to his coffin shop, Qin Changxing promptly shut the door and curiously examined a tooth in his hand. This tooth had been discovered on the body of the Blood Demon Ancestor. At first glance, it appeared no different from an ordinary tooth, but upon closer inspection, intricate array patterns were etched upon its surface. Had it not been for Qin Changxing arranging the features of the Blood Demon Ancestor, he would never have fathomed that a tooth could conceal such secrets. After scrutinizing it closely, Qin Changxing pondered aloud while stroking his chin. It seems to be a storage-type array. Given the Blood Demon Ancestor's cunning nature, whatever is contained within is likely to be extraordinary. With a wave of his right hand, a multitude of thick tomes materialized before him, books entirely dedicated to the study of arrays. Qin Changxing's aptitude for cultivation could only be described as abysmal. After 50 years, he had barely managed to reach the 3rd level of qi refinement. In this realm, geniuses can achieve their goals in the span of a single meal. After acknowledging his lack of innate talent for cultivation, Qin Changxing began to redirect his focus towards the intricate arts of formations and alchemy. These pursuits, unlike others, could be accumulated over time, and Qin Changxing relished endeavors that required patient diligence. Lighting an oil lamp, he embarked on his study of the formations inscribed upon his teeth. Although he had only grasped the fundamentals of formation theory, and the formations laid by the Blood Demon Ancestor were remarkably sophisticated, these challenges posed no insurmountable obstacle for him, as he possessed an extraordinarily long lifespan. If he failed in a day, he would try again the next month. If a month proved futile, he would persevere for a year. As long as he did not surrender, he was confident that he would eventually decipher the formations on his teeth. 3 months swiftly elapsed, during which Qin Changxing hardly ventured beyond the confines of his humble abode. Fortunately, his coffin shop attracted little attention, sparing him from prying eyes. With a long exhale, he finally stretched his somewhat stiff limbs. After dedicating 3 months to his studies, he succeeded in obliterating the formations left by the Blood Demon Ancestor. Pseudo-spiritual root? A sense of confusion washed over Qin Changxing as he gazed at the title of the book in his hand. The spiritual root is fundamental to practitioners, serving as a measure of their innate potential. The most common types are the 5 elemental spiritual roots, which are further categorized into inferior, average, superior, and exceptional grades. The exceptional spiritual root represents the pinnacle of cultivation talent, while other extraordinary roots exist, each powerful in their own right, depending on the circumstances. Yet, amidst the myriad of spiritual root classifications, he had never encountered the term pseudo-spiritual root. Intrigued, he felt compelled to uncover the mysteries surrounding this unfamiliar concept, as he had always delighted in learning about the unknown. With a murmured expression of curiosity, he turned to the first page of the book. As the words came into view, he realized that this volume was not a treatise on techniques or secret arts. Rather, it was an autobiographical account chronicling the cultivation journey of the blood demon ancestor. The ancestor's innate talent was far from remarkable, ranking among the lowest in the cultivation world. He possessed a mixed 5 elemental spiritual root, the quality of which was abysmally poor. After struggling for years during the chi refinement stage, the blood demon ancestor conceived the idea: since spiritual roots exist, could their quality be enhanced through deliberate cultivation? With this thought ignited, he immediately commenced experiments. However, as this notion bordered on the fantastical, he hesitated to conduct trials on himself. Thus, the blood demon ancestor began his experiments on living subjects. As the number of lives lost at his hands grew, he indeed began to unravel some insights regarding spiritual roots. The spiritual roots cannot enhance their quality through any means known to practitioners, such as elixirs, techniques, or formations. However, consuming other spiritual roots can indeed elevate their quality. Upon discovering this secret, the blood demon ancestor embarked upon his path of resurgence. As he devoured numerous weaker practitioners, the quality of his own spiritual roots improved. Thus, in this virtuous cycle, the blood demon ancestor's strength grew exponentially, ultimately establishing him as a formidable force. Yet, as time progressed, this method appeared to falter, and his rampant slaughter attracted the ire of rival sections. At this juncture, the blood demon ancestor's autobiography abruptly ceased. What a remarkable talent the blood demon ancestor is. Such an odd and extraordinary method could be conceived by him. With this thought, Qin Changsheng returned the book to the system's space. System, do you believe that the artificial spiritual roots mentioned by the blood demon ancestor in the text could indeed be realized? The latter half of this autobiography frequently references artificial spiritual roots, accompanied by many of the blood demon ancestor's hypotheses. I find them quite compelling. Chapter 7. Master Ikyu. A reunion after 80 years. Upon the conclusion of Qin Changsheng's words, the voice of the system resonated within his mind. Since you harbor doubts, why not embark on a quest for the truth? Hearing this, Qin Changsheng rolled his eyes and waved dismissively. Do not jest. I would never subject myself to such perilous endeavors. Should an accident occur, the consequences would be dire. Furthermore, I have no desire to be relentlessly pursued like that bloodthirsty demon ancestor. My intention, dear host, is to suggest that you seek the safest and most reliable method. At this, Qin Changsheng paused momentarily. Is there truly a method that is both the safest and most reliable? Why would you think otherwise? Nothing in this world is immutable. The blood demon ancestor chose such a hasty and self-serving approach because he was nearing the end of his life. However, you are different. You possess an almost infinite lifespan. Over time, this dilemma may indeed be resolved. Reflecting on the system's response, Qin Changsheng tilted his head and mused, You make a valid point. Time, though seemingly feeble, is the sharpest of blades. Whether one is a venerable ancestor or a divine weapon, none can withstand the erosion of time. All matters become trivial in its presence. And thus, this minor cultivation issue is hardly a concern. The notion of artificial spiritual roots was another hypothesis proposed by the blood demon ancestor, who sought to implant external substances within the human body to create spiritual roots. However, this method is fraught with challenges yet to be surmounted. For instance, what kind of rare materials are suitable for spiritual roots, and how can these materials be prevented from being absorbed by the body and transformed into something else? Nonetheless, Qin Changsheng did not rush to address these quandaries, for he had an abundance of time. After engaging in further light-hearted conversation with the system, he climbed into the coffin where he often rested. After 3 months of relentless toil, it was time for him to recuperate. The matter of retrieving the blood demon ancestor's remains did not stir any significant commotion. Qin Changsheng resumed his tranquil and solitary days. However, it is noteworthy that the kind-hearted little monk would frequently visit him. Sometimes he sought Qin Chongqing's assistance in retrieving remains, while other times he shared his insights on cultivation. Yet, their discussions most often revolved around Buddhist teachings. Over the decades, Qin Chongqing had devoured a plethora of texts, from the sacred scriptures of Buddhism and Taoism to the more mundane tales and novels. Anything that recorded knowledge was fair game for him. Coupled with his 50 years of worldly experience, he often emerged victorious in their debates. Qin Chongqing, today I must engage you in a debate of 300 rounds. A bald monk clad in robes strode boldly through the door of the coffin shop. Noticing the monk's brash demeanor, Qin Chongqing cast a glance and replied with a nonchalant tone. Greetings, esteemed heir of the Tianfu Temple, the master Ikyu revered by many. Should one catch a glimpse of your current state, it would surely invite ridicule. In response to Qin Chongqing's remark, Ikyu rolled his eyes, casually perching himself atop a coffin as he spoke. Let them laugh if they wish, even if they elevate me to the heavens. It cannot alter the fact that I have faced defeat for 2 decades. Indeed, the Ikyu before us is the very monk who once implored Qin Chongqing to retrieve the remains of the blood demon ancestor. Time flows inexorably, and 20 years have slipped away in the blink of an eye. The once youthful monk has now matured into a capable and promising young man. Upon hearing Ikyu's lament, Qin Chongqing set aside his book, remarking, "From your words, it seems you wish to engage in a debate today? Of course. What else would bring me to seek you out if not for a discourse on Buddhist doctrine? Among all I know, you alone can truly match me in this realm. However, I must say, your innate talent for cultivation leaves much to be desired. 20 years ago, you were at the 3rd level of Qi training, and now you have barely reached the 4th. Your progress is alarmingly slow. I genuinely worry that one day you might inadvertently meet your end. And then who shall I debate with?" In response, Qin Chongqing smiled faintly and replied, "My cultivation aptitude is not within my control. What can I do about it? I can assist you despite your lack of spiritual roots. While I cannot alter the fact of your deficiency, extending your lifespan is certainly within my capabilities. You persistently withhold the truth of how long you have lived, and I do not wish to lose such a friend." To Ikyu's words, Qin Chongqing merely smiled, offering no direct answer. The greatest advantage of mingling within the realm of cultivation is the freedom from concerns about unchanging appearances, for the longevity elixir is hardly a rarity. Life and death are fated, and wealth is determined by the heavens. One should not place undue emphasis on lifespan, but rather let things unfold naturally. Today, I do not wish to engage in debate. I have a matter on which I seek your assistance. Refused. Ikyu decisively rejected Qin Chongqing's request. Unless you consent to allow me to extend your lifespan. Observing Ikyu's stubbornness, Qin Chongqing could only chuckle in resignation. Very well, should you assist me with this task, I shall agree to your proposal. Upon hearing this, Ikyu leaped down from the coffin, excitement evident in his demeanor. What is it? Speak freely, and I, Master Ikyu, assure you it shall be done. You have come to Linglong sect to attend the ceremony of the longevity fairy assuming the role of elder, have you not? Are you also eager to witness it? Not quite. Qin Chongqing shook his head and said, I wish for you to deliver this item to the longevity fairy. As he spoke, Qin Chongqing retrieved a wooden carving resembling a tiger from his bosom. Upon seeing the artifact in Qin Chongqing's hand, Ikyu's expression contorted. Qin Chongqing, do not tell me you harbor feelings for the longevity fairy. The woman harbors no interest in matters concerning a life partner. It would be futile for you to exert your efforts. Your sole task is to deliver the item directly into her hands. No further words are necessary. Should you accomplish this, I shall consent to extend your lifespan. Faced with Qin Chongqing's perplexing request, Ishio anxiously scratched his head. Ultimately, Ishio seized the wooden carving from Qin Chongqing's grasp and stated, let it be clear that I can facilitate the delivery, but I cannot mention your name. Should the suitors of the immortal Chongqing become aware of this matter, you would likely meet a dire fate. Agreed. Upon receiving Qin Chongqing's affirmation, Ishio departed from the coffin shop with the wooden carving in hand. Observing Ishio's retreating figure, Qin Chongqing softly murmured, Little monk, we shall meet again in 80 years. With that, he embedded several spirit stones into the floor. Instantly, intricate patterns emerged within the coffin shop. A random teleportation array that Qin Chongqing had meticulously arranged over the course of a decade. The extent and destination of the teleportation remained unknown. a precautionary measure to prevent anyone from discovering his whereabouts through the array. A hum resonated, and in a flash of light, Chun Chongqing vanished within the formation, rendering the random teleportation array utterly inoperative. Chapter 8. The Endless Path to Longevity. Looking back, I find myself still at the Linglong sect. Countless cultivators have gathered from all directions. Some soar through the skies on their swords, others ride the clouds, while yet others command powerful flying beasts. Their sole purpose for assembling here is to celebrate the ascension of the Longevity Fairy to the position of Elder. 70 years ago, she arrived at the Linglong sect, and through her remarkable cultivation talent, she attained the nascent soul stage in a mere 70 years. Such a pace of cultivation is unprecedented throughout the great Qin dynasty. However, what fascinates people the most about the Longevity Fairy, aside from her extraordinary talent, is her unwavering heart for the Tao. She engages in no disputes, takes no partners, and remains indifferent to the sect's power. If anyone were to inquire about the purpose of her arduous cultivation, her response would invariably be 2 words: longevity. Nianqing. The ceremony is about to commence. A voice roused Li Nianqing, who was lost in thought atop the mountain. Upon hearing the call, she sighed softly and turned slowly, revealing her mentor, Shui Linglong. Gazing at her mentor, Li Nianqing whispered, "Master, I do not wish to become an elder. I only desire to cultivate in peace." In response, Shui Linglong remarked, "You cannot let go of him, can you? I embarked on the path of cultivation for him. Without him, everything would be devoid of meaning. But he is but a mortal. 70 years have passed, and he has likely become an old man with white hair. He may well have already departed from this world. You understand, do you not, that you are from 2 different realms?" Listening to Shui Linglong, Li Nianqing smiled faintly and replied, "Master, you do not understand. Brother Chongqing's words will surely hold true. He said that the path to longevity is long, and if one day I look back, he will certainly be standing behind me. If he has said it, then he will surely make it so." Faced with Li Nianqing's persistence, Shui Linglong could only sigh. After arriving at the Linglong sect, Li Nianqing began to shine brightly, yet her obsession with that man grew stronger by the day. The sect master was aware of this, and to alleviate Li Nianqing's fixation, the sect even sent someone to her hometown. The objective was to bring Chun Chongqing to her side. Extending the lifespan of a mortal by a few decades would require minimal resources, and if it could resolve Li Nianqing's obsession, it would be the most profitable venture imaginable. Regrettably, when the sect's envoy arrived, the coffin shop was already empty. After some inquiries, they discovered that shortly after Li Nianqing left, Chun Chongqing had also departed. To find a mortal amidst the vast sea of humanity is no simple task. Seeing Shui Linglong fall silent, Li Nianqing's lips curled into a smile. "Very well, master, I shall accept the position of elder. For only by becoming an elder of the Linglong sect can I acquire greater resources and superior techniques. I have no intention of halting my progress along this path, for I am acutely aware that Brother Chongqing will not pause either." With that, Li Nianqing skipped joyfully towards the distant sect, and upon observing Li Nianqing's exuberant demeanor, Shui Linglong furrowed her brow even more tightly. For these past 70 years, only the mention of Chun Chongqing has brought a smile to her face. Yet, how long can this ephemeral dream persist? Chongqing is the aspiration of every cultivator, yet none have ever achieved it, let alone a mere mortal. Should Li Nianqing's illusions shatter one day, her resolve may very well crumble in an instant. Contemplating this, Shui Linglong could only sigh once more, for it is a conundrum beyond solution. At the sect's martial arena, offerings arrived in abundance. The Qingjing Temple presented 2 liuli pills. The Tianfu Temple contributed a Buddhist scripture. One after another, congratulatory gifts were presented. However, in the face of these coveted treasures, Li Nianqing merely sat quietly at the elder's table, not even casting a glance. As the gifts from Tianfu Temple were delivered, Ikyu felt an urgency that made him tug at his hair in distress. He was at a loss as to how to present the wooden carving intended for Chun Chongqing. Moreover, that obstinate fellow would undoubtedly refuse to accept an extension of his life if Ikyu failed to fulfill their agreement. As the next sect prepared to present their offerings, Ikyu mustered his courage and declared, "Uncle Chongqing, I have another gift to present on behalf of my disciple." His words plunged the ceremony into a sudden silence. With all eyes drawn to him, the gift from Tianfu Temple had already been delivered, and now there was an additional offering, clearly prepared by Ishio himself. In such a setting, a man presenting his own gift carried an unspoken significance. Upon hearing Ishio's words, Lin Yinxing turned slightly, her expression impassive as she replied, "Your thoughtfulness is noted." Lin Yinxing's coldness was anticipated by all, and the onlookers were eager for the spectacle. The most gifted successor of Tianfu Temple had developed feelings for the singularly devoted Chongqing fairy. This gossip would surely circulate for at least 2 decades. Gulping nervously, Ishio, under immense pressure, presented the wooden carving with both hands. Today's commotion would likely earn him a reprimand from his master, and he might not set foot outside Tianfu Temple for a decade. As Ishio unveiled the gift, countless divine senses swept across it. Upon realizing it was merely a simple wooden carving, the crowd nearly erupted into laughter. Young people often indulge in such whimsical gestures. Over the past 70 years, Chongqing Fairy had received numerous gifts symbolizing affection, all of which had been consigned to flames in a purifying fire. Just as the crowd expected this instance to unfold like the others, the once calm Chongqing Fairy suddenly stood up. The formidable cultivation of the Yuaning stage enabled Lin Yinxing to instantly appear before Ishio. Gazing at the wooden carving in Ishio's hands, Lin Yinxing felt a tremor coursing through his body. He picked up the sculpture, gently caressing the marks left by the carving knife, and once again sensed the presence of Qin Chongqing. This unique animal form was a craft known only to his elder brother Chongqing. Indeed, his brother had not broken his promise. He had always been by his side. Contemplating this, Lin Yinxing clutched the wooden carving tightly in his hand, revealing a smile so radiant it could dim the heavens. "I truly admire this piece. After the ceremony concludes, come to see me alone. Remember, only you." The guests were left bewildered, questioning the situation. The immortal Chongqing had taken an interest in a small monk of the Foundation establishment stage. The leader of the Linglong sect expressed gratitude to their ancestors, relieved that Nianqing had finally come to a realization. Although Ishio's lineage, strength, and age fell slightly short, this was not an insurmountable issue. Once the elder monks of the Tianfu Temple stepped down, Ishio's status would naturally rise. However, the matter of strength was more complex, as it seemed that the Linglong sect lacked suitable dual cultivation techniques. Chapter 9. The Golden Brick Embraced by a Woman 3 years older. Artificial spiritual roots. Upon discovering that Lin Yinxing might harbor feelings for Ishio, the leader of Linglong sect swiftly devised several strategies. "Esteemed nephew Ishio, how fares your master? The wise master Huaihai in his health?" Ishio found himself somewhat bewildered by the enthusiastic greeting from the notoriously aloof immortal Chongqing. He could not fathom how such a seemingly ordinary wooden sculpture could pique her interest. Moreover, it seemed as though there had been some misunderstanding. Returning to the sect leader, "My master is in good health. He simply urged me to come here due to recent insights. Not at all humble, and indeed a worthy disciple of a great master," the leader remarked. "As for matters concerning the youth of today, we, the elder generation, shall refrain from interference. A century hence, when your realm is stabilized, do remember to come to Linglong sect to propose." Ishio, sect leader, "You have misunderstood. I am not." Upon hearing this, Ishio grew anxious and hastened to clarify. Yet, before he could finish, he was interrupted by the leader of Linglong sect. "Oh dear, young people should not be so hesitant, nor should they feel embarrassed by their temporary lack of strength. As the saying goes, a woman 3 years older embraces gold bricks, a woman 30 bestows kingdoms. A woman 3,000 ranks among the celestial. Though my esteemed disciple is 50 years your senior, this is no significant issue for practitioners of the path. As for your master, I, Zhao Dezhu, shall personally speak to him. Your Tianfu Temple is not without precedence for forming partnerships. Your master should grant this favor, considering I have known him for over 3 centuries. Seeing the matter spiral further out of control, Ishio promptly abandoned his intentions to explain. For the time being, he resolved to clarify things when he could speak privately with Master Chongqing. Lin Yinxing returned to the elder's seat, and the Linglong sect ceremony resumed. Linglong Town. "Master Uncle, this is how it is. This wooden sculpture is not mine. This place was genuinely a coffin shop. You must believe me." As Ishio gazed at the empty coffin shop, he nearly burst into tears. That scoundrel Qin Chongqing had vanished without a trace, and even if he had 100 mouths, he could not elucidate the situation. After the ceremony concluded, Ishio hurried to explain himself to Lin Yinxing. To convince Lin Yinxing, he recounted all the encounters he had with Qin Chongqing over the years. However, when Ishio brought Lin Yinxing to meet Chen Chongqing to prove his innocence. The former coffin shop was gone, and all traces of Chen Chongqing's existence had vanished, leaving only an empty storefront. It was as if Chen Chongqing had never existed at all. Yet, in the face of Ishio's distress, Lin Yinxing remained composed throughout. After a long pause, he finally spoke. "Ishio, do you wish to become my partner on this path?" At these words, Ishio's eyelids began to twitch uncontrollably. "I do not wish to entertain such thoughts now, nor in the future. It is for the best." Lin Yinxing nodded affirmatively, stating, "Should you dare to entertain such notions, I shall remove your bald head from your shoulders. From this day forth, if anyone inquires, you are forbidden to utter the name Chen Chongqing. Should you divulge even a fragment, your life shall be forfeit." Confronted by Lin Yinxing's menacing threat, Ishio immediately sensed something amiss. It appeared that Master Chongqing was acquainted with Chen Chongqing, and the familiarity seemed to stretch back many years. "Rest assured, Master, I vow not to reveal a single word." However, Ishio pondered, "I frequent this place. If someone were to investigate, they might uncover some clues. How should I respond then?" Lin Yinxing contemplated for a moment before responding. "You may recount your shared experiences, but conceal his appearance and name. If anyone insists on his title, state that he refers to himself as the funeral bearer." "Understood, Master." "Yet, will I have the chance to see him again?" "Most likely, for he is a man who cherishes the past." With that, Lin Yinxing turned to depart. Ishio cast a glance at Lin Yinxing's retreating figure and then at the desolate coffin shop. A myriad of questions swirled within him, yet no one could provide the answers he sought. The only means to unravel these mysteries, it seemed, was the passage of time. Meanwhile, in a remote wilderness, the left green dragon, the right white tiger, the front vermilion bird, and the back black tortoise. Indeed, a sight of auspicious geomancy. Upon further examination of the compass in his possession, Chen Chongqing's excitement surged as he slapped his thigh. Once the teleportation array activated, he found himself transported to this wild expanse. Upon arrival, Chen Chongqing immediately set about the task of seeking a prime location for his future repose. Spending 8 years accompanying Yinxing and 50 years journeying to Linglong sect, he lingered in Linglong town for another 20 years. With a lifespan of 80 years now dwindled to a mere 2, it was imperative he secure a suitable resting place. Once the site was determined, Chen Chongqing promptly commenced excavation. Yet, this endeavor consumed an entire year. "Ah, how splendid! How could I have conceived such a brilliant idea?" Chen Chongqing mused, his smile unwavering as he traversed the cavern. Over the course of a year, he had painstakingly carved out a cave within the mountainside. To ensure he would not be disturbed during his slumber, he devised an impeccable disguise for the cave's entrance. Above the entrance, he heaped an abundance of soil, blending in various seeds. When it rained, the soft soil would wash away, and the sediment cascading down would cling to the stones that sealed the cave's mouth. After a year or two of natural growth, the marks left by human excavation will completely vanish without a trace. Feeling a sense of satisfaction with his design, Chen Chongqing retrieved a jade coffin from the system space. Within this jade coffin was a liquid exuding the fragrance of medicinal herbs. This was the second task Chen Chongqing intended to accomplish before his slumber, the creation of artificial spiritual roots. "System, will this method truly work?" he inquired. "Whether it will succeed or not, the host shall discover for himself," came the reply. "The worst outcome would merely be a waste of your precious sleeping time, which you hardly value." Upon hearing this, Chen Chongqing nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, even if I fail, I stand to lose nothing." With that, he stripped off his clothing and immersed himself in the jade coffin filled with the medicinal liquid, embarking on an 80-year slumber. Following his acquisition of the autobiography of the blood demon ancestor, Chen Chongqing had been contemplating the concept of artificial spiritual roots. After a decade of reflection, he indeed devised a method that was both safe and reliable. Chapter 10. 80 years of slumber. At the outset, Chen Chongqing found himself at a loss. For although the spiritual roots resided within the human body, their true form had never been discerned by anyone. In light of this, he proposed a bold hypothesis, that the notion of spiritual roots within the human anatomy was a mere construct. The spiritual roots spoken of by many cultivators were, in fact, a reflection of one's sensitivity to certain attributes. The higher the sensitivity, the superior the quality of the spiritual roots. With this hypothesis in mind, Chen Chongqing devised a safe and harmless method, immersing himself in the essence of flora. Given that the attribute of spiritual herbs is wood, prolonged immersion should enhance one's sensitivity to wood-attributed spiritual energy, thus granting him the so-called wood spiritual root. Furthermore, during his slumber, his body would enter a state devoid of vitality, allowing him to sidestep the challenge of his body actively absorbing the essence of plants. Simply put, Chun Changxing regarded himself as a medicinal herb steeped in herbal liquor. With a resounding thud, the coffin lid was sealed, and all traces of life within Chun Changxing vanished. Every organ ceased its function, rendering him indistinguishable from the deceased. With vitality suspended, his body naturally ceased to absorb any energy. Yet, the essence of the flora within the jade coffin persistently permeated his being. Though the pace was slow, it never faltered. Time flew by, and 80 years for Chun Changxing might have passed in the blink of an eye. However, for the myriad beings of the cosmos, 80 years is no trifling span. The mountains where Chun Changxing lay had witnessed countless cycles of growth. The sapling that once graced the cave entrance had now burgeoned into a towering tree, thick as a man's waist. The sound of teeth-gritting friction echoed through the cave as the once resplendent jade coffin lost its luster. The heavy lid began to move ever so slowly. Suddenly, a hand clad in green fur grasped the edge of the coffin. Following this, a creature, entirely enveloped in green fur, sat upright. A breath of murky, pale green air escaped the creature's mouth. Indeed, the being before us was none other than Chun Changxing, awakened after 80 years of slumber. Upon regaining consciousness, he did not hasten to allocate his attribute points. Instead, he retrieved the artifact for testing spiritual roots. His green-furred hand rested upon the crystal orb, which immediately radiated a vibrant green light. Witnessing this spectacle, Chun Changxing could no longer contain his laughter. Ha! The artificial spiritual root is indeed feasible. I no longer need to worry about being captured by those powerful beings for research. Since his foray into the realm of cultivation, a persistent concern had plagued Chun Changxing, the fear of having his secret of longevity uncovered. Although slumbering allowed him to gain attribute points, however, to attain the formidable strength necessary to combat those ancient entities at the transformation and nascent soul levels, one can only imagine the protracted duration required. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise during this extensive period, one's fate would be sealed. Thus, it is imperative to acquire the means of self-preservation during this transitional phase. And cultivation serves as an excellent method. After confirming that he possessed a superior with spiritual root, Chun Changxing turned his gaze to the system panel in his mind. Host, Chun Changxing, Strength, 1 Speed, 1 Defense, 11 Spiritual Power, 0 Lifespan, 160 Chun Changxing. Upon viewing his system panel, confusion enveloped Chun Changxing's expression. What is the meaning of this system? Why have my attributes regressed? If my memory serves me correctly, I should have been at the 4th level of Qi cultivation before my slumber. Although my strength was minimal, all my attributes had seen certain enhancements. Why then have they reverted to those of a mere mortal? In response to Chun Changxing's inquiry, the system's voice promptly resonated within his mind. During your slumber, the spiritual power within your body gradually dissipated outward. Without the support of spiritual power, your attributes naturally reverted to the standards of an ordinary person. Except for the strength acquired through attribute points. Chun Changxing pursed his lips, but quickly accepted this explanation. It was merely the 4th level of Qi cultivation. If it was lost, so be it. With his superior with spiritual root talent, reaching the 4th level of Qi cultivation would take him only a few days at most. Subsequently, Chun Changxing invested all 80 attribute points into his defense. Observing his defense attribute soaring to an impressive 91 points, he contentedly inquired, System, what level of cultivator can my 91 points of defense withstand? The system replied, with a defense attribute of 91 points. Attacks below the mid-stage of the foundation establishment realm will be unable to breach your defenses. Those at the mid-stage of foundation establishment may inflict harm, while those at the late stage could cause serious injury. The risk of death arises at the peak of foundation establishment, and any adversary beyond that level poses certain demise for you. Just as the conversation unfolded, a resounding explosion echoed at the cave's entrance. Instantly, a figure leapt excitedly into the cave, exclaiming, Heaven is on my side. This time, I shall surely break through to the 9th level of Qi cultivation. However, upon entering the cave, the figure froze, as they beheld a jade coffin within. Even more terrifying was the sight of a corpse covered in green fur. Seated upright within the coffin, its gaze fixed intently upon them. Ah! A shrill scream pierced the air. The figure immediately summoned a flying sword to attack Chen Chongqing. In the face of this inexplicable assault, Chen Chongqing instinctively raised his hand to block. Clang! The sharp sword was instantly deflected away. Witnessing that even their most formidable technique had failed, the figure's mind raced with thoughts of the 99 potential deaths that awaited them. Amidst fear and despair, the figure rolled its eyes and fainted instantly. Observing this, Chen Chongqing scratched his head in confusion and emerged from the coffin. Approaching the scene, he soon realized that the intruder into his cave was a young girl of the demon clan. She had 2 fluffy fox ears atop her head, was clad in coarse linen garments, and appeared to be around 16 or 17 years of age. What could possibly bring a member of the demon clan to this place? There is nothing of value here. Chen Chongqing found himself perplexed by the sudden intrusion of the demon girl. When he chose this secluded resting place, he deliberately avoided areas rich in spiritual energy, aiming to prevent any treasure seekers or cultivators from inadvertently discovering him. However, from the words of this fox-eared maiden, it seemed she had intentionally sought to unearth this location. Yet, this perplexity did not linger for long, as Chen Chongqing quickly uncovered the reason. The fox-eared girl tightly clutched a sprig of rejuvenating grass, which, judging by its growth, was at least 80 years old. Rejuvenating grass is a common spiritual herb in the realm of immortality, and he had casually scattered its seeds at the cave's entrance some time ago. To his astonishment, this particular sprig had evidently surpassed its growth limits and thrived for a full 80 years. If his deductions were correct, it was likely this rejuvenating grass that had drawn her here. Chapter 11. The clever yet foolish fox. Having unraveled the underlying reasons, Chen Chongqing was poised to depart from the locale. At that moment, the unconscious fox-eared maiden stirred from her slumber. Upon noticing the green-haired corpse gazing intently at her, she instinctively curled up in fright. "Oh no, please don't eat me, my flesh is sour." Observing the maiden's reaction, Chen Chongqing couldn't suppress his amusement. How could you ascertain its flavor without having tasted it? Besides, with such a supple appearance, I presume you would be quite delectable. Upon hearing this, the fox-eared maiden grew increasingly anxious. "I am not at all supple. I merely possess a slight baby fat. In truth, I am quite thin, nothing but skin and bones. If you were to consume me, it would surely be a chore for your teeth." As she spoke, the maiden covered her face with her small hands, her fox ears drooping in trepidation. Yet, after a prolonged moment, the anticipated pain failed to materialize. She parted her fingers slightly, peering through the gaps with her round, beady eyes to assess her surroundings. To her surprise, the green-haired corpse had donned a garment, and some of the green hair had been tidied. "Are you not supposed to be a bone that does not decompose?" In response, Chen Chongqing rolled his eyes and remarked, "A corpse that remains uncorrupted for a century becomes a zombie. If it persists for a millennium, it becomes a bone that does not decompose. Such entities are born of the gathering of earthly death energy, impervious to water and fire, and resistant to blade and sword. They are nourished by resentment and feed on flesh and blood. If such a legendary horror were indeed present, I fear you would be reduced to naught but dust." Upon confirming that the being before her was not the fabled unyielding bone, the fox-eared maiden promptly performed an elaborate bow, expressing her respect. "I apologize for disturbing your serene cultivation, esteemed elder. I beg for your forgiveness." Seeing the maiden kneeling before him, Chen Chongqing initially intended to dismiss her with a few casual remarks before parting ways. However, he reconsidered and resolved to extract some information from this naive fox-eared maiden. 8 decades prior, he had been randomly transported to this place, spending the remaining time constructing a tomb. He now found himself utterly ignorant of the surrounding environment. Wandering aimlessly would likely lead to unnecessary troubles. Reflecting on this, Chen Chongqing pondered for a moment before inquiring, "How did you come to be here alone? Where are your kin?" The maiden, eager to respond, replied respectfully, "In response to your inquiry, esteemed elder, I am but a wanderer, devoid of kin in my company. Pray tell, what year is this, and what changes have transpired in this land?" It is now the 380th year of the Great Qin dynasty, and all remains well here, with no significant upheavals occurring. However, I have heard whispers that 300 miles to the east, at the Shangqing Temple, a formidable being has emerged. Upon hearing the name of the Shangqing Temple, Chen Changxing immediately began to search his mind for information. In his efforts to prevent disorientation after his transportation, he had diligently gathered numerous maps. While he could not claim to know every detail of the great Qin dynasty, he was confident that he possessed knowledge of over half of its expanse. If my memory serves me correctly, the distance from Shangqing Temple to Linglong Sect is roughly over 1,000 miles. To my astonishment, I have teleported such a considerable distance. Pondering this in silence, Chen Changxing spoke. Considering it was an unintentional act, I shall not hold you accountable for trespassing. You may leave. Senior, am I to leave just like this? The naive fox-eared girl instinctively voiced her thoughts. Observing her, Chen Changxing replied coldly, "What more do you wish to do? Isn't it customary for a senior to bestow an opportunity in such circumstances?" She inquired. "Who told you that?" He retorted, "It is said so in the rumors." Seeing the girl's innocent and naive gaze, Chen Changxing couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. They say foxes are exceedingly cunning. Yet this was the first time he encountered one so pure. "Very well, since our meeting is fated, I shall grant you some fortune." He then casually shared with the fox-eared girl some insights from his foundational cultivation experiences, which he had previously discussed with a little monk named Ikyu. That young monk would frequently come to chat with him, and aside from the secrets of the Tianfu Temple's techniques, he was well versed in all matters concerning Ikyu, including the fact that he wet his bed at the tender age of 5. After sharing his thoughts, Chen Changxing waved his hand and said, "This is where our connection ends. You may go. Should you appear before me again, your life may be in peril. Thank you, Senior, for your guidance. Hume will forever be grateful." After bowing deeply to Chen Changxing once more, the fox-eared girl promptly turned to leave. Watching her retreating figure, Chen Changxing smiled and then set off in the opposite direction. Although his defenses were formidable, his offensive capabilities were virtually non-existent. This meant he could not contend with the little fox. If she were to discover any weaknesses, it would indeed spell trouble. As for the insights on foundational cultivation, Chen Changxing was uncertain of their utility, given that he had never attained that level himself. Having exited the cave where he had slumbered for 80 years, Chen Changxing began to wander aimlessly once more. Nian Sheng had embarked on her own life and no longer required his concern. The only thing Chen Changxing needed to focus on was finding his next target to navigate through his prolonged period of consciousness. Chen Changxing, a voice echoed through the Sutra Pavilion, as a valiant man clad in a Taoist robe scanned the surroundings, seemingly in search of something. Hearing the furious shout, Chen Changxing, still bleary-eyed and clad in his robe, abruptly lifted his head from the pile of books. Upon recognizing the visitor, he smiled broadly and said, "Brother Qing Feng, what brings you here?" Seeing Chen Changxing's utterly innocent expression, Qing Feng was filled with exasperation. "Junior brother Changxing, you have been at Shangqing Temple for 10 years now. After a decade, you still linger at the 9th level of qi cultivation. Do you truly wish to establish your foundation?" Upon hearing this, Chen Changxing waved his hand and replied, "Oh dear, establishing a foundation cannot be rushed. Taking one's time is not a grave error. The path of life is long, and a slower pace can be quite beneficial." At these words, the corners of Qingfeng's eyes twitched incessantly. This disciple, Changxing, had arrived at the Shangqing Temple 10 years ago, possessing a commendable talent with a superior wood spirit root. Since his arrival, the entire temple had showered him with affection. He was always cheerful, diligent, and meticulous in his endeavors, exhibiting remarkable patience. He engaged in neither scheming nor vying for fame and fortune, spending his days immersed in Taoist texts or dedicated to his cultivation. Such a disciple would undoubtedly be cherished in any sect. However, as time passed, people gradually recognized Changxing's predicament. He was perhaps too patient. With a superior wood spirit root, one would typically establish a foundation within 5 years. Yet, Changxing had spent a full decade without doing so. Chapter 12. The thunderstruck coffin. Regarding Chen Changxing's unhurried demeanor, Qing Feng could not help but roll his eyes dramatically and remarked, "This isn't merely a matter of pace. You seem to have no intention of establishing your foundation at all. Others extend their qi refinement stage to solidify their roots. But you have procrastinated for a decade. Despite your attainment at the 9th level of qi refinement, you cannot even best a 7th level outer disciple. What exactly are your intentions?" In response to Qingfeng's heartfelt concern, Chen Changxing smiled faintly. "Cultivation is simply cultivation. What need is there for ulterior motives? Besides, with a senior brother like you, I lack neither in numbers nor in absence. Please, do not trouble me further." With that, Chen Changsheng prepared to retreat into his pile of books once more. However, Qing Feng would not permit him to escape so easily. He seized Chen Changsheng by the collar and hoisted him upward. "Chen Changsheng, cease your evasions. Establishing your foundation is a directive from our master. Whether you break through or not, you must break through. The infinite secret realm is about to open, and our master has personally secured a spot for you. There is no escaping this." With that, Qing Feng, accompanied by a resigned Chen Changsheng, departed from the scripture pavilion. In the grand hall of the Upper Qing sect, a venerable elder, exuding an ethereal presence, stood majestically. The 10 inner disciples of the sect stood in orderly formation on either side, with Chen Changsheng positioned at the end of the line. After a prolonged silence, the elder addressed him. "Changsheng, how long have you been with our Upper Qing sect?" Upon being directly called upon by his master, Chen Changsheng promptly clasped his hands in respect and replied, "Master, I have been in the sect for 10 years. The elder nodded thoughtfully. 10 years ago, coinciding with our ancestral master's emergence from seclusion, you fortuitously passed by the Upper Qing sect. Our ancestral master selected you amidst the throng of humanity, bringing you into the sect and declaring that you were destined for the Tao, bestowing upon you the status of an inner disciple." As he spoke, the elder approached Chen Changsheng, gently resting his right hand upon his shoulder. "Oh, master, you are crushing my bones. Please be gentler," Chen Changsheng protested, struggling against the elder's immense strength. Yet, how could his feeble power hope to escape the grasp of the sect leader, a master of the primordial spirit? At that moment, the expression of the primordial spirit master twisted somewhat. With great effort, he forced a smile, albeit a grim one, and said, "Whether you are destined for the Tao, I cannot hastily conclude. However, could you enlighten me as to why the thunderstruck jujube wood, which has lain in the back mountain for 300 years, has transformed into a coffin?" Upon hearing these words, Chen Changsheng's 9 senior brothers could only twitch their lips in disbelief. Among the Upper Qing sect, the master's favoritism was most evident towards this young disciple. For the other brothers, certain areas of the sect were not easily accessible. However, for the junior disciple, there existed no such limitations. Within the confines of the Shangqing Temple, he could roam freely wherever his heart desired. Even the secluded retreat of the Grand Master was not beyond his reach. Yet, none could have anticipated that the junior disciple would dare to disturb the master's cherished possession. The piece of thunderstruck jujube wood at the back mountain was seized by the master 3 centuries ago from a formidable demon of full golden elixir cultivation. For the sake of this wood, the master had secluded himself for a full 30 years to recuperate. Under normal circumstances, disciples of the Shangqing Temple were not even permitted to glance at it, let alone touch it. Now, the junior disciple had audaciously transformed the thunderstruck wood into a coffin. What utter audacity! "Master, the junior disciple acted without malice. Please forgive him this one time." Qing Feng stepped forward to plead on behalf of Chen Changsheng, and the other senior brothers joined in his defense. "Without malice? I only provided him with the route for the outer formation. I have never disclosed the core formation's route to him. 3 years ago, that piece of thunderstruck wood was perfectly intact, yet when I inspected it yesterday, it had metamorphosed into a splendid coffin. I am curious, what sort of thoughtless action could silently breach my grand array and transform the wood within into a coffin?" As he spoke, the gaze of the primordial spirit master turned once more towards Chen Changsheng. Faced with his master's penetrating stare, Chen Changsheng appeared somewhat abashed. "Master, that piece of thunderstruck wood has been in its place for quite some time. Although such materials are rare, they are somewhat superfluous for your current cultivation level." Listening to Chen Changsheng's feeble rationalization, the primordial spirit master released his grip on Chen's shoulder, only to seize his ear instead. While the master's words were intimidating, deep down he felt a pang of compassion for this disciple. Among the inner disciples, Chen Changsheng possessed the weakest strength in the lowest realm. If the master were to be careless, could he not inadvertently injure him? "Do I need you to teach me whether that wood is of use to me?" The thunderstruck wood was meant for carving the statue of the 3 purities. When outsiders enter my Shangqing Temple and behold the magnificent statue of the 3 purities, they will surely develop a reverence for my Tao. Now that the wood is gone, you shall tell me how to remedy this situation." Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng immediately recoiled, escaping the master's grasp on his ear. He then pointed towards the clay statue of the three purities within the hall and said, "The Tao resides within the heart. The clay statue of the three purities suffices. If one wishes for others to understand my Tao, why require external objects?" As he spoke, Chen Changsheng produced a brush and strode directly towards the hall's exit. Observing his actions, the primordial spirit master felt somewhat perplexed. According to precedent, as long as this lad admitted his fault and the other disciples interceded, he could smoothly let him off the hook. Yet, with such an unexpected turn, he found himself at a loss. Soon, the primordial spirit master and the 9 senior brothers of Chen Changsheng emerged. Chen Changsheng utilized his spiritual power to smooth the couplets outside the great hall. Then, with a flourish of his brush, he inscribed 22 majestic characters before the eyes of the gathered crowd. With a heart of malice, burning incense brings no benefit, standing upright and just. What harm in not bowing to me? Excellent. Upon witnessing the couplets penned by Chen Changsheng, Qingfeng couldn't help but express his admiration. Indeed, my junior brother is destined for the Tao. These 22 characters embody the elegance of our sect. In response to Qingfeng's praise, Chen Changsheng merely smiled, refraining from uttering a word. Meanwhile, the ascended spirit master, with a stern expression, remarked, "Your comprehension is commendable, yet your strength is utterly lacking. Note the incident with the thunderstrike wood. Should you fail to establish your foundation in the infinite secret realm, be wary of your legs. Now be gone. Your presence vexes me." Seeing their master still in a foul mood, several senior brothers promptly escorted Chen Changsheng away from the scene. After his departure, the ascended spirit master scrutinized the couplets before him with great attention. Chapter 13. The Bookworm Chen Changsheng. With 280,000 books after reciting the text 10 times, the immortal of the primordial spirit proclaimed with pride, "Only my disciple can compose couplets imbued with such profound rhythm. Observe these characters, each stroke akin to iron and silver, exuding an extraordinary grace. How could an ordinary person replicate such artistry? The bald monk Huihai and that scoundrel Zhao Di's whose, emboldened by their well-chosen disciples, flaunt their prowess daily. Once Changsheng establishes his foundation, I shall surely quell their arrogance." With that, the immortal of the primordial spirit strode away, hands clasped behind his back, utterly self-satisfied. A while later, at the entrance of the previously deserted Grand Hall, a vague silhouette materialized. After millennia of cultivation, he found it amusing that not a single disciple had gained true insight. Before he could finish his thought, the indistinct figure vanished once more. In the sky, several streaks of light flashed by. The mortals below gazed up in awe, for those radiant trails signified the omnipotent celestial beings of this world. Yet, unbeknownst to them, among those luminous trails was a rather unambitious immortal. "Senior brother, if only your spiritual power were a touch more robust. This wind is too fierce for me to concentrate on my reading." A phantasmic flying sword raced through the air, as Qingfeng, the eldest disciple of the upper clear view, stood poised at its tip. However, behind him sat a young man in meditation, struggling to keep the pages of his book from fluttering in the gusts. Noticing his junior brother's nonchalant demeanor, Qingfeng waved his right hand, fortifying his protective spiritual energy. With this enhancement, the swirling pages finally settled. "Changsheng, what do you occupy yourself with in those countless books?" Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng smiled faintly and replied, "I cherish all books. Not only do I enjoy reading, but I also delight in observing everything in this world. Yet, the world is vast, and even if I were to spend a millennium or more, I might not witness it all. Hence, I opt to read first, then explore the world. Books are crafted by humans, who pen them to immortalize their experiences, observations, feelings, and insights in written form. To finish a book is akin to understanding a person's entire life. While I may not grasp the complete picture, I can still glimpse fragments." Intrigued by Chen Changsheng's explanation, Qingfeng inquired, "With all that you've read, do these books aid you?" "Certainly," Chen Changsheng replied. "Without reading, how could I unravel the core formation set by our master?" This revelation piqued the interest not only of Chen Changsheng's elder brothers, but even the immortal of the primordial spirit, who pricked up his ears. Chen Changsheng crafted a coffin from thunderstruck wood, which caused the immortal some heartache. Yet, what perplexed him further was how a disciple at the 9th level of Qi refinement could dismantle a formation laid by a practitioner of the nascent soul realm. Are you suggesting that there exists a formation set by our master within the scripture repository? The senior brother jested, questioning how the master, who lacks proficiency in the art of formations, could have his array techniques recorded in the scripture repository. The primordial spirit replied, "Your words are somewhat hurtful. Remember, I am still your master, a being of the nascent soul realm, while you are merely at the 9th level of chi refinement. What qualifications do you possess to critique me? If the scripture repository does not include my formations, how then did you manage to break the array? Even if I am not adept at formations, the arrays set by a nascent soul practitioner are not something you, at your current level, could possibly comprehend." The senior brother was not incorrect. By conventional reasoning, I would naturally be unable to grasp the master's formations. However, he overlooked a fundamental truth. Everything in this world follows a traceable path. My master is the head of the upper clear view, and his foundational practices are inherently derived from this lineage. I have perused nearly all the texts on formations within the scripture repository of the upper clear view. My master has dabbled in the lineage of the 5 elements formations. While studying these texts, I also discovered notes and insights left by my master, which provided me with some understanding of his array-setting habits. Upon hearing this, the gentle breeze immediately turned to the second senior brother, inquiring, "Bright Moon, you oversee the scripture repository. Does our upper clear view possess any texts on the 5 elements formations?" The second senior brother, Bright Moon, pondered for a moment before responding with confusion. "Although I may not possess the breadth of knowledge of our junior brother, I am somewhat aware of the general classifications within the scripture repository. I have not heard of any lineage concerning the 5 elements formations." Seeing this, Chen Chongsheng smiled and remarked, "Of course, second senior brother would be unaware. You have been guarding the scripture repository for 30 years, but the 5 elements formations were removed from the repository 50 years ago. This particular branch was once quite popular in the cultivation world a century ago, but has since been supplanted by other formation techniques." Upon hearing this, Bright Moon looked at Chen Chongsheng in disbelief. "Junior brother, please do not tell me you ventured into the book grave." "Haha, indeed, second senior brother, your insight is sharp. I did venture into the book grave." Upon hearing this, Bright Moon felt a sudden throbbing in his head. Nothing in this world is immutable, and the techniques and knowledge in the cultivation realm are no exception. From the grandest methods of golden core and nascent soul cultivation to the basic concepts of array entry, everything is in a constant state of flux. The cultivation world invariably sees geniuses who innovate and introduce new ideas. Thus, every 50 years, the scripture repository undergoes a cleansing to replace outdated methods and texts. The replaced books are sent to a designated storage location, which the disciples of the upper clear view refer to as the book grave. The upper clear view has existed for over a millennium, and no one knows precisely how many texts are housed within the book grave or the variety of materials contained therein. Bright Moon had visited this place several times upon his entry into the sect, and had even stumbled upon a mundane tale, the Jin Ping Mei, within its depths. Upon confirming that the majority of the books within were mere trifles, Mingyuan never returned. Taking a deep breath to adjust her mood, she tentatively inquired, "Junior brother, you haven't possibly read all the tomes in the book grave, have you?" "Brother Mingyue, do not jest. I have only been initiated for 10 years. How could I have completed such a feat? However, I have read approximately 30%. Mingyue exclaimed, 30%? That amounts to an astonishing 400,000 volumes. Does it not? Not quite. The book grave houses a total of 983,521 tomes. Over the years, I have managed to read 28,685 of them, which barely constitutes 30%. Upon hearing this, Mingyue fell into silence, as did the other disciples. And even the venerable Yuanying stage master was not spared from the astonishment. Chapter 14. The lightning strike would meet its fate amidst changing times after a few breaths. Qingfeng emerged from his astonishment and spoke. "The 5 elements formation you mentioned seems familiar. I believe I have heard my master speak of it. It is an ancient skill, a hallmark of a certain sect from 2 centuries ago, though it has since fallen into obsolescence. If that is the case, the scriptures housed in the scripture pavilion should include the fundamentals of the 5 elements formation along with some introductions. Are you able to dismantle your master's grand array with just this knowledge?" "Certainly not," Chen Chongsheng replied, shaking his head. "As I mentioned earlier, my master inherited his teachings from the Shanqing Temple and is not particularly adept at formations. Under such circumstances, it is highly unlikely that he could create a formation independently. Thus, the array techniques he possesses are derived from the scripture pavilion of Shanqing Temple. In my second year of apprenticeship, my master presented me with that piece of lightning strike wood. In order to unravel the core formation left by my master, I dedicated an entire year to studying all the formation texts in the scripture pavilion. After thorough comparisons, I discovered that the formation set by my master was a fusion of the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams formation and the Big Dipper formation, incorporating some of his own modifications. Despite numerous attempts, I was unable to penetrate the array for 5 long years. Eventually, while perusing the tomb of texts, I came across the classic works on the 5 elements formation, along with my master's own insights on formation techniques. This revelation finally elucidated how my master intertwined the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams formation with the Big Dipper formation, utilizing the principles of the 5 elements formation. Armed with this understanding, I began my attempts anew, dedicating another year and a half to infiltrate the array. Ultimately, 10 days ago, I completed the crafting of the coffin. Upon hearing Qin Changxing's account, the crowd fell silent. Qing Feng gazed at the primordial spirit master with a look of regret, as if to convey, "Master, your lightning strike would met its demise unjustly." The primordial spirit master was left in a state of mixed emotions, torn between laughter and tears. This young man had devoted 8 years of his life to transforming his lightning strike wood into a coffin. He pondered whether to commend him for his perseverance or chastise him for his folly. 8 years is a considerable span, even for cultivators. The lifespan of a mortal barely exceeds a century, while a foundation establishment practitioner may reach 200 years, a gold core cultivator 500, and a nascent soul cultivator around 800 years. Only those who attain the transformation god level can surpass a millennium. Yet here was his disciple, spending 8 years on a seemingly trivial matter, seemingly unconcerned about his own lifespan. In the infinite secret realm, a multitude of sects, both large and small, had gathered at the entrance, which was slowly descending from the sky. Ah, is that not the primordial spirit master? After 50 years of separation, it is truly delightful to see that you have reached the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. As Qin Changxing and his companions landed, Zhao Dizhu's, the leader of the Linglong sect, approached with a beaming smile to greet them. However, in response to Zhao Dizhu's exuberance, the nascent soul master did not respond favorably. There are words to be spoken and farts to be released. I have no desire to engage in excessive discourse with someone as vulgar as you. Hearing this, Zhao Dizhu's lamented, "Master nascent soul, you are, after all, a person of the Tao. How can your temper be so fiery? Though my cultivation may be slightly higher and my disciples somewhat more formidable than yours, you cannot allow such trivial matters to provoke your ire. I understand your envy over my exceptional disciple, who, at under 200 years of age, has already reached the late stage of the nascent soul. Such talent has not been witnessed throughout the entire Deqian dynasty. If not for the lack of options, based on our friendship, I would certainly assist you in finding one. Bah, who would covet your mediocre disciple? I have better. Your disciple may have achieved the late stage of the nascent soul before 200, but mine will attain it within a century. Mark my words." With that, the nascent soul master stormed off with Qin Changxing and the others in tow, filled with indignation. Observing this, Zhao Dizhu smirked, then ambled towards the seal of the infinite secret realm, humming a tune to himself. Enough. The more I think about it, the angrier I become. Qing Feng, take your junior brothers inside shortly. I shall return to confront that scoundrel Zhao Dizhu's. Not long after parting ways, the nascent soul master, increasingly agitated, made his way back to seek out Zhao Dizhu's once more. Witnessing his master's demeanor, Qing Feng chuckled softly, choosing to remain unperturbed. The camaraderie between Zhao Dizhu's and his master was profound, and Qing Feng had observed their banter for over a century and a half. At that moment, Qin Changxing, surveying his surroundings, suddenly spoke. "Senior brother, did you not mention that the Linglong sect has a prodigy known as Fairy Changxing? Why have I not seen her?" "Fairy Changxing has gone to the border of the Deqian kingdom. Not only she, but even Master Ikyu from the Heavenly Buddha Temple has ventured there." Master Ikyu? Upon hearing this name, Qin Changxing could not help but voice a question that arose from the depths of his soul. Qing Feng, believing that Qin Changxing was unfamiliar with this title, promptly elucidated. "Master Ikyu is the heir of the Heavenly Buddha Temple and is regarded as the second most talented individual in the Qin dynasty after Fairy Chongqing. Having just surpassed a century, he has already reached the late stage of the Golden Core realm, and it is said that he holds the greatest promise of surpassing Fairy Chongqing. Upon learning that the once timid and kind-hearted little monk had transformed into a figure of considerable significance, Qin Chongqing felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. Back in the day, the little monk would frequently come to debate with him, often ending in defeat. Time, indeed, is the most formidable of all arts. After merely a brief slumber, the once small monk had blossomed into the esteemed Master Ikyu. After a moment of reflection, Qin Chongqing spoke again. "Senior brother, what is their purpose at the border? What else could it be? They are undoubtedly preparing for war against the Kingdom of Night Moon. The Kingdom of Night Moon, being a realm of the demon race, engages in battle with the Great Qin dynasty every 200 years. Although the Great Qin dynasty has emerged victorious on multiple occasions, they have yet to eradicate this adversary. Recently, however, it is perplexing that the Kingdom of Night Moon has initiated a national war ahead of schedule. It has only been 170 years since the last great conflict, a full 30 years earlier than expected, which indeed raises questions." As these words were spoken, the smile on Qin Chongqing's face gradually faded. He had encountered records of the war between the Great Qin dynasty and the Kingdom of Night Moon within the tome of history. It was a tumultuous clash between cultivators and mortals, the severity of which is beyond mere words to convey. Even those of the nascent soul stage faced the peril of demise. Moreover, the premature declaration of war by the Kingdom of Night Moon instilled a vague sense of unease within Qin Chongqing. Chapter 15. The Infinite Secret Realm and the Mysterious Stone Coffin. Observing Qin Chongqing in a daze, Qingfeng assumed he was preoccupied with the impending war between the two nations and chuckled, "Do not fret. Such national conflicts are reserved for those who have reached the Golden Core stage. By the time you attain that level, it is likely that this war will have concluded." He continued, "The Infinite Secret Realm is about to commence. Hurry and join your senior brother Yuanshan." With that, Qingfeng gently urged Qin Chongqing and Yuanshan forward. At that moment, the three foremost immortal sects, Tianfu Temple, Linglong Sect, and Shangqing View, joined forces to unseal the Infinite Secret Realm. Suddenly, a profound black hole materialized atop the altar, and those already chosen were swiftly drawn into its depths. After a tumultuous whirl, Qin Chongqing and Yuanshan found themselves amidst a sea of blossoms. Surveying their surroundings, Yuanshan tugged at Qin Chongqing's sleeve and inquired, "Chongqing, where are we?" Faced with his somewhat timid ninth senior brother, Qin Chongqing could not help but smile in exasperation. Prior to his arrival at Shangqing View, there had been 9 inner disciples there, each possessing unique talents and personalities. His ninth senior brother was notoriously known for his timidity, especially at the tender age of 13. Despite his youth, Yuanshan's innate abilities were remarkable, being blessed with both water and fire spiritual roots. "Yuanshan, you are already in the mid-stage of foundation building. You need not be so fearful," Qin Chongqing remarked. Hearing this, Yuanshan wore a wry smile. "Brother Chongqing, you know I was brought to Shangqing View at the age of 3. My days have been consumed by cultivation, leaving me little knowledge of the outside world." In response, Qin Chongqing grinned. "Then will you heed my advice?" "Of course, I will listen to you. It was I who kept watch for you when you pilfered the Master's thunderstruck wood. Since you are willing to listen, let us begin gathering flowers." "Gather flowers?" A look of confusion spread across Yuanshan's face. "Brother Chongqing, what purpose does this serve?" "To brew wine," Qin Chongqing exclaimed. "This should be the 100-flower sea within the Infinite Secret Realm, where blossoms of all seasons flourish. I once read about a celestial wine called 100-flower wine, made from the blossoms of all 4 seasons, requiring only fresh petals. The conditions are rather stringent, which is why I have yet to succeed in brewing it. Now, we have been graced with a rare opportunity." Watching Qin Chongqing crouched on the ground, collecting petals, Yuanshan scratched his head and said, "But Master sent us here to seek opportunities. How shall we explain our flower gathering upon our return? According to the map I have procured of the Infinite Secret Realm, if we travel 30 miles east from here, we shall find a dilapidated ancient bronze temple. Within that temple lies the opportunity you speak of, albeit one that requires trials to obtain. I am aware of this news, and naturally, others are too. Thus, 2 choices lie before you. First, venture into the bronze ancient hall to undergo trials and compete fiercely with disciples from other sections. Second, remain here with me to brew the 100-flower wine. With master and third senior brother's fondness for fine spirits, they should be lenient if we present them with the 100-flower wine. Faced with Chun Changxing's proposition, Yuanshan pondered for a moment before squatting down to join the gathering of blossoms. Time passed slowly. Numerous talented individuals who had entered the infinite secret realm were fervently seeking opportunities, battling fiercely for them. In stark contrast, Chun Changxing and Yuanshan enjoyed a leisurely existence. In the morning, they plucked dew-kissed petals. At noon, they lay in the sea of flowers, gazing at the sky, and in the afternoon, they recreated the 100-flower wine using ancient methods. Their lives stood in vivid contrast to those of the cultivators who had come with them. Brother Changsheng, come quickly and see what this is. Yuanshan's call drew Chun Changxing's attention from the flower field. He saw Yuanshan excitedly waving, seemingly having made a discovery. What is it? Chun Changxing instinctively inquired as he approached. Yuanshan pointed to the ground, saying, Brother Changsheng, there is a stone slab with patterns here. Upon hearing this, Chun Changxing knelt down and gently brushed away the dirt, revealing a beautifully carved stone slab. As he traced the intricate designs with his fingers, he furrowed his brow and remarked, This object appears to be quite substantial. Let us excavate it. With that, the two brothers began their digging. After an hour of diligent effort, a grand coffin emerged before them, adorned with strange inscriptions on its surface. Yuanshan examined it closely and remarked, Brother Changsheng, what language is this? I cannot comprehend it. Of course, you cannot understand, for it is a script from 2,000 years ago. 2,000 years. The Great Qin dynasty was established only 1,800 years ago. Is this coffin from before that era? Silence. I have only encountered this script in ancient texts. There are characters I do not recognize as well. Allow me to think carefully. Upon hearing Chun Changxing's words, Yuanshan promptly covered his mouth, standing obediently in place. An hour passed, and Chun Changxing wiped the sweat from his brow, stating, So that is the case. We are indeed fortunate. Seeing Chun Changxing finally speak, Yuanshan eagerly asked, Brother Changxing, what does it say? It recounts the biography of a person. I began cultivating from a young age. At 18, I fought in 3,981 battles, winning 756 and losing 3,225. At 80, I fought 4,498 battles, winning 1,325 and losing 3,173. At the age of 200, he engaged in 1,650 battles, achieving victory in 985 and suffering defeat in 780. By the age of 500, he had fought 130 encounters, triumphing in 115 while conceding only 15. Upon reaching a millennium, he fought 9 times, emerging victorious in each, and suddenly realized that there were no more rivals in the world. Alas, throughout his life he sought a worthy opponent, yet found none, a truly solitary and unbearable existence. He chanced upon a secluded haven, yearning to live out his days in solitude, but upon further contemplation, he ultimately chose another path. Unwilling to sever the lineage of his legacy, he interred his stone sarcophagus beneath a sea of blossoms. For the journey of immortality is long, and only those with sincere hearts may attain it. He uttered the inscriptions upon the sarcophagus in one breath. At that moment, the distant mountains were left agape in astonishment. Brother Changsheng, this individual is truly formidable. One exclaimed. In a lifetime, he engaged in so many battles. Yet why did he fight fewer as time progressed? It is evident, came the reply, that as the years passed, few remained capable of challenging him. The 9 battles he fought at the age of 1,000 must have been monumental confrontations. 9 victories in 9 battles, though merely 4 simple words, could hardly conceal the exhilaration they embodied. Surely, these 9 encounters were the most gratifying of his entire existence. Chapter 16, The Defeated Immortal. A call to arms at the frontier. Listening to Chun Changsheng's words, Yuanshan suddenly interjected, Brother Changsheng, since that esteemed predecessor left behind a legacy, why are there no trials set here? Is he not concerned that others might casually seize his possessions? Who says there are no trials? The entire infinite secret realm is the greatest test of all. The name infinite signifies that this realm is nearly boundless. It can be accessed once every 50 years, and it has existed since the foundation of the Qin dynasty. Over a millennium has passed, yet the treasures here remain untouched. Faced with such an inexhaustible treasure trove, Who would still pay heed to this picturesque but utterly useless sea of flowers? We cultivate to seek the way. Some pursue martial arts, others the path of longevity. Regardless of the path one chooses, the most crucial aspect is to remain unswayed by external distractions. However, look at those who enter the secret realm. They are all captivated by the treasures, forgetting their original intentions. Those who have forgotten their beginnings will certainly not pause to admire the beauty of this floral expanse. As Chun Changsheng spoke, Yuanshan nodded, though somewhat bewildered. Brother Changsheng, what is the name of this predecessor? I do not know. It is not written here. Let us open it, and perhaps we might find a clue. Great. I heard we need to open the coffin. Yuanshan exclaimed, excitement bubbling within him. With a sound that grates on the teeth, the heavy stone coffin was pried open just enough for a gap. As the opening widened, before Yuanshan could lean in for a better look, a beam of light shot forth from within, engulfing both of them. After a dizzying whirl, Chun Changsheng and Yuanshan found themselves in a vast, white space. In the center stood a figure, obscured in appearance, with hands clasped behind his back. Having received this opportunity proves that you have yet to be misled by external distractions. I excel in the art of boxing. This set of techniques encompasses my lifelong learning. I hope that future generations will cherish it deeply. With that, the figure began to demonstrate the boxing techniques. The movements were not complex, yet each strike carried an indescribable elegance. Soon, the demonstration concluded, and the figure continued. This boxing style does not emphasize the forms, but rather the intention. In my later years, I faced 9 opponents. With 9 punches, I defeated them all. As he spoke, the surrounding environment shifted once more, revealing the figure standing atop a mountain, surrounded by 9 formidable shadows. The figure slowly unleashed a punch, and although the speed was remarkably slow, the mountains and rivers around him were utterly shattered by the force of that single strike. Both Chun Changsheng and Yuanshan were rendered speechless by the spectacle. Captivated by the unfolding battle, the figure delivered 9 punches, each imbued with a distinct essence. Such profound mastery was beyond the comprehension of Chun Changsheng and his companion. The battle concluded, and Chun Changsheng and his companions returned to the ethereal white space once more. Future practitioners of my fist technique must remember, while one may lose in skill, the essence of the fist must never falter. When a punch is thrown, it should rend the very hearts of one's adversaries. As these words were spoken, the surrounding space began to fracture, and the figure gradually faded away. The shifting surroundings jolted Chun Changsheng from his prior astonishment. He clasped his hands and inquired, "May I ask your esteemed name, senior?" Upon hearing this, the stoic figure seemed to regain a modicum of awareness. "The world knows me as the 100 Defeats Immortal. I am grateful for the opportunity bestowed by the Immortal. Might I inquire the name of this fist technique? In my hands, it is my technique. In yours, it becomes yours. Thus, the technique bears no name." With the final word spoken, the silhouette of the 100 Defeats Immortal vanished entirely, and Chun Changsheng and his companion found themselves back amidst the sea of blossoms. Gazing at the familiar surroundings, Chun Changsheng felt a tinge of surrealism, as if awakening from a dream. "Elder brother Changsheng, I have reached the golden core." Upon hearing this, Chun Changsheng turned to see Yuanshan joyfully showcasing his newfound cultivation. Witnessing Yuanshan's leap from the mid-stage foundation establishment to the golden core realm, Chun Changsheng discerned something profound and hastily assessed his own level. To his astonishment, he discovered that he had transcended the 9th layer of qi refinement and had achieved the consummation of foundation establishment. Only a narrow gap remained before reaching the golden core. "Elder brother Changsheng, how is this possible? How could I have advanced to the golden core in less than an hour?" In response to Yuanshan's bewilderment, Chun Changsheng smiled gently, saying, "It has not been merely an hour. We have spent at least 2 months within." 2 months? Has it truly been that long? Indeed. When we unearthed that coffin, we inadvertently damaged a considerable number of flowers surrounding us. However, observe, those flowers have already regrown. Though the infinite secret realm is rich in spiritual energy, achieving this state in less than a couple of months is utterly implausible. Upon hearing this, Yuanshan glanced around and confirmed Chun Changsheng's assertions. "The reason we felt as though our time there was brief is due to the senior's profound cultivation, which created an illusion for us. Furthermore, while the senior demonstrated the fist technique, our bodies unconsciously practiced it numerous times. With such a formidable mentor guiding us, It is unsurprising our realms have elevated. So that is how it is. If 2 months have indeed passed, are we to assume we are about to depart the secret realm? It seems likely. The infinite secret realm remains open for 5 months. We spent 2.5 months brewing wine and over 2 months learning the senior's fist technique. We should hasten to gather our belongings. We might soon be expelled from the realm. With that, Chen Chongqing made his way to the temporary wooden shelter he had constructed, where he had stored 10 jars of the exquisite 100-flower wine he had painstakingly brewed. Suddenly, the altar trembled, and countless figures were expelled from the black void. Some among them were filled with excitement, others with frustration, and still others bore expressions of palpable hostility. However, it did not take long for the crowd to sense something amiss. The elders of their sect were conspicuously absent, and only a couple of individuals were there to greet them. Sixth senior brother, why are you the only one here? What about master and the senior brother? In response to Chen Chongqing's inquiry, the sixth senior brother forced a smile and said, the borders are in crisis. Master and the senior brother departed 2 months ago. You both seem to have made considerable progress, which puts my mind at ease. For the time being, you two will oversee the affairs of the Shangqing Temple. We shall return shortly. With that, the sixth senior brother took off, soaring away on his sword. Watching him depart, Chen Chongqing's brow remained furrowed for an extended period. The sixth senior brother was renowned for his composure. What could possibly have stirred such urgency in him? Contemplating this, Chen Chongqing shook his head in resignation. For in addition to his concerns for master and senior brother, he was also troubled by the fates of a young monk and a girl. Chapter 17. The Undertaker's Return. The defeat at Shangqing Temple. The words of the sixth senior brother instilled in Chen Chongqing a subtle sense of apprehension. However, this feeling did not linger long, as he soon found solace. Having traversed the mortal realm for several decades, Chen Chongqing had come to understand a profound truth. When circumstances extend beyond one's capacity to influence, they will unfold regardless of one's desire to avert them. Rather than dwell in constant worry, it is far more prudent to embrace each day with joy, for time will ultimately reveal everything, including the validity of one's speculations. Upon returning to Shangqing Temple, Chen Chongqing resumed his leisurely existence. His days were spent either poring over texts in the library or practicing the nameless fist technique of the 100 defeats immortal to keep his body agile. The celestial spirit, prior to his journey to the frontier, had withdrawn more than half of the temple's power. Consequently, although Yuanshan was still quite young, his assistance allowed Shangqing Temple to maintain its operations. As he encountered more experiences, Yuanshan's growth accelerated, and soon enough, Chen Chongqing found himself in the role of a detached overseer. Yet, during this time, an unforeseen event transpired. The conflict between the Great Qian dynasty and the Night Moon Kingdom would persist for an entire 20 years. By the 5th year, even the long-secluded transformation ancestor had ventured to the frontier. In the library of Shangqing Temple, Chen Chongqing gently set down the last book, stretching his somewhat stiff limbs. At that moment, a striking young man clad in a Taoist robe, with piercing eyes and sharp brows, approached him. Have you given any thought to our conversation from yesterday? Without hesitation, Chen Chongqing glanced at him and replied coolly, no. Why not? 10 years ago, you promised that once you finished the books in the library, I could go to the frontier. Now that you have completed your reading, why should I not be allowed to go? Do not forget, I am the acting head of Shangqing Temple. Observing the young man before him, who now dared to challenge him with a raised voice, Chen Chongqing chuckled. 20 years have passed. The once timid child who sought my counsel now bravely confronts me. Indeed, you have made progress. Yuanshan's eyes began to glisten with unshed tears as he spoke with a quivering voice. 7th senior brother has died. 5th senior brother is blind. And our beloved senior brother has lost an arm. Brother Chongqing, I am now in the late stage of the Golden Core realm. I can be of assistance to them. I truly do not wish to see my brothers suffer any longer. Gazing into Yuanshan's reddened eyes, Chen Chongqing found himself at a loss for words. He had been closely monitoring the situation at the frontier over the years, and the circumstances of the Great Qian dynasty were far from optimistic. More than 10 powerful beings at the nascent soul stage had perished, and rumors suggested that even those at the transformation stage had begun to fall on the battlefield. In such a brutal theater of war, permitting Yuanshan to venture forth would be tantamount to sending him to his demise. On such a battlefield, even those at the Golden Core stage are merely advanced cannon fodder. Just as Qin Changsheng was contemplating a reason to further impede Yuan Shan's advance toward the front lines, a familiar aura suddenly emanated from above the upper Qing temple. Sensing this presence, both Qin Changsheng and Yuan Shan hastily ventured out to greet it. However, what they beheld was their third senior brother, drenched in blood, with a severed left arm and a blinded right eye. From this moment forth, I shall be the master of the upper Qing temple, and ninth junior brother Song Yuan Shan shall serve as the vice master. All branches of the upper Qing temple are to retreat 3,000 miles westward. The once indolent third senior brother had transformed into a figure of resolute decisiveness, scarcely pausing to exchange pleasantries with his long-absent junior brothers. Following the issuance of a series of commands, the tension that had gripped the third senior brother finally began to ease. Observing the drastically altered appearance of his senior, Yuan Shan trembled as he approached. Third senior brother, what of master and the others? In response to Yuan Shan's inquiry, the third senior brother, his voice raspy, replied, for reasons unknown. The Night Moon Kingdom has suddenly seen a doubling in the number of powerful beings at the nascent soul stage. Master was besieged by 3 of those at the late nascent soul stage and ultimately fell upon Phoenix Mountain. The several of us acted together, but we were ambushed. The eldest senior brother sacrificed himself in an explosion to ensure my escape. The great Qian dynasty has suffered defeat, ceding 5,000 miles of territory to the Night Moon Kingdom, beginning at the border. Upon hearing this news, Yuan Shan felt as though the world was spinning. He then seized the third senior brother by the collar and demanded vehemently, what of Master's body? Why did you not bring it back? Do you wish to see Master's corpse fashioned into a puppet? In the face of Yuan Shan's outburst, the third senior brother offered no resistance, only an endless silence. Stop shaking him. You might just rattle him to death, came Qin Changsheng's calm voice from behind. Yuan Shan instinctively ceased his actions. Turning around, he saw that Qin Changsheng had, at some point, retrieved the lightning-struck wooden coffin from the back mountain. Before Yuan Shan could grasp Qin Changsheng's intentions, he had already approached the third senior brother, producing a porcelain vial and administering a pill for him to consume, seemingly unfazed by the recent grim tidings. You have injured your foundation. My abilities are limited, and I cannot save you. The Night Moon Kingdom's assault is ferocious. Their ambition will not be satisfied with a mere 5,000 miles. They aim to devour the entire great Qian dynasty. Yuan Shan possesses considerable talent, yet he still bears some childishness. You must educate him well over the next 50 years. The future of the Upper Qing Temple rests upon him. With that, Qin Changsheng stored the lightning-struck wooden coffin into the system's space and turned to exit. At that moment, the dazed third senior brother regained his composure and exclaimed, Changsheng, what are you going to do? Hearing this, Qin Changsheng paused, hesitated for a moment, and then spoke. I am going to retrieve the bodies of Master and the senior brothers. He added, almost sheepishly, you might find it amusing, but before coming to the Upper Qing Temple, my previous trade was selling coffins. The thunderstruck wooden coffin was a preparation I made in advance for my master, and now it serves its purpose perfectly. Our pursuit of immortality is driven by the desire for eternal life. However, many are oblivious to the fact that immortality can bring about the greatest suffering. The world is akin to a sea of anguish, and to attain immortality is to remain adrift upon its turbulent waters forever. As my master has transcended this realm of suffering, we ought to rejoice for them. With that thought, Qin Changsheng hesitated momentarily before turning to his third senior brother, illuminating his face with a radiant smile. I recall you once recounted a tale from the realm of cultivation, which you used to instill fear in Yuan Shan. You spoke of a mysterious being within the cultivation world, one who collects the remains of those whose lifespans have come to an end. When he appears, it signifies that death is imminent. No one knows his true name, only that he is known as the Undertaker. Chapter 18. The 5,000-li funeral journey. Upon hearing the name of the princess from the Night Moon Kingdom, the third senior brother's gaze flickered momentarily, yet he chose to remain silent. Meanwhile, Qin Changsheng continued to regale his companions with tales of the past, his demeanor cheerful. Furthermore, you have conducted a thorough investigation into this matter and discovered that the first appearance of the funeral bearer was in connection with the burial of the blood demon ancestor a century ago. Additionally, the funeral bearer shares intricate ties with Master Ikyu of the Heavenly Buddha Temple. In light of this, I wish to assert that the funeral bearer is not as terrifying as you suggest. He is merely a coffin seller. With that, Qin Changsheng turned, waved his hand, and strode toward the exit. Yet, Yuan Shan called out to Chun Changsheng's retreating figure, "Brother Changsheng, will you come back? I have prepared a coffin for you all. I shall return when you need it," he replied, and with those words, Chun Changsheng vanished from sight. Watching him leave, the third senior brother felt a surge of mixed emotions. Ever since this junior disciple arrived at the Shangqing temple, he had sensed something peculiar about him. Time seemed to leave no trace upon Changsheng. While it is true that the cultivation world possesses elixirs to preserve youth, the passage of time etches marks not only upon the body but also upon the heart. Over a decade, Yuan Shan transformed from a 3-year-old into a 13-year-old youth. Everyone undergoes changes, however subtle. Yet, after 10 years, Changsheng's gaze remained as clear as when he first arrived at the Shangqing temple. Initially, the third senior brother believed this was merely a reflection of Changsheng's tranquil mindset. However, 20 years later, upon returning to the Shangqing temple, he found that Changsheng's eyes still sparkled with the same clarity. With a sigh, the third senior brother remarked, "Yuan Shan, in due time, announced that the closed-door disciple of the Shangqing temple has perished due to a lapse in cultivation. But Brother Changsheng is living well." Yuan Shan protested. "Just heed my words. Changsheng has his own path to tread, and his ties to the Shangqing temple have drawn to a close." Upon hearing this, Yuan Shan fell silent for a moment before ultimately nodding. He had been brought to the Shangqing temple by his master at the tender age of 3, and although he had entered the sect a few months before Changsheng, granting him the title of senior brother, he had always regarded Changsheng as his elder brother. If circumstances permitted, he truly wished to avoid seeing Brother Changsheng depart, yet it is a truth universally acknowledged that no gathering lasts forever. Noticing Yuan Shan's melancholic demeanor, the third senior brother gently patted his shoulder with his remaining right hand and said, "Our esteemed ancestor often remarked that those who enter the path are often of shallow emotional ties, yet they harbor deep loyalty. While others may not comprehend him, we must strive to understand him." Upon exiting the Shangqing temple, Chun Changsheng raised his gaze to the azure sky and observed the celestial beings returning from the border. He chuckled, "Oh, my prideful master, how could you allow yourself to rest in a foreign land, given your lifelong concern for your reputation? Allow me, your disciple, to escort you home. In this encounter between master and disciple, I shall not require your spirit stones this time." With that, Chun Changsheng set forth towards the frontier. The once great Dacian dynasty lay in ruins, engulfed by flames of war. Yet, Chun Changsheng had never been perturbed by this chaos. His singular purpose was to locate his old friends and grant them a peaceful resting place. As he approached the city, he was halted by 2 members of the demon clan, who demanded 3 copper coins for entry. Observing their cultivation at the 3rd level of Qi training, Chun Changsheng promptly handed over the coins. Having paid the entrance fee, he successfully entered the city. Sensing the faint aura of spiritual energy within, he sighed, acknowledging the wisdom in concealing his own cultivation. Even this modest town boasted golden core practitioners. How had the kingdom of Night Moon suddenly become so formidable? With this perplexity in mind, Chun Changsheng sought lodging at an inn. During this journey to retrieve the deceased at the border, he chose not to fly with his sword or hasten with spiritual energy, opting instead for the most primitive method, walking step by step. The territory he sought had already been claimed by the kingdom of Night Moon. A golden core human soaring through the skies would undoubtedly attract undue attention. His cautious approach proved prudent as he drew closer to the kingdom of Night Moon. Where he comprehended why the Dacian dynasty had suffered such a thorough defeat, there were simply too many demon cultivators. Foundation establishment practitioners roamed freely. Golden cores were as common as dogs, and encounters with nascent soul cultivators occurred with alarming regularity. Faced with such overwhelming numbers, it was no wonder the Dacian dynasty faltered. After reflecting on the precarious circumstances of both nations, Chun Changsheng ordered a selection of local delicacies, eager to savor them before resuming his journey. However, his enjoyment was abruptly interrupted by the conversation of 2 demons. "Have you heard? Our demon king's daughter is to publicly select a groom. Anyone above Foundation establishment is eligible." "Of course, I've heard, but what does that concern us? Our noble Silver Moon Wolf clan. Do we have the standing to aspire to be the Demon King's son-in-law? Lack of qualification aside, it wouldn't hurt to witness the event. I hear the Fox clan has prepared a nascent soul puppet as a gift." "A nascent soul puppet? You must be jesting. Why would I deceive you? This puppet was procured by the Fox clan from Phoenix Mountain. To slay this practitioner, the Fox clan mobilized 3 late-stage nascent soul ancestors. Upon hearing this, Qin Changxing could not help but murmur in exasperation, "Master, after 5 years of arduous travel, you present me with such a formidable challenge upon my arrival. The Fox clan, being one of the mightiest clans in the kingdom of Night Moon, how am I to retrieve you from their grasp? I am but one, and cannot contend with their strength." In the face of such a dilemma, Qin Changxing scratched his head in frustration. Suddenly, a brilliant idea sparked within his mind. The Fox clan is a formidable tribe within the Night Moon Kingdom, ruled by the formidable Silver Moon Wolf King. If I were to become the son-in-law of the Silver Moon Wolf King, would it not present an opportunity to procure this puppet from the Fox clan? Although this notion may seem preposterous, it appears to hold some theoretical merit. Qin Changxing murmured to himself, and with each repetition, he found the idea increasingly plausible. In the imperial palace of the Night Moon Kingdom, a commanding voice resonated, "Your Majesty, the princess has fled," then hastened to send men in pursuit. "If my daughter loses even a single wolf hair, you shall come before me with your heads." As this authoritative declaration echoed, the entire palace was thrown into disarray. Meanwhile, on a hillside beyond the imperial city, a spirited young woman was playfully sticking out her tongue at the distant royal capital. "If you are so eager to marry, then go seek a husband yourself. I shall not accompany you." Chapter 19. Trouble descends upon one at home. What should one offer as a betrothal gift? Qin Changxing sat atop a mountain peak, furrowing his brow in deep contemplation. Ever since he learned that the princess of the Night Moon Kingdom was in search of a husband, he had been pondering how to win the heart of the beautiful wolf. However, after much reflection, Qin Changxing realized that aside from his handsome visage and vast knowledge, he possessed nothing more. Just as he found himself at a loss, a distant cry for help pierced the air. Upon hearing the commotion, Qin Changxing focused his gaze and discovered 2 demon beings of the Golden Core stage pursuing a woman of the Foundation Establishment stage. While he observed the unfolding scene, the pursued woman suddenly altered her course and flew towards him. "Senior, save me. They wish to kill me," she cried out. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Changxing activated all his cultivation and fled post-haste. The woman, bewildered, thought, "Isn't this the moment for a hero to rescue a damsel in distress? You simply ran away. Do you not possess even the slightest curiosity?" Despite her resentment echoing in the distance, it did nothing to hinder Qin Changxing's speed. As he darted further away, the 2 pursuers were closing in. Gritting her silver teeth, the woman produced a jade talisman and shattered it. In an instant, a golden light erupted from the fragments, binding her to Qin Changxing. In the next moment, she teleported behind him, maintaining pace with his flight. Qin Changxing was taken aback. "What is the meaning of this? Why are you clinging to me?" "Senior, they intend to kill me. I beseech you to help me," the woman implored once more. Qin Changxing retorted, "Spare me your poor acting. They are not here to kill you. Those who seek to harm do not merely pursue without action. Moreover, look at yourself, adorned with treasures galore. Is it reasonable for a Foundation Establishment cultivator to possess such wealth? You must be a runaway from a wealthy family, and they are here to bring you back." The woman merely uttered a casual remark, but Qin Changxing immediately launched into a rapid analysis, finding no fault in his deductions. His astute observations left her astounded. She had never encountered this man before, nor did he seem to recognize her. Yet, with just a glance, he had discerned so much. How was his mind so perceptive? Faced with her deception being unveiled, the woman decided to lay her cards on the table. "Since you have seen through me, I shall no longer pretend. They indeed seek to escort me home. If I am captured, I shall merely face a scolding and a few days of confinement. Yet you are different. Should you fail to aid my escape from their pursuit, I shall declare that you lured me out. Just imagine how my family would respond to you under such circumstances." In response to the woman's words, Qin Changxing paid her no heed, focusing entirely on deciphering the binding talisman affixed to him. Naturally, his actions did not escape the woman's notice. However, she remained unfazed, confident that Qin Changxing could not unravel the curse she had placed upon him. "Do not waste your efforts. This shadowing spell was crafted by a nascent soul practitioner, and you, a mere golden core cultivator, will never break free from it. Instead of squandering time here, you would do well to run faster. 2 late-stage golden core demons are in pursuit, and we are about to be caught." Upon hearing this, Qin Changxing turned to see the 2 late-stage golden core demon cultivators drawing closer. As the situation grew increasingly dire, a flicker of irritation ignited within him. My dear lady, I wish to have no involvement in your family matters and desire no entanglement with you. I can overlook the previous incident. Please do not persist in following me. Listening to Qin Changsheng, the woman raised a bead to her forehead, declaring, I shall do as I please. What can you do about it? If you have the capability, shatter my protective barrier. Since you are so ungrateful, do not blame me. With a cold expression, Qin Changsheng began to weave his incantation. Initially, the woman did not take him seriously, for she had never regarded a mere golden core cultivator as a threat. Had her spiritual energy not been nearly depleted, she would have never considered hitching a ride with a stranger. However, she soon sensed something amiss. This is the blood escape of the Qingqing sect. You are of the human race. Seeing the astonishment on her face, Qin Changsheng grinned and replied, Congratulations on your correct guess, but alas, there is no reward. Upon realizing this, the woman immediately attempted to unravel the shadowing spell connecting her to Qin Changsheng. Yet, it was too late. His blood escape had already been executed. With a cough of blood, Qin Changsheng transformed into a streak of crimson light, vanishing into the horizon. The two demon cultivators chasing behind were left dumbfounded, for they had never anticipated that a mid-stage golden core cultivator could employ such sophisticated evasion techniques. Furthermore, how could a mysterious human be found in the heartland of the Night Moon Kingdom? What should we do now, brother? Smack. One of the golden core cultivators had barely spoken when his companion delivered a sharp slap across his face. What do you mean? What should we do? We must pursue him at once. If the princess is taken by a human, we shall face annihilation. With that, the two immediately began to chase after Qin Changsheng, sacrificing their own vitality in the process. Yet, how could two ordinary golden core cultivators hope to catch up with him? Having spent so many years in the Upper Qing Temple, Qin Changsheng may not have acquired significant prowess in combat, yet his mastery of the art of concealment is unparalleled. It is said that even two late-stage golden elixir cultivators, or even ordinary Yuanying realm practitioners, would find it challenging to catch up with him. 300 miles away, amidst the silent valley, two figures emerged, a man and a woman. These two were none other than Qin Changsheng, employing the blood escape technique, and the enigmatic woman accompanying him. As the blood escape concluded, Qin Changsheng wasted no time and swiftly cast several formation flags around them. With deft hands, he executed a series of intricate hand seals, demonstrating a level of skill that seemed refined through countless trials. The formation activated. A luminous barrier instantly enveloped both Qin Changsheng and the mysterious woman. In response to his actions, the woman, filled with vigilance, drew forth an ancient dagger. What are you planning? She demanded. Let me warn you, if anything happens to me, your fate will be more dreadful than death. Upon hearing her menacing words, Qin Changsheng, having completed the formation, merely clicked his tongue in response. I had no intention of stirring up trouble. However, you approached me uninvited, and thus, you have no one to blame but yourself. Chapter 20. The Acquisition of a Pet. A bald-headed little white wolf, huh? You think you can trap me with this feeble formation? Dream on. With that, the woman immediately summoned two powerful magical artifacts, intending to break free from the enchantment. However, as soon as the artifacts soared into the air, her body weakened, and she collapsed to the ground. Gazing at her uncontrollable form, she cried out in terror, What have you done to me? Nothing much, merely suppressed the bloodline within you, came the calm reply. You are absolutely correct. This formation is indeed quite flawed. It is a remnant I discovered in an ancient tome, patched together just enough to function. The purpose of this formation is simple, to restrain the bloodline of the demon race, revealing their true form. Upon hearing these words, the woman's expression of fear intensified. Impossible. If humanity possessed such a formation, the great Qian dynasty would have employed it long ago. How can you, a demon girl, lack such basic knowledge? Such formations are indeed limited. The grand array in the ancient text can affect demons at the golden core stage, but my completed formation is only effective against those at the foundation establishment stage. Moreover, as you can see, this formation is quite fragile. A mere touch could dismantle it. If you had not squandered your chance on idle chatter, the outcome may have been different. As she spoke, the woman's form began to shrink gradually until she transformed entirely into a pure white wolf. Picking up the storage ring that had fallen from her, Qin Changsheng inquired, What is the method to lift the restrictions? Facing Chun Chongqing's question, the little white wolf, now on the ground, retorted, "Don't even think about it. I will not tell you. If you dare, go ahead and kill me. I certainly lack the courage to kill you, but I can certainly shave you bald." At this declaration, the little white wolf became agitated. "You wouldn't dare? Why wouldn't I?" With that, Chun Chongqing produced a razor. With a swift motion, the blade flashed, revealing a patch of pink skin atop the wolf's head. As the coolness of the air touched her scalp, large tears streamed down her eyes. "Woo woo woo. I'll tell you, you're such a terrible person." Having successfully obtained the method to lift the restrictions, Chun Chongqing emptied the contents of the little white wolf's storage ring onto the ground. As he gazed at the mountain of spirit stones and magical artifacts, he swallowed hard and remarked, "You possess quite a considerable fortune. An average nascent soul cultivator would hardly compare." With that, Chun Chongqing immediately stored the items before him into the system space. Although the belongings of the little white wolf seemed valuable, he was reluctant to use them recklessly. This creature clearly held significant origins. Who knew if these artifacts bore any markings? The safest course of action was to place these items in the system space for the time being. With the system's isolation in place, not even the mightiest deity could trace one's whereabouts. Observing the human race taking away all of his possessions, the bald little white wolf looked on with tearful eyes and implored, "You've taken everything. Won't you let me go now? If you still desire more, I can offer you additional treasures. My father is." Before the little wolf could finish, Chun Chongqing firmly grasped its mouth. "I have no interest in your identity, nor in your father's. Should you choose to remain silent, I shall release you once my affairs are concluded. However, should I uncover your identity, you will face certain demise. Do you comprehend?" Hearing this, the little wolf nodded slightly, still held by its mouth. "That is good to hear. Now, allow me to make a few minor alterations. I assure you, you will undergo a transformation." With a mischievous grin, Chun Chongqing lifted the little white wolf. The anguished cries of a woman echoed through the valley, as if subjected to some cruel punishment. In the Night Moon Kingdom's palace, the Silver Moon Wolf King rose from his throne upon hearing the news. "What did you say?" "My daughter has been taken by a human." The aura of his divine transformation sent shivers through the demon race in the hall. The two golden core demons who had lost the princess were utterly terrified. The abduction of a demon princess by a human was an enormous matter. It was a burden too great to bear for both themselves and their entire clan. In light of this dire situation, the Wolf King frowned, his right hand moving in intricate gestures, seemingly calculating the whereabouts of his daughter. After a brief moment, he spoke. "Losing the princess is your dereliction of duty. Go and accept your punishment." "Thank you, your majesty." The two golden core cultivators expressed their gratitude profusely before hastily leaving the hall. The Wolf King then waved his hand, signaling the attendants to withdraw. "Old Tortoise, what is your perspective on this matter?" An elderly figure leaning on a cane replied, "I believe this situation is far from simple. Upon hearing of the princess's abduction, I immediately attempted to deduce her whereabouts. However, it seems her trail has been obscured by some force. The results of my calculations were shrouded in chaos. Such manipulation could not possibly be executed by a mere golden core cultivator." The old tortoise spoke wisely. "I too have conducted some calculations and discovered that the heavenly secrets are in utter disarray. An entity capable of interfering with such secrets must be at least a divine transformation cultivator. It appears the one who took the princess was well prepared." Listening to the Wolf King's words, the old tortoise hesitated before continuing. If it were merely a simple kidnapping, this matter might be far easier. However, I am more concerned that the abductor has ulterior motives connected to that incident. With the Night Moon Kingdom having conquered half of the great Qin dynasty's territory, the sudden influx of so many cultivators is bound to raise suspicions. Moreover, it seems the demon race is not very united internally. Upon the utterance of those words, the Wolf King narrowed his eyes. Is it the saber-toothed tiger clan? Not only them, but the Fox clan also exhibits unusual activity. They seem to realize that the Moon Maiden is the key to everything. Since they wish to engage in this game, let us indulge them. It is an opportune moment for them to understand who truly reigns over the Night Moon Kingdom. In the capital of the Night Moon Kingdom, Chun Chongqing cradled a small, pitch-black, hairless dog in his arms, curiously surveying his surroundings. Although this was the capital of the demon clan, it bore a striking resemblance to a human city, for many of the inhabitants had taken on human forms. While observing his surroundings, Chen Chongqing suddenly inhaled sharply. Glancing down, he discovered the little dog fiercely biting his arm. Release me. If you do not, you shall return my snow-white wolf fur. I have told you countless times that this ink is unique to me and cannot be washed off. To restore your fur's original color, you must be shorn completely and await the regrowth of new hair. Furthermore, seeing you so forlorn, I shall name you Little White in homage to your once cherished coat. Little White the Wolf. This is too much, just wait. Chapter 21, The Marriage Selection Conference. The disappearance of the celestial maiden. As Chen Chongqing strolled through the streets, he engaged in casual conversation with the small white wolf nestled in his arms. By the way, during the war between the Night Moon Kingdom and the Great Qian Dynasty, many cultivators from the Great Qian were utterly defeated by you. However, I have heard that the celestial maiden of the Linglong sect and Master Ikyu from the Tianfu Temple have vanished within the borders of the Night Moon Kingdom. Have you killed them? In response to Chen Chongqing's inquiry, the small white wolf scoffed. If we could have killed them, we would have done so long ago. When it comes to the most formidable individuals in the Great Qian Dynasty, they are undoubtedly among the top. Who would have imagined that they would? Abruptly halting mid-sentence, the small white wolf lifted its gaze to Chen Chongqing. You are trying to pry information from me. Just a casual question. If you are unwilling to share, then so be it. Was it really just a casual inquiry? You employ the blood escape technique, a closely guarded secret of the Shangqing sect, reserved solely for inner disciples. The Tianfu Temple, Linglong sect, and Shangqing sect are the three pillars of the Great Qian Dynasty, intricately connected to one another. Your sudden inquiry about the whereabouts of these two individuals leads me to doubt your claim of mere curiosity. In response, Chen Chongqing lowered his head to the bald little white wolf in his arms. You are astute, yet your previous words have only deepened my confusion. The blood escape is indeed a secret art of the Shangqing sect. Even some outer disciples may not be aware of it. However, it seems you are quite knowledgeable about it. Would you care to enlighten me as to why? Hearing Chen Chongqing's words, the small white wolf shifted into a more comfortable position and yawned languidly. I am of the demon race, while you belong to the human race. Our nations differ. Do you think I would divulge such information to you? However, I am indeed curious about your identity. The Shangqing sect has 9 true disciples, among whom 4 stand out. The names of these 4, when combined, form a poetic line. The clear breeze and bright moon are priceless. The near water and distant mountains are all affectionate. The 2, clear breeze and bright moon, have already perished, and Li Jingxue has escaped severely injured. You certainly cannot be him. With such profound mastery of formations, could it be that you are the 9th true disciple of the Shangqing sect, Song Yuanshan? In the face of the small white wolf's eloquence, Chen Chongqing replied, You possess an impressive understanding of the Shangqing sect, perhaps even more than the cultivators of the Great Qian Dynasty. It seems a traitor has emerged from the Great Qian Dynasty. Indeed, a traitor has surfaced within the Great Qian Dynasty. Why not take a guess at the identity of this traitor? I have no desire to guess, nor do I wish to. The transitions of dynasties are beyond my influence. I only wish to return the bodies of my master and brothers. At this, the small white wolf grew even more arrogant. Oh my, so that is your intention. Yet, it seems you are incapable of achieving it. The body of the Shangqing sect's master, the Yinshin, has already been transformed into a puppet by the Fox clan. The Fox clan is a formidable lineage within the Night Moon Kingdom, boasting a plethora of experts and even having a transcendent being in the form of a divine transformation practitioner among its ranks. What can a mere golden core practitioner like you accomplish? Perhaps it would be wise to release me. Who knows, in a moment of good fortune, I might even return your master's remains to you. I appreciate your kind offer, but I shall not release you without ensuring my own safety. By the way, I trust you do not possess any insignia left by your elders, do you? Guess. In the face of the little white wolf's arrogance, Chen Chongqing merely cast a calm glance in its direction and replied, I have checked numerous times. There is no mark within you. However, this does not preclude the possibility of more sophisticated methods that I may have overlooked. Therefore, for the sake of safety, I shall implant 87 prohibitions within you. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, you shall meet an untimely demise. Upon hearing this, the little white wolf was immediately thrown into a state of panic. You dare. It is not a matter of daring. I have already done it. Did you think I was holding on to you for no reason? As he spoke, Chen Chongqing pointed with his right hand. An intricate pattern suddenly appeared on the little white wolf's body. In an instant, The wolf's ability to articulate human speech was completely lost. Woof, woof, woof. Observing the frenzied barks of the little white wolf, Chun Changxing's lips curled into a subtle smile as he strode towards the matrimonial gathering of the Night Moon Kingdom. At the assembly for selecting a son-in-law, the Wolf King sat solitary upon a lofty throne, beneath which stood an elderly man with a white beard. This man was none other than the Wolf King's right-hand man, Old Tortoise. Old Tortoise's origins were shrouded in mystery, and none in the Night Moon Kingdom knew whence he came. Were it not for the recent conflict between the two nations, where Old Tortoise had made significant contributions, few would likely have been acquainted with his name. With all the expected clans gathered, the Wolf King rose and proclaimed, "The people of the Night Moon Kingdom are well aware that I, Wanyan Agajo, have a sole daughter, Wanyanyu. Now that she has reached marriageable age, I wish to select the most outstanding young man among the talented youths of the realm to betroth her. Any aspiring suitors may step forward." At his words, excitement surged among the crowd. To become the son-in-law of the Wolf King would be tantamount to acquiring the entirety of the Night Moon Kingdom. "Your Majesty, I have long admired Princess Wanyan and wish to take a chance," declared a robust young man with bronze skin, who stepped forward with undeniable presence, revealing his golden core mid-stage cultivation. He was none other than Lin Hu, the young master of the saber-toothed tiger clan. "Ha! Brother Lin, I too have harbored admiration for Princess Wanyan for some time. It seems we must engage in a fair competition," chimed another elegant youth, who wielded a folding fan and exuded an aura that rivaled Lin Hu's. Upon witnessing this, Lin Hu narrowed his eyes and remarked, "Hu Zhan, I was unaware that you admired Princess Wanyan. Surely, you are not speaking without basis." "Ha ha, Brother Lin, you jest. To harbor affection for a lady does not necessitate the kind of public display you indulge in. Our Fox clan is known for its decorum and propriety. How could we possibly engage in such a breach of etiquette?" Upon hearing this, Lin Hu let out a cold laugh, opting not to engage further with Hu Zhan. The Fox clan is notoriously sharp-tongued. Engaging in a battle of wits with them yields no benefits. The two young masters of the Tiger and Fox clans stepped forward, eliciting a sense of despondency among the other demon clans, as none could rival their backgrounds or prowess. Even if they were to participate, it would merely be a formality. With the two leading contenders taking the stage, several other demon clans began to join in, albeit their abilities paled in comparison to those of Lin Hu and Hu Zhan. As it became apparent that no more demon clans would emerge, the Wolf King prepared to announce the details of the trial. At that moment, a figure sprang up from the crowd, exclaiming, "Wait, I wish to join as well." Chapter 22, Arriving at the Hu residence. Encountering an old friend, it became apparent that others intended to participate in the Groom Selection ceremony, causing the powerful beings of the demon tribe present to furrow their brows. Although the event was ostensibly designed to select from the world's talented youth, in truth, it was merely an internal selection among the demon clans. All the participating races had already made their appearance, so the sudden emergence of this individual raised questions. "Excuse me, please make way. I apologize. I am in a bit of a hurry." Chun Changxing struggled to navigate through the crowd, subsequently adjusting his somewhat disheveled attire before cupping his hands in greeting. "I am Chun Changxing of the human race, paying my respects to the Wolf King. Although I have yet to meet Princess Wanyan, I wish to participate in this groom selection ceremony." At this declaration, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Initially, they had presumed a young noble of the demon race had merely arrived late. They were taken aback to discover it was a human. The notion of a human partaking in the demon tribe's groom selection was utterly ludicrous. "Humans, begone from the kingdom of Night Moon." A voice rang out, quickly followed by a chorus of insults directed at Chun Changxing from the demon crowd. However, in the face of this barrage, Chun Changxing maintained a serene smile, seemingly unaffected by their vitriol. Observing the scene, the Wolf King raised his hands, and an immediate hush fell over the gathering. "You wish to marry my daughter. By what right do you claim such a desire?" "By virtue of my sincere heart," Chun Changxing replied. "It takes immense courage for a human to participate in the groom selection of the demon tribe. My presence here alone must serve as testament to my intentions towards Princess Wanyan." Hearing this, the corners of the Wolf King's mouth lifted slightly as he chuckled. A heart of sincerity indeed. "For the sake of this sincerity, I grant you permission to partake in the groom selection ceremony. I must state, however, that only those cultivators of foundational realm and above are eligible to participate. Though you are of the human race, you meet the criteria. Tomorrow shall be the test of the Groom Selection. As for your success, that rests upon your abilities." With that, the Wolf King stood to depart. Yet halfway through, he hesitated and added, "Old Turtle, this human cultivator has traveled from afar. He likely lacks accommodation, so ensure he finds lodging at the Hu residence. I would not have the humans think the demon race lacks hospitality." "Understood," came the reply. After arranging a place for Chun Chongqing to stay, the Wolf King vanished from sight. Though the demon clans were displeased with the presence of a human among them for the Groom Selection, the Wolf King's decree left them with little choice but to leave in discontent. "Brother Hu, it seems I shall be a guest at your residence for the next few days," Chun Chongqing exclaimed cheerfully, addressing Hu Zhan upon hearing of the arrangements made by the Wolf King. Observing this unexpected human, Hu Zhan assessed him with a smile, saying, "Brother Chun, your audacity is truly commendable. It is indeed a tremendous fortune to share a roof with you." Witnessing the amiable exchange between Hu Zhan and Chun Chongqing, Lin Hu felt a wave of distaste wash over him. The Fox clan has always been fond of engaging in such disgraceful acts. The attire of this individual clearly indicates his origins from the great Qin dynasty. A defeated foe has no right to stand before us. In response to Lin Hu's humiliation, Chun Chongqing did not even lift his eyelids, merely maintaining a serene silence. However, Hu Zhan sneered, "Lin Hu, if your wits are lacking, refrain from embarrassing the demon race. The great Qin dynasty is indeed a vanquished foe of the Night Moon Kingdom. Yet, it is essential to note that the Night Moon Kingdom triumphed over the great Qin dynasty, not the human race. If this statement reaches the ears of certain powerful humans, it could incite a catastrophic war between our races. Are you prepared to bear the consequences?" Hu Zhan's words rendered Lin Hu speechless, for the heavy accusation of a racial conflict was a burden he could scarcely bear, even with 100-fold courage. In his fury, Lin Hu's aura surged, and he was ready to confront Hu Zhan. However, before they could engage, Old Tortoise leisurely stepped into the fray. "Do you wish to provide outsiders with a spectacle of infighting among the demon race in broad daylight?" Upon seeing Old Tortoise intervene, Lin Hu snorted coldly and turned to leave. After Lin Hu departed, Hu Zhan turned to Chun Chongqing with a smile. "My apologies, Chun brother, for inadvertently touching upon your painful memories. Although the Night Moon Kingdom is currently at war with the great Qin dynasty, my Fox clan has always maintained a close relationship with the human race. I hope you won't take offense." "Not at all, Hu brother, your forthrightness is commendable. How could I be petty?" As he spoke, Chun Chongqing walked towards a nearby tree, cradling a frantically barking little black dog in his arms. "Chun brother, is this your battle companion?" "Haha, not at all. I encountered it on the roadside, finding it emaciated and wandering. Out of compassion, I decided to take it along." "I see. Chun brother, you truly possess a benevolent heart." Hu Zhan and Chun Chongqing bantered jovially as they proceeded toward the Hu residence, while the little white wolf in Chun Chongqing's embrace struggled desperately. Alas, everyone's attention was focused on Chun Chongqing, who would notice a bald, entirely black street dog. In the palace of the Night Moon Kingdom, the Wolf King sat quietly upon his throne, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the armrest. At that moment, Old Tortoise entered. "Your Majesty, the human has been sent to the Hu residence." The Wolf King nonchalantly acknowledged, indicating his awareness. Before continuing, Yuera was taken away by a human. And now another human has appeared at the suitor selection event. "Old Tortoise, do you believe there is a connection between these two individuals?" Upon hearing this, Old Tortoise hesitated for a moment before responding. This person's origins are uncertain, and the timing of his appearance is rather coincidental. It is likely related to the princess's disappearance. However, even if he is connected to her disappearance, he is certainly not the mastermind. A golden core cultivator lacks the means to conceal the heavenly secrets. This individual is likely a pawn dispatched by the mastermind behind the scenes. Until we ascertain the whereabouts of the princess, we must exercise utmost caution. Your reasoning is sound. Therefore, I must trouble Elder Gui to make a trip. It is imperative to investigate the origins of this human, for I am eager to uncover who is manipulating events from the shadows." "Understood." Elder Gui turned to leave, and the expression on the Wolf King's face grew grim. His daughter had been abducted, and the unseen perpetrator had the audacity to send a golden core human cultivator to humiliate him. Should he capture the mastermind, he would ensure their dismemberment. At the Hu residence, "Elder, do you remember me?" "It is Mainyang," Settling into the Hu residence, Qin Changsheng was preparing to rest when unexpectedly, a woman arrived unannounced. Upon seeing the enchanting lady before him, Qin Changsheng paused to contemplate. Soon after, he recalled that this woman was the fox-eared demon he encountered 30 years ago upon his awakening. So it is you. How is it that you are here? Hearing this, Hu Meinyang glanced around and replied, Elder, let us converse inside. This is not a suitable place for discussion. Chapter 23, The Grand Deception. Betrayer of the demon clan, Hu Meinyang anxiously pulled Qin Changsheng into the room. Reuniting with an old acquaintance stirred a multitude of emotions within her. Countless words lingered on the tip of her tongue, yet remained trapped in her throat. After a prolonged hesitation, she finally managed to repeat, Senior, you ought not to have come to the Night Moon Kingdom. It is a place fraught with peril. Upon hearing this, Qin Changsheng offered a faint smile and replied, It seems this little fox is well informed. However, this does not concern me. My purpose is simple. I merely wish to marry Princess Wanyan. I shall not involve myself in anything else. Observing Qin Changsheng's nonchalant demeanor, Hu Meinyang grew increasingly anxious. Senior, you have yet to meet Princess Wanyan, so I know you cannot be here for her. Regardless of your intentions, I implore you to leave the Night Moon Kingdom at once. The marriage recruitment event is nothing but a ruse. Your stay here will bring you no benefit. Woof, woof. At this moment, the small white wolf tethered nearby suddenly began to bark furiously, seemingly rebuking this traitor of the demon clan. Unfortunately, as a member of the fox clan, Hu Meinyang could not comprehend the dog's barks. A deception? Now that is intriguing. Both the fox and tiger clans, the pillars of the Night Moon Kingdom, are participating. How could this possibly be a ruse? Furthermore, even if it were a deception, what could a mere demon know about it? Hu Meinyang found herself momentarily speechless in the face of Qin Changsheng's words. Ultimately, biting her silver teeth, she said, Senior, had it not been for the opportunity you bestowed upon me years ago, I fear I would never have reached the foundational stage. Yet, I cannot divulge the truth behind the marriage recruitment event. I can only tell you that the venue will undoubtedly be set in the forbidden grounds of the Night Moon Kingdom. Without possessing the key items, venturing there would lead to certain death. The fox and tiger clans have already secured those vital items, hence they are not in danger. Should you insist on going, you must seek out individuals of your own kind within the forbidden grounds. 5 years ago, during the war between the two nations, 2 human beings possessed certain secrets and were subsequently pursued into the forbidden grounds by the formidable beings of the Night Moon Kingdom. If they still live, they may be your only path to survival. With that, Hu Meinyang hastily exited the room, her expression fraught with urgency. Once she departed, Qin Changsheng picked up the barking little bald dog from the floor and loosened some of its restraints. Betrayer. She is nothing less than a traitor of the demon clan. I shall ensure her demise. As the small white wolf spat its vitriol, Qin Changsheng stroked its fur leisurely and remarked, Little White, can you now share with me the secrets of the Night Moon Kingdom? If I am not mistaken, the 2 who were driven into the forbidden grounds must be the immortal Changsheng and Master Ikyu, correct? Upon hearing this, the little white wolf shot Qin Changsheng a disdainful glance and replied, Do not even think about it. Even if you were to kill me, I would not divulge anything to you. I must warn you, do not release me, for I shall ensure that Hu Meinyang, that wretched vixen, meets a fate most gruesome. The Fox clan showed her mercy in the past, only to have her turn against us and aid outsiders. She deserves her punishment. Observing the furious expression on the little white wolf, Qin Changsheng spoke calmly. It appears that your Night Moon Kingdom has undergone a significant cleansing. When I encountered Hu Meinyang, she was merely a cultivator at the 9th level of Qi refinement, her transformation incomplete. At that time, her voice was filled with innocence, quite unlike that of a cultivator struggling at the bottom. I found it perplexing that a young lady from a prominent demon clan would venture out alone to hone her skills. It seems she was not seeking adventure, but was rather driven out by your kind. Upon hearing this, the little white wolf fixed a cold gaze upon Qin Changsheng and retorted, Who claims Hu Meinyang is a lady of a prominent family? She is simply an ordinary demon. Haha, your words suggest otherwise, Qin Changsheng replied. It is understandable, as you have not witnessed the lives of those at the bottom of the cultivation world. It is a realm where survival of the fittest prevails, and among the lower echelons. Even friends as close as kin may turn against each other for a mere spirit stone. If Hu Meinyang were not of noble birth, given her former disposition, she likely would have perished long ago. Now that she has returned to the Fox clan, it is likely she seeks vengeance for the deep-seated grievances of the past. Huh. Do you truly believe that a mere foundation establishment cultivator like her can exact revenge? Not even with your help could you stir any significant turmoil within the Night Moon Kingdom, the little white wolf scoffed. I have stated repeatedly that I have no interest in the secrets of your kingdom, nor do I care whether you intend to destroy the Deceiving kingdom. My sole desire is to return the remains of my master and brothers. Why can you not trust me? If your only intention is to retrieve the remains of your deceased comrades, why go to such lengths? The little white wolf continued. I now suspect that our meeting was orchestrated by you all along, for you harbor ulterior motives to undermine my Night Moon Kingdom. Seeing the little white wolf's increasingly absurd deductions, Qin Changxing shook his head in resignation and tethered her to the bed. Think as you will, I am going to sleep. How dare you force me to sleep on the floor? Do you not fear for your life? The little white wolf threatened. In response to her menace, Qin Changxing waved his right hand, promptly silencing her. Thus, even if the little white wolf harbored a multitude of grievances, she could no longer disturb Qin Changxing's peaceful slumber. As dawn broke, the first rays of sunlight graced the earth. The little white wolf, having caused a ruckus throughout the night, was now curled up in the corner of the bed, soundly asleep. Suddenly, a large hand grasped the nape of her neck, lifting her into the air. Awake now? We must set forth. As the little white wolf awakened from its slumber, it cast a glance at Qin Changxing before promptly closing its eyes once more. Observing this, Qin Changxing smiled lightly, undeterred, and cradled the little white wolf in his arms as he exited the room. Qin brother, did you rest well yesterday? Hu Zhan awaited Qin Changxing outside the door, wearing a broad smile. Qin Changxing replied, I had a most pleasant slumber last night. Thank you for your hospitality, brother Hu. At that moment, Hu Zhan noticed the bald little dog in Qin Changxing's embrace and inquired with curiosity, Qin brother, do you intend to bring it along to the trial? Indeed, I share an inseparable bond with Little White. Wherever I go, it shall follow closely. Upon hearing the name Little White, Hu Zhan paused for a moment before responding with amusement. Qin brother, you are truly amusing. You have named it Little White. How delightful. It cannot be helped. Little White often imagines itself adorned with a coat of pure white fur, so I had no choice but to bestow such a name upon it, Qin Changxing explained. By the way, bringing Little White to the trial won't be an issue, will it? It will not be a problem. This trial places no restrictions on methods, and that certainly includes battle companions. Please, follow me, Qin brother. Chapter 24. Encountering the Ancient Bronze Palace again. The forbidden land of the Night Moon Kingdom. Following the footsteps of Hu Zhan, several individuals walked for quite some time before finally arriving at the entrance of a valley. Sensing the numerous powerful auras surrounding them, Qin Changxing inquired, Brother Hu, what place is this? This is the forbidden land of our Night Moon Kingdom. The very site of the marriage selection tournament, Hu Zhan replied. Deep within this forbidden area lies a flower known as the Other Shore Flower. Whoever can pluck it will be deemed worthy to wed Princess Wanyan. I see. But why are there no other contestants from the demon clan in sight? Qin Changxing asked. Upon hearing this, Hu Zhan explained, they have already entered. I came specifically to fetch you, Brother Chun, which is why I did not join them. Oh dear. It seems I have delayed your time, Brother Hu. I am truly ashamed, Qin Changxing lamented. Do not burden yourself with guilt, Brother Chun. We are like old friends at first meeting. This minor matter is of no consequence. Furthermore, those who have entered may not necessarily hold an advantage. Only the one who obtains the Other Shore Flower shall be considered victorious. With that, Hu Zhan led Qin Changxing into the forbidden land of the Night Moon Kingdom. Traversing through the lengthy gorge, they arrived at a dense forest filled with towering ancient trees. The humid warmth and floating miasma in the air seemed to whisper of the dangers that lurked within. In the face of such a situation, Hu Zhan cast a subtle glance at Qin Changxing, but refrained from offering any verbal warning. The miasma within the forbidden land had a profound impact on cultivators. Even those at the Golden Core stage could not evade its effects. The reason he could stand here unscathed was entirely due to his demon clan constitution. If a human were to enter, they would likely perish silently within half a day. Indeed, this forbidden land of the Night Moon Kingdom is fraught with peril, Qin Changxing remarked, surveying the surroundings. He then retrieved 2 pills from his robe, one for himself and the other for the little white wolf. Brother Hu, the miasma here is no ordinary miasma. I possess a specially formulated detoxification pill. Would you care for one? Qin Changxing offered, extending a pill towards him. Realizing that Qin Changsheng had discerned the dangers posed by the miasma, Hu Zhan immediately expressed his regret. Had you not mentioned it, I might have forgotten. This miasma is exceedingly potent. Even golden core cultivators cannot avoid its effects. However, my fox constitution is quite resilient, so I shall not trouble you for your precious pill. With a smile, Hu Zhan returned Qin Changsheng's pill. Such an item of unknown origin should not be consumed recklessly. It could be life-threatening. By the way, Brother Chun, this miasma must be unique to the forbidden land of the Night Moon Kingdom. How did you come to recognize it? Have you perhaps visited this forbidden land before? In response to Hu Zhan's query, Qin Changsheng smiled gently. I have, of course, never been to the forbidden land of the Night Moon Kingdom. However, I once came across a passage in an unnamed ancient text that described similar phenomena. That tome contained accounts of various scenic locations from different realms. In one particular instance, there exists a striking resemblance to this place. So it is, indeed, quite intriguing. To my knowledge, for 5 centuries, the forbidden grounds of the Night Moon Kingdom have remained untouched by outsiders. Brother Chun, what is the origin of the ancient tome you encountered? I cannot ascertain that. When I stumbled upon the book, it was already on the verge of disintegration. Perhaps it was penned 5 centuries ago. You make a valid point. We should hasten our departure. Lin Hu and the others have been inside for quite some time. With that, Hu Zhan waved his right hand, and a lifeless puppet of the nascent soul realm appeared ahead to clear the way. A flicker of emotion passed through Qin Changsheng's eyes as he gazed upon the soulless puppet. Deep within the forbidden grounds, a bald figure sat cross-legged. Beneath him lay an exceedingly dark pool. The water within was thick and exuded a foul odor intermittently. Ikyu, your heart of no sorrow cannot withstand much longer. At the sound of the voice, the bald man slowly opened his eyes. Wolf King, your alliance with such ominous forces will ultimately bring calamity upon your kind. There is still time to turn back. In response, the Wolf King scoffed. Turn back? Why should I? Power is power. There is no distinction between righteousness and evil. Without harnessing this strength, how could I possibly obliterate the great Qian dynasty? Though our races differ, I hold a profound respect for you. If you are willing to abandon the darkness for the light, I shall assist you in transcending to the divine transformation realm. Facing the Wolf King's proposition, Ikyu shook his head and closed his eyes once more. Not perturbed by Ishiyo's refusal to yield, the Wolf King reflected on the 300 years he had spent tearing a fissure in the seal of the forbidden grounds. Though it was merely a crack, the power seeping from it exceeded his expectations. It was precisely this power that enabled the practitioners of the Night Moon Kingdom to double in strength. Regrettably, this information was inexplicably leaked. The 2 old geezers from Tianfu Temple and Linglong sect were willing to risk their lives to seal the gap once again. Despite his utmost efforts to prevent it, they managed to close most of the fissure. Now, with Ikyu suppressing the last remaining breach, the Wolf King dared not act recklessly. Should Ikyu sacrifice himself, the final gap might very well be sealed, making it significantly more challenging for him to breach the seal thereafter. Contemplating this, the Wolf King's expression darkened. Elder Turtle, have you yet uncovered the origins of that human? Replying to the Wolf King, there are no records of him within the great Qian dynasty. Perhaps he is merely using an alias. Let him revel in his arrogance for a few more days. Once the blood sacrifice is complete, no one in this world will be able to stand against me. At that time, whether human or beast, all shall bow before me. Listening to the grandiose declarations of the Wolf King, the old tortoise kept his head bowed in silence, concealing the thoughts swirling in his mind. In the forbidden realm of the ancient bronze palace, Qin Changsheng and his companions once more encountered Lin Hu. The tension between the 2 opposing factions was palpable, as they exchanged glances laden with hostility. Yet, Qin Changsheng chose to disregard the animosity radiating from Lin Hu and Hu Zhan, focusing instead on the ancient bronze palace before him. Gentlemen, he proposed, rather than plotting each other's demise, it would be far more prudent to examine these relics attentively. Lin Hu, visibly irked, retorted, cease your pretentiousness. The path to heaven is open to you, yet you choose to trespass into hell. Today shall mark the end of Qin Changsheng. Lin Hu's words severely disrupted Qin Changsheng's contemplation. With an air of impatience, he turned to Lin Hu and replied, I am aware of your intent to kill me, but might I kindly request a brief reprieve? Can you not see that I am engrossed in my studies? With that, Qin Changsheng returned his attention to the intricate patterns and inscriptions adorning the ancient bronze palace. Lin Hu, taken aback, exclaimed, "What do you mean by a brief reprieve? I am here to end your life. Could you please take this more seriously?" Chapter 25. The Secrets of the Bronze Ancient Hall. An ancient tale, Chen Chongqing's unabashed confidence momentarily stunned Lin Hu. However, once Lin Hu regained his composure, he was instantly filled with fury. Yet, before he could act, Hu Zhan's primordial infant puppet stood resolutely in his path. "Hu Zhan, what is your intention? Are you siding with the outsiders?" Lin Hu demanded, glaring at Hu Zhan. Casting a glance at Chen Chongqing, who was engrossed in studying the bronze ancient hall, Hu Zhan replied coolly, "Lin Hu, the act of killing can occur at any time. But do not forget the purpose of our visit." Upon hearing this, Lin Hu's rage diminished significantly. His animosity towards Chen Chongqing was not solely due to the latter's participation in the recruitment event. In light of the current situation, anyone with a modicum of sense could surmise that this human would not be here simply for Wang Yanyu. If he was not here for the princess of the demon race, then Chen Chongqing surely had ulterior motives. A golden core cultivator daring to venture alone into the heart of the demon territory undoubtedly had someone backing him. To act rashly could easily alert the prey. Allowing him to escape would be a minor inconvenience, but disrupting everyone's objectives would be a grave matter. With Hu Zhan dissuading Lin Hu, Chen Chongqing continued his focused examination of the bronze ancient hall. After a while, Hu Zhan approached and inquired, "Brother Chen, have you discerned any clues?" Contemplating for a moment, Chen Chongqing responded, "Brother Hu, have you heard of the infinite secret realm within the borders of the great Qin dynasty?" "I have heard a little. What does it have to do with this place?" "It is relevant, and likely significantly so. Within the infinite secret realm, there exists another bronze ancient hall. This is no secret within the great Qin dynasty. However, a similar bronze ancient hall has also appeared in the forbidden grounds of the Night Moon Kingdom. What are your thoughts on this matter, Brother Hu?" Upon hearing this, not only did Hu Zhan become intrigued, but even the previously stoic Lin Hu showed interest. Both the Night Moon Kingdom and the great Qin dynasty were established over a millennium ago, and the infinite secret realm and the forbidden grounds had existed since the inception of both nations. With such similarities present, there must be some hidden truth behind them. Reflecting on this, Hu Zhan remarked with curiosity, "The infinite secret realm is controlled by the great Qin dynasty, and no non-human may enter. Had I not heard you mention it, I would have been completely unaware. Do not feel alone in this ignorance. I suspect few in either nation are aware of it. The patterns on these bronze ancient halls are quite peculiar, appearing to be more than mere ornamentation. If you two are not in a hurry, I could attempt to decipher them." In response, Hu Zhan looked at Chen Chongqing with skepticism. "Many elders of my demon clan have tried to decipher this bronze ancient hall, yet all have returned empty-handed. Do you possess the confidence to unlock its secrets, Brother Chen?" Although Hu Zhan did not state it outright, his gaze conveyed the underlying message. If so many powerful beings from our demon clan cannot unravel this, what can a golden core human achieve? In the face of Hu Zhan's skepticism, Chen Chongqing produced numerous intricately patterned sheets of white paper and declared, when standing alone before an ancient bronze temple, "I naturally lack confidence. However, Brother Hu, let us not forget that there are also scholars delving into the ancient bronze temples within the infinite secret realm. Together, these two ancient bronze temples may very well hold the key to unraveling their mysteries. If the patterns inscribed upon them indeed convey certain information, then the creators of these temples surely intended for future generations to glean some knowledge, rather than to deliberately obfuscate their meaning. Our inability to comprehend these symbols arises from the vast expanse of time that has elapsed, resulting in the loss of the original script." As he spoke, Chen Chongqing began to compare the patterns of the two ancient bronze temples. Hu Zhan and Lin Hu naturally gathered nearby to scrutinize the findings. The secrets of the Night Moon Kingdom lay hidden within the forbidden grounds, and the bronze temples had existed there since their discovery. Should we succeed in deciphering the enigma of the bronze temples, it might prove immensely beneficial for the challenges that lie ahead. 3 hours later, an epiphany struck. Chen Chongqing, engrossed in his analysis, exclaimed. Observing this, Hu Zhan promptly inquired, "Brother Chen, have you made a discovery?" "Indeed, I have unraveled the secrets of the bronze temple," Chen replied. "What is it? Speak swiftly," Lin Hu urged impatiently from the side. Without hesitation, Chen Chongqing pointed to the patterns and stated, "As esteemed heirs of your clan, you must possess considerable knowledge. You have undoubtedly discerned the connection between the patterns of the two bronze temples. yet have struggled to find any corresponding script. In response, Lin Hu pondered for a moment before articulating, "What does this signify?" The existence of these artifacts has long since eluded clear explanation. The disappearance of ancient scripts is, after all, quite plausible. "You make a valid point, Brother Lin," Qin Changxing acknowledged. "However, we must not forget that the powerful beings who left behind the bronze temples intended to convey information to posterity. Did they not contemplate this matter?" Growing impatient with Qin Changxing's cryptic remarks, Lin Hu retorted, "Speak plainly, and spare us the riddles." Undeterred by Lin Hu's words, Qin Changxing continued, "The ancient powers undoubtedly considered the passage of time. With the relentless march of years and the transformation of landscapes, no one can guarantee that the written word will endure. Thus, any mighty being wishing to transmit knowledge would devise a method transcending time and independent of language. The simplest and most effective means of doing so is through imagery." With that, Qin Changxing levitated the sheets of white paper, meticulously arranging them. Having completed this task, he then used his spiritual energy to imprint the patterns from the bronze temple onto the paper. The two sets of patterns intertwined in the air, ultimately coalescing into a fragmented illustration. While written language may suffer from gaps and discontinuities, imagery remains steadfast and unbroken. Because images serve as the primary conduit for all beings to acquire knowledge, from the very moment a creature opens its eyes, the wisdom we glean is derived from visual representations. By observing the mountains, rivers, and flora, we come to understand their forms and hues. The intricate patterns adorning the ancient bronze palace are not mere script. Rather, they constitute a vivid tableau. When we misconstrue them as text, we inevitably fail to grasp their true significance. Witnessing Qin Changxing unravel the secrets of the bronze palace, both Hu Zhan and Lin Hu could not help but feel a surge of admiration. This ancient edifice has stood for millennia, yet until now, no one has been able to decipher its mysteries. In just a few short hours, this individual from the human race has unveiled its enigmas, showcasing a level of intellect that evokes a sense of humility. After elucidating the secrets of the bronze palace, Qin Changxing and his companions began to scrutinize the images suspended in the air. Though fragmented, these illustrations still retained a portion of their essence. From the depictions above, the group discerned a narrative. Chapter 26. The Emergence of the Wolf King. The old tortoise strikes long ago, at intervals. The heavens would descend with colossal hands to capture the beings dwelling upon the earth. In response, these earthly creatures fought valiantly, yet their efforts were invariably in vain. One fateful day, however, an individual discovered a formidable force. The origin of this power was not delineated in the illustrations, yet it chronicled the myriad of living beings that, harnessing this strength, vanquished the gigantic hands from the skies. Initially, the creatures believed this power to be a divine blessing. As time progressed, they realized that this force was even more perilous than the celestial hands. At this juncture, the illustration abruptly ceased. Faced with such circumstances, Lin Hu urgently inquired, "Do you possess any other patterns? Quickly, reveal them." What transpired next? "Alas," Qin Changxing replied with a shrug, "I have exhausted all the patterns in my possession. We have only managed to gather 1/10 of the complete illustration. To unveil the entire story, we require the patterns from 18 ancient bronze palaces." Upon hearing this, Lin Hu gazed at the final segment of the celestial illustration. Although the entire depiction was fragmented and predominantly blank, the concluding image was relatively intact. The formidable force had been sealed and suppressed beneath the 18 bronze palaces, which were entrusted to the guardianship of 18 different races, including both the human and demon races. The narratives concerning the other 16 races had long since faded into obscurity due to the passage of time. Having comprehended the background, Lin Hu and Hu Zhan silently sealed off all avenues of escape for Qin Changxing. Observing this, Qin Changxing clicked his tongue and remarked, "In light of my assistance in alleviating your doubts, might I be permitted to finish my discourse before you take action?" Hu Zhan chuckled. "Your insight instills a sense of dread within us. Such talent, regardless of its location, would be regarded as a treasure. Yet, I cannot fathom why you have come to the Night Moon Kingdom to participate in the marriage selection event. Surely, you cannot deceive me with mere admiration for Princess Wan Yen. Indeed, I have a purpose for my journey to your Night Moon Kingdom. Otherwise, why would I traverse such a distance?" Qin Changxing responded. "However, before I disclose my intentions, I wish to share what I have gleaned from the narrative. The sudden surge of cultivators in the Night Moon Kingdom has left the great Qin dynasty in disarray. This peculiar phenomenon has perplexed me throughout my journey. Yet upon arriving in the Night Moon Kingdom, I uncovered additional revelations. The kingdom had undergone a substantial internal purge. This too perplexes me, for I cannot comprehend why. After such a cleansing, the Night Moon Kingdom's strength would not diminish but rather increase. Concurrently, I have come to suspect the possibility of traitors within the great Qin dynasty. All these clues seem interconnected, yet they lack a crucial element. At last, I have discovered this pivotal key. With that, Chen Changxing approached the ancient bronze palace once more. The 18 bronze ancient halls depict a singular tale. However, due to the passage of time, they have become severely damaged. A solitary bronze hall cannot yield sufficient information to reconstruct the narrative. Thus, I harbor suspicions that a traitor from the great Qin dynasty has defected to the kingdom of Night Moon with this secret. Moreover, have you noticed that the bronze hall here has been deliberately vandalized? The damaged sections correspond precisely to the portions where all living beings draw upon ominous power. Upon hearing this, Hu Zhan felt an unsettling premonition arise within him. What exactly do you wish to convey? He inquired. To which Chen Changsheng casually seated himself upon the ground and replied, I wish to convey that you should abandon any thoughts of killing me, for it is not yet your turn to do so. From your reactions, it is evident that you remain unaware of the secret behind the sudden rise of the kingdom of Night Moon. If I am not mistaken, you too have come to unearth this mystery. Now that you are privy to this secret, do you truly believe that those who intentionally deface the bronze hall will spare you? Such remarkable young talents are indeed rare in this world. You have truly piqued my interest. As soon as Chen Changxing finished speaking, the Wolf King and Old Tortoise emerged from the shadows. Upon the Wolf King's appearance, Hu Zhan and Lin Hu grew visibly anxious. Hu Zhan hurriedly stepped forward and clasped his hands in salute, saying, Your Excellency, the Wolf King, this person is a spy, and we are prepared to present him to you. The Wolf King, with a cold smirk, responded, Your Fox clan delights in petty tricks. In the past, you incited the Tiger clan to pursue you or merely to exploit her knowledge of the secret. Now that you have uncovered this mystery, are you not satisfied? At these words, cold sweat trickled down Hu Zhan's forehead. The Wolf King continued, The two ancient relics from the Fox and Tiger clans believe that by joining forces, they can compel me to reveal the secret. Such naivety is astonishing. With a wave of his right hand, he cast two bloody severed heads before Hu Zhan. Upon witnessing this, Hu Zhan and Lin Hu nearly lost their souls in terror, for they had never anticipated the Wolf King's power to be so formidable. You are the future of the Demon Clan. If you choose to embrace the light now, I might spare your lives and grant you opportunities. Faced with the olive branch extended by the Wolf King, Hu Zhan and Lin Hu did not hesitate and promptly chose to submit. Having dealt with Lin Hu and Hu Zhan, the Wolf King turned his gaze towards Chen Changsheng. Chen Changsheng, I hold your talents in high regard. Reveal the mastermind behind this and submit to me, and I shall spare your life. In response, Chen Changsheng smiled and said, I fear the Wolf King may be disappointed. You will never guess who stands behind me. Furthermore, as far as I know, obtaining that power requires a blood sacrifice, does it not? The Wolf King has yet to kill me, perhaps because he is reluctant to waste the opportunity. At this, the Wolf King narrowed his eyes and coldly remarked, Indeed, you possess considerable knowledge. In that case, I shall grant you your wish. With a wave of his mighty hand, the Wolf King transported Chen Changxing to another realm. Before him lay an immense blood pool, surrounded by a macabre array of white bones. Suddenly, the lifeless bodies of two formidable entities from the Fox and Tiger clans were cast into the pool. Instantly, the blood pool began to bubble violently, and in a matter of moments, a pitch-black elixir materialized. Gazing at the potion in his hand, the Wolf King swallowed it whole, his brow furrowing in concern. Without the blood of Yuer as a catalyst, this blood pool may not facilitate my ascension to the divine transformation stage, he lamented. Old Turtle, is there truly no other recourse? In response, Old Turtle approached the Wolf King and replied, Indeed, my lord, there exists another method. What is it? In an instant, a hand pierced through the Wolf King's chest, while an array of dark inscriptions crawled from Old Turtle's hand onto the Wolf King's body. By consuming you, I shall achieve the breakthrough to the divine transformation realm. The Wolf King gazed at Old Turtle, his eyes brimming with disbelief. Chapter 27. The Traitor Revealed. An unexpected identity. The sudden ambush by the old tortoise took everyone by surprise. Jean and Lin, who were utterly astonished, unable to comprehend why the Wolf King's most trusted aide would launch such a stealthy attack. However, in the face of this unexpected onslaught, the Wolf King reacted with remarkable swiftness, attempting to counter the old tortoise. Yet, when he sought to harness his formidable spiritual power, he discovered that the strength he had long prided himself on was utterly inaccessible. Observing this, the old tortoise leisurely remarked, "Do not waste your efforts. While I can aid you in achieving the consummation of your transformation, I possess methods to counter you as well." With that, the old tortoise flicked his right hand, and in an instant, the Wolf King's heart and all his cultivation were extracted. The crimson heart gradually transformed into a smooth elixir, which the old tortoise stowed away before turning his gaze to the composed Chen Chongqing. "Why are you not afraid of me?" Boom. As the old tortoise spoke, he effortlessly sent Jean and Lin crashing to the ground with a single slap. In the face of such overwhelming power, Chen Chongqing exhibited no trace of fear. Instead, he softly inquired, "Master Ancestor, even now, you remain unwilling to reveal your true identity?" Upon hearing this, the old tortoise paused momentarily and replied, "You have indeed discerned my secret. You are, without a doubt, the most outstanding disciple of the Shangqing Temple in 5 centuries. As he spoke, the frail figure of the old tortoise began to transform, ultimately revealing a refined young man. This individual was none other than the founder of the Shangqing Temple, the guiding light on Chen Chongqing's path of cultivation, the Celestial Ascendant. You have traveled thousands of miles to arrive in the Night Moon Kingdom. Your efforts are commendable. Pray tell, how did you uncover my identity?" The Celestial Ascendant approached Chen Chongqing, his tone imbued with kindness and warmth. Gazing at the familiar visage before him, Chen Chongqing's lips quivered slightly as he began. "Ever since I received the grim tidings from third senior brother, I have been pondering a single question. How did the Shangqing Temple descend to such a fate? While it is true that the number of cultivators in the Night Moon Kingdom has surged, my masters were not novices in the cultivation realm, and it is illogical for them to have faced total annihilation." Upon hearing this, the Celestial Ascendant replied calmly, "Thus, you suspect that there is a traitor within the Deqian dynasty? Indeed. Nevertheless, I have racked my brain and cannot fathom what manner of traitor could orchestrate such devastation. Although the Shangqing Temple cooperated with the dynasty to fend off external threats, my master's movements were a closely guarded secret. Perhaps even the sovereign of the dynasty would not be fully aware of them. This implies that regardless of the origins of a traitor within the Deqian dynasty, they could not have caused the complete downfall of the Shangqing Temple. The only plausible explanation is that there exists a traitor within the Shangqing Temple itself. Having arrived at this conclusion, I found myself suspecting all members of the Shangqing Temple, and I even entertained the notion that my master might be feigning death. Yet, I never once imagined that the traitor would be you, Master Ancestor. Master, you have ascended to the realm of divine transformation, attaining a status within the Deqian Empire that is unparalleled. The Moonlit Nation could hardly afford to entice you. It is both reasonable and logical." The Celestial Ascendant nodded and inquired, "How then did you come to ascertain that I am the traitor?" Hearing this, Chen Chongqing let out a long breath and replied, "It was only recently that I dared to confirm that you are indeed the traitor. Upon arriving in the Moonlit Nation, I encountered a member of the demon race who astonishingly recognized the secret blood escape technique of the Upper Purity sect and possessed profound knowledge of the sect. Interestingly, while she was well versed in the sect's intricacies, she only acknowledged the existence of 9 true disciples. Although my reputation within the Upper Purity sect is not prominent, a modicum of investigation would reveal my existence. This circumstance further solidified my suspicion that the traitor hails from the Upper Purity sect. Moreover, this traitor has treated me well. Otherwise, they would not have severed the flow of information regarding me. Consequently, I conducted a small experiment at the marriage recruitment conference, where I used my true name. Yet, even now, the Moonlit Nation remains oblivious to my identity, which speaks volumes." After speaking, Chen Chongqing looked up at the Celestial Ascendant. "Master, do I need to elaborate on the subsequent matters?" In response, the Celestial Ascendant smiled, taking the little white wolf from Chen Chongqing's arms. She restrained the creature's movements and gently caressed it. "Please, share your tale. Hearing one's own story from another's lips has a unique charm." Certainly, since Master wishes to listen. I shall recount it in detail. The capabilities of this traitor from the Upper Purity sect indicate a status and power of considerable magnitude. I encountered my master's remains when I entered the Forbidden Grounds. Therefore, this traitor cannot be my master. At least not until the secrets of the Bronze Ancient Palace are unraveled. I have yet to fathom your motives for betrayal, Master. But as the mysteries of the Bronze Ancient Palace unfold, your motivations will become apparent. Additionally, I discovered an unnamed travelogue within the Upper Purity sect's book tomb, which chronicles the circumstances surrounding the forbidden grounds of the Moonlit Nation. This travelogue is over 500 years old. You must have entertained this thought 5 centuries ago. Am I correct? Ha! The Celestial Ascendant laughed heartily at Chen Chongqing's words. Inviting you into the Upper Purity sect was indeed the wisest decision of my life. Your ability to unravel my 5-century-long plan within a mere 5 years is nothing short of extraordinary. Why? Noticing her mirth, Chen Chongqing restrained his curiosity and refrained from voicing his doubts. Master, it is not wrong to seek power, even if you desired to establish a new empire. My master and the others would have followed you. Why, then, did you choose to eliminate them? Upon hearing Chen Chongqing's confusion, the Celestial Ascendant responded calmly. The Daqian Empire was my past. The Upper Purity sect is my life's work. I never intended for the Upper Purity sect to be involved in this affair. However, they are exceedingly obstinate. Upon discovering this secret, rather than offering their support, they chose to divulge it. Otherwise, do you think the members of Linglong's sect and Tianfu Temple would have uncovered my intricate plans? After 5 centuries of careful orchestration, I cannot allow anyone to thwart my endeavors. And what of the third senior brother? Why did you spare him? You are well aware of his indolent nature. When Qing Feng and the others stumbled upon this secret, he was off indulging in leisure, hence he remained oblivious to the matter. As he spoke, Master Yuhua turned to Chen Chongqing and inquired, by the way, how did you come to know that obtaining that power requires a blood sacrifice? At this, a smile crept across Chen Chongqing's face as he responded, Master Ancestor, with your remarkable intellect, how could you be so perplexed now? You must have ventured into the infinite secret realm countless times. I have concealed a portion of the patterns. Can you truly not discern them? Haha. Master Yuhua chuckled while tapping his forehead, exclaiming, with such an outstanding disciple, I am nearly overwhelmed with joy. Given your disposition, it is only natural that you would keep certain things to yourself. Chapter 28. The Hidden Card of Chen Chongqing. 500 years of planning upon concluding his words. The Ascendant Master drew Chen Chongqing to the edge of the blood pool. Chongqing, among all in the Upper Qing sect, you are the one I value the most. Do you understand why I singled you out amid the crowd? It is because I perceive in you a quality that even I lack, serenity. You are devoid of the frantic energy characteristic of mortals, nor do you possess the obsessive fervor often seen in practitioners. It is as if all worldly matters are mere ephemeral wisps in the tapestry of your life. Practitioners pursue the path of cultivation solely for longevity. Yet even those who have lived for a millennium, such as the transformation realm cultivators, do not embody your essence. Indeed, I have not erred in my judgment of you. The opportunity lies before you. Should we join forces, we could traverse further than anyone else. In response to the Ascendant Master's invitation, Chen Chongqing silently took a step back. Noticing this, the Ascendant Master furrowed his brow and inquired, what is this? Do you also deem this power to be ominous? Rest assured, he continued, I have meticulously researched this matter. Directly absorbing power may indeed attract certain troubles. However, when filtered through bloodlines, those concerns dissipate. The 18 races guarding the Bronze Ancient Palace serve as the most effective conduits for this filtration. That fool, Wanyan Agujuo, has been utilizing his daughter's body for this purpose, believing it to be a safe method. Yet, he is unaware that impure bloodlines cannot filter it cleanly. Otherwise, he would not have fallen victim to my countermeasures. Listening to the Ascendant Master's eloquent discourse, Chen Chongqing shook his head. Master Ancestor, my concern does not lie with the safety of this power. I have not even contemplated that matter. My sole purpose in coming to the Night Moon Kingdom is to retrieve the remains of my master and senior brothers. Upon hearing this, the previously exhilarated Ascendant Master reverted to a demeanor of indifference. You remain unchanged, yet you must understand, those who align with me prosper, while those who oppose me perish. The disciple is well aware, Chen Chongqing replied. I beseech you, Master Ancestor, in light of our past bond, Allow me to complete the burial of my master before you take any further action." At this, the Ascendant Master's expression darkened considerably. However, faced with such an exceptional disciple, he ultimately revealed a flicker of patience. With a swift motion, the Ascendant Master summoned 7 corpses, perfectly arranged before Qin Chongqing. The restrictions within the body of the primordial spirit master had also been lifted, returning it to a lifeless state. Gazing upon the remains of those he once held dear, Qin Chongqing presented 11 coffins and commenced the solemn task of laying them to rest. Primordial spirit master, senior brother, second senior brother. After assisting his former companions in their final rites, Qin Chongqing then proceeded to prepare the remains of the Wolf King. Wiping away the blood, he dressed the body in new funeral garments. The heart, having been removed, could not be restored, so he carved a wooden replica instead. With Hu Zhan and Lin Hu, the 11 coffins were perfectly sufficient. Funeral attendees, an intriguing title. Why have you only excavated 3 graves? Do you believe you can take them with you while still alive? In response to the doubts of the Transcendent Master, Qin Chongqing smiled and replied, "Master, it may amuse you to know that before I entered the sect, I was a coffin seller. Due to some fortuitous circumstances, I acquired this rather muddled title. However, as a professional in this field, I possess a precise understanding of quantity. Today, I require only 11 coffins, thus I shall not produce any more." "Oh, on what basis do you possess such confidence?" Upon hearing this, Qin Chongqing grinned and said, "Master, have you heard of the Immortal of 100 Defeats?" Before he could finish, Qin Chongqing flung a stone coffin. Upon sensing the aura of the blood pool, the coffin emitted an extraordinarily brilliant light. An imposing figure emerged from within it. "You wretch, dare to show yourself." With that, a massive fist surged toward the Transcendent Master. Faced with this situation, the Transcendent Master hurled the small white wolf he held, attempting to stall for a moment. However, how could the fist of the Immortal of 100 Defeats be so easily obstructed? The phantom of that fist pierced through the small white wolf and struck the Transcendent Master with tremendous force. Puff! The fully realized Transcendent Master was sent flying by a single blow, having repelled the Transcendent Master. The phantom of the Immortal of 100 Defeats did not pursue further, but instead summoned the ancient bronze palace nearby, forcefully pressing it down upon the blood pool. No! Seeing this scene, the Transcendent Master cried out and flew beneath the bronze palace, attempting to halt its descent. With a thunderous crash, a hidden cave erupted violently, and a bald man was expelled, spitting blood. This man was none other than Master Ikyu, the one who suppressed the source of misfortune. Clang! A surge of dark power struck the bronze palace fiercely, causing its rapid descent to momentarily halt. "Ikyu, what are you waiting for?" Qin Chongqing shouted, grasping the small white wolf, whose fate was uncertain, and calling out to the severely injured Ikyu. Being merely at the golden elixir stage, he knew he would not escape the Night Moon Kingdom without Ikyu's assistance. Although the phantom of the Immortal of 100 Defeats was formidable, it ultimately was but a formless wisp, and whether it could withstand the ominous power remained uncertain. Thus, his most pressing concern was to flee for his life. And the farther, the better. Upon hearing Qin Chongqing's call, Ikyu wasted no time, igniting his vital blood to invoke the divine powers of Buddhism. As Qin Chongqing was on the verge of escape, the Transcendent Master gritted his teeth in frustration. Yet, the bronze palace above him rendered him immobile. Countless scriptures swirled around Qin Chongqing and Ikyu, their figures gradually becoming ethereal. "Master, I am but a coffin seller. One day, I shall come to deliver your funeral." The voice of Qin Chongqing reverberated in the Forbidden Land, striking heavily upon the heart of the Ascended Master. 1,000 miles away, with a sudden gasp, Ikyu expelled a mouthful of golden blood and collapsed onto the ground. Yet, Qin Chongqing appeared oblivious to Ikyu's injuries, instead urging him incessantly, "Do not lie there. Rise swiftly and continue your flight." Confronted by this old acquaintance from a century past, Ikyu nearly lost his breath and fainted. "My ancestor. What I just employed was a secret technique from the Tianfu Temple, which not only depletes my vital essence with each use, but also consumes 10 years of my lifespan. We have already fled 1,000 miles. Could you allow me a moment to catch my breath? I am but a humble practitioner at the nascent soul stage, not a transcendent being of the transformation god realm." Listening to Ikyu's lamentations, Qin Chongqing anxiously cast his gaze towards the direction of the imperial capital. "For using it once, You merely shorten your life by 10 years. Yet, the fully realized transformation god, Wanyan Agujuo, has not even taken a single step upon the hands of the ascended master. When he arrives, it will not be 10 years of your life you lose, but your very existence. Upon hearing these words, Ikyu sprang up from the ground, once again employing the lifespan-consuming secret technique of the Tianfu Temple. With a swift motion, the figures of Chen Changsheng and Ikyu vanished once more. Chapter 29. Lin Yinxing has disappeared. Fleeing thousands of miles with a sudden thud, Chen Changsheng collapsed weakly to the ground. Beside him lay Ikyu, whose complexion was as pale as that of the deceased. Upon hearing of the formidable prowess of the Ascended One, Ikyu had invoked 6 secret techniques in rapid succession, successfully transporting the two of them 6,000 miles away. Such techniques, which consumed both vitality and lifespan, could scarcely be executed even by an uninjured Ikyu, now severely wounded. He had exhausted himself with 6 successive spells, leaving him but a breath away from death. Yet, even after fleeing 6,000 miles, Chen Changsheng still felt a lingering sense of insecurity. He then commenced the blood escape technique with the near-lifeless Ikyu. 12 instances of this technique represented Chen Changsheng's utmost limit. A single additional attempt could spell his demise. He cast out several formation flags and struggled to feed Ikyu a handful of medicinal pills. With the last vestiges of his strength devoted to this final task, Chen Changsheng's vision darkened and he lost consciousness. In his final thoughts before succumbing, Chen Changsheng mused that if his pursuer were to catch up, he might as well be killed, for if he continued to flee, he would soon meet his end without needing a hand raised against him. Outside the imperial capital of the Night Moon Kingdom, the Ascended One materialized at the very spot where Chen Changsheng had first paused. His immense consciousness enveloped a 1,000-mile radius in an instant. However, after a thorough search, the corners of the Ascended One's mouth twitched. He realized that his disciple was remarkably adept at fleeing. Although this body was merely a projection, its prowess was certainly on par with that of an ordinary god transformation stage cultivator. The essences of Ikyu and Chen Changsheng were unmistakably familiar to him. As long as the two had not escaped beyond 5,000 miles, he was confident in his ability to capture them, even if they had fled beyond that distance. As long as they remained within 10,000 miles, he would still have means to sense their presence. Yet now, despite employing all his methods, he felt no trace of Chen Changsheng. This indicated that in the brief span of 2 hours, Chen Changsheng had indeed traversed 10,000 miles. Contemplating this, the Ascended One let out a cold chuckle, saying, "My dear disciple, do be sure to hide well. If your master finds you, your life may very well be forfeit." With that, the Ascended One swiftly turned and soared back to the Night Moon Kingdom, aware that any trouble encountered by his true self could not be delayed by his projection for too long. "Changsheng, can we not run anymore?" Ikyu lay weakly on the flying sword, while Chen Changsheng, having just regained a modicum of spiritual energy, began their flight anew. Faced with Chen Changsheng's unwavering determination, Ikyu felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. The Ascended One was merely at the peak of the god transformation stage. He was not beyond it. "We have already escaped 10,000 miles away. He cannot reach us." Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng not only did not slow down, but actually quickened their pace. "Better to be cautious than sorry. Who knows what secret techniques my master may possess to locate us? To be prudent, let us first travel 20,000 miles before discussing further. You need not speak. Focus on your recovery, and once you have healed, you shall lead us." Upon hearing this, Ikyu rolled his eyes dramatically and then closed them to begin his healing. After a century apart, this once familiar companion remained as cautious as ever. Now reunited, Ikyu was plagued with numerous inquiries for Chen Changsheng. For instance, why did Chen Changsheng leave without a word back then? How did his master, the revered Changsheng, come to know him? Furthermore, how did the once talentless Chen Changsheng ascend to the Golden Core realm, now possessing commendable aptitude for cultivation? These questions swirled in Ikyu's mind, yet they would have to wait until their safety was assured. As time passed, a month swiftly elapsed, and indeed, as Chen Changsheng had proclaimed a month prior, they had fled a full 20,000 miles. Surely, there is no need to run any further. We are now 30,000 miles away from the Night Moon Kingdom. Even the celestial master Yuhua would find it challenging to locate us. With that, Ikyu and Chen Changsheng gently descended upon a mountain peak. Observing their surroundings, Chen Chongqing nodded and remarked, "Indeed, it seems we are well distanced now. We are separated from the Night Moon Kingdom by an entire dynasty. Even if Yuhua wishes to pursue us, it may not be so straightforward. Since you assert there are no issues, it is likely that there are none. By the way, what became of Nianqing back then?" Before Ikyu could complete his sentence, Chen Chongqing interjected. In response to this inquiry, Ikyu's gaze flickered, clearly uncertain of how to face Chen Chongqing. Master, she has vanished." "Vanished? What does that imply? Even if you tell me now that Nianqing has met a tragic fate, I could just about comprehend it. But what does vanish mean? She entered the forbidden grounds of the Night Moon Kingdom with you. How could a living person simply disappear?" Listening to Chen Chongqing, Ikyu spoke with evident difficulty. "When the sect learned of Yuhua's treachery, they dispatched my master and me to investigate the secrets of the forbidden grounds, hoping to alter the tide of battle. Upon our arrival, we successfully uncovered the secrets of the Night Moon Kingdom based on the clues provided by Qingjing Temple. However, while sealing that ominous power, we were discovered. Wanyan Agujuo summoned 2 ancestors in the transformation stage to besiege us. At that time, the ancestors from Tianfu Temple and Linglong sect came to our aid. Yet, we still could not break free. Ultimately, the 2 ancestors sacrificed themselves to forcibly seal most of that power." In light of Ikyu's explanation, Chen Chongqing's brow furrowed deeply. "I did not inquire about the circumstances of the Night Moon Kingdom's forbidden grounds. I wish to know whether Li Nianqing is alive or dead. Following the ancestors' sacrifice, it was evident that neither of them could escape unscathed. Initially, I believed that my demise was imminent, yet to my astonishment, my esteemed master unexpectedly uncovered a fractured ancient teleportation array within the bronze ancient palace. Although the array was damaged, with a modicum of effort, it could be restored to functionality. And then, do not tell me that you intended to remain behind alone, allowing Nianqing to escape first. Such a notion is utterly implausible. Who among us wishes for death when life persists? However, I must reiterate that the teleportation array was indeed compromised, and I fell out during the transition. Ultimately, with no other recourse, I had to conceal myself within the fissures of the seal, ready to confront them with a spirit of mutual destruction should they seek my life. Were it not for this strategy, I doubt I would have survived to this day. To where does the teleportation array in the bronze ancient palace lead? I cannot say. The ancient teleportation arrays possess immense power, and I lack the understanding to decipher them. Yet, the teleportation range should exceed 100,000 miles, I surmise." Chapter 30. Parting Ways. Encounters are departures. After listening, Chen Chongqing was suddenly overwhelmed with confusion. In this vast sea of humanity, where was he to find that girl, Nianqing? Observing the troubled expression on Chen Chongqing's face, Ikyu chuckled. "You need not worry excessively. My master has reached the perfected nascent soul stage, and she is but a step away from transcending. With her strength, she can thrive anywhere. By the way, how did you suddenly reach the Golden Core realm? I recall your cultivation talent was rather poor. Also, it seems my master has known you for quite some time. Just how long have you lived?" Faced with Ikyu's inquiries, Chen Chongqing offered no response. Instead, he released the restrictions on the little white wolf, allowing her to revert to her human form. Once her cultivation was restored, Wanyan neither fled nor confronted Chen Chongqing. She simply sat there in a daze. However, gradually, tears began to stream down her cheeks. Seeing this, Chen Chongqing remarked, "What is the matter? Why are you crying? It was not I who killed your father. Given the circumstances, you should be grateful to have survived." Upon hearing his words, Wanyan immediately bristled. "Why shouldn't I cry? The father I loved used me, and now he is dead. If you encountered such a situation, would you not weep?" After venting her emotions towards Chen Chongqing, Wanyan dried her tears and quietly said, "Thank you for retrieving my father's body. Though he manipulated me, he was still my father. Without your assistance, he would likely have ended up a corpse left to the elements." In response, Ikyu softly interjected, Your father would not have been left to the wilds. The Ascended Master intends to use your father's bloodline, so even if Chen Chongqing buries him, it is highly probable he would be exhumed." Upon hearing this, Wanyanyu's icy gaze abruptly turned towards Ikyu. Realizing his mistake, Ikyu quickly covered his mouth and retreated obediently to the side. After dismissing Ikyu with a glance, Wanyanyu turned her attention back to Chen Chongqing and asked, "What do you plan to do next?" "I have no particular plans. I see through this realm of cultivation and intend to return to my original profession selling coffins. As for the Great Qin dynasty, I do not plan to return for the time being. What about you two? In response to Qin Changxing's question, Wang Yinyu pondered briefly before replying. The Ascended Master has taken control of the Night Moon Kingdom. If this situation persists, its citizens will surely face utter devastation. Therefore, I must return, no matter what. After receiving Wang Yinyu's answer, Qin Changxing turned to Ikyu. And you? Amitabha. Both the Great Qin dynasty and the Night Moon Kingdom are in dire straits. As the saying goes, if I do not enter hell, who will? I am willing to offer myself as sustenance for the demons. Speak plainly. I intend to lead the heavenly Buddha temple to safer grounds. The Ascended Master will not spare the temple. Nodding at Ikyu's response, Qin Changxing felt a surge of determination. Boom. 8 coffins appeared before Ikyu. These are the remains of my master and my senior brothers. Since you are returning, you might as well take them back with you. Additionally, this is the auspicious burial site I have selected for them. Simply inter them according to the address indicated on this map. As he glanced at the meticulously marked map in his hand and observed Qin Changxing's actions, Ikyu couldn't help but smirk and remarked, "You seem quite adept. You must have prepared these items well in advance. Congratulations on your astute deduction. Since I joined the Upper Clearview, I have prepared coffins and burial sites for all my brothers, including my master and grandmaster," Qin Changxing replied. "By your reasoning, have you also prepared one for me?" Ikyu inquired. "Indeed, but there is a fee. Given our acquaintance, I can offer you a 20% discount," Qin Changxing stated. Upon hearing this, Ikyu's expression twisted in disbelief. "Qin Changxing, I am still very much alive. Is it not a tad premature for you to prepare coffins and graves for me? Better to be prepared and avoid future troubles. You are not immortal. This day will inevitably come," Qin Changxing retorted. Ikyu conceded, "You do have a point. However, I am currently a Yuanian cultivator, and it is not beyond the realm of possibility for me to reach the Huashan stage. Do Huashan cultivators never die?" Once again, Qin Changxing's words left Ikyu speechless. "Somehow, I find myself at a loss for words every time we converse," Ikyu admitted. Realizing he could not best Qin Changxing in this exchange, he reluctantly put away the coffins and the map. "Very well, I appreciate your goodwill. But as for who will collect whom's remains, that remains uncertain. By the way, who is this Bai Xianzuan you mentioned? If his phantom does not exist in the Night Moon Kingdom, we are surely doomed. Perhaps you could divulge some clues to assist me in locating this elder?" In response, Qin Changxing waved his hand dismissively and said, "Do not entertain such thoughts. Bai Xianzuan is a figure from at least 2,000 years ago. He is likely reduced to dust by now. I discovered a stone coffin he left behind in the Infinite Secret Realm, which records some of his exploits. Initially, he intended to attain enlightenment within the Infinite Secret Realm, but later chose another location. I had thought this elder found a favorable place. However, after uncovering the secrets of the Bronze Ancient Palace, I realized the situation might be more complex than it appeared. I merely tested it casually, and to my surprise, it yielded results." Hearing this, Wang Yinyu curiously asked, "What if the stone coffin left by Bai Xianzuan proves ineffective? In that case, I would have to rely on my grandmaster. Although I sell coffins, that does not imply I wish to meet my end," Qin Changxing replied. Wang Yinyu responded, "While the reasoning holds merit, what allows you to speak of it so nonchalantly? I truly cannot discern whether to deem you as cold-hearted or as a person of profound loyalty. To label you as devoid of compassion would be inaccurate, for you traversed countless miles to the kingdom of Night Moon, braving perilous risks solely to retrieve the remains of an old acquaintance. Conversely, to regard you as devoted seems misplaced when you casually discuss aligning with the enemy, exhibiting not a trace of inner turmoil." After conferring on various intricate details with Ikyu and the others, Qin Changxing gestured with his hand and declared, "It is time for you to depart. Even if the stone coffin of the 100 defeats immortal sovereign does not eliminate the ascending true man, it will certainly cause him considerable trouble. Now that you are privy to his secret, he will not resort to overt means to eliminate you. Exercise caution, and you should be able to survive." Observing the composed demeanor of Qin Changxing, Ikyu inquired with a hint of perplexity, "If we return now, we are bound to encounter numerous dangers. Will you not offer us some words of caution? The heavens may bring rain, and a mother may remarry. The inevitable conclusion of all living beings is a certainty that will come to pass. The only distinction lies in whether it arrives sooner or later. This path is one you have chosen to tread, Why should I dissuade you? At most, I might offer a discount on the coffins I sell. Isho responded. Your reasoning holds merit, yet you are truly insufferable. Chapter 31. In the bustling town of Kuhai, Xuanwu Kingdom, Chen Chongqing remained unfazed. Facing Chen Chongqing's nonchalant demeanor, Isho rolled his eyes dramatically and remarked, I can't stand your heartless attitude. I shall take my leave now, but perhaps in 1,000 or 1,800 years, I will return to collect your remains. With that, Isho turned to depart, while Wang Yinyu cast a lingering glance at Chen Chongqing before following in Isho's footsteps. Observing Isho's retreating figure, Chen Chongqing merely smiled faintly, saying nothing. Although the young monk often found himself at a loss for words against Chen Chongqing, he was indeed quite astute. It was during the time when Nian Sheng began to emerge at Linglong sect that Chen Chongqing first encountered him. At that juncture, Nian Sheng had already lived for over 60 years, and considering the years Chen Chongqing had spent in Linglong town, it had been more than 80 years since then. By combining the knowledge of their early acquaintance, one could easily deduce Nian Sheng's lifespan. At that time, Chen Chongqing was merely a fledgling qi refining cultivator, and living for such an extended period was indeed out of the ordinary. Yet, Isho had never inquired about this matter. Reflecting on this, Chen Chongqing stretched lazily and turned to gaze at the nation behind him, murmuring to himself, I have heard that this country is called Xuanwu Kingdom. I wonder what amusements it may hold. With that, he strolled leisurely down the mountainside. In the town of Kuhai, Xuanwu Kingdom, a towering man, standing at 2 meters tall, pushed through the crowd surrounding the shop and knelt before Chen Chongqing. Observing the man before him, Chen Chongqing hurriedly assisted him to his feet, saying, Big fellow, speak plainly. I shall certainly help if I can. Upon hearing these words, the man wiped the tears from his face and produced several blood-stained spirit stones from his bosom, stating, Sir, this constitutes my entire fortune. I will gather the remaining spirit stones without fail. I only beseech you to aid in restoring my brother's remains. Gazing at the wooden board draped in white cloth nearby, Chen Chongqing shook his head and sighed. Business is business. There is no room for debts here. I understand that you two brothers make your living by gathering herbs. Coincidentally, I am in need of some medicinal materials, and I would like to purchase from you. What say you? Upon hearing Chen Chongqing's words, the man stifled his grief and retrieved a nearby basket. Chen Chongqing casually assessed the contents, estimating their worth with a practiced eye. The basket contained only low-grade medicinal herbs, and their quality was rather poor, even with a premium price. They would barely fetch 3 low-grade spirit stones at most. Very well, these are precisely the superior herbs I require. I shall offer 100 spirit stones for them, Chen Chongqing declared, taking the basket and presenting a leather pouch to the man. As for the funeral arrangements, the minimum standard is 100 spirit stones. Recently, my shop is running a promotion. I can also provide you with a fine coffin. Thank you, sir. Your immense kindness will forever be etched in my memory. The man responded gratefully. The 100 spirit stones traversed a course, eventually returning to Chen Chongqing's possession. He then approached a nearby wooden board, gently lifting the white cloth. A gruesomely disfigured corpse was unveiled before his eyes. In the face of such a gruesome sight, the onlookers felt their stomachs churn violently. What transpired? A few days prior, we discovered a century-old spirit herb, but it was guarded by a ferocious magical beast. I was aware of the beast's formidable strength. Thus I had no intention of harvesting the herb. Little did I know that my companion, De Zhuang, had secretly ventured to collect it by the time I arrived. All that remained was his lifeless body. It is all my fault. He intended to exchange the herb for resources on my behalf. As he spoke, De Zhuang, kneeling on the ground, was already in tears. Seeing this, Chen Chongqing shook his head and retrieved a complete set of professional tools. The sound of flesh being manipulated echoed in the ears of all present, causing some with weaker constitutions to hastily retreat and vomit. Yet Chen Chongqing maintained an expression of calmness, softly murmuring to himself. First, align the tendons. Second, piece the bones together, limbs before the torso. The organs must not be disordered. As Chen Chongqing's hands continued their meticulous work, the mutilated corpse gradually began to take form. After an entire hour of labor, he finally completed the reconstruction of the body, using other materials to fill in the missing parts. Once finished, he produced a fine coffin and gently placed the corpse within. Letting out a long sigh, Chen Chongqing wiped the fine beads of sweat from his forehead and spoke, The burial preparations are complete. It is time for you to bid your brother a final farewell. Let him rest in peace." With that, Chen Chongqing disregarded De Zhuang and walked over to a nearby table to attend to the injuries of others. Observing Chen Chongqing's relentless activity, a burly man with a severed hand chuckled. "Sir, your endeavors seem to span quite a multitude of fields, do they not? Not only are you managing all aspects of funerary services, but you also engage in alchemy and healing. Just the other day, I witnessed you inscribing formations upon a coffin. Are you considering adding yet another venture to your repertoire?" Upon hearing this, Chen Chongqing shot the man an exasperated glance and replied, "It is not by choice. It is a result of your relentless demands. I initially sold coffins, but then someone brought a half-dead person to me seeking one. Upon seeing that the individual could be saved, could I simply stand by and watch him perish? Yet, instead of gratitude, they turned against me, spreading tales of my supposed medical prowess. As the number of people increased, I had no choice but to open a clinic. And as if that were not enough, you all covet my potions and insist on purchasing them. Those individuals hounded me for an entire month, leaving me no option but to commence alchemical practices." As he spoke, Chen Chongqing exerted force with his hands, eliciting a scream from the burly man akin to that of a slaughtered pig. With a swift motion, just as the bone was realigned, Chen Chongqing affixed a medicinal plaster to the fractured area. "Well, after a month of nurturing, your hand will regain its functionality. In the future, you ought to avoid altercations with others. You are merely at the 3rd level of body refinement, while your opponent is at least at the 5th level. Had it not been for their mercy, your right hand would likely have been rendered useless." In response to Chen Chongqing's admonitions, the burly man grinned and replied, "Sir, this time it was my oversight. I assure you, I shall not be defeated by him again. The 3-yang body refinement technique I practice is an arcane-grade skill, while his is merely a high-level yellow-grade technique. His victory was solely due to his marginally superior realm. Once I reach the 4th level of body refinement, let us see how I shall battle beyond my current rank." Listening to the man's grandiose declarations, Chen Chongqing merely curled his lip, refraining from further persuasion. The combative nature of the people of Xuanwu Nation is deeply ingrained in their very essence. Advising them against their competitive spirit is a task more arduous than persuading them to cease breathing. Chapter 32. The Reappearance of the Ancient Bronze Palace. Olive Branch from the Xuanwu Kingdom. Chen Chongqing was diligently attending to the ailments of those around him when, suddenly, a formidable presence loomed in the distance. In response to this overwhelming aura, the lower-tier cultivators of the Xuanwu Kingdom promptly parted to create a pathway. Zhou Xinghe approached, respectfully bowing before Chen Chongqing. A young man, adorned in splendid attire, offered a courteous salute to Chen. Observing this, Chen Chongqing, with a bemused expression, remarked, "I truly regret saving you back then. You come to request my assistance every year without fail, and it has been a decade. Do you not find it tiresome?" In response, the elegantly dressed young man smiled and said, "If it means securing your guidance, I would not mind enduring another decade for your company. Had it not been for your timely rescue 10 years ago, Xinghe would have perished long ago. However, I am perplexed as to why, with your exceptional talents, you choose to remain secluded in this modest place. Should you desire it, the Xuanwu Kingdom would gladly honor you as the national master." Upon hearing this, Chen Chongqing clicked his tongue and replied, "My reluctance to reside in the royal capital of the Xuanwu Kingdom does not stem from arrogance or dissatisfaction with your offer. The truth is, the royal capital pales in comparison to the vitality of Kuhai Town, situated at the edge of the Monster Beast mountain range. This place is abundant in fresh medicinal herbs and rare trees every day. I run a coffin shop and a clinic. These resources are of utmost importance to me." Zhou Xinghe, smiling knowingly, did not contest Chen Chongqing's reasoning. After all, this excuse had been repeated over the span of a decade, and he had grown accustomed to it. While your words hold merit, the Xuanwu Kingdom is indeed desperate for talent. This time, I have brought some items that I believe will compensate for your losses." With that, Zhou Xinghe unveiled a crimson cloth from a nearby tray, revealing 2 medicinal herbs and a jade slip. This 7-star grass is a treasured gem of the royal family, preserved for 3 centuries. The Millennium Spirit Mushroom was procured through considerable effort by the Xuanwu Kingdom. As for this technique, it is the renowned 9 transformations of the profound art. Had it not been limited to the first 3 layers, it would undoubtedly rank among the heavenly tier techniques. Should you consent to journey to the royal capital, these treasures shall be yours. As Chen Changsheng beheld the offerings from Zhuoxinghe, he felt a flicker of temptation. The Xuanwu kingdom placed great emphasis on physical cultivation, boasting a level of physical prowess that surpassed that of the Daiqian dynasty. Moreover, the ranking of techniques in the Xuanwu kingdom differed significantly from those of Daiqian, categorizing them into 4 levels: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow, with the heavenly tier being the most esteemed. Currently, the only known heavenly tier technique in the Xuanwu kingdom was the Tiangang body refining technique, passed down through generations. Zhuoxinghe's ability to present this first-rate technique, claimed to be beneath the Tiangang technique, was certainly a display of considerable investment. Contemplating this, Chen Changxing approached Zhuoxinghe to examine the items on the tray. The spirit mushroom and 7-star grass were indeed the principal ingredients for the legendary Liuli pill. It is said that upon consuming the glazed pill, one may attain a body as formidable as that of the diamond glazed, capable of moving mountains and parting seas. In the context of our homeland's realms, it would be insurmountable even for a cultivator at the transformation stage. Upon hearing Chen Changxing's words, a glimmer of hope flickered in Zhuoxinghe's eyes. However, Chen Changxing's subsequent actions left Zhuoxinghe deeply disheartened as he once again covered the red cloth on the tray. Observing this, Zhuoxinghe questioned, "Sir, is this gift truly unworthy of your esteemed gaze? Please, speak your desires. I shall fulfill any condition within my means." In response, Chen Changxing let out a soft sigh, saying, "Young Master Xinghe, it is not that I lack appreciation, but I genuinely wish to avoid entanglements with royal affairs. The higher the price you propose, the greater the troubles you wish for me to resolve. I humbly believe my abilities are not yet sufficient. Perhaps you should seek a more capable individual." With that, Chen Changxing waved his hand, turning to return to his coffin shop. At that moment, Zhuoxinghe suddenly interjected, "Sir, do you not wish to know about the ancient bronze palace?" Upon hearing this, Chen Changxing's steps halted abruptly. "You truly have found it?" "Indeed. 10 years ago you casually mentioned it. Though you may not have thought much of it, I have kept it in my heart. After a decade of investigation, I have finally uncovered some leads. Furthermore, the clues regarding the ancient bronze palace are intertwined with affairs of the imperial capital. If you wish to learn more, it seems you must journey to the capital." Chen Changxing found himself in a quandary at Zhuoxinghe's words. Ever since he learned of Nian Sheng's disappearance within the ancient bronze palace, he had been inquiring about its whereabouts. Yet, despite more than a decade of investigation, he had heard nothing regarding the ancient bronze palace in the Xuanwu kingdom. Time had passed, and he had long since ceased to place importance on the matter. The 18 ancient bronze palaces were scattered across unknown territories, and this world is vast and perilous. Who knows in which nation or hidden corner these palaces might reside? Now, upon receiving news of the ancient bronze palace once more, it would be disingenuous for Chen Changxing not to be moved. Contemplating this, he spoke. "Your information has indeed posed quite the dilemma for me. Very well, I shall accompany you on this journey. However, let it be known that I can only do my utmost regarding the affairs of the imperial capital. I cannot guarantee success. I shall return to gather my belongings and join you shortly." Upon hearing this, Zhuoxinghe exclaimed in excitement, "Then I shall await you outside, sir." Entering his coffin shop, Chen Changxing stored his belongings in the system space. Glancing at a luxurious coffin in the corner of the room, he murmured to himself, "It took 5 years to collect corpses in the Night Moon Kingdom, and I have spent 43 years selling coffins in the Xuanwu Kingdom. Upon reflection, it has been nearly 49 years since I departed from the Shangqing Temple. At that time, my 3rd senior brother had been gravely injured, with a lifespan not exceeding 50 years. Now, as turmoil resurfaces, is the heavens reminding me that it is time to retrieve my 3rd senior brother's remains?" With these thoughts, Chen Changxing caressed the coffin adorned with intricate patterns. This coffin, he had devoted a remarkable 40 years to prepare. Its future occupant will be none other than the transcendent being who had forced Chen Changxing into the Xuanwu Kingdom. "Oh, my revered ancestor, whether it be 1 or 2, the act of collecting remains is the same. With my 3rd senior brother nearing death, your existence no longer seems necessary. Your disciple has spent 4 decades preparing a splendid coffin for you. It is time for you to find peace." With that, a smile graced Chen Changxing's lips as he stored the coffin within the system's space and turned away, leaving the coffin shop he had inhabited for the past 43 years. Chapter 33. Conversations in the Carriage. The emperor of Xuanwu Kingdom approaches his end within the spacious carriage. Qin Changxing quietly held a book, engrossed in its pages. Observing this, Zhuo Xinghe promptly extolled, "Sir, your vast knowledge is truly commendable, as you remain ever devoted to your studies." Such dedication indeed left Xinghe in profound admiration. On this journey to Chang'an, Xinghe had initially planned to arrange for a powerful magical beast as Qin's steed. However, considering the peculiar circumstances, he believed that excessive ostentation might bring undue trouble to Qin. Upon their arrival in Chang'an, Xinghe vowed to extend a warm welcome to Qin. Upon hearing these words, Qin Changxing silently closed his book and remarked, "If you have any inquiries, feel free to ask. My previous silence was simply to avoid entangling myself in the complexities of the Xuanwu royal family. Now that I have agreed to assist you, I shall certainly not hold back. As the Grand Prince of Xuanwu, it would indeed be rather embarrassing if you could not resolve even this minor issue." Realizing that his intentions had been laid bare, Zhuo Xinghe smiled but offered no defense. Traveling to Chang'an on a magical beast would take merely half a day. Yet this meant significantly reducing the time he could spend alone with Qin Changxing. A decade prior, Zhuo had been saved by Qin in the magical Beast Mountains, where they had conversed through the night, an experience that had greatly enriched him. However, upon regaining his status and seeking out Qin once more, their conversations had ceased. Now, with the opportunity once again presenting itself, Zhuo Xinghe was determined not to let it slip away. Gathering his thoughts, Zhuo spoke, "Sir, there has been a question that has long perplexed me. It is well known that human energy is finite, and the same applies to cultivators. Yet, you not only possess remarkable cultivation but also excel in alchemy, formations, medicine, geomancy, and numerous other disciplines. How is it that you have mastered such a vast array of knowledge, excelling in each?" In response, Qin Changxing clicked his tongue and inquired, "How old are you this year?" "This year, I have just turned 100, Zhuo replied. "At a century of age, your cultivation is indeed quite impressive," Qin noted. "Having just reached 100 years, it signifies that you have lived for a full century since birth. The first 20 years can be deemed a time of innocence, during which you likely learned little. Yet, what have you accomplished in the subsequent 80 years? There are 365 days in a year, over 80 years. That amounts to over 20,000 days and nights, a considerable span of time. For ordinary mortals, 80 years may constitute a lifetime. However, for cultivators, 80 years hold far greater value. Mortals are perpetually hindered by illness, hunger, fatigue, and various factors that squander much of their time. However, the cultivators remain unaffected by such ailments. They can fast and sustain themselves by absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. The diseases that afflict mortals do not befall them, and they can substitute sleep with meditation. Yet, after all this time, what have you truly gained?" In response to Qin Changxing's inquiry, Zhuo Xinghe pondered seriously before replying. "Over the span of these 80 years, I have acquired cultivation, power, and a beautiful companion. A succinct summary, indeed, but what else? In a day comprising 12 hours. Have you devoted all your time solely to these pursuits? If I am not mistaken, your time was also spent on other endeavors, such as traveling, indulging in romantic escapades, and competing for superiority, which have equally consumed a substantial portion of your time. I am not a prodigy, nor do I possess an exceptionally formidable master. I merely reclaimed the time you discarded, and nothing more. To cultivate oneself, one must first cultivate the heart. Without a sufficient mindset, how can one sing praises on the path of cultivation?" Upon hearing this, Zhuo Xinghe let out a long sigh, his admiration for Qin Changxing intensifying. Such a simple phrase, "nothing more," is enough to leave all cultivators in the world feeling ashamed. With such extraordinary talent, the Xuanwu Kingdom would honor you with the title of national hero. May I ask what your thoughts are?" In response to Zhuo Xinghe's renewed offer, Qin Changxing smiled and waved his hand. "Perhaps it is best to decline. My thoughts do not dwell in that direction. Furthermore, your considerable effort to summon me from seclusion indicates that the situation in Chang'an is quite dire. How much longer can your father endure?" Upon hearing this, Zhuo Xinghe sighed and replied, "My father is the strongest monarch in the history of the Xuanwu Kingdom. Yet, regardless of his high cultivation and profound abilities, he ultimately cannot withstand the inevitability of fate. Currently, he has less than a year left. Recently, my father decreed that whoever can locate the dragon's lair shall inherit the throne of the Xuanwu Kingdom." Hearing this, Qin Changxing frowned. The left emperor has lived for 2,300 years, I believe the Xuanwu kingdom has exhausted all methods of prolonging life. Now that the left emperor is so urgently seeking a burial site, I suspect he is not merely searching for the dragon's lair, but rather for a place that could grant a reversal of fate. Such places are not easily found. Upon Chun Changxing's revelation of the concealed implications, Zhuxinghe smiled wryly. If such a place were easily discovered, I would not have sought you out. My several imperial brothers have found formidable allies, and I truly lack the confidence to compete with them. Reluctantly, I came to disturb your tranquil retreat. I wonder, how confident are you regarding this matter? I cannot claim 10 out of 10, but I would say 5 or 6 out of 10 is attainable. Zhuxinghe. Upon hearing these words, Zhuxinghe was instantly taken aback. He had sought out countless reclusive sages in the Xuanwu kingdom, yet their responses were predominantly uncertain or only partially assured. How is it that Qin Changsheng could assert a confidence of 50 to 60% so readily? Were it not for his understanding of Qin Changsheng's character, Zhuxinghe would have suspected him of boasting. Sir, do you truly possess such formidable confidence? I have a measure of assurance in locating that place, yet finding it does not guarantee success. Whether we succeed hinges upon the extent of the sacrifices you in the Xuanwu kingdom are willing to make. Furthermore, do not blame me for not warning you. Reversing the course of one's life is a desire harbored by all those nearing the end of their lifespan. However, very few can achieve it. You would do well to counsel your father, dissuading him from this notion. In response to Qin Changxing's counsel, Zhuxinghe wore a bitter smile. He was certainly aware of this truth, yet the will of his father, the emperor, was not something that could be easily swayed by others. Chapter 34. The Exquisite Fruit Platter, Qin Changxing. All rubbish. In response to Qin Changxing's suggestion, Zhuxinghe remained silent, offering no reply. Observing this, Qin Changxing merely smiled and refrained from further comment. Zhua Huang had lived for 2,300 years, his lifespan exceeding that of a transformation realm cultivator by a considerable margin. As the saying goes, the old become cunning, and the horse becomes slippery. It would not be an exaggeration to describe the current Chang'an city as a den of dragons and tigers. Were it not for the pursuit of clues regarding the ancient bronze palace, he would never have involved himself in this matter. In the palace of Chang'an City, the 9 princes of the Xuanwu kingdom gathered in the grand hall, with a young man seated majestically on the dragon throne. This young man was none other than the most formidable emperor in the history of the Xuanwu kingdom, Emperor Xuanwuzun. With his chin resting on his hand, a smile graced his lips as he gazed upon his 9 sons. At that moment, one of the princes stepped forward and proclaimed, "Father, I have traveled far and wide, seeking the wisdom of great masters and scouring every renowned mountain and river in the Xuanwu kingdom. At last, I have discovered the location of a dragon's lair. With this lair, I am certain it will grant you another chance at life." Witnessing one prince take the initiative, the others were eager to follow suit, each recounting the tremendous efforts they had expended in their search for the dragon's lair. Yet, amongst the 9 princes, only the eldest, Zhuxinghe, remained utterly silent. The reason for his reticence was simple. Qin Changsheng was voraciously devouring the fruit platter before him. As he watched his brothers enthusiastically introduce the dragon's lair they had found, Zhuxinghe felt a pang of urgency within him. "Sir, perhaps we should pause our feasting for a moment? Should we not first discuss the dragon's lair?" Hearing Zhuxinghe's suggestion, Qin Changxing swallowed the spiritual fruit in his mouth and replied, "This is a banquet. Enjoying the food takes precedence. Besides, your current concern should not be this matter." Upon hearing these words, confusion spread across Zhuxinghe's face. If not the dragon's lair, then what should I be concerned with? Faced with Zhuxinghe's lack of understanding, Qin Changxing rolled his eyes dramatically. "Your father is on the brink of death, and you 9 sons are merely searching for his burial site. Do you not find this rather absurd?" Upon hearing Qin Changxing's words, Zhuxinghe instantly grasped the gravity of the situation. While it was true that their father sought the dragon's lair, it was equally true that his time was running short. At such a moment, the foremost thought in a son's heart should be one of reluctance, rather than contemplating how to secure a proper resting place for their father. Even if he did not feel this way internally, at the very least, he should put on a facade of concern. Realizing this, Zhuxinghe softly murmured, "Sir, is it too late now? It is better to mend the fold than to let it go to waste. Remember to be a bit more dramatic." Receiving Qin Changxing's affirmation, Zhuxinghe immediately sprang to his feet and charged forward. In his rush, he knelt down, pressing his forehead forcefully against the ground. "Father, I cannot bear to part with you. The other princes stood in stunned silence, taken aback by Xingha's sudden display. Meanwhile, the left emperor, seated upon the dragon throne, cast his gaze towards Chen Changsheng, who was fervently displaying his fruit platter. Having lived for over 2,300 years, his formidable strength was beyond question. Every conversation within the grand hall was within his earshot. He was intimately familiar with the thoughts and temperaments of the 9 princes. Yet the helper his eldest son had summoned piqued his interest. Contemplating this, the left emperor spoke, "A man of stature should not weep. Such behavior is unbecoming." In response to the left emperor's mildly admonishing tone, left Xingha wept even louder. "Father," as the saying goes, a man sheds tears sparingly, only when deeply sorrowed. "Now, as I am about to part from you, my heart is filled with reluctance." Observing his eldest son's theatrical display, the left emperor smiled slightly and used a surge of spiritual energy to assist left Xingha to his feet. "I am aware of your filial piety. Yet parting in life and death is a natural law. There is no need for excessive sorrow." With this, the left emperor gestured, and a servant promptly brought forth an enormous fruit platter for Chen Changsheng. In response to the emperor's generous offering, Chen Changsheng beamed, revealing a broad smile. "Thank you, left emperor." After expressing his gratitude, he resumed his ostentatious display of the fruit platter, indulging in both eating and showcasing. The other princes exchanged glances, collectively thinking, could he not exhibit a modicum of decorum? What audacity! How could I not have conceived of such a strategy? Although the left emperor did not articulate his thoughts explicitly, the other 8 princes discerned that left Xingha's recent actions had evidently earned him favor. As the trivial performance concluded, the left emperor finally broached the matter of substance. "My time draws near, and I seek a fateful location to extend my life. A decade ago, I promised that whoever discovers the true abode of the immortals shall inherit the throne of the Xuanwu kingdom. Now is your moment to demonstrate your achievements." With his words hanging in the air, the 8 princes exchanged knowing glances with their respective mentors. Subsequently, those mentors stepped forth, confidently presenting the dragon lairs they had unearthed. Their descriptions, seemingly infused with the supernatural, even stirred envy in left Xingha. However, as the helper, Chen Changsheng remained engrossed in his display of the fruit platter, showing no inclination to speak. Half an hour passed, and the 8 dragon lairs had been thoroughly introduced. All eyes turned to Chen Changsheng, whose crude behavior drew a disapproving remark from the second prince. "Elder brother, where did you find this rustic peasant? At such a crucial juncture for our father's millennial plans, having such a person present in the grand hall is a disgrace to our Xuanwu kingdom." Upon hearing this, left Xingha was poised to retort when Chen Changsheng, having finally consumed the last spirit fruit, leisurely interjected, "Have you not heard of the grand entrance? The truly remarkable appear only in the end. What is there to rush?" With that, Chen Changsheng turned to the left emperor and inquired, "Might I ask, left emperor, do you possess a map? If possible, the map should be as vast and detailed as conceivable." Upon hearing this, Emperor Zhuo waved his hand, and 5 robust men promptly entered, carrying an enormous scroll of the map. Once unfurled, it covered nearly half of the palace. Chen Changsheng scrutinized the map, meticulously marking the 8 dragon lairs he had previously identified. After completing his task, Chen Changsheng clasped his hands and addressed Emperor Zhuo, "Forgive my frankness, your majesty, but to me, these 8 locations are utterly worthless. If one seeks to reverse the course of life, there is but one place that holds a modicum of possibility." At this declaration, the assembly of esteemed individuals erupted in indignation. "Impertinent! Under which sect do you train, daring to utter such nonsense here? Reveal your lineage, so we may properly discipline you on behalf of your master." Unfazed by their ire, Chen Changsheng casually cleared his ears and replied, "I apologize. My sect is not skilled in the art of seeking dragon lairs. These insights are self-taught. Moreover, my primary profession involves selling coffins, while I also engage in the dual pursuits of locating dragon lairs and managing funeral services comprehensively." Chapter 35, The Ancient Forbidden Land. Chen Changsheng assumes the role of national master. The words of Chen Changsheng echoed throughout the grand hall, leaving the esteemed individuals within utterly astounded. They had anticipated that the elder prince's summoned aide would possess some remarkable credentials. Little did they expect him to be merely a coffin seller. Even more absurdly, his skills in geomancy were self-taught. Upon hearing this, the other 8 princes seized the opportunity to attack Xingha. Father, my elder brother has brought in a mere coffin seller to trivialize matters. It is evident he seeks to undermine your grand scheme. Indeed, although my elder brother feigns loyalty and filial piety, he likely harbors ambitions for your throne in secret. In the face of such accusations from the numerous princes, emperors were remained unperturbed. Instead, he regarded Qin Chongqing with keen interest. This gentleman's profession is quite intriguing. May I inquire how I should address you? In response, Qin Chongqing smiled and said, I am Qin Chongqing. Your Majesty may simply call me Chongqing. Chongqing, a splendid name. Might you elucidate your previous remarks? All 8 of them are renowned geomancers of the Xuanwu Kingdom. Is it not somewhat improper for Mr. Chongqing to regard them with such disdain? At the emperor's words, the assembly erupted in derisive laughter. The emperor's direct inquiry was not one to be overlooked. A mere rustic could hardly evade his discerning gaze. It seemed likely that Qin Chongqing would meet a gruesome fate. To the emperor's inquiry, Qin Chongqing responded with a smile. Your Majesty, the dragon's den you seek is a place where one can reverse their lifespan. If such a miraculous location were easily found, practitioners across the realm would not be troubled by their mortality. Moreover, whether a being can indeed reverse their lifespan remains a topic shrouded in legend to this day. Their grandiloquent proclamations merely reveal their words to be fabrications. Lies, after all, are nothing but refuse. That holds some merit, the emperor nodded. Then might I ask where Mr. Chongqing believes the dragon's den to be? I am quite eager to witness the unique qualities of the location you propose. Upon hearing the emperor's desire to see his chosen dragon's den, Qin Chongqing perused the map and pointed to an unmarked area, exclaiming, It is this place. Within a radius of 100,000 miles, this location alone has the potential to grant you the ability to reverse your lifespan. As Qin Chongqing indicated the direction, the expressions of all present shifted dramatically. Zhuoxing's countenance darkened the most, for the spot Qin Chongqing had identified was directly related to the bronze ancient hall. Zhuoxing had ample reason to suspect that Qin Chongqing had deliberately pointed out that location. Preposterous. The ancient forbidden land is universally recognized as a place of taboo. How could there possibly be a dragon's den there? A white-bearded elder shouted vehemently at Qin Chongqing, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Observing this, Qin Chongqing rolled his eyes and replied, You incessantly speak of taboos. May I inquire if you truly comprehend their essence? A taboo is simply a taboo, devoid of the necessity for elaboration. Your intention to guide His Majesty towards the ancient forbidden grounds is utterly reprehensible. I implore His Majesty to eliminate this scoundrel. The old man did not engage with Qin Chongqing, but instead directly beseeched the left emperor to execute him. However, the left emperor exhibited no interest in the old man's plea, turning instead to Qin Chongqing and inquiring, Mr. Chongqing, what compels you to choose such a place? The ancient forbidden grounds, a realm where no life may tread, is indeed a place of certain death. Moreover, from your words, it seems you possess some knowledge of what a taboo entails. With a chuckle, Qin Chongqing replied, Your Majesty jested. Taboos have eluded clear definition throughout history. I merely struggled to articulate some terms to express it. They cannot be comprehended, defined, described, or observed. That which embodies these characteristics is what the populace refers to as a taboo. Upon hearing this, the left emperor nodded thoughtfully, remarking, Your words poignantly reveal the terrifying nature of taboos. Since you possess greater understanding of taboos, why then do you choose that location? Because within the realms of heaven and earth, there exist those of great capability, Qin Chongqing said, glancing at the ancient forbidden grounds on the map. Before your Majesty's birth, this land was home to other formidable beings. They too grappled with the issue of lifespan and made choices akin to yours. Although taboos elude description, one truth is evident. Their power is formidable. The might of taboos has grown to such an extent that all living beings dare not even whisper their name. Such a powerful existence surely resides in the most exalted of places. If your Majesty seeks to live against the current of fate, the dragon lairs must not be judged by common standards. The 8 dragon lairs previously mentioned, while commendable, are still insufficient for your Majesty. To defy death and live anew, one must boldly venture into the ancient forbidden grounds, for therein lies a glimmer of hope. Qin Chongqing's voice echoed throughout the vast palace, causing the hearts of all present to race with trepidation. They had not anticipated that this rustic villager would dare propose such audacious notions. Should His Majesty heed his counsel, the entire Xuanwu kingdom would inevitably march towards ruin. Silence. Upon the conclusion of Chen Changxing's pronouncement, an eerie stillness enveloped the palace. Time seemed to stretch endlessly until at last, the left emperor spoke from his throne. "I am weary today. All may retire." He continued, "From this day forth, Mr. Changxing shall serve as the national master of the Xuanwu kingdom, with the freedom to enter and exit at will within its borders." With that, the left emperor rose and departed. Meanwhile, the 8 brothers of left Xinghe clenched their fists, their eyes brimming with resentment. The position of national master, with the privilege of unrestricted movement within the Xuanwu kingdom, was indeed an extraordinary favor. With the freedom to enter and exit at will, it is evident that Chen Changxing can traverse any corner of the Xuanwu kingdom. This includes the treasury and the secret chambers of martial arts, places that have traditionally been accessible only to the emperor himself. Now, another individual, an outsider, no less, has gained entry, provoking envy among the princes. "Your Majesty, you cannot allow this. I had already made an agreement with the first prince to refrain from assuming any official position in the Xuanwu kingdom." As everyone else seethes with jealousy over Chen Changxing's sudden stroke of fortune, he shouts towards the departing figure of the left emperor, seemingly reluctant to accept the title of national master. Upon hearing his words, the crowd is rendered speechless. They think to themselves, "I am truly grinding my teeth in frustration. If it were not for the emperor's regard for you, I would have surely dealt with you harshly. How could you voice such sentiments in the face of such a splendid opportunity? If you do not wish for it, then you may bestow it upon me." Chapter 36. The Schemes of Prince Sua. Chen Changxing enters the Xuanwu pavilion. "Sir, why did you choose the ancient forbidden lands?" After the banquet concluded, Sua Xinghe directly intercepted the wandering Chen Changxing. Observing this, Chen Changxing smacked his lips and replied, "I have just articulated my reasons. Only the ancient forbidden lands hold the potential to assist His Majesty in reversing his fate. No other place offers such possibilities. Indeed, your reasoning is impeccable. But I believe you harbor additional motives," Sua Xinghe insisted, gazing at the obstinate figure before him. Chen Changxing scratched his head in response. "I had thought you were rather astute, capable of discerning the current situation. Yet, I find myself somewhat disappointed by your lack of insight." "What do you mean by that, sir?" Sua Xinghe inquired. "I ask you, who is the strongest in the Xuanwu kingdom?" "Undoubtedly, it is my father." "And who understands the Xuanwu kingdom the best?" "That too is my father. Since ascending the throne, he has led the kingdom into an unprecedented era of prosperity. The land has more than doubled in size. All territories he personally conquered. Every inch of the Xuanwu kingdom has been traversed by his own feet. He is the one who knows it best." "Then it follows," Chen Changxing spread his hands and said, "that His Majesty, being the strongest and most knowledgeable about the kingdom, would certainly comprehend where he might reverse his fate." At this, Sua Xinghe paused, taken aback. "Sir, are you suggesting that the ancient forbidden lands are His Majesty's intention?" "Indeed. As the crown prince of the Xuanwu kingdom, you are well aware of its history. His Majesty has lived for 2,300 years, yet for the preceding 2,200 years, he had neither offspring nor companion. However, within the last century, you were born, along with 8 other brothers. Does this not strike you as somewhat akin to arranging for the future? Reversing one's fate is a task more challenging than ascending to the heavens. Success cannot be achieved with a mere brief preparation." Upon hearing this, Sua Xinghe began to grasp the implications. "Are you implying that father began his preparations a century ago? Perhaps even earlier? Such significant matters require no less than 200 to 300 years of planning. His Majesty's directive for you to seek the dragon's lair was merely a test of your capabilities. Expecting 9 young children, all under 100 years of age, to prepare for reversing fate is nothing short of absurd." Having said this, Chen Changxing resumed his leisurely stroll. Sua Xinghe stood in silence for a moment before hastily following in Chen Changxing's footsteps. "Sir, could you not persuade father? The ancient forbidden lands harbor great terrors. A moment's carelessness could lead to the destruction of the entire Xuanwu kingdom. How could I possibly sway His Majesty? I am merely an outsider. Such matters should rightly fall to you. As I approached, I urged you to persuade your esteemed father, for I had long anticipated that His Majesty would opt for the primal forbidden grounds." Thus, Chen Changxing arrived before a towering pavilion, the Xuanwu Pavilion, where the techniques of the Xuanwu kingdom were preserved. Gazing at the lofty structure, a spark of brilliance ignited in Chen Changxing's eyes. Such a repository of knowledge was, to him, the greatest temptation in the world. This must be the treasury of the Xuanwu Kingdom's tomes. Would you care to accompany me inside for a glimpse? In response to Qin Chongxing's invitation, the troubled Zhou Xinghe managed a smile and replied, I cannot accompany you, dear sir. Without the express permission of my father, even I am forbidden to enter the Xuanwu Pavilion freely. Furthermore, you must remember, you may only observe and must not touch anything within. Any indiscretion could lead to dire consequences. Before Zhou Xinghe could finish, a shadow suddenly appeared before them. His Majesty has decreed that Mr. Chongqing may freely access whatever he desires, and no one shall impede him. Additionally, Prince Xinghe is tasked with guiding Mr. Chongqing through the palace, ensuring his utmost satisfaction. Zhou Xinghe was taken aback, exclaiming, freely access? Surely my father jesteth. Such favoritism is hardly the manner of treating one's subjects. Could it be that Mr. Chongqing is the emperor's illegitimate son? Otherwise, why do we, his legitimate heirs, not enjoy such privileges? Thank you, your majesty. Qin Chongqing expressed his gratitude with a cheerful demeanor, then grasped the dazed Zhou Xinghe's hand and entered the Xuanwu Pavilion. Upon entering the Xuanwu Pavilion, Qin Chongqing was nearly drooling at the sight of the vast array of books before him. It was then that Zhou Xinghe, recovering from his astonishment, hesitantly inquired, Sir, you wouldn't happen to be surnamed Zhou, would you? Hearing this, Qin Chongqing rolled his eyes dramatically, exclaiming, Please refrain from making such ethically dubious jokes. My surname is undeniably Chun. I am neither the emperor's illegitimate child nor your elder brother. While he teased Zhou Xinghe, Qin Chongqing busily selected books from the Xuanwu Pavilion. Observing this, Zhou Xinghe continued to inquire, If you are not a child of the emperor, why does he treat you with such favor? Is it merely because you discerned his thoughts? As Zhou Xinghe posed his question, Qin Chongqing amassed an impressive collection of books. Soon, a tome as large as a room appeared before him. What is this book? He pondered. Although Qin Chongqing did not respond to his own question, Zhou Xinghe respectfully replied, This is the historical record of the Xuanwu Kingdom, chronicling all events since its founding. Ah, so it is the history of the Xuanwu Kingdom. This is indeed a treasure. With that, Qin Chongqing began to levitate gently, aligning himself with the monumental tome of the Xuanwu Kingdom's history. Before them lay a vast tome, partially opened, revealing passages that detailed the ancient bronze palace. Observing this, Qin Chongqing pointed to the relevant sections and remarked, You discovered the account of the bronze palace from here, did you not? Indeed, Zhou Xinghe replied, Not long ago. I visited the Xuanwu Pavilion to retrieve the 9 transformations of the profound art, hoping to request your emergence from seclusion. It was by chance that I stumbled upon this clue. Nodding thoughtfully, Qin Chongqing responded, The emperor has certainly gone to great lengths to summon me. Zhou Xinghe, perplexed, inquired, What do you mean by that? When has my father ever sought you out? In the face of Zhou Xinghe's bewilderment, Qin Chongqing continued, Why do you look at me so? Surely, you do not believe that the lead to the bronze palace was your own discovery. This book is so voluminous, filled with such a wealth of information, and by mere coincidence, you opened to a page that contained the very details I seek. Do you not find this coincidence rather striking? Then who has been orchestrating this matter behind the scenes? Zhou Xinghe asked in astonishment. Who else but your father? Qin Chongqing replied. For 10 years, you have sought me out annually. Such unusual behavior would not escape the emperor's notice. Once he became aware of my existence, it was only natural for him to investigate my background and circumstances. Perhaps, driven by curiosity about me, he subtly nudged you toward my presence, leading me to this city of Chang'an. But the matter of the bronze palace, you have only ever mentioned it to me. Zhou Xinghe protested. That is true. Qin Chongqing acknowledged, but discussing the bronze palace will inevitably lead to the leakage of information. Investigating requires inquiries or the perusal of ancient texts. In this small corner of Chang'an, how could your actions possibly remain unnoticed by the emperor? Zhou Xinghe paused, a sense of realization washing over him. I suddenly feel as though I am but a child. Chapter 37. The funeral of the Grand Master and the transaction with the left Emperor. Qin Chongqing's words left Zhou Xinghe in a state of silence. After a moment, Zhou Xinghe spoke. Since you understand my father's intentions, what do you think he will do next? What else can he do? Naturally, he must consider whether he can accept the price I have proposed, Qin Chongqing replied. Upon hearing this, Zhou Xinghe gazed at Qin Chongqing in astonishment. Do you truly possess some assurance regarding entry into the ancient Forbidden Land? I have a modicum of assurance, though it is not substantial, merely a 50% certainty. However, do not underestimate this modest assurance, should you wish to purchase it from me. Even if your father were to exchange the entirety of the Xuanwu Pavilion, it would still be an exceedingly profitable transaction. With a dismissive wave of his hand, Chen Changsheng continued, Now, you may leave. I wish to enjoy some quiet reading. Also, do remember to have a copy of all the texts from the Xuanwu Pavilion transcribed for me, as I intend to peruse them at my leisure. Zhua Xinghe's lips twitched at Chen Changsheng's request, yet he refrained from comment, fully aware that this matter was beyond his control. Once Zhua Xinghe departed, Chen Changsheng began to leisurely browse through the historical records of the Xuanwu Kingdom, a process that consumed an entire month. During this time, the Xuanwu Kingdom routinely dispatched a plethora of cultivation resources, all of which Chen Changsheng accepted without reservation. However, he made no mention of the ancient Forbidden Land. With a satisfying crunch, Chen Changsheng bit into a coveted spirit fruit, reclining on a page larger than a bed as he meticulously read. His relaxed demeanor was a source of envy for those around him. You truly possess remarkable composure, a voice interjected from nearby. Chen Changsheng turned to see the left emperor had arrived at the Xuanwu Pavilion without his notice. Your Majesty, Chen Changsheng greeted with a respectful bow. Yet the left emperor paid him no heed, instead scrutinizing the historical texts of the Xuanwu Kingdom. In just a month, you have perused so many volumes. It appears you have a profound love for reading. Your Majesty possesses discerning insight. I harbor no peculiar hobbies, but I do cherish books, for they bestow upon me an endless bounty of knowledge. As Chen Changsheng spoke, the left emperor gently caressed the books before him. The Xuanwu Pavilion has been granted to you, and you have ascended to the position of national master. You have accepted all the resources I provided, yet you remain insatiable. Do you truly believe I would hesitate to end your life? With a cold gaze fixed upon Chen Changsheng, the left emperor delivered his threat. In response, Chen Changsheng smiled broadly, saying, Your Majesty, such sentiments are misplaced. While I have received many benefits, none of them are what I truly desire. The essence of trade lies in fairness. Coercion is unacceptable. Your prowess is beyond dispute, and my life hangs solely on your whim. However, I am confident that you would not resort to killing me, nor would you compel me to act against my will. Humph. With a cold snort, the left emperor remarked, What gives you such confidence? Is it merely the ancient Forbidden Land? Its terrifying nature is something you are well aware of. Venturing into such a perilous place leaves no room for missteps. This implies that those you bring must be absolutely loyal. If you were to compel me to assist you, I imagine you would harbor some unease in your heart. Faced with Chen Changsheng's unyielding bravado, the left emperor fell silent for a moment before speaking. State your terms. I wish to request your assistance in eliminating someone. As for the opportunity that lies within that act, you shall also reap its rewards. Intriguing. The individual you cannot defeat with your strength and intellect must surely be no ordinary character. Though you have adopted the techniques of the Xuanwu Kingdom, I still sense an alternative path within you. If I am not mistaken, you hail from the Dacian dynasty, some 30,000 miles away, correct? Xinghe has sung your praises. Do you have any inclination to share tales of your past? Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng smiled faintly and replied, Since your Majesty is interested, I shall recount my story. It begins 80 years ago. Chen Changsheng narrated the events concerning himself and the transcendent of feathered ascension, though he deliberately omitted any mention of his connection with Ikyu and the others. Faced with the impending doom that loomed over him, he was reluctant to disclose that he had already attained immortality. After the battle in the Night Moon Kingdom's Forbidden Land, I fled to the Xuanwu Kingdom, where I remained for 43 years. Upon hearing the entire tale, the left emperor felt a flicker of curiosity towards Chen Changsheng. The more he pondered, the less he understood the essence of this individual. A journey fraught with peril, undertaken solely to honor a fallen comrade. One would expect such a person to be profoundly loyal and righteous. Yet as Chen recounted the tragic fate of his sect, his eyes reflected an unsettling calmness. Such a contradiction was perplexing. With this thought in mind, the left emperor spoke, You risk incurring my wrath by requesting my hand in eliminating your ancestral master. What is your true intention behind this act? Is it vengeance? Not at all. I seek your assistance purely out of a promise made long ago. When I departed from the Night Moon Kingdom, I vowed to see him laid to rest. Words spoken must hold weight. Ha ha. The left emperor laughed at Chen Changsheng's earnest demeanor. A man of his word. According to your account, there are 18 bronze ancient halls, each linked in some manner. One of these halls has appeared in the ancient Forbidden Land. This must be the source of your perceived opportunity. Precisely. You are not afraid that by revealing the secrets of the bronze ancient halls to me, I might, like your ancestral master, exploit the ominous power that lies beneath? In response to the left emperor's perplexity, Chen Changsheng remained composed as he spoke. I reiterate, the matters concerning this ominous force do not captivate my attention. The reason I seek the bronze ancient palace is due to the disappearance of a dear friend within its confines. I merely wish to ascertain her safety, nothing more. Upon concluding his statement, Chen Changsheng quietly awaited the left emperor's reply. I must admit, your request is one I cannot refuse. The ancient Forbidden Land is fraught with peril. Even the slightest increase in the chance of success is not something I would overlook. Prepare yourself. We shall depart tomorrow, for my time is limited. With that, the left emperor turned to leave. Your Majesty, my esteemed ancestor achieved the pinnacle of the transformation stage 50 years ago. Are you truly confident? Upon hearing this, the left emperor paused momentarily. How vast is the Xuanwu kingdom? Even when combined, the Night Moon Kingdom and the great Qian dynasty barely encompass half its expanse. Would you dare to enter the ancient Forbidden Land? Speaking of the transformation stage's consummation, the terror of the ancient Forbidden Land is beyond description. Not only the consummate transformation stage, but even those above it would hesitate to approach. The Xuanwu Kingdom was not always so grand. Its current stature is a result of my relentless efforts. I have vanquished 2 nations like the great Qian dynasty, undertaking what those above the transformation stage would not dare. With that, the left emperor's figure vanished entirely. Once the left emperor had disappeared, the vast Xuanwu pavilion was left with only Chen Changsheng. Gazing towards the direction of the great Qian dynasty, he murmured, Ancestor, after 50 years, your disciple is finally poised to fulfill his promise. You must be quite astonished. Chapter 38. The Return of the Mourner. The weight of the departed. The imposing battleship, akin to a majestic mountain, ascended slowly into the sky. While Chen Changsheng stood upon the deck, gazing towards the direction of the great Qian dynasty. 50 fleeting years had passed, and once more, the visages of the departed flickered in his mind. The kind-hearted yet timid little monk, the ever-present shadow of his 9th senior brother, the gravely wounded 3rd senior brother, and the little girl who always affectionately called him Brother Changsheng. A myriad of emotions surged within him, filling his eyes with an indescribable sentiment. At that moment, Zhuo Xinghe approached. Sir, what are you observing? His words pulled Chen Changsheng back from his reverie, merely reflecting upon old acquaintances. Yet we are a full 30,000 miles from the great Qian dynasty. Can you truly see them? The departed reside in the heart. There is no need for the eyes to behold them. Upon hearing this, Zhuo Xinghe pondered deeply, yet he struggled to grasp the essence of Chen Changsheng's feelings. Observing his contemplation, Chen Changsheng chuckled, patting his shoulder. Do not dwell on it. At your present stage, such emotions are beyond your comprehension. When you have traversed the long expanse of time and look back, you will understand this feeling. You are a good lad with a nimble mind. Since our paths have crossed, I shall offer you a discount of 20%. When that day arrives, I shall personally see you off. With these words, Zhuo Xinghe's countenance instantly fell. He was but 100 years old, still in the bloom of youth. Given Chen Changsheng's extensive experiences, he must have lived for over 200 years. By the reckoning of time, he should be ahead of Zhuo Xinghe on this journey. After a moment of inwardly lamenting, Zhuo Xinghe replied with a forced smile. Thank you for your kind intentions, sir, but as for coffins, let us postpone that discussion for now. Regarding Zhuo Xinghe's forced cheerfulness, Chen Changsheng merely cast him a fleeting glance before turning to return to his quarters. Even a formidable figure like Zhuo Huang would eventually face the passage of time. Zhuo Xinghe could not evade that fate either. For Chen Changsheng, time was merely an inconsequential matter. At the Shangqing Temple, cough, 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 Li Jinshui erupted into a fit of coughing, standing before 8 graves. These graves belonged to his former masters and brothers. The once elegant Shangqing Temple had now fallen into a state of disrepair, and the couplets penned by Chen Changsheng had grown somewhat indistinct. Brother, why have you come here again? Song Yuanshan inquired, looking at the precariously swaying 3rd senior brother with concern. In response, Li Jinshui smiled faintly. That question is better posed to me. You are now the master of Shangqing Temple, the renowned undefeated Taoist. and the defense against the onslaught of the Night Moon Kingdom rests upon your shoulders. If something were to happen to you, what would become of the others? Meanwhile, I am merely a man on the verge of death. Even if the Night Moon Kingdom were to discover me, they would find me of little consequence." Upon hearing these words, Song Yuanshan fell silent. Many years ago, when Chun Changxing departed from the Shanqing Temple, he intended to return with the remains of his masters. Time passed, and just as Song Yuanshan was on the verge of relinquishing hope, the long-absent master Ikyu reappeared. Not only did he bring back the corpse of the masters, but he also returned with the princess of the Night Moon Kingdom. However, he did not bring back Chun Changxing. After a prolonged silence, Song Yuanshan spoke. "Brother, do you think Changxing will return?" "Of course he will," replied Li Jinshui, "for he must honor his promise to collect my remains and conduct my funeral." The young disciple was a man of his word. Whatever he vowed, he would unfailingly fulfill. Now, as I approach death, it signifies that he is nearing his return. As he spoke, Li Jinshui lifted his gaze toward the distance, as if he could already discern that familiar silhouette. Moments later, he wearily leaned against the tombstone of the master of Yuan Shan, gesturing, "Go on, you bear many burdens. There is no need to linger with this lifeless body. I am soon to meet our masters, and I have much to express to them. As for the secrets of the Night Moon Kingdom's forbidden grounds, you ought to abandon any desire to uncover the truth. Master Ikyu will not divulge it, nor will Princess Wanyan. We have mutually vowed to take this secret to our graves." Faced with the words of his third brother, Song Yuanshan fell silent once more. Yet he ultimately refrained from pursuing the truth as he once did. For, as he matured, he understood that knowing certain truths might not always be a blessing. After Song Yuanshan departed, Li Jinshui caressed the tombstone of the master of Yuan Shan, murmuring softly, "Master, how could our beloved Shanqing Temple have come to such a state? Do power and longevity truly outweigh all else?" As he spoke, sorrow filled Li Jinshui's eyes. When Master Ikyu returned, he had already revealed all the truths to him. Upon learning the reality, Li Jinshui found it unbearable, for he could not accept that their gentle ancestor had caused the demise of his masters and brothers. Yet, the harsh truths of reality do not cease to exist simply because one cannot accept them. In resignation, Li Jinshui and Master Ikyu established a pact to never disclose this secret. As for the transcendent of Shanqing Temple, he had perished shortly after the onset of the national war. Aboard the warship, the massive vessel had been in flight for an entire month, drawing ever closer to the great Qin dynasty. With the distance diminishing, Chun Changxing began to receive various tidings regarding the great Qin dynasty. It had been entirely conquered by the Night Moon Kingdom, leaving only a few forces struggling to survive. Additionally, Chun Changxing received news that the demon king of the Night Moon Kingdom had been slain by the mourner, and the newly appointed leader of the Shanqing Temple was renowned for his unparalleled martial arts, earning the title of the Invincible Taoist. "Sir, is this mourner truly as formidable as they say? To silently and effortlessly eliminate a demon king within the territory of the demon race. You must be affiliated with the great Qin dynasty. The Night Moon Kingdom shares a border with the great Qin dynasty. Have you heard any news about it?" Zhua Xinghe meticulously analyzed the newly acquired intelligence, striving to comprehend the strength of his future adversary. Observing this, Chun Changxing clicked his tongue and remarked, "I am aware of the gravedigger, but rest assured, he will not impede the Xuanwu Kingdom." Upon hearing Chun Changxing's words, Zhua Xinghe immediately expressed his dissenting opinion. "Sir, your statement is misguided. This individual is shrouded in mystery, and his temperament is difficult to gauge. He could very well be a capricious maniac. Otherwise, why would he bear such an ominous moniker as Gravedigger? It is prudent for us to take precautions. Gravedigger is merely my alias. How could I possibly be unaware of my own unpredictability and penchant for violence?" Zhua Xinghe. Chapter 39. The Courage to Pursue Longevity. Chun Changxing's words left Zhua Xinghe momentarily stunned. "Sir, how could you possibly be a mourner? Why could I not be a mourner? Do not forget that I am in the business of selling coffins and managing funerals in their entirety. Is it so strange to hold the title of a mourner, given that I specialize in the collection and burial of the deceased?" Zhua Xinghe found himself at a loss for words once more. Although Chun Changxing's statements sounded peculiar, they were logically sound. Observing Zhua's bewilderment, Chun Changxing smiled and remarked, "When confronted with certain information, beings often embellish the truth, perhaps opting for interpretations that favor themselves. After being disseminated by many, the original truth can become utterly distorted. To uncover the essence of events among myriad legends, one must calm their mind and confront the core of the matter. Once you achieve this, you will be able to restore the truth from mere fragments. With that, Chen Changsheng summoned his flying sword and departed from the warship. As he left, Zhuoxinghe called out, "Sir, where are you going? I am not adept at fighting, so I shall refrain from getting involved in this matter for the time being. While the Xuanwu Kingdom is formidable, it cannot swiftly extinguish the Night Moon Kingdom. I have some affairs to attend to and shall return in due time." By the time Zhuoxinghe registered Chen Changsheng's words, the latter's figure had already vanished. After Chen's disappearance, Zhuohuang appeared beside Zhuoxinghe. Gazing in the direction of Chen Changsheng's departure, Zhuoxinghe hesitated before asking, "Father, why did you not stop him? Are you not afraid he might flee?" In response to Zhuoxinghe's inquiry, Zhuohuang replied calmly, "You are astute, yet your experience is still lacking. To be more precise, you cannot yet discern the distinctions between individuals. If one day you can see through Chen Changsheng, you will be worthy of governing the Xuanwu Kingdom. Alas, my time is limited, and the path ahead must be traversed by you alone." Upon hearing these words, a glimmer of reluctance crossed Zhuoxinghe's eyes. "Father, must you truly venture into the forbidden land of antiquity? Perhaps there are other means to prolong your life." Observing the confusion in Zhuoxinghe's gaze, Zhuohuang chuckled softly. "You are remarkably like me. I was once just as you are now, eager to learn, yet dismissive of all else. In my youth, I believed that nothing could thwart me, and the matter of lifespan was of no concern. I thought then that to live as a hero and to die as a legend was paramount. I loathed the notion of a wretched existence. However, after living for over 2 millennia, I have changed." Listening to Zhuohuang's words, Zhuoxinghe silently bowed his head, offering no response. Noticing this, Zhuohuang smiled and continued, "Among the many brothers, you hold the deepest disdain for me. You believe that our once formidable father has succumbed to weakness, that he dares not confront death." As these words echoed, Zhuoxinghe knelt down instantly. Yet, unperturbed by Zhuoxinghe's action, Zhuohuang continued, "Your perspective is both correct and erroneous. To say you are right is to acknowledge that such thoughts are appropriate for your current state of mind. To declare you wrong is to underestimate me gravely. Mortals extol love, often employing phrases like "until the seas run dry and the stones decay," for in their understanding, stones do not perish and oceans do not recede. However, when one witnesses a stone gradually turning to dust and an endless ocean transforming into vast plains, one realizes that time is the greatest adversary of all beings. It possesses the might to alter everything, including those truths we once held dear. You perceive that facing death requires courage, yet you fail to grasp that pursuing immortality, even in the knowledge of death, demands far greater bravery. If you were to occupy my position, would you possess the courage to seek immortality as I do?" In response to Zhuohuang's words, Zhuoxinghe pondered deeply. After a lengthy silence, he spoke deliberately, "I lack such courage. Ha ha ha. Lacking this courage may indeed be a blessing, for at least your future is stable. If possible, you must ensure that Chen Changsheng is appointed to a position of significance in your future endeavors." Upon hearing this, Zhuoxinghe furrowed his brow. "Why?" "Because Chen Changsheng possesses qualities that I do not. 10 years ago, you trained in the Beast Mountain Range, where he rescued you. In truth, I have always been by your side, guarding you. You simply could not perceive my presence. I listened to every word exchanged between you and Chen Changsheng, and from that moment, I became intrigued by this coffin seller. Subsequently, I observed him for a decade. While 10 years may seem brief in the life of a cultivator, it is sufficient for transformation. Yet, a decade has passed, and Chen Changsheng remains unchanged, as if time has no effect upon him. Cultivators seek change, for only through change can they break through their limitations. A nation seeks stability, as only stability allows for enduring existence. Though I am the emperor of the Xuanwu Kingdom, I am also a cultivator, and now is the time for me to pursue change. But you are different. Your future path is long, thus you must seek stability. With Chen Changsheng as your aide, your journey ahead will be considerably smoother." Hesitantly, Zhuoxinghe replied, "But it seems Chen Changsheng has little interest in power? This is your concern. I cannot manage all your affairs. Some matters must be addressed by you alone." Having spoken, Zhuohuang turned and departed. Meanwhile, Zhuoxinghe knelt in place, furrowing his brow as if deep in contemplation. At the Qingguang Temple, Li Jinshui lay feebly on the ground. Beside him a freshly dug grave loomed. His remaining eye, too, had succumbed to darkness. Just then, the sound of crunching leaves echoed, and Li Jinshui, on the verge of closing his eyes, suddenly struggled to speak. "Little junior brother, is that you?" Witnessing the once dashing third senior brother reduced to such a pitiable state, Chen Changsheng pressed his lips together and softly replied, "It is I, third senior brother." Upon hearing that familiar voice, Li Jinshui smiled. "I knew you would come, for you always fulfill your promises." Seeing this, Chen Changsheng assisted Li Jinshui to his feet. "Senior brother, you are on the brink of death. I should hasten to prepare your burial garments. It will be quite troublesome to change your clothes once your body grows cold." Chapter 40. A new grave added upon the old. Left Emperor takes action as Chen Changsheng prepared to change Li Jinshui's garments. Li Jinshui, summoning the last remnants of his strength, pushed Chen's hand away. "You insolent boy, though my demise is imminent, I am still alive, am I not? After 50 years apart. Can't you spare a moment for a conversation?" Upon hearing Li Jinshui's words, Chen Changsheng rolled his eyes dramatically. "Third senior brother, at this juncture, you cannot possibly tell me you have any unfinished business. You know me well. I loathe complications. Handling corpses and funerals is manageable, but fulfilling last wishes is not my forte." At Chen Changsheng's remarks, a flicker of vitality seemed to return to Li Jinshui. "Nonsense. Do you think I am the sort who cannot let go? The matters left undone in life shall not burden anyone after my passing. I merely wish to extol your virtues before I depart. Surely that is permissible?" Upon this declaration, a smile graced Chen Changsheng's face. "Of course, third senior brother. Your compliments are a rare delight. Such praise serves as encouragement, but do not let it inflate your ego," Li Jinshui retorted. The two conversed as they once did. Yet this mirth was fleeting, and silence soon enveloped them once more. After a time, Li Jinshui struggled to reach for the gravestone of the master of the Yuan spirit. As his fingers traced the inscriptions upon the stone, a single, pale brown tear fell from his solitary eye. In this life, like the fleeting autumn of withering leaves, regardless of one's past grandeur, one cannot escape the inevitability of these wooden planks. What of skills or divine weapons? They are merely ephemeral memories. When you fashioned a coffin from the master's thunderstruck wood, I thought it was merely childlike folly. Yet now I comprehend that within the Qing dynasty, you alone grasped the truth most clearly. With these words, Li Jinshui's lips quivered. After a prolonged silence, he regained his composure, a smile returning to his countenance. "Having expressed my sentiments, let me see what kind of coffin you have prepared for me." At Li Jinshui's urging, Chen Changsheng retrieved a pristine coffin from the system space. "Senior brother, I have prepared for you an exquisite coffin made of golden silk nanmo. This wood can preserve the body for a millennium without decay. Feel its texture." As Chen Changsheng assisted Li Jinshui to the coffin, he caressed the grain of the wood, nodding in satisfaction. "Excellent. My efforts in nurturing you were not in vain. Have you prepared the coffin for our grandmaster?" "Indeed, I have. A millennium-old peach wood struck by lightning, inscribed with all the formations I have learned, ensuring our grandmaster shall never rise from the grave. When the time comes, I will lay our grandmaster to rest alongside you, allowing you both to reminisce about the past." "Ha ha." Li Jinshui erupted in hearty laughter upon hearing Chen Changsheng's response. "Oh, my junior disciple, your foresight is commendable." Upon concluding his words, Li Jinshui straightened his posture and adjusted the creases of his clothing, subsequently freezing in that very position for eternity. Observing the lifeless form of Li Jinshui, Chen Changsheng calmly took it upon himself to manage the affairs that followed. Once all was completed, he interred the coffin within the grave Li Jinshui had dug, erecting a gravestone in his honor. The epitaph bore the inscription "The Mourner," a poignant reminder of his role. Gazing at the gravestone he had personally established, Chen Changsheng quietly produced a jar of wine. "Brother, this is the floral wine I brewed following ancient methods. During our time in the infinite secret realm, I restrained Yuan Shan from engaging with others in conflict. By convention, I am bound to face my master's reprimand once again. To avert punishment, I have prepared a portion of this floral wine to present to him, hoping for his leniency. The remaining part is intended as a bribe for you, so you may speak favorably of me. However, little did I anticipate that upon exiting the infinite secret realm, a cascade of events would unfurl, delaying your tasting of this wine until now. Yet, This delay is not without merit. The passage of 70 years has enriched the flavor of the floral wine, and I am certain both you and my master will relish it. With that, Chen Chongqing poured the floral wine at the graves of his third senior brother and the primordial spirit master. After completing the offering, he remarked, "It is indeed a tad stingy for 2 individuals to share a jar, but I possess only 10 in total, and I must reserve the remainder for myself. So, you will have to make do. After all, you cannot rise from the depths to chastise me." With that, he turned away from the dilapidated Shanqing temple. As he departed, he waved back at the 9 graves. "Masters and brothers, I shall go and bring our ancestral master to meet you. I take my leave." There was no trace of sorrow in Chen Chongqing's tone. It seemed to him merely a brief farewell to departed friends. Soon, the horn of war sounded as the Xuanwu kingdom launched its assault. Although the Night Moon kingdom had absorbed the great Qin dynasty, both nations had suffered considerable depletion of their resources during this period. Now, faced with the formidable might of the Xuanwu kingdom, the Night Moon kingdom could only retreat in disarray. There were no justifications, no superfluous words. Emperors would disregarded any negotiations from the Night Moon kingdom, sweeping through with overwhelming strength. Within the span of a mere month, he had reduced the Night Moon kingdom to ruins, simultaneously encircling the 2 ancient bronze palaces. "Father, the infinite secret realm is now under our control. We only await the conquest of the Night Moon kingdom's forbidden grounds, held by the Transcendent Master," reported Zhuo Xinghe, presenting the battle updates. Upon hearing this, Emperor Zhuo replied nonchalantly, "Let the forbidden grounds of the Night Moon kingdom remain besieged without assault. Those from the Tianfu temple may wait. One must see things through to the end. Since this matter originated due to Chen Chongqing, it is only fitting that he be the one to conclude it." With a brief pause, Emperor Zhuo gazed into the distance. What a coincidence! Just as he was mentioned, he has arrived. A point of light appeared on the horizon, gradually expanding until it finally landed upon the deck. "Your Majesty, I beg your pardon. I, Chongqing, was delayed in attending to some personal matters." Observing Chen Chongqing's respectful bow, the left emperor's lips curled into a smile. "You are not late at all. Your arrival is perfectly timed. Your master has been ensnared in the forbidden grounds by me, and I have been awaiting your arrival to pay your respects. I must admit, your master possesses a certain level of skill. It took me 2 strikes to obliterate his avatar. Moreover, it seems your old acquaintance is aware of your return. So, will you first pay homage to your master, or will you seek out your old friend?" Faced with the left emperor's proposition, Chen Chongqing grinned and replied, "Naturally, I shall first visit my old friend. Though my master may not be of significance in your eyes, I am certainly no match for him. Should he retaliate in his final moments, I would be at a loss. Thus, it is prudent for us to act separately." Ha ha! At Chen Chongqing's words, the left emperor chuckled and pointed at him, saying, "I admire your cautious approach to matters. Very well, I shall allow your master a moment of respite, so you may have a good reunion with your disciples." With that, the left emperor instantaneously appeared above the forbidden grounds. His right fist clenched and swung down with immense force. Boom! A colossal fist imprint shattered the earth, turning the mountains and rivers within 100 miles into mere dust. Chen Chongqing, is he truly that formidable? Chapter 41, Fallen Blossoms, Unrequited Waters. Bidding farewell to the master ancestor, as Zhua Huang unleashed a powerful punch. A colossal cauldron soared from the depths of the Night Moon Kingdom, hurtling towards him. Witnessing this earth-shattering conflict, Chen Chongqing could not help but express his astonishment, remarking on the perils of the cultivation world and his own aversion to combat. After his moment of reflection, he promptly soared towards the distant figures of Ikyu and the others. Upon seeing Chen Chongqing, who had vanished for 50 years, reappear, a wave of joy surged through the hearts of the crowd, reminiscent of a long-awaited reunion. "Brother Chongqing, I knew you would return," exclaimed Song Yuanshan, his excitement palpable as he approached. Chen Chongqing appraised the robed Song Yuanshan with a smile, remarking, "It has been decades. The once adoring follower has finally matured. Excellent. The diligent guidance of third senior brother has not been in vain." Observing the exchange between Chen Chongqing and Song Yuanshan, a stunning beauty imbued with a hint of wildness hesitated to speak. This was none other than the princess of the Night Moon Kingdom, Wang Yanyu. "What do you plan to do next?" Wang Yanyu eventually inquired, unable to suppress her curiosity. Responding to her gaze, Chen Chongqing smiled and said, What else is there to do but to tread my own path? At this, Wang Yanyu glanced at the formidable army of Xuanwu Kingdom and, with a solemn expression, asked, "Are you truly going to leave?" Though her words lacked explicit declaration, Qin Changxing sensed an undercurrent of reluctance in her tone. Seeing her demeanor, he reassured her. It is not so much a departure. Each person has their own responsibilities and a unique destination. I am simply heading where I must go and doing what I must do. Why? Song Yuanshan asked, perplexed. The troubles have been resolved, and the Shangqing Temple is in desperate need of revitalization. Are you truly going to abandon it? In response to Song Yuanshan's slightly agitated expression, Chen Changxing gently patted his shoulder, saying, "Rebuilding the Shangqing Temple is your mission, not mine. The destinies of individuals differ. Some are destined to take root in one place, while others are suited to wander the world. The Tao emphasizes the concept of fate. My connection with you all has reached its conclusion, and it is time to bid farewell." Hearing Chen Changxing's words, Song Yuanshan clenched his fists. Since Chen Changxing had joined the sect, the entire Shangqing Temple had anticipated his departure. Despite his commendable contributions, they had never sensed his intention to stay. More precisely, while Song Yuanshan regarded the Shangqing Temple as home, Chen Changxing viewed it merely as a temporary refuge. In life, one traverses many paths and may become fond of certain places. Yet, only a true home can offer the solace to settle down. Since Chen Changxing never considered the Shangqing Temple his home, he would inevitably depart, regardless of any lingering attachments. Having finished speaking, Chen Changxing turned to the composed figure of Ikyu. "Little monk, I have known you the longest. I am about to leave. Will you not try to keep me here?" Upon hearing Chen Changxing's words, Ikyu cast him a significant eye roll, expressing his disdain. "You, Chen Changxing, wish to depart. Who could possibly detain you? We are but the flora and fauna of this land, while you are merely a transient bird. Regardless of how long a bird lingers, it will inevitably take flight. A fate I anticipated long ago." As Ikyu spoke, the battle on the side of Zhuahuang drew to a close. Observing this, Chen Changxing remarked with a smile, "Decades have passed, and the teachings of Buddhism have indeed progressed. Continue to strive, and perhaps one day you may become a master of your era. Now that matters over there have concluded, I must attend to the remains of an old acquaintance." With that, Chen Changxing turned and made his way toward the forbidden ground. Watching his retreating figure, the three companions felt a profound sense of reluctance. However, the reluctance in Wang Yanyu's eyes harbored an undercurrent of a different emotion. Noticing this, Ikyu sighed, "Do not linger. This fellow will not remain for anyone. Moreover, for the past 50 years, you have boasted of your desire to exact vengeance on Chen Changxing for the humiliation he once inflicted upon you. Now that he has arrived, why do you not take action?" In response to Ikyu's words, Wang Yanyu replied coldly, "His strength is formidable. I am not his match at present. I can assist you. He is not particularly skilled in combat. Together, we have a chance to give him a good thrashing." Faced with Ikyu's undermining, Wang Yanyu retorted angrily, "The Buddhist path emphasizes compassion, yet your words are filled with malice. I fear you are not far from succumbing to darkness." After delivering her rebuke to Ikyu, Wang Yanyu turned to leave. Yet, halfway through her departure, she hesitated for a moment. "Will I see him again?" "Hard to say, but living a little longer may afford you that chance," Ikyu replied. With this answer, Wang Yanyu vanished completely. Perhaps from the moment her hair was dyed black, she had already etched this intriguing individual deeply into her heart. In the forbidden ground of the Night Moon Kingdom, Chen Changxing bore a splendid coffin, carefully navigating various deep pits before arriving before the ancient bronze palace. Thud! The heavy coffin thudded to the ground, and Chen Changxing looked at the immortal being sealed beneath the bronze palace, smiling. "Master Ancestor, what do you think of the coffin I have crafted for you?" Upon hearing this, the immortal being glanced at the coffin and remarked, "Not bad. It is evident that you have put much thought into it. Since your narrow escape last time, I have harbored an unease. Yet, I did not anticipate your return would come so swiftly, nor that you would enlist such a powerful ally." Hearing this, Chen Changxing glanced at Zhuahuang, who was studying the ancient bronze palace. "What can I say, Master Ancestor? With your strength, how could I possibly undertake your funeral alone? Now that we are at this juncture, might I ask my master a few questions?" "Certainly. The infinite secret realm also possesses a bronze palace. Why did you choose to come to the Night Moon Kingdom to orchestrate your plans?" "The entities suppressed beneath the infinite secret realm have been vanquished," leading me to discover the kingdom of Night Moon. So that is how it is. Allow me to pose a second question. Do you ever regret having slain your master and others? As this question was uttered, Chen Chongqing fixed his gaze intently upon the eyes of the ascendant real person, seeking to discern the most genuine answer within their depths. After a prolonged silence, the ascendant real person sighed softly and replied, "It is merely a trifling matter of wind and frost. For those who pursue the path of immortality, some sacrifices are entirely customary." He spoke of the method of liberation, likening it to the bittersweet experience of consuming raw lotus. Ha! Upon hearing the words of the ascendant real person, Chen Chongqing laughed heartily, his joy palpable. What a splendid metaphor! Bittersweet raw lotus. The resolve of my master is unwavering, and I, as a disciple, am in admiration. In that case, allow me to accompany you on your final journey. As his words fell, emperors were materialized beside Chen Chongqing. Facing the one who had bested him, the ascendant real person exhibited no trace of fear. Had I not been ensnared, you would find it far from easy to slay me. Chapter 42. Breaking into the forbidden land of antiquity, merely a touch of wind and frost. In response to the words of the ascendant, the sovereign of the left nodded. If my esteemed friend could live for another 1,000 years or so, perhaps we could engage in a contest of prowess. Alas, it is regrettable that you shall not live that long. By the way, what does the great hand depicted in this painting signify? After your extensive research on the bronze ancient palace, you must possess some insights. He chuckled. Of course I know. But do you think I would divulge that information? Even if I were to share it, would you dare to believe me? Indeed, I must confess, your words are not to be taken at face value. With a swift motion, a brilliant ray of light shot forth from the sovereign's hand, piercing the forehead of the ascendant, leaving a minute blood hole. As the ascendant fell, the colossal bronze ancient palace began to sink once more. Observing this, the sovereign of the left acted instantly, employing unparalleled divine power to halt the palace's descent. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Chongqing hastily retrieved the body of the ascendant. Boom! As the bronze ancient palace descended, the ominous blood pool, infused with malevolent energy, was thoroughly suppressed. Exhaling a breath of stale air, the sovereign of the left steadied his breath. Even for him, preventing the palace's actions proved to be quite a formidable challenge. Placing the body into the prepared coffin, Chen Chongqing inquired, "Your Majesty, have you made any discoveries?" "Indeed, I have gleaned some information. Each bronze ancient palace should contain a teleportation array, which harbors some form of connection. However, I am not entirely certain of the specifics, as the teleportation array here has been destroyed. Our only hope now rests upon the bronze ancient palace within the infinite secret realm. If the teleportation array there remains functional, it may indeed allow us access to the forbidden land of antiquity." As he spoke, a glimmer of excitement flickered in the sovereign's eyes. He had initially believed the bronze ancient palace would provide only minor assistance. Who could have anticipated such a significant impact? With this newfound knowledge, his chances of safely entering the forbidden land of antiquity had increased by at least 20%. "Ah, this should be yours. Allow me to return it to you." Boom! A stone coffin was hurled before Chen Chongqing. This coffin was the key treasure that had aided Chen Chongqing in evading peril 50 years prior. Naturally, the return of this item brought him great joy. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Chen Chongqing accepted the stone coffin and casually inquired. "The immortal venerable of 100 defeats was a figure from 2,000 years ago. Have you heard of his name?" "I have indeed heard of him. I first encountered his legend when I was 10 years old. However, by then, he had already been a figure from 2 millennia past. The inscriptions upon this are from a dynasty that perished 2,000 years ago, long before I became aware of it. My ability to comprehend it is merely due to the relatively recent disappearance of that dynasty." Chen Chongqing. Upon hearing this, a myriad of questions flooded Chen Chongqing's expression. Originally, it was believed that the immortal of 100 defeats belonged to a bygone era, 2 millennia past. Yet, Chen Chongqing was astonished to learn that the youthful emperor had already heard tales of the immortal during his own early years. Remarkably, these legends had circulated for over 2,000 years even then. By this calculation, the immortal of 100 defeats could indeed be a figure from 4 millennia ago. Contemplating this, Chen Chongqing remarked, "Your Majesty, if the immortal existed 4,000 years ago, how formidable must his power have been? I am uncertain. Merely a shadow of his presence has managed to suppress the ominous forces and the ascendant master here." Such a feat is beyond my capabilities. Were it not for the ancient bronze palace's restraint, I would eagerly harness the power that resides here, came the response. Qin Chongxing, noting the emperor's reluctance to speak of the ominous forces, mused internally, I thought you might disdain to utilize this power, but it seems you are incapable of doing so. Clearing his throat, he continued, Your Majesty, I must attend to the burial of my revered ancestor, so I shall take my leave. Go swiftly. Retrieving the ancient bronze palace from the infinite secret realm will not consume much time, the emperor permitted. With this consent, Qin Chongsheng departed from the sacred grounds of the Night Moon Kingdom. Half a month elapsed in the blink of an eye. Through the united efforts of the Xuanwu Kingdom, the ancient bronze palace within the infinite secret realm was unearthed with great effort. Standing upon the deck, Qin Chongsheng gazed upon the lands of the great Qin dynasty, a wave of nostalgia washing over him. He had resided on this land for nearly 2 centuries. 200 years ago, he never envisioned leaving the great Qin dynasty, nor did he foresee intertwining with the formidable beings of the immortal realm. At that time, his sole desire was to live quietly and engage in pursuits of interest. Yet, myriad events, like an invisible hand, had inexorably propelled him to his current standing. Reflecting on this, Qin Chongsheng glanced at his own hands, murmuring, How ironic it is that one who wished to shun the path of immortality has attained the nascent soul stage. Truly, the whims of fate are unpredictable. With that, a smile graced his features once more as he turned to return to the cabin. A chapter of his journey had come to a close. Regardless of its tumultuous and breathtaking nature, it had ultimately reached its conclusion. Those who live must always look forward. A colossal beast, comparable to a small mountain, let out a deafening roar. In the presence of such a formidable creature, all beings trembled in fear. Yet, even more astonishing was the fact that this powerful beast was merely harnessed to pull a chariot. Upon that chariot sat none other than the revered emperor of the Xuanwu Kingdom. Boom! The sound of war drums reverberated, and the million-strong army of the Xuanwu Kingdom stood in silent formation. Despite their overwhelming numbers, not a whisper could be heard. Gulping nervously, Qin Chongsheng wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Your Majesty, I fear I am not particularly adept at forcefully entering the ancient forbidden ground. Shall we perhaps wait a moment before proceeding? Upon witnessing Qin Chongsheng's timid demeanor, Zhuo Huang's lips curved into a subtle smile. Within the ancient forbidden land lies another bronze ancient palace. How can you expect to behold it if you do not venture inside? The reasoning was sound. Yet Qin Chongsheng protested, But I am not adept at combat. Being by your Majesty's side would only hinder you. Despite Qin Chongsheng's repeated refusals, Zhuo Huang remained unperturbed. Patiently elucidating, there exists but one opportunity to breach the ancient forbidden land. If you do not accompany me, the likelihood of gaining entry diminishes significantly. Furthermore, you are overseeing the restoration of the Bronze Palace. If you choose not to join me, do you truly believe I can proceed with ease? At Zhuo Huang's words, Qin Chongsheng's lips twitched slightly. Nian Sheng had vanished within the teleportation array of the Bronze Palace, and he had intended to delve into the correlations between the arrays. With no ulterior motives whatsoever. With a tinge of resignation, Qin Chongsheng cast his gaze toward the ancient forbidden land ahead. Even if Zhuo Huang relinquished his desire to reverse the course of life, Qin Chongsheng would still seek a means to enter the ancient forbidden land. Were it not for this, he would have long since taken his leave and would not have foolishly remained in the Xuanwu Kingdom. Chapter 43, The True Terror. The underpinnings of the Xuanwu Kingdom, the Crimson Land, stretched endlessly, while in the distance, a black mountain loomed amidst the scarlet expanse, the stark contrast of colors strikingly vivid. The million-strong army of the Xuanwu Kingdom paused at the edge of this red terrain. Even a formidable figure like Emperor Zhuo dared not tread lightly on this soil, for before them lay the fabled ancient forbidden land. The specific dangers of this forbidden realm remained elusive, even after scouring the oldest texts of the Xuanwu Kingdom. Yielding merely a succinct phrase, great terror, certain death. Exhaling a heavy breath, Emperor Zhuo waved his hand, sending forth 3 humanoid puppets into the ancient forbidden land. These puppets were crafted with the entirety of the Xuanwu Kingdom's resources, each capable of contending with formidable beings at the transformation stage. Their defenses so robust that even the mightiest transformation cultivators would struggle to breach them. Employing these puppets to explore the ancient forbidden land was undoubtedly the safest and most prudent approach. With cautious steps, the puppets advanced into the realm under Emperor Zhu's command. Yet, contrary to expectations, the anticipated dangers did not materialize, and the puppets traversed several miles without incident. Observing this, Zhuxinghe couldn't help but exhale in relief, remarking that the ancient forbidden land was not as perilous as imagined. However, before he could finish his thought, a sudden gust of wind swept through, and the 3 humanoid puppets disintegrated into dust. This unforeseen event left all present in stunned silence. Gulping down hard, Chun Chongqing felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, contemplating whether to inquire if Emperor Zhua had witnessed what had just transpired. Yet, upon seeing the Emperor's stoic visage, he abandoned the idea. Realizing that the puppet reconnaissance had failed, Emperor Zhua gestured once more. The million soldiers of the Xuanwu kingdom sprang into action, arranging themselves into a profound formation. They unified their forces, culminating in the creation of a colossal black spear spanning dozens of miles. This method of consolidating their collective strength was one of the Xuanwu kingdom's trump cards, a key reason for their undefeated legacy in battle over the years. Attack! Roared the million soldiers in unison, their thunderous battle cry shattering the clouds above. The spear, potent enough to annihilate everything in its path, surged forth with an unstoppable momentum towards the black mountain of the ancient forbidden land. With a resounding crash, the spear did not make contact with the mountain, but rather struck an invisible barrier with tremendous force. In response to this powerful assault, intricate silver patterns illuminated the depths of the ancient forbidden land, sprawling across every inch of its territory. A mere glance at these formations left Chun Chongqing, an adept in the art of array, with a splitting headache, rendering his vision dark. The overwhelming backlash startled Chun Chongqing, compelling him to avert his gaze, afraid to observe the supreme array patterns within this ancient forbidden land. Kill! As he realized the impossibility of breaching the unparalleled formations of the ancient realm, the general of the Xuanwu kingdom bellowed once more. Instantly, a million soldiers began to bleed from their 7 orifices, forcibly enhancing their strength at the cost of their very lives. With an infusion of abundant vitality, the black spears transformed into a crimson hue, their power multiplying exponentially. Under such a reckless augmentation, the blood-red spears achieved some measure of success, piercing the invisible barrier by an inch. Just as the crowd reveled in their recent achievement, a horse's neigh echoed in their ears. Suddenly, a skeletal steed emerged from the earth, bearing a figure clad in bronze armor. At first glance, it appeared to be a silhouette. However, upon closer inspection, one would find the armor entirely hollow beneath. Clop, clop, clop. The bronze-armored figure mounted on the skeletal horse charged swiftly towards the crowd, shattering the spear imbued with the strength of a million soldiers with a single strike of its decayed war spear. Witnessing this bizarre scene sent chills down Chun Chongqing's spine. As the bronze armor approached, 3 white-haired elders surged forth from the throng. With their initial strike, they stirred the mountains and rivers, altering the very colors of the heavens. These 3 elders represented the essence of the Xuanwu kingdom, each having survived for 15 centuries. The left emperor, nearing the end of his lifespan, intended to forcefully breach the ancient forbidden land. The other foundational figures of the Xuanwu kingdom also sought to seize this opportunity to prolong their existence. Seeing the foundational figures take action, the previously dormant left emperor also made his move. He commanded his war chariot, pushing his physical prowess to its utmost, creating a fissure within the supreme array. Boom, boom, boom. The tremendous commotion reverberated in Chun Chongqing's ears, leaving him to curl up in a corner of the chariot, discreetly peering at everything around him. Witnessing the left emperor fight with such fervor, Chun Chongqing could not help but marvel at his formidable strength. The methods of cultivation on this land were rather intricate, with some pursuing internal refinement and others external fortification. The Dacian dynasty exemplified internal cultivation, with stages including qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, and transformation. Conversely, the Xuanwu kingdom epitomized external cultivation, emphasizing the robustness of the physical body. The classification of external cultivation stages was simpler, designated by mere levels. The criteria for assessment relied on the specific cultivation techniques practiced, resulting in negligible differences overall. Though internal and external cultivation methods varied and bore different terminologies, their realms of power corresponded directly. The first level of body refinement aligned with the qi refinement stage, while the fifth level corresponded with the transformation stage. When the left emperor dismissed the Yuhua true person with disdain, Qin Chongqing had long speculated about the left emperor's level of power. The transformation stage represented the fifth level of cultivation. For the left emperor to annihilate the Yuhua true person so effortlessly, he must have attained at least the sixth level. However, as the full might of the left emperor was unleashed, Qin Chongqing realized he had underestimated him. The left emperor had completely entered the seventh realm of cultivation. The only consolation was that he had likely only just stepped into this level. A soft sigh echoed from the Black Mountains, and the three elders entangled with the bronze armor instantly transformed into blood mist. Qin Chongqing, witnessing the emergence of great terror, the aura surrounding the left emperor intensified further. "Come forth, sword," the left emperor bellowed, and with that, he shattered the fabric of space, drawing forth an ancient long sword from the void. The unrestrained bronze armor then redirected its assault towards the left emperor. With a swish, a streak of sword energy surged forth, instantly reducing the bronze armor to fragments scattered across 1,000 miles. This divine weapon was none other than the legendary treasure of the Xuanwu Kingdom, the Jinwu Sword. Chapter 44. Severing all with a single strand. Qin Chongqing found himself ensnared within the ancient forbidden land, having vanquished the troublesome bronze armor. Once more, Zhua Huang wielded his sword, unleashing unparalleled sword energy that rent the formation of the ancient forbidden domain asunder. In an instant, the once formidable and lethal array transformed into something as fragile as tofu before the might of the Jinwu sword. Observing this turn of events, Qin Chongqing, concealed in the corner of the war chariot, could not suppress a surge of joy. However, before he could revel in his elation, a disdainful scoff resonated from the depths of the Black Mountains. With the sound of that scoff, a slender strand of hair fluttered through the air. A crisp snapping sound echoed, as the legendary treasure of the Xuanwu Kingdom, capable of cleaving through the most extraordinary formations, was effortlessly bisected by a mere strand of hair. The Jinwu sword, the upper half of Zhua Huang's body, the entire Xuanwu army, all were divided in twain. It seemed that the strand of hair, drifting forth from the Black Mountains, was the true divine weapon. Even as his body was severed in half, Zhua Huang continued to command his upper half, howling in fury. A massive bronze ancient palace materialized above him. Drawing forth the ancient palace obtained from the infinite secret realm, a faint resonance emanated from the Black Mountains. The formation within the bronze palace, spurred by Zhua Huang's full exertion, emitted a brilliant radiance. Just as the teleportation array was poised to activate, another object soared forth from the Black Mountains. To be precise, it was merely a golden character. With a resounding clang, the golden character struck heavily upon the bronze palace, causing it to tremble and reducing Zhua Huang's flesh and blood to naught. Thus, Zhua Huang met his demise, while the bronze palace vanished into the air alongside the activation of the formation. Drip, blood trickled down from Zhuoxing's chin. The dispersed bronze armor coalesced once more, casting a hollow gaze upon Zhuoxing before galloping back into the Black Mountains. They were dead, all were dead. The grand scheme, which had summoned the full might of the Xuanwu Kingdom, concluded in utter failure. Zhuoxing's survival was not a testament to his strength, but rather a consequence of the ancient Forbidden Land's desire to preserve a living witness. They wished for Zhuoxing to return alive, to proclaim to the world that the ancient Forbidden Land was sacrosanct. The ancient Forbidden Land lay still. Boom. The bronze palace crashed heavily onto the ground, not far from another similar edifice. These two bronze palaces stood haphazardly amid the Black Mountains, while Zhua Huang's remains lay scattered like refuse upon the earth. With his demise, the bronze palace succumbed to the Black Mountains, and tranquility returned to the ancient Forbidden Land. Time flowed slowly, and the world transformed, yet the ancient Forbidden Land remained unchanged. However, 3 months later, the silent expanse stirred. The sound of stone slabs gently grinding echoed, as a stone coffin, half buried in the earth, began to stir. A narrow crevice in the coffin slowly opened, revealing a pair of vigilant eyes that surveyed the surroundings. Indeed, the owner of these eyes was none other than Qin Chongqing. Upon noticing a single strand of hair, he sensed that something was amiss. In the face of an indescribable terror, Qin Chongqing made a heartfelt decision to conceal himself within the stone coffin left by the immortal venerable of 100 defeats. and to ingest a specially crafted elixir that would induce a state of false death. After thoroughly confirming that no danger lurked outside, he cautiously emerged from the coffin. Goodness! Is this the terror of the ancient forbidden land? This world is indeed perilously dangerous. Although 3 months had elapsed since that incident, the vivid memories of those events still haunted Chen Changsha. After expressing his sentiments, he began to curiously observe his surroundings. Chen Changxing was uncertain if his feigned death could deceive the ancient forbidden land, yet he was acutely aware that he was still alive. The mere fact of his survival suggested that the ancient forbidden land would not claim his life just yet. There were many reasons for his continued existence. Perhaps the ancient forbidden land spared him for the sake of the immortal venerable of 100 defeats, or perhaps it deemed him too weak to bother with. In the eyes of those formidable beings, Chen Changxing's current cultivation was likely less significant than mere air. Such a feeble existence, even if it managed to stumble into the ancient forbidden land, would not survive for long, leading them to dismiss him entirely. After observing for an entire hour, Chen Changxing found no sign of danger in this ancient forbidden land. The absence of peril only heightened his unease, for in such a realm, the lack of danger could very well be the greatest threat of all. Reflecting on this, he rummaged through his garments and eventually drew out a single thread from the corner of his clothing. With a gentle blow, he sent the nearly weightless thread soaring away from his palm into the distance. In a flash, the ordinary thread vanished, and a brief glimmer of golden light flickered across the ground. Though it was fleeting, Chen Changxing caught a glimpse of it. Chen Changxing thought to himself, "Is this truly the end?" Having witnessed the unparalleled formations beyond the Black Mountains, he was certain he lacked the ability to breach them. Moreover, what lay outside were merely silver formations, whereas within the Black Mountains were golden formations. Although uncertain of the extent of these supreme formations' power, Chen Changxing was confident that the golden formations far surpassed the silver ones in might. Realizing he was ensnared by these supreme formations, Chen Changxing stubbornly explored other directions, only to find himself completely surrounded by golden formations. His safety was not due to luck or a fortunate encounter with a gap in the formations. Instead, it was the weight of the bronze ancient palace pressing down upon the golden formations beneath his feet that spared him. Had it not been for the circumstances, Chen Changxing would have dissipated into nothingness the moment he departed from the stone sarcophagus. System, what shall I do in this predicament? Am I destined to be trapped here forever? In utter desperation, Chen Changxing began to seek a resolution from the system. Why does the host believe he will be eternally confined here? Isn't it evident? This formation is exceedingly formidable. Then why does the host not attempt to comprehend these intricate patterns? The study of formations has always been your passion. Yet this formation is too complex. Given my current level of cultivation, I would be unable to grasp it even after a millennium. What about a millennium and a half? Does time still hold significance for the host? Upon hearing this, Chen Changxing was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, time held no value for him. If he could not comprehend it in 1,000 years, then why not a full 10,000? With his present cultivation, while he could not claim to be particularly formidable, he was certainly capable of fasting. He had long sought a tranquil and conflict-free sanctuary. One must ask, is there a place more serene and devoid of strife than the ancient forbidden land? As long as the terrors residing within did not seek out this insignificant creature, he could live in utter contentment. With this thought, Chen Changxing's countenance brightened as he exclaimed, "Thank you, dear system, for your reminder. After spending so much time with others, I nearly forgot my own situation." Having said that, he cheerfully made his way toward the nearby bronze ancient temple. The Xuanwu Pavilion had provided him with a copy of the Star River's extensive collection, and he had long desired to find time to savor its wealth of knowledge. As for the comprehension of the golden formations, he could postpone that for several decades. The patterns would remain, unfaltering in their place. Chapter 45. Conducting Business in the Forbidden Land. Chen Changxing studies the Tao patterns. Esteemed senior, this price is truly a bargain. I offer you a coffin crafted from the finest golden thread Nanmu wood, renowned for its exceptional quality and affordability within a 100-mile radius. Selling it at this price leaves me with little profit. Amidst the black mountains of the ancient forbidden land, the faint sounds of haggling could be discerned. Upon closer inspection, a young man was observed engaging in a monologue with the skeletal remains. This is my bottom line. Should you have no objections, I shall consider it an agreement. After a brief pause without any dissenting voices, the young man promptly commenced his task of collecting the remains. Indeed, this individual was none other than Qin Changsheng, who had been trapped in the ancient Forbidden Land for 50 long years. As he placed the skeletal remains into the coffin, Qin Changsheng began to examine the artifacts lying beside the bones. He discovered 3 items: a pill furnace, a jade slip, and a small porcelain vial. Crack! The moment Qin Changsheng's fingers grazed the delicate pill furnace, a pit abruptly formed atop it. Observing this, he proceeded to examine the other 2 relics. But aside from the jade slip, the porcelain vial met a similar fate of shattering. Alas, time indeed wields the most formidable of weapons. It is a pity that such a fine pill furnace has been rendered useless. Muttering to himself, Qin Changsheng scrutinized the jade slip in his possession. This slip was crafted from a millennium-old cold jade, so rare that even a fragment the size of a fingernail would command a price of 100,000 spirit stones. However, the jade slip in Qin Changsheng's grasp was notably larger, fitting comfortably in his palm. He read the inscription, "Heaven-mending ointment." Contemplating the recipe recorded on the slip, he found no corresponding recollections within his mind. According to the slip, this ointment possessed the miraculous ability to reverse life and death. Regardless of the severity of one's injuries or the proximity to death, possessing this ointment could extend one's life by an additional 7 days. As the name suggests, even a ruptured river of the heavens could be restored with this singular remedy. After thoroughly understanding the contents of the jade slip, Qin Changsheng casually tossed it into his system space. Naturally, he yearned to concoct such a wondrous elixir. However, his current knowledge was insufficient, rendering him unable to decipher the recipe for the heaven-mending ointment. The skeletal remains had likely been interred for countless years, and the information from that era had long ceased to circulate. Qin Changsheng could only grasp the general meaning of the characters inscribed on the slip, and the names of the herbs mentioned were entirely unfamiliar to him. As time passed, the medicinal ingredients from a millennium ago may still exist, yet their names could have changed numerous times. With only a recipe and no corresponding illustrations, Qin Changsheng found himself incapable of concocting the heaven-mending ointment. After successfully selling yet another coffin, Qin Changsheng turned his gaze towards the ancient bronze palace 500 steps away. Behind him stood another ancient bronze palace, separated by a distance of 300 steps. Gazing at the distant 500 steps, Qin Changsheng smacked his lips and then crouched down to study the golden patterns on the ground. Beyond those 500 steps lay another ancient bronze temple he sought, where the remains of the left emperor also rested. Initially, upon arriving at the forbidden land of antiquity, Qin Changsheng had intended to enjoy a leisurely existence for 2 or 3 decades before gradually delving into the golden patterns. However, after exhausting the vast collection of the Xuanwu Pavilion in less than a decade, he found himself compelled to explore the golden patterns. At first, his progress was exceedingly slow. It took him a year to advance a mere inch, and even that inch remained incompletely understood, as he could only barely ascertain a safe path forward. Thus, it took him a full 20 years to move just 5 steps beyond the safe perimeter of the ancient bronze temple. At this juncture, he encountered his first customer in this desolate place. Upon seeing the corpse exposed in the wilderness, his professional instincts kicked in, prompting him to produce a coffin to retrieve the body. Interestingly, while many possessions of the skeleton had decayed, a mysterious beast skin tome remained intact. Accepting the customer's offered price with composure, Qin Changsheng delved into the tome. After thorough examination, he discovered that the tome once belonged to a master of formations and contained his lifelong knowledge. Through studying this beast skin book, Qin Changsheng not only significantly advanced his understanding of formations, but also discerned the name of the golden patterns. Typically, formations harness the natural forces of mountains and rivers or operate along specific trajectories to unleash formidable powers. Yet, the patterns within the forbidden land of antiquity differed. They evolved from the grand principles of the universe. More precisely, these golden patterns represented a manifestation of the Tao, referred to as Tao patterns. The original text in the tome described them thus: Tao patterns possess the ability to reverse mountains and rivers and to invert the sun and moon, a power only the Supreme can wield. Still, the progress felt sluggish. After successfully crossing 1 step, Qin Changsheng glanced at the remaining 499 steps, a twitch forming at the corner of his mouth. Although his speed had increased several-fold since acquiring the beast skin tome, Traversing the next 300 steps still required him 40 years, in addition to the 10 years spent reading in the Forbidden Land. Altogether, he had resided in this ancient realm for 50 years. With 130 years having elapsed since his last slumber, he had less than 30 years before his next hibernation. Reflecting on this, Qin Changsheng promptly retrieved the beast skin tome and began leafing through it. Yet, after several readings, he still struggled to comprehend all the characters inscribed within. It was truly absurd. Why could there not be a universally recognized script? If only he could fully grasp the characters, his speed would undoubtedly increase manifold. After a brief moment of discontent, Qin Changsheng began his journey back along the same path. Through 5 decades of reflection, he has come to grasp certain aspects of the ancient Forbidden Lands. During the daylight hours, these realms are likely to be safe. However, the same cannot be said for the night. In the first decade, Qin Changsheng had witnessed shadows flitting outside the bronze ancient palace on multiple occasions after dusk. This world has never known the existence of spirits, yet it is highly improbable that the entities roaming the ancient Forbidden Lands are mere mortals. Therefore, for his own safety, Qin Changsheng has always confined his activities to daylight. As night falls, he retreats to the bronze ancient palace and seeks refuge within the stone coffin of the immortal sovereign of 100 failures. After some time, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Qin Changsheng successfully returned to the bronze ancient palace. 7 or 8 coffins lay quietly arranged outside the palace, enveloped in the night, exuding an eerie atmosphere. Chapter 46. A century-long promise. Once again, Qin Changsheng finds himself in slumber, addressing the left emperor. It is not that I refuse to collect your remains. It is simply that my time has come. Please bear with me, and I shall return to retrieve you in due course. He calls out to the left emperor, who is 800 steps away. 30 years spent in the ancient Forbidden Land feels but a fleeting moment. In these final 30 years, Qin has advanced another 300 steps. However, he remains 200 steps from the bronze ancient palace and the remains of the left emperor. As the time for his deep slumber approaches, Qin decides to establish a pact with the left emperor, promising to return a century hence to collect his remains. Having spoken, he turns and re-enters the bronze ancient palace. The 80 years spent in the ancient Forbidden Land have been the most tranquil period of Qin's life. Here, there exist no entanglements of grievances, only the prolonged silence. Each day, he dedicates himself to studying the Tao patterns and collecting the remains of the skeletons that pass by. During the collection process, he often stumbles upon peculiar trinkets, such as rusted iron rods and expired elixirs. Among the most outlandish finds is a sizable silver bone. While the bone serves no particular purpose, its hardness is unparalleled. After careful consideration, Qin decides to keep it. Inside the bronze ancient palace, Qin stores the assorted trinkets he has gathered into the system space and then reclines within the stone coffin. Accustomed to the darkness that envelopes him, he nonetheless voices his lingering concerns before succumbing to slumber. System, despite my prolonged stay in the ancient Forbidden Land, I still lack assurance of my safety. Will I encounter any issues during my slumber? In response to Qin's apprehension, the system's voice resonates within his mind. Rest assured, host, you need not worry about this matter. During your slumber, you will attain an invincible state, impervious to any harm from external forces. Furthermore, all vitality will cease during your sleep, rendering you indistinguishable from a mere stone upon the ground. What entity that poses a threat would attack a stone without cause? Upon hearing this, a glimmer of hope ignites in Qin's eyes. So, according to you, does this mean I can traverse the ancient Forbidden Land freely during my slumber? The system cautions. I advise against such an endeavor, as your invincibility is time-limited. You will possess this state for only 10 breaths, after which you will be forcibly awakened. At this revelation, Qin's countenance falls. He had envisioned using this invincible mechanism to engage in various exploits, such as crafting a massive slingshot to catapult himself forth. In the moment of being ejected, he immediately fell into a deep slumber, allowing him to traverse the ancient Forbidden Land at will. Although the interval of time may be slightly prolonged, it remains an ingenious method nonetheless. However, to his dismay, the system's invincible duration was not without limitations. How miserly! With a slight lament at the system's stinginess, Qin Changsheng uttered, "System, commence slumber." He set the sleep duration to its maximum, for his attribute points were still woefully inadequate. As slumber commenced, the duration extended to 160 years. The final word echoed in Chun Changxing's ears, and at that moment, his consciousness came to a complete halt. Chun Changxing succumbed to sleep, and the last vestige of human presence in the ancient Forbidden Land vanished entirely. In the vast expanse of the ancient Forbidden Land, Chun Changxing's disappearance made little difference. It remained unchanged, just as it had always been. With a creak, the heavy coffin lid was pushed open, and a ragged Chun Changxing emerged, sitting up within. He stretched his stiff limbs and surveyed his surroundings. Everything remained as it had been, with not even a speck of dust disturbed. Were it not for his decayed garments and the additional 160 attribute points displayed on the system panel, he would have believed he had merely taken a brief respite. This unchanging environment was indeed stifling. No wonder it is often said that 7 days in the mountains equates to 1,000 years in the world. In such a place, time seems to pass all too swiftly. After a moment of reflection, Chun Changxing turned his attention to the system panel in his mind. Host, Chun Changxing, Strength, 1, Speed, 1, Defense, 91 Mana, 0, Lifespan, 320. Chun Changxing had long since grown accustomed to this state of diminished power. Observing the 160 attribute points at his disposal, he hesitated not a moment before investing them entirely into defense. With the enhancements complete, he nodded in satisfaction and then spoke. System, could you provide me with a label? One that translates my various statistics into tangible realms. Otherwise, I have no idea of my true strength. In response to Chun Changxing's request, the system's cold voice resonated. Label addition in progress. Label addition complete. Soon. A minor transformation occurred on Chun Changxing's system panel, with each statistic now accompanied by a corresponding power level. Curiously, while the defense attribute was marked as early-stage nascent soul, all other statistics were designated as mere mortals. Early-stage nascent soul is unbreakable beneath that threshold. This defense is reasonably commendable. At the very least, I should be able to protect myself outside. With that, Chun Changxing assumed a cross-legged position, embarking on his first cultivation session in the ancient Forbidden Land. Presently, Chun Changxing possessed no cultivation at all, rendering fasting an impossible endeavor. Should he fail to acquire cultivation swiftly, he risked starvation. A torrent of spiritual energy began to surge into Chun Changxing's body, propelling his cultivation level from the Qi refinement stage to the nascent soul stage with astonishing rapidity. The fundamental reason behind such an extraordinary ascent lies in his profound familiarity with these realms and the abundance of resources at his disposal. While others toil tirelessly to enhance their cultivation, Chun Changxing dedicates considerable time to the pursuit of knowledge through reading. Although he never deliberately studies cultivation techniques, he has perused an extensive array of texts. His mastery of the cultivation methods from the three nations, Qingguang, Xuanwu, and Yue, is unparalleled. He has committed to memory all the tomes housed within the Xuanwu Pavilion, and the books in the book graveyard are nearly worn from his extensive examination. Furthermore, his 2 visits to the Yue nation yielded significant gains. Figures such as the transcendent master Yuhua, Wanyan Guizhou, the young master of the Fox clan, Hu Zhan, and the young master of the Tiger clan, Lin Hu, were all individuals whom Chun Changxing assisted in retrieving their remains. Naturally, as he performed these solemn duties, their storage rings found their way into his possession. After all, a funeral attendant cannot engage in unprofitable ventures. Chapter 47. The Ultimate Array of Heaven and Earth. Another fragment of truth and hour had elapsed, and Chun Changxing successfully emerged from his meditative state. Feeling the cultivation of his late nascent soul stage, he smacked his lips and remarked, "The late nascent soul stage should suffice. However, if I wish to transcend to the divine transformation realm, I estimate it would take me a decade, which is rather unprofitable." With that, Chun Changxing stepped out of the stone coffin, stretching his stiff limbs. He began to ponder the issue of dissipating spiritual energy. During his slumber, all vitality within him ceased to function. Consequently, the spiritual energy within him would evaporate gradually, akin to the moisture in meat. Although he could swiftly return to his cultivation, each bout of slumber necessitated a renewal of his training, which was exceedingly bothersome. Contemplating this, he retrieved a tome bound in beast hide and perused its contents, quickly discovering a potential solution. The ultimate array of heaven and earth, you shall be the one. Chun Changxing exclaimed joyfully, selecting a formation with a clap of his hands. The ultimate array of heaven and earth was one of the three formidable killing formations documented in the tome. According to its description, those who entered this array would sever the path to heaven above, block the yellow spring below, and face utter annihilation. Such a formidable array ought to effectively seal the slow leakage of spiritual energy during his slumber. Having chosen his formation, Chen Chongqing cheerfully exited the bronze ancient hall and resumed his work on the external patterns. Transforming a killing array into one of confinement without lethality was no trivial task. Nevertheless, Chen Chongqing had ample time, and he believed that such an endeavor could be accomplished gradually. With a cautious step, he finally reached the safety perimeter of another bronze ancient hall. "Your Majesty, I have devoted a full 90 years to retrieving your remains. Surely, you would not let my efforts be in vain." He mumbled a few words to the bones of the left emperor, carefully placing the crystalline remains into a coffin. As for the left emperor's missing lower half, Chen Chongqing could find no trace. Reluctantly, he resorted to a wooden carving as a substitute. Having concluded the burial rites for the left emperor, Chen Chongqing naturally received two rewards: the bladeless Jinwu sword and a gold plate that the left emperor had used as a heart-protecting mirror. Examining the gold plate in his hand, Chen Chongqing furrowed his brow and muttered, "Isn't this the 9-turn Xian skill of the Xuanwu kingdom? Moreover, I feel as though I have encountered this item before." As he rummaged through his system space, he ultimately unearthed another gold plate of identical composition. The notches of the two plates gradually aligned, culminating in a flawless page. Faced with this revelation, Chen Chongqing gazed speechlessly at the coffin of the left emperor. "Your Majesty, this seems rather unjust. It appears that ancestors of the Xuanwu kingdom had ventured into the ancient forbidden lands long before, and they even brought back some artifacts. In the past, I often pondered how the people of the Xuanwu kingdom could have knowledge of the ancient forbidden land, given that no one had ever ventured into it. However, with the evidence of the 9 transformations' profound art, this enigma has now been unraveled." After speaking, Chen Chongqing gazed at the golden tablet in his hand, on which he recognized none of the inscriptions. His ability to identify this object as the 9 transformations' profound art was purely serendipitous. Among the items that Zhou Xinghe had presented, there existed a translated version of the 9 transformations' profound art. Adjacent to its name were 4 peculiar symbols, to which Chen Chongqing had casually inquired. Zhou Xinghe explained that these symbols represented the 9 transformations' profound art. Yet no one in the entire Xuanwu kingdom knew how to translate these characters. At that time, Chen Chongqing had paid little heed to this revelation. After arriving at the ancient forbidden land, one day he stumbled upon the lower half of the golden tablet in the soil. This tablet was indestructible and possessed razor-sharp edges. Although he could not decipher the symbols inscribed upon it, he chose to keep it as a collectible. Were it not for discovering the upper half of the 9 transformations' profound art from the Zhou Emperor, Chen Chongqing might have lived for another 10,000 years without realizing that this was a fragment of the profound art. Reflecting upon this, he patted the Zhou Emperor's coffin and mused, "Your Majesty, it seems that the unsolvable mysteries of this world are often born from such circumstances. Ancestors of the Xuanwu kingdom must have once ventured into the ancient forbidden land. How much they truly understood about it is a matter only you could elucidate. Moreover, it is evident that the ancestors brought forth fragments of the 9 transformations' profound art from this treacherous place. The extraction of such an extraordinary artifact from such perilous grounds serves as a testament to its significance. Now that you have departed, these secrets have been forever sealed within your coffin, which is indeed a lamentable fate." After this, Chen Chongqing turned his attention toward the bronze ancient hall. Ever since learning of Nianxing's disappearance within the teleportation array of the bronze ancient hall, he had been diligently investigating it. It took him nearly 300 years to finally achieve his goal, and now it was imperative for him to unravel the mysteries surrounding the bronze ancient hall. Inside the bronze ancient hall, countless patterns were continuously rearranging, ultimately forming a partially fragmented scroll. Unlike the bronze ancient halls found in the infinite secret realm and the night moon kingdom's forbidden land, the one within the ancient forbidden land remained relatively intact. Thus, Chen Chongqing was able to obtain a more comprehensive depiction. In the past, all living beings had sought to escape the grasp of the colossal hand by harnessing this ominous power. Initially, they succeeded in repelling the giant hand. However, as time progressed, they discovered that this malevolent force was insidiously eroding their world. In response to this dire situation, the living beings allied with the colossal hand and successfully drove back the ominous presence. Although they managed to repel it, remnants of that malevolent power still lingered. In order to prevent ominous forces from resurfacing, all living beings united with a colossal hand to forge 18 ancient bronze palaces, which were entrusted to 18 distinct races for guardianship. Of these, 9 bronze palaces were placed under the watch of the giant hand, and to facilitate communication among them. The construction of these palaces incorporated the forces of heaven and earth, inscribing within them a tricolored teleportation array. This array not only boasts an extensive range for transportation, but is also impervious to external disruptions. Logically, after enduring shared tribulations, one would expect all beings to coexist peacefully with the giant hand. Yet, unexpectedly, conflict erupted once more, revealing a stark division in the narrative. The intricate patterns etched on the front and those on the back were clearly crafted at different times. Upon concluding the tale, Chen Chongqing was left utterly speechless. The tricolored teleportation array, which was originally designed for directed transport, has, due to the ravages of war and the passage of time, likely lost its original alignment. Consequently, the array can now only facilitate random teleportation. With a mere 1 in 17 chance, will he truly be able to locate Nianqing? Chapter 48. The Tricolored Teleportation Array. The concealed truth faced with such uncertainty, Chen Chongqing felt an overwhelming reluctance within. Yet, without assurance of Nianqing's safety, he remained restless. Ultimately, he cast a glance at the tricolored teleportation array within the bronze ancient palace and sighed. My dear girl, you truly know how to stir trouble for me. Some of the patterns here had been deliberately erased, clearly indicating a desire to conceal certain truths. Now, if I wish to locate you, I must first ascertain the identities of the races guarding the 18 bronze ancient palaces. You must not transport yourself to the realm of the giant hand. Otherwise, I shall be in a predicament. Having uttered these words, Chen Chongqing began to delve into the intricacies of the tricolored teleportation array within the Grand Hall. The patterns within this bronze ancient palace were similarly incomplete. To be precise, 2 crucial pieces of information were missing. These pertain to the 18 races that preside over the bronze ancient palaces and the origin of the giant hand. Initially, during his time in the forbidden grounds of the Night Moon Kingdom, he had discovered that part of the information regarding these 18 races had been obscured. He had thought it was due to the fact that the ascended being did not wish for others to gain excessive knowledge. However, it now seemed that the situation was far more intricate. The entity capable of infiltrating the ancient forbidden grounds to erase these patterns must possess unimaginable power. Alternatively, it could be that these patterns were deliberately removed by the great terror within the ancient forbidden grounds. Furthermore, given that the 18 bronze ancient palaces had shifted, one would expect that whatever was being suppressed beneath would have long since emerged. Yet, the circumstances were otherwise. The ominous presence within the infinite secret realm had been eradicated. This indicated that some beings were silently eliminating these calamities. Regardless of which speculation was true, the force behind it was not something Chen Chongqing could afford to provoke at this moment. As time passed, Chen Chongqing dedicated 2 months to thoroughly deciphering how to activate the tricolored teleportation array. His swift progress was attributed to 2 factors: his profound improvement in array mastery and the familiarity he had gained while repairing the bronze ancient palaces within the infinite secret realm. Although that tricolored teleportation array had been in a state of disrepair, he had nonetheless accumulated considerable experience. Drawing spiritual energy from the spirit stones, he infused it into the tricolored teleportation array. With the influx of spiritual power, the array began to illuminate. He meticulously filled in the minor gaps according to his understanding and adjusted the potentially misaligned tricolored patterns. At last, the tricolored teleportation array was capable of functioning properly. Gazing at the array before him, Chen Chongqing swallowed hard and retrieved the stone coffin of the 100 Defeats Immortal Sovereign. Lying within the coffin, he executed a series of incantations with his hands and swiftly closed the lid. He had yet to fully comprehend the tricolored teleportation array, and the fact that he could barely activate it was already the zenith of his capabilities. Who knows what unforeseen consequences might arise from his modifications to the array? In light of this, he would certainly not opt for a simple physical transport. Buzz. The tricolored teleportation array was activated. and the stone coffin within it vanished in an instant. The resonating clang echoed relentlessly from within the coffin, causing Qin Changsheng to cover his ears, drenched in cold sweat. Given Qin Changsheng's profound mastery of formations, he swiftly deduced the happenings outside. At present, countless rifts in time and space were cleaving through the stone coffin. Such an occurrence indicated a malfunction in the teleportation arrays on either side. The disarray had resulted in the emergence of numerous temporal fissures. Fortunately, I was sufficiently cautious. Had my physical form been transmitted, I would likely have been reduced to nothingness. With a lingering sense of dread, Qin Changsheng began to wait in silence. Hu-hu-ha-hey. Hundreds of robust men clad in animal hides, their skin a deep bronze, danced around a fire, seemingly engaged in some sort of ritual. Not far from the blaze stood a tall bronze altar where an elderly high priest knelt repeatedly, chanting incantations. Suddenly, the long-sealed altar emitted a dazzling tricolored radiance. This spectacle not only stunned the onlookers below, but also left the high priest beside the altar in a state of bewilderment. The crowd murmured in confusion. This ritual is supposed to be performed every decade. It should merely be a formality. Why has it suddenly reacted? Boom. A heavy stone coffin crashed down upon the altar, shattering the already blurred tricolored patterns into fragments. Faced with this bizarre situation, everyone present fell silent. The stone coffin atop the altar stirred, causing those conducting the ritual to instinctively step back in fear. The lid was pushed open, revealing a peculiar, delicately skinned being sitting upright. The moment this creature arose, thousands of eyes fixed upon it. Qin Changsheng thought, is this really happening? I just arrived, and already there's such a grand spectacle. Indeed, the figure that appeared on the altar was none other than Qin Changsheng, who had escaped from the ancient Forbidden Land using the tricolored teleportation array. He glanced at the shattered array and then at the densely packed crowd surrounding him. After a mere second of contemplation, he resolved to engage in a friendly dialogue with these individuals. Where's this? Qin Changsheng inquired tentatively, but received no response from the crowd. He then switched to another language. A well-read individual, Qin Changsheng was proficient in dozens of languages. The dialect spoken by the people before him was unlikely to be the common tongue of the Dacian dynasty or the Xuanwu kingdom. To ascertain his location, he needed to first address the communication barrier. Thus, he proceeded to alternate between 28 different languages. Finally, upon uttering a fragmentary tone, the high priest beside him responded, "You are in the 10,000 Great Mountains. Who are you?" With the communication issue resolved, Qin Changsheng exhaled a sigh of relief. As an outsider, I find myself somewhat unfamiliar with your language. Might we communicate through the realm of thought? Upon hearing this, the high priest nodded and subsequently emanated a wave of consciousness that touched Qin Changsheng. However, it was rather peculiar. Despite the high priest's formidable presence, his mental energy was astonishingly feeble, weaker even than that of a cultivator at the Golden Core stage. Although the situation was strange, Qin Changsheng did not dwell on it. He was solely focused on swiftly repairing the tricolored teleportation array so he could depart from this place. Yet, at the moment when his consciousness intertwined with that of the high priest, the latter was instantly paralyzed by the overwhelming mental force emanating from Qin Changsheng. In a state of shock, he immediately knelt, fervently bowing to Qin Changsheng, and then turned to urge his kin to do the same. Due to the rapidity of their speech and the unfamiliarity with their fragmented language, Qin Changsheng momentarily grasped little of what they were saying. Nevertheless, he managed to discern a few comprehensible words amidst the high priest's fervent utterances: deity, gratitude, and white shaman. Qin Changsheng pondered to himself, could it be that they have mistaken me for some extraordinary being? Moreover, judging by the current circumstances, it seems I am not destined to leave just yet. Chapter 49. The struggle among the sorceress clans and their subtle hostility. Your Excellency, please take your time. The high priest respectfully exited the room, leaving before Qin Changsheng a variety of unfamiliar meats alongside some fresh spiritual fruits. Observing the spread before him, Qin Changsheng could not help but smile wryly, and then addressed the nearby woman with his divine sense. I cannot possibly consume all of this alone. Do join me for a bite. Upon hearing his words, the woman quickly shook her head and began to babble in her native tongue. Although Qin Changsheng could not comprehend her language, he surmised her intent. Seeing this, he chuckled, "Since you do not wish to eat, perhaps you could teach me the language of this place. I find myself struggling to understand it." The woman, delighted by his request, nodded enthusiastically. She then commenced instructing Qin Changxing in the local language. As the long night passed, Qin Changxing gradually became capable of understanding the language, albeit with some difficulty. He also gleaned insights into the local circumstances from the woman. This region lacked a specific name. It was merely referred to as the 10,000 Great Mountains. The true expanse of these mountains has never been definitively ascertained, for no one has ever ventured beyond their confines. Moreover, the cultivation system here was rather intriguing. It did not emphasize physical enhancement or inner alchemy, but rather focused on the mastery of goo insects. These insects possessed a myriad of functions, capable of both slaying enemies and saving lives. However, the exclusive focus on goo insects bore a critical flaw. It did not effectively enhance one's divine sense. Though Qin Changxing was not particularly fond of rigorous cultivation, he held a deep passion for the study of formations. Yet, the study of formations often necessitated the utilization of divine sense. Through prolonged practice, his divine sense, even at the nascent soul stage, surpassed that of many at the transformation stage. This was precisely why the high priest treated him with such deference. Very well, let us pause here for now. Amen. You may return to rest, Qin Changxing suggested, glancing at the sky, which was beginning to shimmer with the light of dawn. The weary girl from the White Witch clan obediently rose to leave. However, halfway through her departure, Aman suddenly knelt down, urgency etched on her face as she implored. Your Excellency, I beseech you, save the White Witch clan. If this continues, we shall be driven to extinction by the Black Witches. Listening to Aman's desperate plea, Qin Changxing's expression reflected his helplessness. He had no desire to intervene in the conflicts between races. The world was rife with bloodshed. If everyone sought to assist, one would be utterly overwhelmed. Additionally, beyond the strife between the White and Black Witches, there lay another pressing issue, the restoration of the tricolored teleportation array. He had examined the altar, and indeed, it was a fragment of the ancient bronze palace. To be precise, the altar served merely as the base of the bronze palace, while the upper structure had long since vanished. To repair the tricolored teleportation array, a plethora of materials is required, among which the most crucial is the metal used to forge the ancient bronze palace. The White Witch tribe, as the indigenous inhabitants of this land, possesses an unparalleled understanding of its intricacies. Without their assistance, the search for the elusive bronze palace would be an insurmountable challenge. However, to solicit their help, one must first extend a hand to them. Otherwise, the likelihood of their cooperation diminishes significantly. With this thought in mind, Qin Changxing spoke. I am not well versed in the matters concerning the Black Witch tribe, yet I can offer my mediation. Whether it will bear fruit is subject to fate, and I cannot make any guarantees. Upon hearing Qin Changxing's response, Aman expressed her gratitude with exuberance and hurried out of the room. Observing her retreating figure, Qin Changxing chuckled and shook his head, remarking, the people here are truly sincere. Had I been in another place, I would likely have been apprehended for thorough examination by now. Following this, Qin Changxing resumed his efforts to familiarize himself with the language of the White Witch tribe, contemplating how to mediate the discord between the two tribes. Divine Envoy, ahead lies the stronghold of the Black Witch tribe, the high priest exclaimed, pointing towards a distant settlement with a hint of excitement, reminiscent of a child tattling to a parent. As Qin Changxing gazed at the Black Witch tribe's encampment, a slight frown creased his brow. The proximity of the two tribes was rather peculiar, separated by a mere 2 or 3 miles. Such closeness defied logic. Given the current animosity, it was perplexing that hostilities had not yet erupted. Just as Qin Changxing pondered the reasons behind this anomaly, the high priest shouted towards the Black Witch tribe's inhabitants, summon your chieftain and inform him that the divine envoy has arrived. In response to the high priest's command, 2 young sentinels from the Black Witch tribe obediently retreated to fetch their leader. Qin Changxing thought to himself, what is happening here? You are on enemy territory. Such a tone seems rather inappropriate. Moreover, why do the Black Witch tribe members heed your words so readily? Surely, you haven't spun a tale to deceive me. Before he could decipher the situation, a throng of Black Witch tribe members emerged, led by a dark-skinned middle-aged man. Upon noticing Qin Changxing's distinctive attire, the man hesitated momentarily, then attempted to probe Qin Changxing with his spiritual sense. In response to this feeble attempt, Qin Changxing merely countered gently with his own spiritual energy. With a sudden gasp, the middle-aged man spat blood as a result of Qin Changxing's retort. Witnessing their chieftain's injury, the Black Witch tribe promptly summoned a multitude of venomous insects, encircling Chen Chongqing in a menacing swarm. Faced with this onslaught of toxic creatures, Chen Chongqing was rendered speechless. Realizing that the high priest of the White Witch tribe had not been targeted, he was the sole focus of their aggression. Chen Chongqing, this seems rather excessive. The two clans are supposed to be adversaries. Why is the focus solely on me? Furthermore, I merely employed a minuscule fraction of my spiritual awareness. So why did he spurt blood? This individual appears to be your leader. It is unreasonable for him to be so feeble. Surely, you do not intend to play the victim here. Just as Chen Chongqing contemplated whether to incapacitate everyone and vacate the premises, the blood-spitting middle-aged man rose and bellowed, "Everyone, retract your insects. Do not show disrespect to the divine envoy." After restraining the actions of his kin, the middle-aged man spoke with deference. "I have just offended the divine envoy, and I ask for your forgiveness. My Black Witch clan harbors no ill will towards the divine envoy, not even a fraction." "Wait a moment," Chen Chongqing interjected. "Why do you assume I am the divine envoy?" "Because the high priest declared you to be the divine envoy, and the divine envoy has just validated his identity. However, as far as I am aware, the Black Witch clan and the White Witch clan are supposed to be enemies. Correct?" "Indeed. Then do you believe what he said?" "I do." "Chen Chongqing, this logic seems somewhat flawed. Your situation has left me rather perplexed." Chapter 50. Chen Chongqing spat upon the fate of the Bronze Ancient Palace. The subtle antagonism between the white sorcerers and the black sorcerers left Chen Chongqing somewhat perplexed. In pursuit of the truth, he promptly summoned the high priest and the chieftain of the black sorcerers to elucidate the entire matter. Once the facts were laid bare, Chen Chongqing spoke. The black sorcerers and the white sorcerers were originally one family. It was only due to dire circumstances that some of their kin were cast out. Indeed, the ancestral edicts of the sorcerer clan dictated that in times of insurmountable adversity, the clan must split into two factions, a strong and a weak, each indifferent to the other's fate. Faced with the chieftain's response, Chen Chongqing found himself at a loss for words. Such a course of action, undoubtedly, was the most effective means of preserving the lineage. Yet, it was also profoundly inhumane. Witnessing the deaths of one's own kin and friends was perhaps the cruelest punishment imaginable. Contemplating this, Chen Chongqing pondered for a moment and inquired, "Given your demeanor, it seems the schism occurred not long ago. What circumstances compelled you to make such a heart-wrenching choice?" Upon hearing Chen Chongqing's words, the chieftain of the black sorcerers hesitated briefly before responding. "Though life in the 10,000 Great Mountains is arduous, our sorcerer clan has managed to survive. However, 3 years ago, a thunder beast encroached upon our territory, relentlessly constricting our living space. If we had not been driven to desperation, we would not have expelled our own kin." Thunder beast? The mention of this name prompted Chen Chongqing to delve into his thoughts. He swiftly recalled information regarding the thunder beast. It was a formidable entity among the beast clan, which bore some resemblance to the demon clan, but was not entirely the same. The demon clan consisted of ordinary beasts that had transformed, whereas the beast clan was an ancient lineage that had persisted through the ages. They possessed a more potent bloodline than the demons and were endowed with astonishing innate abilities from birth. Moreover, unlike the demon clan, which held a certain affinity towards humanity, the beast clan harbored an intense animosity towards humans, regarding the demons as a disgrace to their kind. They believed that the beast form represented the pinnacle of existence, and to forsake it for human form was akin to treachery against their lineage. After consolidating his understanding of the beast clan, Chen Chongqing remarked, "The might of the beast clan is indisputable. Given the current state of the sorcerer clan, resistance seems implausible. Perhaps I could assist you in finding a new habitat, and in return, you could lend me your aid." "Thank you, esteemed divine envoy." The high priest responded with evident delight, for under the prevailing circumstances, it was the white sorcerers who were destined for annihilation. The prospect of survival naturally filled the high priest with joy. However, upon hearing this news, the chieftain of the black sorcerers did not share the same enthusiasm. "Esteemed divine envoy, you may not fully comprehend the intricacies of the 10,000 Great Mountains. In this place, miasma pervades, and venomous creatures and ferocious beasts abound, making the search for a suitable refuge an endeavor more daunting than scaling the heavens. Yet, as the saying goes, where there's a will, there's a way. Let us first seek and see if fortune favors us." If all efforts prove futile, you may revert to the ancestral teachings. With the conversation reaching this point, the chieftain of the Black Witch clan reluctantly nodded in agreement, for he too wished to avoid the demise of the White Witch clan's kin. Might I inquire, revered envoy, if there remains any task requiring your attention? The Witch clan shall lend its utmost support. There is naught of great consequence. I seek an object, a bronze ancient palace, which you should be familiar with. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the Witch clan members shifted dramatically. Observing their reaction, Chen Chongqing inquired, "Pray tell, is there an issue concerning this bronze ancient palace?" Revered envoy, we are indeed aware of the bronze ancient palace. It was originally a sacred site for our clan's rituals. However, 3 years ago, it was taken by the Thunder Beast, and we are no match for it, they replied. Noticing the chieftain's troubled demeanor, Chen Chongqing swiftly comprehended their implication. They believed he intended to retrieve the bronze ancient palace for them. With a knowing smile, he responded, "As long as I am informed of the palace's whereabouts, I shall devise a means to address the rest. Is there anyone who knows the location of the Thunder Beast? I wish to parley with it, for the Beast tribe is not entirely devoid of reason. I know where the Thunder Beast resides. I shall lead you there." A boy with an earnest countenance stepped forward as Chen Chongqing finished speaking. Upon seeing the youth, the chieftain of the Black Witch clan immediately reprimanded, "Ollie, return at once. What business do you have interrupting the discourse of adults?" Undeterred by the chieftain's admonition, the boy boldly declared, "Father, I am already 16, having just undergone the rite of passage last month. I am no longer a child. I wish to contribute to our clan and do not desire for our venerable priests to perish. I possess the clearest understanding of the circumstances surrounding the Water Moon Cave. I am the best guide." Hearing Ollie's impassioned plea, the chieftain's lips quivered as he contemplated, ultimately uttering further objections. To confront the Thunder Beast is fraught with peril. Though I am your father, I am also the leader of our clan. I must treat all members equally. Resolute, the chieftain finally conceded, "Since you are so adamant, you may escort the revered envoy to the Water Moon Cave. However, remember, the envoy is unfamiliar with the conditions of the 10,000 Great Mountains. You must ensure his safety." "Fear not, father. I shall not allow any harm to befall the revered envoy," Ollie assured, excitement evident as he approached Chen Chongqing. "Revered envoy, I am prepared. When shall we depart?" "Right now," Chen Chongqing replied, grasping Ollie's hand before vanishing from sight. "Revered envoy, let us not ascend too high, lest we attract the attention of ferocious beasts." As Ollie guided Chen Chongqing and advised him on how to evade various dangers, it must be said that his counsel proved to be remarkably beneficial. Throughout their journey, Chen Chongqing encountered numerous formidable beasts, some of which posed considerable challenges even for him. The surrounding scenery whizzed past them, and Ollie could not help but envy Chen Chongqing's formidable prowess. "Divine envoy, you are able to assist the Witch clan in overcoming their predicament, are you not?" Upon hearing this, Chen Chongqing smiled and replied, "I can only aid you in certain respects. Whether you can extricate yourselves from your plight ultimately depends on your own efforts. In this world, relying on others is never as effective as relying on oneself. Moreover, to you, I am merely a transient presence. I shall not remain here indefinitely. And in the days to come, you must depend on your own resources." As he spoke, Chen Chongqing halted before a vast cave. Adjusting his garments, he cupped his hands and declared, "I, Chen Chongqing of the human sect, seek an audience." Just as his words fell, a torrent of an unknown liquid drenched him to the core. Subsequently, a colossal head emerged from the cave. Staring at the mysterious substance upon him, Chen Chongqing felt bewildered. If his estimation was correct, this had to be saliva. "Lowly insect, begone." With that, another deluge of enormous saliva descended upon him, leaving him once again soaked to the bone. After a brief moment of astonishment, Chen Chongqing silently wiped the saliva from his face and proceeded to leave with Ollie. Noticing Chen Chongqing's impassive demeanor, Ollie cautiously inquired, "Divine envoy, are you unscathed?" "I am well. However, there is something I must inform you. I do not intend to depart just yet. I shall leave the 10,000 Great Mountains only when I have vanquished this Thunder Beast." Chapter 51. Encountering the Elder after confronting the younger. Chen Chongqing, what gives it the right? As he swiftly traversed through the dense forest with Ollie, Chen Chongqing's countenance remained inscrutable. However, It was the first time in several centuries that he felt a surge of anger. Ever since attaining immortality, his guiding principle had always been to coexist harmoniously with others. Throughout these centuries, he had never taken a life, not even that of the Ascended Realms practitioner, whom he had refrained from personally dispatching. Yet, now this being, known for its benevolence, had been spat upon, not once, but twice. What justified such an affront? He had neither provoked nor sought retribution. There was no rationale for such behavior. Moreover, what authority did it possess to act thus? It was merely a thunder beast at the transformation stage. He had encountered numerous practitioners of the transformation stage, many of whom were renowned figures, such as the Wolf King of the Night Moon Kingdom, Wanyan Agajuo, and the Ascended Realms Master, Yu Huazhenren. Beyond these powerful entities, he had also crossed paths with formidable beings far surpassing the transformation stage, such as the Xuanwu Emperor who had ascended to the seventh realm, and the indescribable terrors of the ancient Forbidden Lands. Even those as strong as these had never dared to insult him. As a true disciple of the Ascended Realms and a distinguished guest of the Xuanwu Kingdom, he walked through the annals of history as a harbinger of fate. Countless prodigies counted him as a friend, and titans capable of moving mountains and filling seas engaged him in jovial discourse. Given all this, what warranted him being spat upon by a mere thunder beast? Fueled by indignation, Chen Chongqing quickened his pace and soon returned to the village of the witch clan. Upon landing, the high priest and the clan leader hastened to inquire about the situation. However, before they could utter a word, Chen Chongqing preemptively declared, "If you consider me a divine envoy, then you should also trust in my capabilities. I intend to eradicate the thunder beast of the Water Moon Cave within 10 years. If you believe I shall prevail, then come aid me. If you doubt my success, it would be wise for you to depart swiftly to avoid collateral damage." With that, he turned and left, leaving the high priest and clan leader in a state of utter bewilderment. Inside the wooden dwelling, Chen Chongqing busily inscribed notes upon the tree bark, seemingly plotting something. At that moment, a man entered, bearing a platter of fresh spiritual fruits. "Lord Divine Envoy, please indulge in these fruits to ease your temper," she suggested. Without lifting his gaze, Chen Chongqing replied, "I am aware of your ancestral teachings, which dictate that one must not provoke those who emerge from the altar. While these teachings hold merit, circumstances are not immutable. I do not fall within the confines of those mentioned in your teachings. There is no need to address me as a divine envoy. If you wish, you may call me Brother Chongqing. Furthermore, the matter concerning the Thunder Beast is a personal affair between it and myself, and will not implicate the Witch Clan, so rest assured." Hearing this, a man interjected, "Brother Chongqing, that is not the point I wish to convey." Upon hearing this, Chen Chongqing lifted his gaze towards the enchanting A-man before him, filled with curiosity. "Setting aside this matter, what would you like to discuss?" In response to Chen Chongqing's inquiry, a glimmer of yearning flickered in A-man's bright eyes. "Brother Chongqing, I have heard since my childhood that beyond the mountains lies another world. Yet, within the entire Witch Clan, no one knows what the outside world is truly like. You must have come from beyond. Could you enlighten me about what lies outside?" Observing the longing in A-man's gaze, Chen Chongqing contemplated for a moment before responding. "The world beyond the mountains is indeed a captivating one, yet I would advise against your desire to explore it." "Why?" A-man inquired. "Because the outside world is fraught with dangers far more perilous than the venomous creatures and fierce beasts found within these 10,000 mountains. There, death can sometimes serve as a form of liberation." As he spoke, Chen Chongqing unfastened the wooden carving from his waist and, along with the bark in his hand, offered it to her. "Present this bark to the leader of the Gully tribe for the arrangements. If I am not mistaken, you will choose to join me in confronting the Thunder Beast. As for this wooden carving, consider it a gift from me. Since my arrival, you have been gazing at it, which has left me feeling rather embarrassed." At these words, A-man's cheeks flushed crimson. "Brother Chongqing, I did not. Can one not perceive it?" She replied, "It is merely an ordinary wooden carving, nothing of great significance. If you desire it, feel free to play with it." The wooden carving at Chen Chongqing's waist depicted an endearing sheep. Having often engaged in carpentry, his sculpting skills were undoubtedly exceptional. It was entirely reasonable for A-man, who had lived in isolation within these mountains, to be captivated by such a novel creation. "Thank you, Brother Chongqing." A-man expressed her gratitude joyfully before departing the room with a light heart. Watching her retreating figure, Chun Chongsheng smiled and redirected his thoughts towards the impending confrontation with the Thunder Beast. The Beast clan typically thrived in groups, and Chun Chongsheng felt little concern regarding the Thunder Beast in the Water Moon Cave, for his true apprehension lay with the tribe behind it. In the realm of cultivation, it was commonplace for the young to be confronted by the old, and the old by the even older. Thus, Chun Chongsheng devoted considerable effort to strategizing. After all, the annihilation of an entire tribe was no simple feat. While he was indeed benevolent, he was never to be treated as a mere soft target. This feud, rooted in their exchanged insults, could not simply be brushed aside. Under Chun Chongsheng's guidance, the witch clans soon commenced their work with fervor. Towering trees were felled, and many intricate patterns were meticulously carved out by the tribe's people. As Chun Chongsheng patrolled the progress of the formation, he offered reminders on where corrections were needed. At that moment, the Gully tribe leader approached him. "Divine Envoy, will these preparations be sufficient to drive away the Thunder Beast?" "It is not entirely accurate. This is merely an enhanced spirit-gathering array I have devised. This formation not only facilitates the accumulation of spiritual energy, but also effectively shields against the miasma prevalent in the mountains." Upon observing the goo insect path of the witch clan, I noted that the potency of these insects is considerable. However, regrettably, you have encountered their natural nemesis, the Thunder Beast. The Thunder Beast's formidable scales can withstand the majority of goo insects, and its innate divine abilities effectively suppress all forms of goo. Were it not for this, you would not find yourselves in such a dire predicament. Upon hearing Chun Chongsheng's analysis, Guli offered a bittersweet smile. Indeed, the words of the esteemed divine envoy ring true. The witch clan has managed to endure within these mountains, demonstrating our capability to confront perilous threats. Alas, our clan's golden silkworm goo has been lost to time. Otherwise, we might have been able to contend with the Thunder Beast. Golden silkworm goo? What is that? It is the mightiest of our clan's goo insects. To be precise, it ought to be referred to as a goo deity. According to legend, the golden silkworm goo possesses the ability to consume anything in existence. Even the scales of the Thunder Beast cannot impede its voracious appetite. Chapter 52, An Unexpected Delight. Listening to Gully's description, Chun Chongsheng nodded and remarked, "Indeed, it is a remarkable treasure, but regrettably, it has been lost to time. Since your methods are ineffective against the Thunder Beasts, why not give mine a try? I have observed that the members of the witch clan possess formidable physiques, making them exceptionally suited for practicing body tempering techniques. You may take these 2 manuals for now. Once you have enhanced the strength of your kin, we can discuss further plans. Additionally, you may find my writing difficult to comprehend, but I have already conveyed the meanings to a man. You can inquire with her for further clarification." As Gully accepted the 2 pieces of bark handed to him by Chun Chongsheng, he was nearly beaming with joy. "Thank you, esteemed divine envoy. We shall not disappoint your expectations." With that, Gully departed with the manuals in hand. After Gully's departure, Chun Chongsheng did not linger in the witch clan, but sought a secluded spot to delve into the 9 transformations' profound art. Previously, he had little inclination towards cultivation, as he had no need for combat. However, with war imminent, it was only prudent to engage in some training. "Why on earth is it that I cannot master the 9 transformations' profound art?" Chun Chongsheng pondered, perplexed, as he examined the art in his hands. The translated version of the upper portion of the 9 transformations had long been delivered to him by Zhuo Xinghe. Based on this translation, Chun Chongsheng had deduced the entirety of the 9 transformations' profound art. Yet, after translating it, he found himself unable to practice it. As he scrutinized the golden pages repeatedly, he contemplated where he might have erred. At that moment, Ali peeked over curiously. "Esteemed divine envoy, what are you doing?" Casting a glance at the good-natured Ali, Chun Chongsheng replied nonchalantly, "Nothing of consequence, merely researching something." "What brings you here?" As he spoke, he carelessly set the golden pages aside. The text was indecipherable to anyone else, and Chun Chongsheng had no concerns about Ali learning it. Upon hearing this, Ali's face flushed with embarrassment as he rubbed his hands together. "Esteemed divine envoy, you are so impressive. I wish to become your disciple. Do not entertain such thoughts. I never take disciples. The 2 manuals I provided to Chief Gully are quite sufficient. Devote yourself to your training, and your future accomplishments will be significant." Seeing Chun Chongsheng's outright rejection, Ali's eyes reflected a hint of disappointment. However, just as he was about to leave, He caught sight of the golden pages beside Chen Changsheng and casually remarked, "Esteemed divine envoy, you are truly remarkable. The 9 transformations profound art sounds exceedingly powerful." Wait, originally, Ali had merely sought to ease the awkwardness with casual conversation, but Chen Changsheng's bewildered expression halted him. "Esteemed divine envoy, is there something else? What did you just mention about the 9 transformations?" "The 9 transformations profound art." As Ali unhesitatingly uttered a name that was both strange and familiar, Chen Changsheng immediately picked up a nearby golden page and inquired, "Can you comprehend the characters inscribed upon it? What is there to misunderstand?" "Among the youth of our clan, I am the most literate," Ali replied confidently. "That is not my query. My question pertains to how you came to recognize the script on this page." "Divine envoy, what troubles you? This is the script of the Witch clan. Why would I not know it?" Upon hearing Ali's response, Chen Changsheng was rendered speechless, as he had not anticipated such a fortuitous coincidence. Indeed, he had studied the Witch clan's language, but only learned the spoken form from all man, having never encountered their written characters. Furthermore, while Chen Changsheng had gleaned fragments of the Witch language from ancient texts, these sources merely indicated that it was a remote dialect, recording only a few phonetic sounds. He had never actually seen the script of the Witch clan. Consequently, Chen Changsheng instinctively assumed that the Witch language lacked a written form and was merely an oral tradition. Such instances were not uncommon at all. Contemplating this, Chen Changsheng smirked slightly and gestured, "Ali, come assist me in translating the characters on this page." Delighted by Chen Changsheng's request for assistance, Ali eagerly complied. Within approximately 15 minutes, he had translated all the characters. Upon hearing Ali's rendition, Chen Changsheng rolled his eyes dramatically. The 9 turns profound art, regarded as the second most potent martial technique of the Xuanwu kingdom, had seldom been mastered over the millennia, and even when achieved, its power was not as formidable as legend suggested. Now, Chen Changsheng finally grasped the reason for this discrepancy. The ancestors of the Xuanwu kingdom had erred in their initial translation. If they could misinterpret 8-9 profound art as 9 turns profound art, then it was no surprise that they misrepresented 2 of the 4 characters. The subsequent text was bound to be even more flawed. After a brief internal critique of the Xuanwu ancestors, Chen Changsheng turned to Ali and remarked, "Ali, it appears that this opportunity is meant for you. Since you have translated the 8-9 profound art, I shall impart this technique to you." Upon hearing this, Ali immediately dropped to his knees to pay homage as a disciple. However, a surge of spiritual energy halted his actions. "Hold on, do not be hasty. I share this technique with you as a sign of your opportunity, but it does not signify that I am taking you on as a disciple. Moreover, once you learn the 8-9 profound art, you must not disclose it to anyone, including your kin. The origins of this technique are profound, and should you reveal it carelessly, it could bring dire consequences upon the Witch clan." In response to Chen Changsheng's admonition, Ali nodded solemnly, "Divine envoy, you need not worry. I shall not tell a soul. That is for the best. Also, refrain from addressing me as divine envoy. Simply call me sir." "Understood, sir." With that, Chen Changsheng began to impart some fundamental principles of cultivation to Ali. Although the 8-9 profound art is indeed remarkable, it is ultimately an enigmatic practice that requires a foundational understanding of cultivation, which Al lacks. As an hour passed, Chen Changsheng imparted some essential principles of cultivation to Al. "That will suffice for today's lesson. Make sure to familiarize yourself with what you've learned upon your return," he instructed, and Al took note. After Al departed, Chen Changsheng gazed at the 8-9 profound art in his hands. He had initially presumed it to be merely a technique for physical refinement. Yet it had become evident that he had misjudged its depth. The maximum of yin is 8, while the maximum of yang is 9. Their product represents the utmost numeral in Taoist philosophy. With 9 transformations accomplished, the myriad postnatal shadows are stripped away, revealing the primal, true yang. The 3 souls unite. The 7 spirits meld within the body, and the primordial spirit remains forever coalesced, rendering the practitioner impervious to destruction. As he concluded his thoughts, a broad smile began to grace Chen Changsheng's lips. For this 8-9 profound art is a theoretical method for attaining longevity. Whether it truly grants eternal life remains uncertain. Yet its potency is beyond Chen Changsheng's imagination. This technique cultivates both the internal and external, documenting a plethora of astounding supernatural abilities. Although Chen Chongqing currently possesses only a single golden page, its significance surpasses all else he owns. Chen Chongqing mused, "The earth gleams with golden light. The laws of heaven reflect the earth. Such a name sounds exceedingly formidable. I have stumbled upon a treasure." Chapter 53. The Transformation of a Young Woman. "A decade of planning, sir. Have you made any progress today?" A robust young man clad in coarse linen approached Chen Chongqing. Upon hearing his words, Chen Chongqing withdrew his pen and paper, replying, "As usual, that thunder beast rarely shows itself." The young man responded, "Sir, are you not a match for the thunder beast?" "I cannot say for certain. You know me well enough. I generally prefer to avoid conflict. By the way, how is your practice of the 8-9 profound arts progressing?" "Thank you for your concern, sir. I have currently reached the 7th level of the 8-9 profound arts. Soon, I will be able to cultivate the divine ability of earth-transcending golden light." Pleased with the young man's answer, Chen Chongqing nodded and remarked, "Achieving the 7th level of the 8-9 profound arts in just 10 years is indeed a testament to your innate talent for this discipline. It is unfortunate that I only possess the techniques for the first 9 levels. The remaining 63 levels may forever elude my grasp. Let us wait a few more months. Once you master the earth-transcending golden light, we shall confront the thunder beast." Indeed, the young man before him was none other than the earnest boy Ali from a decade ago. When the entire Witch clan learned of Chen Chongqing's intention to retaliate against the thunder beast, they anticipated an imminent war. However, none expected it would take a full 10 years. Throughout this decade, apart from mentoring Ali and Ahmad, Chen Chongqing dedicated the rest of his time to observing the thunder beast. Upon hearing that Chen Chongqing was finally prepared to take action against the beast, Ali felt a twinge of anxiety. After all, the thunder beast was a formidable creature at the divine transformation stage. Although Chen Chongqing had ascended to that stage 3 years prior, he had only recently done so, and facing an experienced opponent of the same caliber did not bode well for his odds. Contemplating this, Ali inquired, "Sir, the cultivation system is so complex now. If one day I leave the 10,000 Great Mountains, how can I assess the strength of my future foes?" "You cannot make a definitive judgment. You must rely on your intuition. Both external and internal cultivation have their merits. Although differences in realms may not seem significant at a glance, the nuances become apparent upon closer inspection. In battles of life and death, outcomes often hinge on minute distinctions. Even the slightest difference can determine survival." Upon hearing this response, Ali chuckled, "That sounds rather troublesome. Why can there not be a unified method of cultivation? Both internal and external cultivation have their advantages. Wouldn't a synthesis of the two suffice? In theory, such a synthesis is possible, but thus far, no one has achieved it. While the 8-9 profound arts can cultivate the primordial spirit through the physical body, it is, at its core, still inclined towards external practice. You possess knowledge of both internal and external methods, and your theories are indeed intriguing. However, there are numerous challenges that you must confront on your own. Perhaps in 1,000 years, you shall unify the entire realm of cultivation, thereby establishing an entirely new system of practice." In response to Chen Chongqing's eloquent discourse, Ali merely smiled and did not take these words to heart. The theory of cultivating both internally and externally was merely a topic of idle conversation shared with Chen Chongqing. Even as the initiator of this discussion, he had never truly believed that such a thing could come to fruition. "What are you all discussing? May I join in?" Just then, a modestly dressed woman approached, carrying a food box. Although her attire was plain, it could not conceal her extraordinary beauty. Her eyes sparkled like dark grapes, and her cherry-red lips were irresistibly enticing. Her fair skin appeared delicate and flawless, and her long, ebony hair was casually secured with a single hairpin. Such simplicity in her appearance only served to accentuate her natural allure. Upon seeing the woman, Ali grinned and said, "Aman, you are growing more beautiful by the day. I remember you were once dark and scrawny." He continued, "Moreover, with your master's level of cultivation, you should have long since begun fasting. Why do you persist in bringing meals?" At these words, Aman shot Ali a disapproving glance and retorted, "After learning from Big Brother Chongqing for so long, you still cannot control that mouth of yours. Since you have already begun fasting, you need not eat this meal." Ali, taken aback by her gaze, instinctively shrank back. Observing this, Chen Chongqing smiled gently and remarked, "While practitioners may indeed fast, it is still beneficial to partake in meals." Intrigued, Ali asked, "Why is that?" "Because one must always eat," Qin Changxing explained. "Engaging with the mundane world enriches our humanity. Besides, Amon's cooking is exquisite. Don't you desire to savor it?" "Indeed." Big Brother Changsheng is wise, Amon chimed in. "Unlike certain individuals whose cultivation has seemingly dulled their wits." Ali rolled his eyes dramatically and replied, "It's not that I don't wish to eat. It's simply that you are biased. Your meals always include chicken legs, while mine consists solely of endless green vegetables. If you were to add a chicken leg to my portion, I would gladly partake. Eat if you wish. If not, then be gone. Can't you procure a chicken leg for yourself? Don't be so picky. Today, you shall have no food," Amon responded, shooing Ali aside and placing the food box in front of Qin Changxing. In light of this unequal treatment, Ali could only murmur to himself in discontent. In stark contrast to her brusque demeanor with Ali, Amon exhibited a gentle tenderness toward Qin Changsheng, embodying the essence of a devoted wife. "Big Brother Changsheng, you have observed the Thunder Beast for a decade. Have you discerned its weaknesses?" she inquired. Upon hearing this, Qin Changxing swallowed the morsel of chicken leg he had been savoring and said thoughtfully, "I have not identified the Thunder Beast's weaknesses, but I have certainly discovered a multitude of issues. The Water Moon Cave serves as one of the habitats for the Wu tribe, yet in terms of spiritual energy, this location is rather unremarkable. Thus, there seems to be no logical reason for a formidable beast of the transformation stage to be attracted here. Nevertheless, the Thunder Beast has indeed arrived and seems to have taken up residence. What is even more intriguing is that the Thunder Beast, despite its capacity to easily annihilate the Wu tribe, has refrained from doing so. Instead, it merely frightens you away, a behavior that is distinctly uncharacteristic of a savage beast. Furthermore, I have observed that each time the Thunder Beast consumes food, it becomes exceedingly drowsy, a phenomenon that defies logic. It is well known that a cultivator at the transformation stage could easily forego sleep for a decade without issue. Upon hearing Qin Changxing enumerate these peculiarities, a man pondered for a moment before responding. Will these questions aid in defeating the Thunder Beast? While such insights may elude others, they may very well be of significance in my hands. Chapter 54. Capturing the Thunder Beast, an ordinary corpse listening to Qin Changxing's words. A man was perplexed about his true intentions. Nevertheless, a man seldom concerned herself with such matters. Her focus was always on a singular issue. As time elapsed, 3 to 5 months swiftly passed. One day, as Ali gradually concluded his cultivation, Qin Changxing approached with an air of mystery, cradling an object. "Have you mastered the golden light of the earth?" Qin Changxing inquired. "Yes, master," Ali replied earnestly. "I have indeed mastered it." "That's splendid. Follow me," Qin Changxing beckoned, indicating Ali to accompany him. Although puzzled, Ali complied. However, as their journey unfolded, Ali began to sense something amiss. "Master, are we heading to the Water Moon Cave?" "Indeed. Is there a problem?" Qin Changxing's candid acknowledgement ignited Ali's excitement. "Are you planning to confront the Thunder Beast? If so, I shall summon the tribe immediately. The Witch clan has prepared for this moment for a decade." With that, Ali prepared to return and rally his kin. Yet Qin Changxing halted him. "Why summon anyone? This endeavor requires just the two of us." Ali was taken aback, confusion etched across his face. For the past 10 years, Qin Changxing had tirelessly assisted the Witch clan in their cultivation and imparted numerous battle formations. Everyone believed he intended to unify the entire clan's strength to confront the Thunder Beast. Yet now, he claimed that only 2 individuals were necessary. What had been the purpose of their decade-long efforts? Perceiving Ali's reluctance, Qin Changxing discerned his thoughts. "Do not appear so hesitant. The decade of preparation serves a greater purpose. A solitary Thunder Beast. Do we truly need to deploy the trump cards I have prepared?" Upon hearing this, a glimmer of hope brightened Ali's countenance. "Master, you have a grander scheme?" "Indeed. If we slay the Thunder Beast in the Water Moon Cave, do you believe the race behind it will let us go unscathed? Our actions today mark not only the commencement of a grand scheme, but also the most critical component of it. Should we fail to meet my expectations, we must be ready to flee." At this proclamation, Ali thumped his chest, declaring, "Rest assured, Master, I will risk my life to assist you in this endeavor. There's no need for such drastic measures. Just keep your mouth shut," Qin Changxing advised, turning once more toward the Water Moon Cave. Upon arriving at the site where he had been spat upon a decade prior, Qin Changxing steadied his emotions and donned a sycophantic expression. I, Chun Changsheng of the human race, present a treasured offering. A resounding voice echoed through the cavern as a colossal head emerged from its depths. Upon spotting the human cultivator from a decade past, the thunder beast erupted in fury. Human, do you dare return here? Do you truly believe I cannot slay you? Faced with the thunder beast's wrath, Chun Changsheng hastily donned an expression of trepidation. My lord Thunder Beast, please forgive my intrusion. I have come to express my gratitude for your mercy 10 years ago. He continued, 3 years ago, I fortuitously acquired a piece of celestial stone. Regrettably, my fortune is modest, and I am unable to comprehend its mysteries. Hence, I have come to present it to you, my lord. With that, Chun Changsheng unfurled a black cloth, revealing a stone the size of a millstone, which he extended toward the thunder beast. The thunder beast gazed at the stone in Chun Changsheng's hand, bewilderment etched across its large eyes. It appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary rock. What could be his intention if this were indeed a mere stone? To humiliate me, and then bring me to shame? As confusion clouded its thoughts, the thunder beast instinctively lowered its head to sniff the stone, even running its tongue over it. This is merely an ordinary rock, it mused. There is no poison, nor any peculiar sensation. It tastes of wild grass and earth. Impudent fool, this is clearly an ordinary stone. Do you dare to mock me? A powerful pressure caused Chun Changsheng to tremble, and the stone he held fell heavily to the ground. My lord Thunder Beast, please see reason. When I first encountered this stone, it radiated with a myriad of colors, and within it, I sensed the faint presence of celestial gold. Alas, my abilities are insufficient to break it open, which is why I present it to you. Still attempting to defend yourself? Begone. The thunder beast's furious breath blew Chun Changsheng over, and sensing its wrath, he hurriedly pulled Ali away. Once they had retreated a safe distance, the thunder beast hesitated, eyeing the ordinary stone on the ground. With a flick of its tongue, it swallowed the stone. After chewing it thoughtfully, the thunder beast discovered it contained no celestial gold. Glup! It swallowed the fragmented stone and glanced in the direction Chun Changsheng had departed, scoffing. Foolish humans! My kind subsists on metals and minerals, and our bodies are impervious to all toxins. Though I do not comprehend your motives, you cannot harm me in the slightest. Once I conclude my business here, I shall annihilate you all. With that, the thunder beast turned to re-enter the cavern. Yet, at that moment, it realized its body had suddenly become immobile. Boom! The massive creature collapsed to the ground, as two stealthy figures re-emerged, none other than Chun Changsheng and Ali. My lord Thunder Beast, are you unhurt? They inquired. How dare you return? Do you not fear that I shall slay you? The thunder beast lay on the ground, feigning bravado, while Chun Changsheng produced a broken sword and cast it forth. With a swift thrust, the sharp Xuanwu sword pierced the beast's body. However, the creature felt no pain whatsoever. Noticing that the thunder beast did not retaliate, Chun Changsheng patted his chest and chuckled. It appears you are indeed incapacitated, which puts my mind at ease. With an air of confidence, he sauntered over to the thunder beast, occasionally caressing its scales and tapping its teeth. At that moment, curiosity gleamed in Chun Changsheng's eyes. But how could the noble beast endure such indignity? Human, should you dare to touch me again, I swear I will annihilate you all. Smack! Before the thunder beast could finish its threat, Chun Changsheng delivered a resounding slap to its face. Although he did not exert much force, the insult was undeniably profound. What are you shouting about? Can't you see I am contemplating how to make your demise more tragic? Your raucous outcries are disrupting my thoughts. The thunder beast could only respond with disbelief. How dare you utter such words? Chapter 55. The fatal weakness of the thunder beast. The audacious confidence of Chun Changsheng rendered the thunder beast utterly speechless. Meanwhile, Ali curiously examined the thunder beast sprawled on the ground and inquired, Sir, how did you render this divine transformation thunder beast immobile? In response to Ali's question, Chun Changsheng produced an ordinary dagger and began to trace it across the thunder beast's body, simultaneously articulating, the thunder beast sustains itself on metal and various minerals. Its scales are virtually indestructible. Furthermore, its physique is adept at evading most toxins. Such a species is indeed a favored creation of the heavens. I have observed it for a decade, pondering how one might annihilate such a formidable race. Upon hearing this, the immobile thunder beast burst into laughter. Ha! You think you can extinguish my thunder clan? Such delusions are laughable. Though I am uncertain of the method that has rendered me powerless, my kin will surely exact revenge. Observing the Thunder Beast's arrogant demeanor, Chen Chongqing calmly nodded. You are correct. Theoretically, it is difficult to conceive a method to eradicate your entire race. However, my 10 years have not been in vain. I have uncovered a little secret about your Thunder clan. This secret may well be unknown even to yourselves. The Thunder Beast's eyes flickered with a hint of curiosity. What secret? Over the past decade, you have consumed food a total of 20 times, averaging twice a year. During the first 6 instances of feeding, I observed that after 2 of those meals, you exhibited a notable tendency to doze off. This led me to ponder what might cause such somnolence. During the first 2 instances of your drowsiness, I meticulously recorded all the flora and minerals in your feeding area, comparing them one by one. However, each time you fed, you would devour nearly half a mineral vein, encompassing an overwhelming amount of substance. Hence, I required an additional 7 years to continue my scrutiny. During these 7 years, I carefully selected each of your feeding locations. Have you not noticed that your frequency of drowsiness has increased during this time? As Chen Chongqing presented a smile, the Thunder Beast's eyes finally betrayed a flicker of apprehension. Impossible. Our race is immune to all toxins. Indeed, the Thunder Beast is impervious to toxins, but what if the substance in question is not a toxin? With that, Chen Chongqing revealed a wildflower and a piece of grass from his bosom. This is the fire-red flower and the flax grass, names I have bestowed upon them. They typically grow atop mineral veins. They are neither rare nor common. Regardless of whether consumed together or separately, they do not produce toxins. However, they possess a peculiar effect. They can induce paralysis throughout your Thunder Beast's entire body. Certainly, this conjecture is one I have only just confirmed. The initial 2 instances of drowsiness were caused by your unintentional consumption of these 2 substances while you were devouring the mineral veins. However, the quantity you ingested was too minuscule to induce full-body paralysis. Hence, to validate this hypothesis, I applied a concentrated extract of these 2 weeds onto that stone. But what gives you the audacity to assume I would consume that stone? The tone of the Thunder Beast grew increasingly agitated. For if these 2 weeds were indeed inherently lethal to the Thunder Clan, it would spell disaster for their very existence. I cannot claim certainty. Therefore, I added some other ingredients, causing the extracts of these 2 weeds to become exceedingly volatile. Beasts will always be beasts. Certain detrimental traits are ingrained in their essence. When encountering unfamiliar substances, you tend to sniff with your noses and lick with your tongues. Thus, my objective was achieved. Yet, I truly did not anticipate your foolishness in consuming it. Crack. Just as he spoke, the dagger in Chen Chongqing's hand became lodged in a particular scale of the Thunder Beast. Upon noticing Chen Chongqing's touch upon that special scale, a flicker of terror passed through the Thunder Beast's eyes, while the corners of Chen Chongqing's mouth began to curl upwards. The Thunder Beast's scales were incredibly resilient. Even divine weapons could only graze the surface. This I had just verified, yet I remained unconvinced that flawless species exist in this world. Surely, the scales of your Thunder Beast must harbor some kind of vulnerability. Thud! The sharp dagger plunged forcefully beneath the Thunder Beast's scales. The searing pain, penetrating to the very marrow, caused even the anesthetized Thunder Beast to tremble uncontrollably. TSK. Observing the quivering form of the Thunder Beast, Chen Chongqing remarked with a hint of regret. Who would have thought your scales indeed possessed a weakness? However, the more troublesome revelation is that I seem to have discovered it. Chen Chongqing spoke nonchalantly, while his hands quickened their pace. The seemingly indestructible scales of the Thunder Beast were systematically stripped away by Chen Chongqing in a specific sequence. Kill me. If you have the guts, then do it. The Thunder Beast roared in fury, yet its body remained motionless. Witnessing this, Chen Chongqing grinned, saying, "What are you thinking? I would never allow you to die so easily. I want you to witness how I dismember you piece by piece. Then, I shall meticulously study every part of your body in search of weaknesses, and these vulnerabilities will become the harbingers of doom for your kind." An endless cacophony of wails and curses echoed throughout the water moon cave. As time passed, the effects of the drug within the Thunder Beast faded, yet it remained immobile. For Chen Chongqing had severed the source of its power, the Thunder Dan. Simultaneously, he had cut off all its meridians, ensuring that the dissipating effects would only amplify its suffering. Swish! The colossal heart was removed, and the beast, reduced to merely a breath, finally succumbed to death. Gazing upon the immaculate skeleton before him, Ali struggled to swallow a lump in his throat. Sir, isn't this a bit cruel? Upon hearing Ali's words, Chen Changsheng, covered in blood, turned and chuckled softly. Cruel? Perhaps, but the outside world is 100 times more merciless. Moreover, you are no stranger to the horrors of ferocious beasts devouring humans, with half a body crushed while the other writhes in agony on the ground. Did you find that cruel in those moments? Would a savage beast spare its prey simply because you deemed it cruel? Growing up in the depths of the mountains, you should understand this well. Discussing emotions may suffice among humans, but to speak of such sentiments with other species is nothing short of laughable. Having addressed Ali's inner turmoil, Chen Changsheng waved his hand. Go back and summon the others. With so much meat, we cannot consume it all ourselves. It would be a perfect opportunity to enhance everyone's rations. Chapter 56. The ancient moon illuminates the present, the wrath of the Lei clan soon. Ali summoned all the members of the witch clan. As they gazed upon the mountain of meat before them, astonishment filled their eyes. Observing their reactions, Chen Changsheng smiled gently and remarked, the meat of the thunder beast is exceptionally delectable. I encourage you all to partake without delay. However, I must convey an important point. The olfactory senses of beasts are remarkably acute. Once you consume the meat of the thunder beast, it will undoubtedly be detected by other thunder beasts. In other words, there will be no turning back after this step. With that, Chen Changsheng cast a cheerful glance at the members of the witch clan. For them, a decade stretched out like an eternity, ample enough to forget their past intentions. Confronting the Lei clan was no trifling matter. While Chen Changsheng could tolerate solitude, he would not accept betrayal at a critical juncture. Upon hearing Chen Changsheng's words, the leader of the Gu clan instantly grasped their significance. Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Li exclaimed, "What are we waiting for? Let us roast this meat." With Gu Li's rallying call, the members of the witch clan swiftly mobilized. Witnessing their decisive choice, Chen Changsheng smiled slightly before turning to leave the cave entrance. Atop the mountain, Chen Changsheng sat alone upon a massive stone, gazing at the luminous moon in the sky. At that moment, a man approached, wrapping a portion of roasted meat in clean leaves. Elder brother Changsheng, you must try this. I have just finished roasting it. Hearing this, Chen Changsheng grinned and replied, Ah, a man, you possess a kind heart, unlike that scoundrel Ali, who only thinks of himself when something good comes along. After praising a man, Chen Changsheng leisurely savored the roasted meat. Meanwhile, a man rested her chin on her hands, her eyes brimming with happiness as she watched him. Elder brother Changsheng, once the issue with the thunder beasts is resolved, what do you plan to do next? Naturally, I shall depart from this place and continue with my former pursuits. Although a man had anticipated Chen Changsheng's intention to leave, a wave of disappointment washed over her nonetheless. Elder brother Changsheng, what is it that weighs so heavily on your mind? Nothing much. I am merely searching for someone. She has wandered quite far, and I have spent nearly a century without finding her. Heaven knows how much longer it will take. Upon hearing this, a man's eyes instantly glistened with tears. She is a woman, isn't she? Indeed. With Chen Changsheng's affirmative response, a man fell into a contemplative silence. After a long moment, her lips quivered as she forced a bittersweet smile and said, the woman for whom elder brother Changsheng has searched for so long must be someone very dear to you. Ha! Seeing her tear-filled eyes, Chen Changsheng affectionately ruffled a man's hair. You silly girl, at such a young age, why do you dwell on such matters? Who says that searching for a woman equates to affection? Upon hearing this, a flicker of doubt crossed a man's eyes. If it were not for a love that penetrates the very bones, what could possibly compel you, brother Changsheng, to search for so many years? Love indeed brings happiness. Yet the force that sustains one is not solely love. The person I seek is a dear acquaintance entrusted to me on their deathbed. Thus, I must ensure her safety. Even if she has passed away, I shall bring her remains back for burial. This is a commitment, a cherished remembrance of what once was. Upon hearing this response, a man wiped away the tears that threatened to spill from her eyes and inquired, Brother Changsheng, might you share the story of the past? Certainly, replied Chen Changsheng with a gentle smile, as he began to recount the tale of yesteryear. A soft breeze caressed the air, while the bright moon remained unchanged. A man gritted her teeth, her eyes wide with fury as she gazed at Chen Changsheng. She loved you. Indeed. Yet you rejected her. Correct. I know everything. including Nianqing's feelings for me. At these words, a man suddenly stood up in agitation. And what about me? Will you reject me as you did her? Observing the redness in a man's eyes, Qin Changxing replied calmly, yes. Why? You are not fixated on cultivation. You approach every endeavor with your heart. Given this, why do you persist in rejecting me time and again? If you intended to refuse from the very beginning, why be so kind to those around you? Why not harden your heart from the start? Upon hearing this question, Qin Changxing did not respond immediately. Instead, he lifted his gaze to the bright moon over Tianshan and mused. The present generation cannot see the moon of ancient times, yet this moon once illuminated those of old. There is a saying, one only learns to cherish after losing something. If you were to know in advance that something was destined to be lost, would you resist cherishing it? You are being evasive. How could anyone know what the future holds? On what grounds do you presume you will inevitably lose? Why not? Such foresight is within your grasp. For instance, your kin of the witch clan will gradually perish. This is an unalterable truth, a future already foreseen. These words left a man momentarily stunned. Though Qin Changsheng did not state it explicitly, a man gleaned the answer from his words. Trembling, she whispered, Brother Changsheng, can you truly see everyone's future? Yes. With Qin Changsheng's affirmation, a man slowly raised her right hand, gently caressing his face. Gazing upon his handsome and youthful visage, she felt a pang of sorrow. After all this time, your heart must ache greatly. Pain becomes familiar, and thus ceases to hurt. This is also why I derive satisfaction from collecting the deceased. In the solemn act of retrieving the remains of departed friends, one can enshrine their memories within the heart, simultaneously laying them to rest in one's soul. Listening to Qin Changsheng's response, a man remained enveloped in silence. To hold one's hand and grow old together is the greatest blessing for lovers. Yet, if such a blessing were to be bestowed upon Brother Changsheng, it would transform into the most malevolent of curses. To witness the beloved age gradually, to see them wither and ultimately become but a handful of dust, can a more cruel curse exist in this world? In the realm of the thunder beasts, a resounding roar echoed. A bolt of lightning, comparable in thickness to a barrel, struck fiercely upon a metallic mountain, and a colossal figure soared forth from its depths. Who dares? Who has slain my child? A gigantic thunder beast hovered in the air, its scales distinct from the others, shimmering with a faint purple hue. An overwhelming fury surged within its heart, for it had just sensed the demise of its progeny. At that moment, other thunder beasts emerged from the mountains. And witnessing the plight of their kin, the purple-scaled beast bellowed with wrath. My child, Leishan, the pride of the Thunder clan, has fallen. Whoever has taken their life shall pay in blood. With that declaration, countless powerful roars ascended towards the heavens. It was evident that the Thunder clan intended to unleash their full might. Chapter 57. Qin Changsheng. It turns out I am this powerful. Instantly defeating the Thunder Beast, two colossal figures suddenly materialized above the Shuiwei cave. Upon sensing the aura of their fallen kin, the two Thunder Beasts erupted into a thunderous roar. Do not be hasty in your cries. Soon, you shall share the same fate as it. Qin Changsheng stood atop the mountain peak, his golden-scaled armor shimmering brilliantly under the sun's radiant glow. Observing the scales of their kin fashioned into armor by the enemy, one of the Thunder Beasts seethed with rage. Human race, you possess great audacity to so brazenly offend the Thunder clan. We of the Thunder clan shall exact a toll of 100,000 lives from your kind to cleanse this humiliation. In response, Qin Changsheng flashed a smile, retorting, 100,000 lives? Do you possess such capability? One is insufficient to sate my appetite. Two of you are even better. Impudent. The Thunder Beast bellowed, unleashing a thunderbolt as thick as a water barrel that surged towards Qin Changsheng. Boom. The tremendous force sent Qin Changsheng soaring over 100 paces. However, the potent lightning failed to inflict any harm. Gazing at the lightning that enveloped his armor, Qin Changsheng marveled, I never anticipated that your scales, in addition to their hardness, could also defend against lightning. This is indeed an unexpected delight. With that, Qin Changsheng summoned a beam of golden light with his left hand while wielding his sword with all his might in his right. Whoosh! The golden light pierced through the body of one Thunder Beast, while the sword aura severed the claw of the other. In an instant, one Thunder Beast lay dead, while the other was grievously wounded. Such a scenario left not only the Thunder Beasts in a state of shock, But even Chen Chongqing himself was taken aback. It is worth noting that his current strength was also merely at the initial stage of the transformation realm. To slay an enemy of equal standing with such ease was a privilege reserved for only those prodigiously gifted. Retrieving the golden light, Chen Chongqing regarded his hands with astonishment, exclaiming, "After centuries without a skirmish, I had no idea I was so formidable." No sooner had he spoken than he commenced the pursuit of the injured Thunder Beast, which, as the vanguard, was now desperately attempting to flee. This was terrifying. Chen Chongqing's overwhelming power had stripped the Thunder Beast of any courage to confront him. The scales, which the Thunder Clan prided themselves on, were as fragile as parchment before that golden light. In addition to that golden light, the broken sword in the human's grasp emanated an aura of unfathomable terror. What right did a mere human of the transformation realm have to wield such a legendary weapon? "Why do you flee?" Chen Chongqing, enshrouded in golden light, soared from the ground, blocking the Thunder Beast's path. "Spare me, or I shall resort to self-detonation." Whoosh! The golden light effortlessly disregarded all defenses of the Thunder Beast, penetrating its heart with the ease of slicing through tofu. As the Thunder Beast gazed at the minuscule wound on its body, its eyes filled with confusion, and it slowly began to plummet from the sky. It was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the nature of the weapon wielded by the human before it, a weapon that could effortlessly bypass all its defenses. Moreover, how could this individual consistently locate its vital points? With all these questions swirling in its mind, the Thunder Beast, in the stage of transformation, gradually closed its eyes. After successfully dispatching 2 scouts that had ventured forth, Chen Chongqing furrowed his brow. This made no sense. According to the records, the Thunder Beast was an ancient bloodline of the Beast clan, renowned for its formidable strength. How could it be so easily vanquished? Murmuring quietly, Chen Chongqing gazed at the 2 weapons in his hands. These were the true martial sword, devoid of a blade tip, and the golden page inscribed with the 8-9 profound arts. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Chongqing shook his head and remarked, "It must not be related to the weapons. It is likely that these creatures are simply too weak. No matter how feeble a Thunder Beast may be, it should not falter against the mere refuse I salvage from the ancient forbidden grounds." Having said this, Chen Chongqing carried away the corpses of the 2 Thunder Beasts. However, had his words reached the ears of the entombed Emperor Zhua, they might have provoked an immediate eruption from the grave, followed by a resounding slap to his face. Then, seizing him by the collar, a fierce interrogation would ensue. "Trash. How dare you refer to these items as garbage? The true martial sword is an artifact of a 7th realm powerhouse, and the golden page in your possession is something I regard as a heart-protecting mirror. How could you dismiss items that I, a 7th realm master, consider my trump card as mere refuse?" Despite the true martial sword being severed by a single hair from an entity of the ancient forbidden ground, and the golden page being casually discarded by such an entity, how many places in this world can compare to the ancient forbidden grounds? The Thunder Beast lineage, in truth, does not even merit the role of a mere guardian at such a place. Suddenly, the Thunder Beast clan leader gazed at the shattered scales, his brow furrowing in concern. 2 transformation stage powerhouses had fallen in such a brief span. What kind of formidable adversary had Thunder Mountain provoked? Contemplating this, he promptly commanded, "Relay my orders. Advance at full speed." As his words echoed, over 1,000 Thunder Beasts took to the skies with fervent haste. Casting his gaze towards the horizon, the clan leader murmured, "No matter who you are, I, Lei Yun, shall ensure your demise to avenge my son." With that, Lei Yun quickened his pace even further. The exodus of the Thunder Clan inevitably stirred the other races inhabiting the 10,000 Great Mountains. Upon learning of the death of the Thunder Clan's young master, many races were initially taken aback, but soon adopted a spectator's demeanor. Those who dared to provoke the Thunder Clan must certainly be formidable opponents. When 2 tigers contend, one must inevitably be wounded. Such an opportunity to witness this clash is indeed rare. With a gust of wind that snapped countless branches, the Thunder Clan hastily arrived at the site of the Thunder Mountain's fall. Centered around the Water Moon Cave, the area within a 500-mile radius lay enveloped in an eerie silence. Confronted by this bizarre scene, the onlooking ferocious beasts 500 miles away began to engage in fervent discussion. This situation appears rather peculiar. Does anyone know whose territory lies ahead? Upon hearing this inquiry, numerous ferocious beasts began to engage in fervent discussion. At that moment, a spider with the visage of a mountain spoke up. It seems that we are approaching the domain of the Witch Clan. The Witch Clan? Have they lost their senses to provoke that lunatic, Thundercloud? Moreover, given the Witch Clan's capabilities, they lack the strength to defeat Thunder Mountain. Whether it was indeed the Witch Clan's doing will soon be revealed, though I surmise that a powerful force is orchestrating events from behind the scenes. The Witch Clan alone undoubtedly lacks the capacity to achieve such a feat. While the ferocious beasts deliberated, Thundercloud finally located his son. Regrettably, what was once a lively thunder beast had been reduced to a pristine white skull. Even more audaciously, beside the skull of Thunder Mountain, there were inscribed words, "I have taken the skeleton to brew soup. Here, a skull for you. Furthermore, I urge you not to advance, as there are far too many to consume." Chapter 58, The Void Refining Powerhouse, Thundercloud, and the Deadly Formation of Heaven and Earth. A tempest of thunder enveloped a radius of 1,000 miles, causing the ferocious beasts watching from 500 miles away to suffer collateral damage. Anger consumed Thundercloud. Since the inception of the Thunder Clan, no creature had dared to regard the Thunder Beasts as mere sustenance. Yet now, some beings treated them as livestock to be slaughtered at will, an affront not only to him, but to the entire Thunder Clan. Has that fool lost his mind? Does he truly believe the Thunder Clan is invincible? The beasts engulfed by the storm began to retreat, grumbling in discontent. After all, being struck by lightning without provocation was intolerable to anyone. The boundless sea of thunder raged for a full quarter hour. When it subsided, the landscape within 1,000 miles had been reduced to scorched earth. "Come forth," Thundercloud bellowed, causing the very ground to tremble. Although he had unleashed his powers, he could not detect the creature that had provoked the Thunder Clan. Nevertheless, he was certain the enemy was still present. "What are you afraid of?" "Here I am," a voice retorted as figures emerged from the underground. Over 30,000 members of the Witch Clan surrounded the Thunder Clan from all directions, gazing at the diminutive figures below. Thundercloud fumed. "Tell the ones behind you to show themselves. You pitiful creatures lack the qualifications to slay my son." "Ha ha, such bravado. The Thunder Beasts are not invincible. Why should we not slay it? With your cultivation, you must sense your son's aura emanating from us." "You guessed correctly. We have already devoured your son." At Qin Changxing's words, Thundercloud's eyes turned icy with rage. "Sharp-tongued, are we? I hope you remain so defiant when I employ my soul-searching technique." Indeed, Thundercloud had never believed that the person before him had slain Thunder Mountain. This human cultivator was merely at the early stage of the transformation god realm, while Thunder Mountain had already reached the mid-stage, and with innate divine abilities, it would not be easily defeated even by those at the late stage. Thus, the true culprit must be someone else. Observing Thundercloud's disbelief, Qin Changxing shook his head in resignation. Innate divine abilities are indeed remarkable, yet they are not omnipotent. There is a reason why humanity stands firm upon this land. Allow me to demonstrate the innate divine abilities of humankind today. With that, Qin Changxing slapped his right hand upon the ground, causing the terrain within 1,000 miles to shift. Suddenly, an overwhelming darkness enveloped the sky. The formation began to activate, and Thundercloud felt a twinge of unease. However, when he attempted to summon lightning to break the formation, he discovered he could no longer resonate with the will of heaven. Seeing this, Qin Changxing grinned and remarked, "What's wrong? Have you realized you cannot command the forces of heaven and earth? Allow me to introduce the formation known as the Heaven and Earth Fatal Array. It signifies the absolute severance from both heaven and earth, and ultimately, life itself." Upon hearing this, Lei Yun cast a fleeting glance at Qin Changxing and remarked nonchalantly, "The array is commendable, but alas, you lack the fate to fully activate it." Boom. Before his words could settle, Qin Changxing was violently propelled away. The tremendous force caused him to crash through 3 towering peaks, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He emerged from the debris. Meanwhile, Lei Yun had already materialized at Qin Changxing's original position. Previously, Lei Yun had utilized his formidable physical prowess to strike Qin Changxing with the sharp horn atop his head. Had it not been for Qin Changxing's acute awareness of impending danger, utilizing a golden page as a shield, he would have been reduced to mere pulp by now. Seeing that the human before him still drew breath, Lei Yun expressed his astonishment. "To withstand my strike, you are indeed remarkable. I now believe that you were the one who killed Lei Shan." With a spatter of blood and discarding the shattered scales from his body, Qin Changsheng replied, "Your cultivation should have reached the sixth realm. My path of inheritance is somewhat untamed, and I am not entirely familiar with the nomenclature of the sixth realm. Could you enlighten me?" "Refining void," came the response. Qin Changsheng nodded appreciatively and said, "Thank you. By the way, do you intend to approach one by one? Or will you all advance together? I assure you, I will not allow your deaths to come easily. Everyone here shall live, but your cries of despair will resonate through heaven and earth." "Understood, let us begin," Qin Changsheng bellowed. The 500 members of the witch clan formed into groups, establishing a battle formation to commence their assault on the weaker thunder beasts. The formation techniques of the Xuanwu kingdom are renowned across the land, and Qin Changsheng, well versed in the tomes of the Xuanwu pavilion, was fully aware of their intricacies. This strategic setup had been a decade in the making, all for this very day. In an instant, the battlefield was engulfed in the sounds of combat, and witnessing the casualties among his kin left Lei Yun quite astonished. It is worth noting that although the Thunder Clan could not harness the powers of heaven and earth within the Grand Formation, they still possessed boundless thunderous energy within. However, the human warriors below seemed able to disregard this thunderous might. Moreover, each time they struck, they accurately targeted the Thunder Clan's vital weaknesses. While Lei Yun was momentarily distracted, Qin Changsheng's voice resonated from nearby, "Law of heaven and earth." Suddenly, Qin Changsheng's form began to swell at an astonishing rate, ultimately matching Lei Yun's size. Indeed, Qin Changsheng had unleashed his ultimate trump card, the divine ability of the 8-9 profound arts, the law of heaven and earth. This extraordinary technique is recorded in the 8-9 profound arts and embodies the essence of emulating heaven and earth. Although trapped within the heaven and earth fatal array, where he could not draw upon the forces of nature, as the array's master, Qin Changsheng could harness its inherent power. The dark energy of the heaven and earth fatal array surged into Qin Changsheng's colossal form, staining his transformed silhouette with a shadowy hue. His strength surged to the pinnacle of transformation. "Embrace death," Qin Changsheng bellowed, subsequently unleashing the nameless fist technique of the 100 defeats immortal sovereign against the thundercloud. Observing the myriad of techniques displayed by the human, Lei Yun could no longer afford to underestimate him. Boom, boom, boom. The earth trembled as the clash between Lei Yun and Qin Changsheng shattered countless mountains and rivers. The fierce battle between these colossal beings left the ferocious beasts watching from 1,000 miles away in awe, for they had not anticipated such formidable power from the humans residing within the 10,000 great mountains. Ever since mastering the nameless fist technique of the 100 defeats immortal sovereign, Qin Changsheng practiced his punches daily, undeterred by the elements. After a century of training, his martial prowess had reached an extraordinary realm. Furthermore, the technique of the 100 defeats immortal sovereign grew increasingly ferocious with each battle. Initially, Qin Changsheng found himself on the defensive, but he gradually evolved to a point where he could protect himself under Lei Yun's might. As time progressed, the fatal formation of heaven and earth began to converge. At the moment the formation closed in, Qin Changsheng swiftly retrieved a massive bone and struck it against Lei Yun's head. Clang! The metallic sound halted all the thunder beasts in their tracks, leaving Qin Changsheng with a face full of questions. Why didn't it dodge when it clearly could? Never mind, he thought. Better to strike a few more blows while he could. Chapter 59. The Root of Gluttony. Qin Changsheng. What flavor would you like to be made into? Clang, clang, clang. Seizing the moment while Lei Yun was momentarily stunned, Qin Changsheng struck Lei Yun's head several times in rapid succession. Crack! A sharp horn atop Lei Yun's head was forcefully broken off by Qin Changsheng, and the intense pain jolted Lei Yun back to reality. However, instead of continuing his assault, Lei Yun quickly distanced himself from Qin Changsheng. Where did you acquire this root of gluttony? Upon hearing Lei Yun's inquiry, Qin Changsheng curiously glanced at the large bone in his hand. This bone was something he had excavated from the depths of the ancient Forbidden Land. Had it not been for its remarkable hardness, he would have discarded it long ago. Now, with Lei Yun's revelation, Qin Changsheng understood why all the thunder beasts had paused when he revealed the bone. It was due to bloodline suppression. Having grasped the underlying reason, Qin Changsheng wasted no time in dispelling his celestial manifestation and promptly began to flee. Lei Yun, why are you running? You possess divine weapons now. How can you possibly flee? After expressing his exasperation at Chen Chongqing's decisive action, Lei Yun also began to exert himself in pursuit. Simultaneously, the 7 or 8 Thunder Beasts that had been watching from the sidelines joined in the chase. The Thunder Clan had emerged not only for revenge, but also to hone the skills of their younger generation. For this reason, the powerful beings within the Thunder Clan had refrained from intervening until now. However, the situation had changed, with Chen Chongqing now wielding the coveted treasure of the Beast Clan. The Thunder Clan's formidable warriors could no longer remain passive. Indeed, while the root of gluttony exerted bloodline suppression over the Beast Clan, the strength of the Thunder Beasts was simply overwhelming. Not to mention Lei Yun, who was at the void refinement stage. There were also 7 or 8 fully realized transformation masters among them. If one were to include the early and mid-stage transformation masters, the number of powerful adversaries had escalated to a staggering 28. With so many opponents, a single attack from any beast could easily reduce Chen Chongqing to a mere pulp. Thus, what began as a relentless struggle transformed into a frantic chase. Although Chen Chongqing's strength did not rival that of Lei Shan, his evasion techniques were equally formidable. It is worth noting that among all the various arts in the world, Chen Chongqing held a particular fondness for evasion techniques. Now, having mastered several profound skills, he was able to utilize the earthly golden light, making it impossible for over 20 formidable beings to capture a mere early-stage transformation master. After a cup of tea had passed, Lei Yun finally halted, and Chen Chongqing also came to a stop at a distance. Human, you have now reached a dead end. Surrender the root of gluttony, and I shall spare your life. Upon hearing this, Chen Chongqing glanced at the battlefield below. The Witch Clan, fearless yet ultimately inferior in strength, had already suffered significant losses, with half of their 30,000-strong force decimated. Although they had managed to slay a few of the Thunder Beasts at the nascent soul stage, this was negligible in the grand scheme of the Thunder Clan's might. Who lives and who dies remains uncertain. You cannot break my grand formation. Observing Chen Chongqing's stubbornness, Lei Yun scoffed coldly. I do not deny the power of your killing formation. However, regrettably, you have entered it yourself. Trapped within, you are surrounded and unable to manipulate the array. Relying solely on its autonomous operation, it cannot contend with us for the time being. During this interval, I can annihilate all the human race, including you. Each of Lei Yun's words struck at Chen Chongqing's vulnerabilities. The array of the heavens and earth was indeed formidable. Yet Chen Chongqing lacked sufficient materials and had not fully mastered it. Consequently, confining the entire Lei clan was already a considerable strain. To eliminate them all was nothing short of a delusion. Contemplating this, Chen Chongqing's expression grew grave as he spoke. I will give you the Tao Tai bone. Will you truly spare us? Upon hearing this, Lei Yun's heart soared with joy, yet he maintained an impassive facade, replying, I never make guarantees. However, if you do not hand over the Tao Tai bone, I shall slay them all right now. As he spoke, a colossal lightning sphere coalesced within the formation. Although the heavens and earth-killing formation severed the connection between the Thunder Beasts and the heavenly Tao, Lei Shan's cultivation level remained intact. With his strength at the void refinement stage, he could effortlessly slay Chen Chongqing and the others multiple times over. Wait. Seeing Lei Shan about to act, Chen Chongqing was suddenly anxious. I will give you the Tao Tai bone. Will you truly spare us? Hearing Chen Chongqing's words, the bloodied Alitan, fighting below, shouted, Sir, do not believe him. Bang. Before Alitan could finish, he was sent flying by a transformation stage Thunder Beast. This human's evasion technique was extraordinarily adept. Should he choose to flee wholeheartedly, the Lei clan might struggle to capture him. Thus, to obtain the Tao Tai bone, they must compel him to willingly surrender it. I shall repeat myself. I will offer no assurances. You may choose not to comply, but I will eradicate them all. Faced with Lei Yun's ultimatum, Chen Chongqing's eyes brimmed with reluctance, yet his steps gradually led him toward Lei Yun. Witnessing Chen Chongqing's surrender, both the Lei clan and the Wu clan ceased their slaughter. Each step Chen Chongqing took was fraught with difficulty, and with every stride, Lei Shan's heart raced. The Tao Tai bone was a legendary treasure. Now, to acquire it effortlessly was a divine blessing for the Lei clan. The 200 feet distance took Chen Chongqing an entire tea's worth of time to traverse. Just as he was 100 paces away from Lei Shan, he suddenly lifted his head and asked, Can you answer me one question? Upon answering, I shall hand over the Tao Tai bone. Speak. Lei Shan uttered tersely, his patience waning. What flavor would you like to be made into? Leishan. Chun Chongqing's words left Leishan utterly perplexed, yet an unforeseen situation unfolded. The thunder beasts suspended in the air began to plummet uncontrollably. Not even those of the golden core, nascent soul, or even the divine transformation stage were exempt from this fate. Witnessing this phenomenon, combined with the cunning smile on Chun Chongqing's face, instilled a sense of foreboding in Leishan. I will kill you. A powerful bolt of lightning shot towards Chun Chongqing, but unfortunately, its aim was significantly off, merely grazing past him. In light of Leishan's escalating loss of control, Chun Chongqing promptly hurled a pitch-black object towards him. Faced with such an eerie circumstance, Leishan dared not confront it directly and instead evaded with all his might. When the hidden weapon detonated beside Leishan, the explosion was not particularly strong. Yet the ensuing dust enveloped him completely. With a mighty gust, Leishan expelled the dust, but in doing so, his body spiraled further into chaos. Chapter 60. The Unblinking Thunder Mountain and the Bloodbath Triggered by Two Droplets of Saliva Boom. The massive physique of Thunder Mountain plummeted towards the ground. What have you done? Thunder Mountain bellowed at Chun Chongqing, his eyes brimming with terror. What have I done, you ask? Why, I've set about exterminating your entire clan. Chun Chongqing replied with a grin, approaching and forcibly administering a vial of herbal elixir into Thunder Mountain's mouth. Once he confirmed that Thunder Mountain had ingested the specially formulated anesthetic he had concocted, Chun Chongqing finally exhaled in relief and remarked, to be honest, among the entire Thunder clan, you were the one I was most apprehensive about. Though this potion is remarkably effective against thunder beasts, your cultivation level is exceedingly high. Should the potion fail, I fear that everyone here, save for myself, would perish. However, it appears my concerns were unwarranted. Even a thunder beast at the void refinement stage cannot withstand the inherent flaws of its bloodline. Listening to Chun Chongqing's words, Thunder Mountain exclaimed, when did you poison me? How did I not detect it? Moreover, our Thunder clan is impervious to toxins. If there existed a poison potent enough to affect us, then why are they unscathed? I refuse to believe that the physique of the human race could surpass that of the Thunder clan. Seeing Thunder Mountain still clinging to the notion of his bloodline's superiority, Chun Chongqing rolled his eyes and said, indeed, the bloodline of the Thunder beasts is formidable. But do you truly comprehend its nature? The principle of mutual creation and restraint among all things is something you cannot possibly be unaware of. Heaven created your robust race, yet it also left you with certain deficiencies. The substance I employed is not a poison, but rather an anesthetic specifically designed for your Thunder clan. Once you are affected by this potion, you will be rendered utterly powerless and incapable of resistance. You are deceiving me. Thunder Mountain roared in agitation, his thunderous voice startling Chun Chongqing. Irritated, Chun Chongqing slapped Thunder Mountain's body and said, are you trying to annoy me? Can't you see that I am currently seeking your vital point? You nearly startle me there. After scolding Thunder Mountain, Chun Chongqing resumed his task of counting the scales. As Thunder Mountain noted Chun Chongqing's engagement, his emotions grew increasingly agitated, unable to accept that what was once an assured victory had devolved into such a predicament. When did you administer the poison? With my cultivation, it is impossible I would not have sensed it. In response to Thunder Mountain's doubt, Chun Chongqing, while meticulously counting the scales, explained, when you first arrived, did you not see us emerging from the underground tunnel? I did not directly drug you. Instead, I infused the soil within a 500-mile radius with the potion. Additionally, I set up numerous large iron cauldrons beneath the tunnel. With the flames burning, the liquid from the cauldrons would seep through the soil, allowing me to administer the drugs silently and without notice. With a swift motion, Chun Chongqing peeled off a scale the size of a basin. As the peculiar scale was peeled away, all the tightly closed scales on Leishan's body revealed gaps. Subsequently, the sound of flesh being sliced echoed continuously. Covered in blood, Chun Chongqing extracted the size of a human head from Leishan's abdomen. After seizing the source of Leishan's power, he severed the meridians throughout its body. Having thoroughly incapacitated Leishan, Chun Chongqing let out a long sigh and leaned against the giant head of the beast. Ah, what a tough warrior. Thee is the lifeblood of your thunder beasts. Such agony emanates from the depths of the soul, impervious to any medicinal effects. When I vivisected your son, his cries resonated through the heavens and earth. Your ability to endure in silence is truly remarkable. Observing Chun Chongqing's nonchalant demeanor, Leishan's eyes turned red. You had long set this trap. The killing formation here was merely a tool to draw attention. Indeed, the Heavenly Death Array is but an auxiliary instrument. With the overwhelming number of the Thunder Clan, should a powerful being at the pinnacle of transformation escape, I would face catastrophic consequences. Thus, even though I have discerned the fatal weaknesses of your Thunder Beasts, I dare not act rashly. This Heavenly Death Array is merely a facade. I intend to envelop this territory, preventing the medicinal effects from dispersing excessively. What follows is a strategy of prolonged delay. A formidable clan like yours will surely adopt a cat-and-mouse approach when confronting us insignificant creatures. Now it appears that none of my steps have gone awry. Listening to Qin Chongqing's words, Lei Shan felt a surge of despair. Unfortunately, with the taken by Qin Chongqing, he could not even self-destruct. With that, Qin Chongqing rose to stretch his body and swallowed a healing elixir. Very well, you may watch slowly. I shall be the one to end your life last. I want you to witness your kin perish in anguish. Observing Qin Chongqing's departing figure, Lei Shan roared, I will not let you escape. Even in death, I shall return for vengeance. Ha! A noble thought, yet reality is harsh. You shall not have the opportunity for revenge. Your scales will be fashioned into armor, your flesh consumed, and your blood refined into elixirs. Even your bones will be crafted into weapons. After all is said and done, I shall chant sutras to absolve your grievances, ensuring absolute certainty. However, I am not entirely heartless. I will select a burial site for you, ensuring your peaceful rest. Yet it shall only be a grave of honor, for your flesh has been thoroughly utilized. Pausing for a moment, Qin Chongqing then revealed a radiant smile. After such a prolonged battle, I nearly forgot to tell you why I killed your son. When I encountered him, he spat on me twice. Thus, the demise of the Thunder Clan can be attributed to these two factions engaged in petty squabbles. Having said this, Qin Chongqing leisurely walked away with his hands clasped behind his back. At this moment, the resentment and unwillingness of Thunder Mountain had reached an unbearable peak. It was utterly ludicrous that the formidable Thunder Clan had been annihilated by a mere horde of insignificant creatures. It is worth noting that among the Witch Clan, apart from Qin Chongqing, the most formidable was Ali, whose cultivation barely grazed the threshold of the nascent soul realm. The clan's powerful figures had yet to make their move, and countless formidable artifacts remained unutilized. How could Thunder Mountain possibly come to terms with such an absurd extinction? Time passed, and the fierce beasts outside the formation of absolute doom grew increasingly impatient. What was the Thunder Clan doing? Was it truly necessary to squander so much time over the slaughter of a few bipedal sheep? A colossal python coiled around a mountain peak flicked its tongue and remarked, Why the hurry? One cannot dismiss the possibility that there are formidable beings among the Witch Clan as well. Please, spare me. Am I not well aware of the Witch Clan? They dabble in the ways of poison insects, which may pose a threat to other beings. Yet the Thunder Beasts are inherently resistant to such pests. Just as these words were spoken, the long-closed formation of absolute doom gradually opened, revealing an unforgettable scene for the assembled fierce beasts. Chapter 61. The Taboo of the 10,000 Great Mountains in a fleeting moment. Corpses. A mountain of lifeless bodies. The ground saturated with blood. Among the beast clans, the formidable Lei Shan lay atop this grim heap. Upon his corpse stood a diminutive figure, clad in a once pure white robe, now stained crimson. He stood there, seemingly unperturbed, yet no fierce beast dared to meet his gaze. The phrase one person can annihilate an entire clan had often been regarded as hyperbole, yet it had now morphed into a stark reality. No one could fathom how this human had achieved such a feat, despite the participation of the Witch Clan in the conflict. However, the Witch Clan posed little threat to the Lei Clan, akin to the insignificance of air. Thus, it was solely this human who had decimated the Lei Clan. As if sensing the fierce beast's scrutiny, Qin Chongqing instinctively turned to glance. At the mere sight of his eyes, the multitude of fierce beasts scattered in terror. With the Lei Clan, a leading power, obliterated by this human, the remaining beasts lacked the courage to confront Qin Chongqing's gaze. The battle between the Witch Clan and the Lei Clan had drawn to a close. The remnants of the Lei Clan stronghold, consisting of a few Lei beasts, were thoroughly eradicated by Qin Chongqing and his companion, Ali. Henceforth, the name of the Witch Clan resounded throughout the 10,000 Great Mountains. Within a radius of 3,000 miles from the Witch Clan's territory, no fierce beast of the nascent soul realm dared to tread, for they trembled before that enigmatic entity, the Undertaker. After the conclusion of the battle, some brave beasts ventured to inspect the aftermath. The corpses of the lay beasts had long been cleared away, leaving only a towering stone mound. Upon this mount, someone had inscribed a poem and a line of text with a sharp sword. The inscription read, 3,821 lives of the Lay clan buried here. Undertaker stance. Next to this line, a poem was etched, raising my head to the southern dipper, turning over to behold the northern star. I gaze beyond the heavens, yet find none like me. From that moment on, the name Undertaker became a taboo within the 10,000 Great Mountains. In the Watermoon Cave, after the annihilation of the Lay clan, Chen Chongqing began to investigate the ancient bronze palace seized by Lei Shan. The critical information regarding this palace had also been erased. Yet intriguingly, the being responsible for the erasure had left some traces within the bronze palace. On the sturdy bronze wall, a handprint remained, accompanied by 2 lines of small text. Eliminate a great menace for the world to celebrate. By chance, I have obtained an object, left here as a gift to the fated. After examining the inscriptions on the wall, Chen Chongqing turned to the nearby stone lump. This object was likely a remnant left by that mysterious presence. Upon meticulous study, Chen Chongqing ultimately confirmed it to be an egg. Regrettably, this egg was lifeless. Lei Shan's intent in occupying the Watermoon Cave was presumably to utilize the spiritual spring within to restore vitality to this deceased egg. The spiritual spring within the Watermoon Cave possesses remarkable efficacy in nurturing various spiritual beasts and insect spirits. It is precisely due to the Thunder Clan's occupation of the Watermoon Cave that the Witch Clan has gradually weakened. As Chen Chongqing contemplated the entire situation, Chief Gully entered the room. Divine Envoy, the resources of the Thunder Clan have been thoroughly accounted for, he announced. Upon hearing this, Chen Chongqing turned to the bowed head of Chief Gully and replied, I shall take half of the Thunder Clan's resources, while the remaining half will be left for you. Within a century, the fierce beasts of the 10,000 mountains should refrain from disturbing you, so you must seize this opportunity for rapid development. Furthermore, your current standing is entirely attributed to my assistance. Thus, you owe me a favor, one that must be repaid regardless of the passage of time. Should you fail to do so, I will reclaim what I have bestowed upon you. Upon hearing Chen Chongqing's words, Gully immediately responded, Rest assured, Divine Envoy. Even if 10,000 years pass, the Witch Clan shall never forget your kindness. However, he added, please leave a token to facilitate our recognition in the future. Considering Gully's request, Chen Chongqing pondered for a moment before handing over the lower half of the golden pages of the 8-9 Profound Art. The profundities of the 8-9 Profound Art are boundless, and without the first half, one cannot cultivate it at all. Using this as a token is indeed ideal. The other half of the golden page signifies me. When the other half reappears one day, it shall serve as proof that you are to repay this favor. The restoration of the 3-colored teleportation array will require some time, during which I shall not appear among the Witch Clan. Moreover, upon my departure, I do not wish for my name to be passed down. Do you understand? Gully comprehended fully. With that, he turned and left the Watermoon Cave. Watching Gully's retreating figure, Chen Chongqing smacked his lips and resumed his research on the lifeless egg. His continued presence in the 10,000 mountains was due to 2 reasons. First, the 3-colored teleportation array was not yet repaired. Second, Chen Chongqing intended to attempt reviving the lifeless egg, while the spiritual spring of the Watermoon Cave could not revive it. Perhaps the addition of the sky-mending ointment could yield different results. Though the 10,000 mountains are fraught with peril, they are equally rich in resources. Having vanquished the Thunder Clan and instilled fear in many ferocious beasts, Chen Chongqing naturally sought to exploit this opportunity for a thorough search. For rare alchemical herbs are not easily found outside. Thus, Chen Chongqing secluded himself within the Watermoon Cave. Initially, he thought he would stay for no more than 2 or 3 years, but he did not anticipate that this delay would extend to a full decade. The complexity of the 3-colored teleportation array far exceeded Chen Chongqing's expectations. Even with the substantial resources from the Thunder Clan, he squandered countless top-tier array materials. Furthermore, progress on the sky-mending ointment had stalled at a certain phase, as he could not decipher portions of the recipe. Attempts to substitute with other herbs had also ended in failure. Over the course of these 10 years, aside from Ollie and Aman, no other member of the Witch Clan has had the privilege of encountering Chen Chongqing. Coupled with the prohibition imposed by the leader of the Gully clan, The name of Qin Changsheng has gradually faded from the memories of the witch clan. Brother Changsheng, the tricolored teleportation array has been repaired. A man exclaimed joyfully as he rushed to congratulate Qin Changsheng. Hearing this news, Qin Changsheng, who was engrossed in alchemy, lifted his head. At last, it is complete. It is time for me to depart. With that, he began to gather his belongings. However, just as he intended to leave, a man spread his arms to block his path. Brother Changsheng, I wish to accompany you. Looking at a man standing before him, Qin Changsheng replied, A man, you know me well. You understand my choices. Upon hearing Qin Changsheng's words, a man beamed with a radiant smile. Brother Changsheng, I know you would not linger for anyone. I feel the same. The path you tread is long and seemingly endless. Yet you cannot deny those who wish to journey alongside you. A man desires to walk with you, even if this journey is but a fleeting moment in your life. Faced with a man's earnest request, Qin Changsheng fell into silence. After a considerable pause, a smile graced his face. Very well. Chapter 62. The Grand Simulation. The journey to find someone concludes. Ollie, you are crowding, Brother Changsheng. Could you please shift over a bit? Ollie was being incessantly nudged by a hand, his face almost making intimate contact with the coffin. Ollie, this is excessive, truly excessive. This stone coffin is quite spacious. It can comfortably accommodate 3 individuals. You are not intending to consummate anything here, are you? Indeed, upon learning of Qin Changsheng's departure, Ollie had implored him to take him out of the 10,000 great mountains. His reasoning was quite straightforward. The world is vast, and he yearned to explore it. Although Qin Changsheng did not formally accept Ollie as his disciple, one could say he was indeed a half-disciple in a sense. Faced with this modest request, Qin Changsheng naturally could not refuse, and thus, the aforementioned situation unfolded. Despite the ample size of the bye-bye immortal stone coffin, lying down alongside 2 others felt somewhat cramped. Qin Changsheng lay in the center, flanked by Ollie and A-Man on either side. A-Man, displeased with Ollie's sizable form encroaching upon Qin Changsheng, caused Ollie's face to press against the coffin's wall. After an indeterminate period, the commotion outside finally subsided. Feeling quite stifled, Ollie lifted the coffin lid. Sir, could we not employ a different method? What respectable person sleeps in a coffin every day? Ignoring Ollie's complaints, Qin Changsheng rose to inspect their surroundings. The ancient bronze hall was in a state of disrepair, with much of its structure long since vanished. Once he confirmed there was no danger, Qin Changsheng and the others emerged from the stone coffin. As they beheld the world outside, Ollie's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Sir, where are we? Faced with Ollie's incessant inquiries, Qin Changsheng shot him a sidelong glance and replied, Do you believe I am a deity, knowing everything? Let us observe first. With that, Qin Changsheng stepped out of the bronze hall to examine the environment. After a thorough inspection, aside from a nearly withered old tree, they encountered only dense thickets of woods. Seeing this, Ollie scratched his head and suggested, Shall we teleport once more? This place likely harbors no one you seek. I am quite experienced in repairing the tricolored teleportation array. It should be operational within 3 to 5 years. Upon hearing Ollie's words, Qin Changsheng did not respond immediately, but instead gazed at the gnarled tree outside the bronze hall. His fingers gently caressed the bark as he murmured a nursery rhyme. The malin flowers bloom 21, 28, 256, 28, 257. As the numbers of the rhyme echoed, Qin Changsheng's fingers glided rhythmically across the withered tree. With the final word of the rhyme sung, a formation suddenly materialized upon the tree. With a snap, an object fell into Qin Changsheng's hand. Gazing at the wooden tiger carving he now held, a subtle smile graced his lips. After a few breaths, Qin Changsheng spoke, I have found it. Now it's time for us to attend to our own matters. Upon hearing this, Ollie's face was filled with confusion. What have you found? Of course, the person I have been searching for, Qin Changsheng replied, raising the wooden carving in his hand. This wooden carving is the person you seek? Indeed, I once gifted this carving to a dear friend, and now she has left it here, which signifies that she is still alive and thriving. Knowing her fate allows me to fulfill my purpose. Ollie was baffled by Qin Changsheng's words, yet A-Man grasped their significance. Nian Sheng pursued eternity fervently to remain by Brother Changsheng's side. The reason Brother Changsheng spent centuries searching for Nian Sheng was solely to ensure her safety. Until eternity was attained, Nian Sheng would not meet Brother Changsheng. Realizing the complexity of Qin Changsheng's words, Ali soon dismissed the matter from his mind. Sir, now that you have located the person you were looking for, where shall we go next? A splendid question. It is time to unveil my grand divination technique. Chen Changsheng replied solemnly as he produced a stick and stood it upright on the ground. With a slow release of his right hand, the stick paused momentarily before toppling in a specific direction. There is a result. We shall head that way. Chen Changsheng pointed toward the direction in which the stick had fallen, his face serious. Ali thought to himself, hearing you speak of grand divination, I had hoped to witness something extraordinary. Instead, it seems mere guesswork. After internally critiquing Chen Changsheng's absurdity, Ali tentatively remarked, Sir, is it truly appropriate to choose our path in such a manner? Chen Changsheng nodded in agreement. It is not merely inappropriate, it is utterly absurd. Since you have raised doubts about this absurd method, why not choose a direction for us? Observing Chen Changsheng's earnest expression and glancing around at the unfamiliar surroundings, Ali decisively stated, Your grand divination technique is indeed remarkable. I am more than willing to follow the path you have chosen. Pleased that Ali understood the situation, Chen Changsheng rolled his eyes and proceeded in a designated direction. For one without a home, every place in the world could serve as their abode. As the saying goes, everywhere is home when one has no home. Brother, once a person has passed, they cannot return. Please accept my condolences. Though losing a loved one is profoundly sorrowful, the living must continue to forge ahead. This is our establishment's latest offering, a Zeton wood coffin, available for neither $9,998 nor $3,998. As long as one pays the modest sum of $998, they can immediately take home a coffin. Furthermore, by acquiring a Zeton wood coffin from our establishment and adding an additional $398, your loved ones shall benefit from a comprehensive funeral service. Additionally, the proprietor will personally select a piece of auspicious land for you. A young man fervently promotes a coffin, and ordinarily, such an item should not be marketed, as it could easily provoke ire. Yet, the proprietor possesses remarkable skills. 3 years ago, there were rumors of a family encountering a ghost, and somehow, the proprietor was summoned. Initially, it was presumed that the proprietor would be terrified beyond measure. However, to one's astonishment, upon arriving at the scene, the proprietor calmly seated himself in meditation, eloquently speaking words of wisdom. In an extraordinary display, the deceased was miraculously guided to the afterlife. Since that moment, this nameless coffin shop has flourished. After bidding farewell to the last customer of the day, the young man, exhausted, sank into a chair and lamented, Aman, what is happening with those individuals from the Kunlun sacred land? They keep coming in droves to purchase coffins, leaving me utterly overwhelmed. Chapter 63. The sacred son of Kunlun, Jiangbu Fan, encounters trouble upon hearing the complaint. A woman emerged from the shadows. Brother Changsheng, your temperament is rather peculiar. When business is slow, you lament the lack of customers. When it flourishes, you still grumble. What exactly do you desire, prosperity or decline? In response to a man's words, Chen Changsheng smacked his lips and replied, In a business like this, I neither wish for it to thrive excessively nor dwindle too much. The cycle of life and death is the natural order. An excess of death brings complications, while too few can lead to issues as well. In summary, a balanced state is essential. By the way, where has Ali gone? Hearing this, a man placed her meal on the table and said, He has likely gone with the people from the Kunlun sacred land to seek out spiritual sources. We arrived here 40 years ago, and you kept him in the shop for a full 20 years. Naturally, when you finally let him out, he would want to revel in his newfound freedom. Listening to a man's report, Chen Changsheng leisurely savored his delicious meal. Keeping him here for 20 years was intended for him to acclimate to this environment and to cultivate adequately, at least to acquire the ability to defend himself. Once he possesses such capabilities, I will naturally permit him to venture out. Moreover, it's time for us to prepare for departure. I have a foreboding feeling that unrest is imminent here. At his words, a man paused, puzzled. What about Ali? He shouldn't be back anytime soon. Precisely because he is away, we should take our leave. Chen Changsheng asserted. Ali's aspirations lie in this vast world, not in my modest coffin shop. Remaining by my side would only hinder his growth. Once he breaks free from my influence, his achievements will soar. Upon hearing Chen Changsheng's response, a man smiled gently. Brother Changsheng, I shall always support your decisions. I will begin to tidy up now. Take your time with these matters. I'm not leaving immediately, come. Sit and enjoy your meal. In response, a man chuckled and joined Chun Changsheng for dinner. Their interactions were calm and familiar, a routine they had maintained for 40 years. A man cherished this tranquil companionship, for such presence was more than sufficient for her. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out from outside. Jiang Bufan of the Kunlun Sacred Land requests an audience. Upon realizing it was the sacred son of Kunlun seeking entry, a man immediately stood to respond. However, Chen Changsheng halted her. No need to acknowledge him. He is merely a source of trouble. Hearing this, a man glanced at the young man outside before reluctantly resuming her seat. Noticing Chen Changsheng's indifference, Jiang Bufan outside did not express anger, instead remaining quietly at the door. As time passed, a man cleared the dishes from the table while Chen Changsheng reclined in his rocking chair, perusing an ancient text. After a prolonged silence, Chen Changsheng gestured and said, "Come in." As the prospective holy son of Kunlun Sacred Land stood at the door, how could I possibly conduct my business? Upon hearing this, Jiang Bufan outside the door immediately bowed and replied, "Thank you, sir. I have come today with a request. I wish to ask you." Stop. Before Jiang Bufan could finish his sentence, Chen Changsheng raised his hand to halt him. Inviting you in does not signify my agreement to assist you. Rather, I wish for you to convey a message to Ali. Tell him that all gatherings must eventually disperse, and he must forge his own path henceforth. Moreover, my abilities are limited, and I cannot provide any substantial aid to Kunlun Sacred Land. It would be prudent for you to seek assistance from someone more capable. In response to Chen Changsheng's refusal, Jiang Bufan smiled gently and said, "You are far too modest, sir. Your capabilities are unparalleled, and if you are unable to accomplish a task, it is likely that no one else can either. I have heard that you have long desired to utilize the super teleportation array of Kunlun Sacred Land. Should you be willing to make a move, I am prepared to persuade the Sacred Land to lend it to you." Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng narrowed his eyes. "It seems you have conducted a thorough investigation into my affairs." He chuckled. "However, to request my assistance, one must present a corresponding price. I wonder if this price will be to your satisfaction?" Noticing Jiang Bufan's confidence, Chen Changsheng replied coldly, "You have indeed presented me with something that piques my interest, and I find it difficult to refuse your offer. Return to me in 3 days. I must prepare certain items." "No problem. I shall visit you again in 3 days," Jiang Bufan declared before turning to leave the coffin shop. Watching Jiang Bufan's departing figure, a man expressed her concern. "Sir, are you truly going to assist him?" Initially, one would think that Chen Changsheng would provide a detailed analysis of the myriad reasons for declining. Yet he merely waved his hand dismissively and said, "Assist? What assistance? I am merely deceiving him," a man responded. "Brother Changsheng, are you not scheduled to meet him again in 3 days?" In response, Chen Changsheng stood and stretched lazily, saying, "If I do not agree to meet him again in 3 days, how shall I have the time to prepare my escape? The reason I initially remained in Kunlun Sacred Land was due to my fascination with the unique spiritual source here. Spiritual stones are extracted from mineral veins, whereas the spiritual source is a far more precious resource. It not only contains exceedingly pure spiritual energy, but also harbors various ancient artifacts. However, after learning about the origins of the spiritual source, I lost interest. The places where spiritual sources are born are often ominous. And now Kunlun Sacred Land has begun to explore the sacred ruins, a place of utmost taboo. I would be mad to assist them." Upon hearing this, Amon pondered for a moment and said, "But Brother Changsheng, without the aid of the super teleportation array, how will you return to the eastern wasteland? We are currently situated in the central courtyard, and the distance between the two places spans tens of millions of miles. What does it matter if it's tens of millions of miles? As long as one walks slowly, there will come a day when the destination is reached. Originally, I intended to exchange spirit stones for the opportunity to utilize the super teleportation array, but it seems that plan is now unfeasible. All right, Amon, you should gather your belongings. I will make a trip to Butterfly Valley." With that, Chen Changsheng departed from the small coffin shop. "Butterfly Valley, Old Master Yao, I have come to seek you again." Chen Changsheng's voice echoed in an elegantly serene valley. A moment later, an elderly man with a kind face, white hair, and a white beard emerged from a thatched cottage. "Your timing is fortuitous. I just translated this heavenly repair ointment 2 days ago." Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng smiled broadly and said, "I knew you could do it, Old Master Yao. It was worth waiting for you for 40 years. Spare me the flattery. Without your assistance, even after another 400 years, I would not have deciphered this heavenly repair ointment. Chapter 64. Deciphering the Celestial Ointment. Chen Chongsheng's escape. Chen Chongsheng exchanged pleasantries with the venerable elder Yao before both entered the thatched cottage. Upon gazing at the translated prescription laid out upon the table, a wave of excitement surged within him. Back in the depths of the 10,000 great mountains, he had exhausted every means yet failed to decode the complete formula for the celestial ointment. After departing from the mountains, he had not relinquished his pursuit of its deciphering. By fortunate chance, he encountered the renowned healer of Butterfly Valley, Elder Yao. Chen Chongsheng, a master of alchemy, and Elder Yao, an esteemed physician, though their paths diverged, shared a common ground. Through their discussions, Chen Chongsheng finally comprehended the reason behind his inability to unravel the celestial ointment's secrets. It was not a concoction meant for alchemy, but rather a medicinal prescription. While alchemists excel in crafting elixirs that enhance cultivation, fortify the body, and heal wounds, their focus lies primarily on the elevation of one's prowess, often overshadowing the medicinal arts. On the other hand, physicians possess the ability not only to heal with herbal remedies, but also to employ various techniques, a skill where alchemists fall short. The simplicity of the ingredients required for the celestial ointment was indeed surprising. After perusing the prescription, Chen Chongsheng could not help but voice his astonishment. Elder Yao, stroking his beard, remarked, "To elevate one's cultivation, one must utilize precious spiritual herbs, for they harbor immense energy. Yet, in the realm of healing, ordinary ingredients can sometimes surpass the efficacy of the rarest herbs." The predecessor who devised the celestial ointment, utilizing such commonplace materials to create a life-restoring elixir, truly possesses unparalleled talent. Upon hearing Elder Yao's words, Chen Chongsheng carefully stored away the jade slip and the translated prescription. "You have translated the formula, and it should be firmly etched in your memory. As a friend, I advise you, even if you possess the ability to concoct the celestial ointment, do not let it see the light of day for a century. The Kunlun sacred land is preparing to explore the sacred ruins, and many have already perished. Should they discover you possess the celestial ointment, untold troubles will befall you." In response, Elder Yao looked at Chen Chongsheng with a smile. "Are you preparing to depart?" "I had intended to utilize the teleportation array of Kunlun's sacred land in the coming days, but given the current circumstances, it seems I must embark on foot. The western continent, eastern wasteland, northern desert, southern plains, and the central courtyard. I had no inkling that the world was so vast. To journey from the central courtyard to the eastern wasteland, who knows how many centuries it would take." As Chen Chongsheng lamented, Elder Yao chuckled and produced a jade slip from his robe, handing it over. "Since you are leaving, allow me to present you with a gift, a token of gratitude for the celestial ointment." After inspecting the contents of the jade slip, Chen Chongsheng gazed at Elder Yao in confusion. "You have imparted your lifetime of knowledge to me. You cannot possibly wish to take me on as your disciple, can you? This will not do. I currently have no desire to take on a mentor. Given your capabilities, Chen Chongsheng, it would be more fitting for me to be your disciple, rather than the other way around. I have yet to find a successor for my medical skills, and with the impending turmoil, I am uncertain if I can escape unscathed. Should I fail to pass on my legacy, I may indeed require your assistance in the future. Simply seek someone fated to receive the jade slip and entrust it to them." After listening to the request, Chen Chongsheng pondered for a moment and replied, "Very well. This matter is not troublesome. If I encounter someone destined, I shall hand it over. However, it would be prudent for you to seek a successor on your own." With that, Chen Chongsheng turned and departed from Butterfly Valley. Observing Chen Chongsheng's graceful silhouette, Elder Yao smiled softly before returning to his thatched cottage. Chen Chongsheng left, taking a man with him from the place he had called home for 40 years. Upon learning of his departure, two individuals were particularly agitated, one of whom was Jiang Bufan, the prospective holy son of Kunlun's sacred land. "How ungrateful! Chen Chongsheng, you must not cross my path again, or I, Jiang Bufan, will ensure you live to regret it." In a fit of rage, Jiang Bufan smashed everything in the room, simultaneously harboring resentment towards Ali, who was associated with Chen Chongsheng. Before the coffin shop, a solitary figure stood quietly, gazing at the empty establishment, murmuring, "Master, do you truly not want Ali anymore? Or has he gone astray?" After a long pause, Ali departed from the coffin shop. From that moment on, the youth from the witch clan, who emerged from the depths of the 10,000 great mountains, began to grow. It was also from this juncture that he learned to confront challenges alone, yet that figure remained etched firmly in his heart. 3,000 miles away, Chen Chongqing and A Man appeared atop a mountain peak. Realizing they had left the confines of Kunlun's sacred land, Chen Chongqing ceased to utilize the teleportation array. "Brother Chongqing, are we heading back to your hometown now?" Upon hearing this, Chen Chongqing looked up thoughtfully and replied, "It can be considered my hometown. The eastern wasteland holds many memories for me. Being there still evokes a sense of home. It is also an opportune moment to witness the vastness of the world." Listening to Chen Chongqing's words, A Man linked her arm with his and softly declared, "As long as I can be by your side, Brother Chongqing, I am willing to go anywhere." Although her words were imbued with sweetness, a hint of sorrow tinged her tone. Initially, when Chen Chongqing spoke of everyone being able to foresee the future, A Man did not fully grasp his meaning, nor could she comprehend his emotions. However, as time passed, she began to understand, realizing that as cultivators grow in skill, their lifespans also extend. In the realm of cultivation, one's lifespan in the Qi refinement stage is akin to that of a mortal. Upon reaching the foundation establishment stage, one may attain a lifespan of 200 years, while the golden core stage grants 500 years, and the nascent soul stage can extend one's life to 800 years. The lifespan during the transformation stage transcends a millennium. These durations, regardless of whom they befall, represent an extensive passage of time. Yet, for Brother Chongqing, even a millennium is but a fleeting second in the grand tapestry of existence. Lacking the extraordinary talent for cultivation that Outlived possesses, despite Brother Chongqing's painstaking efforts, I have only managed to attain the foundation establishment stage. This is the foreseeable future that Brother Chongqing speaks of, and I am unable to accompany him indefinitely. Contemplating this, A Man buried these emotions deep within, her face beaming with joy as she spoke. "Brother Chongqing, this time you must take me on an exquisite adventure. After all, I have served as your companion and maid for 40 years. In response, Chen Chongqing smiled gently and replied, "No problem. I will take you to witness the splendor of the world and the rise and fall of the sun. Wherever your heart desires to go, I shall lead you." Chapter 65. Companionship across 10 million miles. The once youthful monk, Chen Chongqing, has departed. He has left the formidable Kunlun sacred land and the bustling central court behind. Accompanied by the girl who journeyed alongside him from the vast mountains, he set forth. Throughout the long span of several centuries, Chen Chongqing encountered myriad beings. Among them were prodigies of unparalleled talent, noble scions from esteemed families, and voiceless titans of power. Yet, amidst this multitude, it was only the girl from the 10,000 great mountains who was willing to trade her entire existence for but a fleeting moment with Chen Chongqing. The Kunlun sacred land remained unchanged by his departure. The world, too, did not transform in response to his absence. If any change were to be noted, it was the emergence of a pair of inseparable companions. The distance from the central court to the eastern wasteland spanned 10 million miles. To others, this may seem a journey that could take a lifetime to traverse. However, in the eyes of some, this immense distance was merely a brief instant. No one had ever calculated the exact distance from the central court to the eastern wasteland. Yet, Chen Chongqing accompanied A Man, gradually discerning the measure of the journey. The distance from the Kunlun sacred land to the Dacian Empire amounted to 13,280,000 miles. It was a trek that Chen Chongqing and A Man undertook for a staggering 240 years. At times, Chen Chongqing fervently wished that the path from Kunlun to the eastern wasteland would never reach its conclusion. However, all roads in the world must ultimately come to an end, much like the span of human life. "Brother Chongqing, is this your original place?" A Man inquired curiously, surveying the desolate landscape as if attempting to conjure its former visage in her mind. Time flowed inexorably, and the once vibrant town had vanished entirely. Even Chen Chongqing could only ascertain a rough location. Observing A Man's joyful demeanor, he calmly asked, "A Man, what kind of coffin do you desire?" Upon hearing this, A Man turned to Chen Chongqing with a smile, saying, "I want the finest coffin that Brother Chongqing can provide. Furthermore, you must adorn me beautifully. I would not want to leave an unfavorable impression in your heart." In response to A Man's request, Chen Chongqing smiled gently. "Very well, it shall be as you wish." The prideful demeanor dissipated as A-man tenderly caressed Qin Changsheng's face. "Brother Changsheng, please do not be sorrowful. I know you cannot bear to see me pass. Otherwise, how could I have lived for so long? Since the day I met you, I have lived for 300 years. As a cultivator of the Foundation establishment realm, extending my life by even 100 years is already beyond limits. 300 years is sufficient. I have lived joyfully. Without you, even an additional 300 years would yield no happiness." Taking A-man's hand, Qin Changsheng softly replied, "As I have always said, it shall be as you wish. I shall not be sorrowful. Is there anything else you wish to see? I long to witness the sunrise." "Excellent." With that, Qin Changsheng led Amon to the pinnacle of the highest mountain, where they leaned against each other in tranquil silence. As the faint light of dawn began to illuminate the eastern horizon, Amon pouted slightly and said, "Brother Changsheng, Amon is quite selfish. I know that my actions will cause you pain, but it is only in this way that you will remember me. Please do not blame me." Hearing her words, Qin Changsheng embraced Amon gently, murmuring, "I am your brother Changsheng. How could I possibly blame you?" Upon hearing his words, a radiant smile blossomed on Amon's face. "Brother Changsheng is truly wonderful. Amon wishes to accompany you for every sunrise and sunset. However, I am feeling a bit weary and would like to take a short nap, so I shall not join you for this sunrise." Before she could finish her sentence, her hand fell limply. The first light of dawn bathed the two of them in a gentle glow. Silence. In response to Amon's passing, Qin Changsheng exhibited only an overwhelming silence. Over the course of 240 years, he had exhausted every means to prolong Amon's life. Her survival had relied entirely on the unwavering resolve within her heart. As the journey reached its conclusion, that resolve naturally dissipated. Time passed, though he could not tell how long, until Qin Changsheng slowly rose, cradling Amon in his arms. He retrieved a simple coffin and adorned Amon with the most exquisite makeup. Gazing at her within the coffin, he spoke softly, "Amon, I have changed my mind. I cannot provide you with the finest coffin, for that would mean you would continue to linger in this world as a mere shadow of the departed. I do not wish for you to find no peace in death, nor do I want to disturb your tranquility one day. So rest for now. I shall return to keep you company shortly." With that, Qin Changsheng closed the coffin lid. Gently caressing the surface of the coffin, he sighed softly, "System, it must be nearing the time for the next slumber." In response to Qin Changsheng's inquiry, the system replied in its electronic voice, returning to the host. "Since your last awakening, you have spent 18 years in the ancient Forbidden Land. Then, you spent 20 years in the 10,000 Great Mountains studying the Spirit Source and the Celestial Repair Ointment, followed by 40 years traveling from Kunlun's Sacred Land to this place. In total, you have lived for 318 years, and there remain 2 years until your next slumber." Upon hearing the system's words, Qin Changsheng smiled and remarked, "When I first met Amon, she was merely 18 years old, which means she was born during the time since my last awakening. Do you think she came specifically to accompany me during this period?" The system responded, "Host, this is merely a coincidence. If you wish to infuse this coincidence with a touch of romance, this system does not object." Ha ha ha. "Oh system, you truly lack an understanding of romance. Perhaps after living for so long, I too shall become like you. However, that is a matter for a distant future. For now, while I still possess a semblance of humanity, I wish to pay a visit to my old acquaintances. This time, the duration of my slumber has been prolonged, and I fear that upon awakening, I may no longer have the chance to see them." With that said, Qin Changsheng soared towards a certain direction. "Tianfu Temple. Abbot, what is it that you find so difficult to relinquish?" Within the confines of Tianfu Temple, a group of monks knelt before an ancient monk, whose vitality had all but faded. This venerable figure was none other than the abbot of Tianfu Temple, Master Ikyu. In response to the inquiries of his many disciples, Ikyu's murky eyes flickered with life. "I am awaiting someone." "Abbot, who is it that you await? Would it not be prudent for the disciples to fetch him?" One monk proposed a solution, yet Ikyu shook his head, replying, "The bearer of the funeral cannot be summoned. When the time is right, he will come of his own accord." Upon hearing the abbot's words, the gathered disciples were left in a state of perplexity. Realizing that persuasion bore no fruit, they reluctantly withdrew from the meditation room. Time passed, though it felt indeterminate, until the tightly shut door was pushed open once more, and a figure approached Ikyu's side. Chapter 66. The Ominous Reappearance. Bidding farewell to an old friend, gently stroking his bald head, the figure settled beside Ikyu. Little monk, how have you changed so much after merely a few centuries? Upon hearing the familiar voice, a glimmer of clarity sparkled in Ikyu's murky eyes. Is it truly you who has returned? Of course it is I. Who else would come to visit you? An old monk on the brink of death. Confirming the identity of his visitor, Ikyu swiftly extracted 18 silver needles from his own body. His previously aged physique began to rejuvenate at a visibly rapid pace. Chongqing, you wretched scoundrel, why are you still alive? Observing Ikyu's explosive fury, Chongqing casually retrieved an orange and began to eat. How can a monk utter such foul language? You are, after all, a renowned monk of the Night Moon Kingdom. Must you not display some decorum? In response to Chongqing's nonchalant demeanor, Ikyu rolled his eyes dramatically and reached for the orange in Chen's hand. However, Chongqing swiftly withdrew his hands, denying Ikyu's request. No, I am on the verge of death. Am I not allowed to enjoy your orange? Certainly not. I consumed this orange to use its peel to mask the stench of decay. I am quite curious. How did you end up in such a state? Although the lifespan of one at the nascent soul stage is merely 800 years, with the aid of some longevity elixirs, extending one's life by an additional 1 or 2 centuries is feasible. Yet, according to my recollections, you do not seem to have reached 800 years. Upon hearing Chongqing's words, Ikyu curled his lip in resignation. I too wish to live a few more centuries. However, circumstances do not permit me. Do you recall that I was trapped in the forbidden grounds of the Night Moon Kingdom? I do remember, and what of it? I was pursued by the Wolf King and had no choice but to barricade myself within the fissure of the seal. As time passed, my body succumbed to the corruption of an ominous force. This power has rendered me considerably stronger, yet it exacts a toll. To prevent the situation from worsening, I inflicted a wound upon myself, reverting to the nascent soul stage. At this revelation, Chongqing furrowed his brow, placing his right hand upon Ikyu's wrist. After a thorough examination, he spoke. There exists a force within you that is consuming your body, and you are rapidly becoming an empty shell. The price you mentioned, could it be your lifespan? Indeed, but to be more precise, it is my vitality. The ominous force devours the host's vitality, subsequently transforming it into power to nourish the host. This is the truth behind how the ominous enables one to grow stronger. To prevent the ominous from harming me, I must instead take the lives of others to sustain my own. The higher my realm, the more beings I must slay. Should I ever fail to satisfy its demands, it will drain me dry and seek out another host. Now you understand why I have become like this, Ikyu concluded, gazing quietly at Chongqing. In the face of Ikyu's gaze, Chongqing paused momentarily before speaking. Have you never considered eradicating it? He inquired. Of course, I have contemplated it and attempted various methods. Yet none have proven successful. Unless I perish, it will not vanish. Furthermore, I estimate that if I were to die a natural death, it would undoubtedly emerge from my body in search of a new host. This is the very reason I have been holding on, awaiting your return. The allure of increased power is too tempting. Few can resist such seduction. I do not wish for this calamity to propagate. As he spoke, Ikyu produced an exquisite urn and handed it to Chongqing. The most effective means of eliminating this power is to reduce me to ashes. I have already prepared this urn. The remainder is in your hands. Moreover, given my level of attainment, I should leave behind several relics upon my death. Consider these as the price for your assistance. I am all too aware of your virtues. Allowing you to toil without recompense would be more painful than ending your life. Gazing at the urn, Chongqing pondered aloud. Where shall your ashes be interred? Should they be entrusted to your disciples? Perhaps not, Ikyu replied. The monks of Tianfu Temple have declined in quality. Those little bald heads are not to be trusted. Should my ashes fall into their hands, they may very well be scattered one day. You may choose the burial site. After all, it is beyond my influence. With that, Ikyu settled into a lotus position once more, ultimately succumbing to eternal stillness. Upon his passing, countless golden characters emerged from his body, ensnaring it like an intricate net. Observing Ikyu's lifeless form, Chongqing shook his head and sighed. Ah, young monk, your kindness remains unwavering. Had it been another, they would have unleashed a massacre by now. As his words faded, Chongqing's figure vanished, along with Ikyu's body, leaving behind 3 large characters inscribed on the wall, the mourner. In the forbidden grounds of the Night Moon Kingdom, An exquisite woman stood silently before three desiccated figures. Suddenly, a flippant voice rang out nearby. Xiaobai, how have you been lately? Without a moment's hesitation, the stunning woman launched an attack towards the source of the voice. Do not strike. It's me. Chen Chongqing dodged her assault and quickly revealed his identity. However, upon recognizing him, the woman's attacks grew even more ferocious. Seeing her relentless onslaught, Chen Chongqing shook his head in resignation before invoking the law of heaven and earth. With a resounding impact, he unleashed the nameless fist, sending the woman hurtling away. Immediately afterward, he intricately drew profound array patterns with his right hand, binding her securely. Once everything was set, he established a temporary formation to prevent any interruptions from outsiders. Wang Yanyu, we have become quite familiar with one another, yet must you resort to such brutality? As she gazed upon the man before her, the hatred in her eyes remained undiminished, even though she was ensnared. I am targeting you. Not only will I strike you, but I shall also take your life. If you possess the ability to confine me for eternity, so be it. Otherwise, I shall ensure you face the consequences. In response to Wang Yanyu's fury, Chen Chongqing smacked his lips and remarked, Is it so difficult to engage in civil discourse? Should you continue this manner of speaking, I might just bestow upon you a rather avant-garde hairstyle. Upon hearing this, Wang Yanyu trembled, as the memories of past humiliation surged back to her mind. You dare? What is there that I would not dare? I can demonstrate it to you right now. With that, Chen Chongqing produced a razor and approached Wang Yanyu. Faced with the glinting blade, she finally relented. Do not come any closer. I shall not oppose you. Now, that is more like it. Why must old friends meet with such animosity? Chapter 67 Farewell to an Old Friend, 320 Years of Slumber, Breaking Free from Her Restraints. Wang Yanyu coldly remarked, Why have you returned after such a long absence? That statement lacks reason, Chen Chongqing replied. The duration of my absence bears no relation to my return. In response to Chen Chongqing's words, Wang Yanyu remained silent. Instead, turning her gaze towards the grave of Wang Yin A Guitua. After a long pause, she spoke again. I have done my utmost regarding Ikyu. I understand. Ikyu's troubles are indeed beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals. Have you visited the Shanqing Temple? I have. That fellow in the distant mountains has managed to successfully break through to the transformation stage. You've been to both places, so why have you come here? I came to check if the items beneath the bronze ancient palace are still secure, but upon greeting you, you immediately attacked me. After posing her question, Wang Yanyu fell silent for a moment before continuing. Where have you been all these years? Meandering about, visiting numerous places, it would take a while to explain. How long do you intend to stay this time? I do not know. I might leave tomorrow. What if I forcibly keep you here? You would not be able to defeat me. You. Faced with Chen Chongqing's candid response, Wang Yanyu finally lost her composure. She seized Chen Chongqing's collar, disregarding her regal demeanor, and shouted, After all these years of diligent cultivation, why are you still stronger than me? In response, Chen Chongqing shrugged his hands innocently. I truly do not understand. I have only devoted 10 years to serious training. The rest of the time, I never considered this matter at all. I also do not know why I have grown stronger, even surpassing those who have focused intently on their cultivation. Wang Yanyu, your words are infuriating. Were it not for the fact that I cannot defeat you, I would have liked nothing more than to give you a thorough beating. Releasing Chen Chongqing's collar, Wang Yanyu turned away, coldly stating, I will guard the bronze ancient palace. There will be no issues. You may leave. Noticing her demeanor, Chen Chongqing tilted his head and cautiously inquired, You wouldn't have developed feelings for me, would you? Have you ever given me that opportunity? Never. Then that settles it. Hurry and leave. As Wang Yanyu attempted to expel him once more, Chen Chongqing forced a smile and said, It would not be surprising if you had feelings for me, considering my excellence and charm. However, there could never be a future for us, after all. You are a wolf and I am a human. Our offspring might very well turn into wolves. I'll slay you. Furious, Wang Yanyu launched another attack on Chen Chongqing. In the face of her relentless assault, he vanished into the horizon at lightning speed. Watching the direction in which he disappeared, Wang Yanyu's chest heaved with agitation, clearly infuriated. After a while, Wang Yanyu had calmed her emotions and turned away, making her way towards the cold and desolate imperial palace. Their youthful encounter, though absurd in its course, would remain etched in her memory for eternity. It was through him that she had endured. It was because of him that her father did not meet a tragic end in the wilderness. Furthermore, it was due to him that the great vengeance of the Night Moon Kingdom was finally avenged. To be precise, the meeting between herself and Qin Changsheng was laden with fate. Yet, in this world, destinies vary in depth and duration. From the moment the immortal feathering passed away, the bond between her and Qin Changsheng had reached its conclusion. She could not forsake the Night Moon Kingdom, nor would Qin Changsheng linger for the sake of any individual. He could become her confidant, her friend, her acquaintance, but he would never be her destined partner. My dear, she mused, I have visited all my old acquaintances. That little bald-headed fellow remains as kind-hearted as ever. Yet, my little senior brother has shown remarkable progress, having actually broken through to the transformation of spirit stage. Thus, I need not worry about waking to find him absent. Qin Changsheng leaned casually against the gravestone of a man, engaging in light conversation. Beside the gravestone lay a freshly dug grave, prepared by Qin Changsheng for himself. Upon finishing his words, he retrieved the stone coffin of the 100 Defeats Immortal. He placed the coffin into the grave and skillfully laid himself inside. Gazing at a man's tomb, he murmured, People often say that one cannot share the same bed in life, but may we share the same grave in death? In this life, I have wronged you. If there is a next life, may you never encounter me again. With that, Qin Changsheng closed the coffin lid, activating the array set outside. A considerable amount of soil began to bury the stone coffin underground. Thus, Qin Changsheng commenced his third slumber, this time destined to last for an extended period of 320 years. As day turned to night, and spring gave way to autumn, the countless moments cherished by many quietly slipped away. 320 years is an eternity, long enough for mountains and rivers to transform. The two graves painstakingly constructed by Qin Changsheng had long since vanished without a trace. Suddenly, a towering tree trembled, and with a tremendous force, it was uprooted. Spitting out the soil that had inadvertently entered his mouth, Qin Changsheng surveyed his surroundings. The memories from before his slumber no longer aligned with the present environment. After scanning the area, he turned his gaze to the system panel. Host, Qin Changsheng. Strength, 200, mid-yuanying. Speed, 260, late yuanying. Defense, 280, completed yuanying. Spiritual power, 200, mid-yuanying. Lifespan, 640. Gazing at the data displayed on the system panel, Qin Changsheng nodded in satisfaction. Ever since he discovered that his spiritual power would diffuse outward during his slumber, he had been pondering a solution. Ultimately, Qin Changsheng resolved to create a sealed environment using the celestial ultimate death array in order to restrain the outward dispersal of his spiritual energy. Upon reflection, although he did not achieve complete success, the results were quite commendable. Adhering to his customary practice, Qin Changsheng allocated all 320 attribute points directly into his defense. However, the subsequent label for his defensive attribute left him somewhat bewildered. Instead of transforming into the anticipated transcendence or refinement of the void, it instead bore the inscription Fifth Realm. Observing this, Qin Changsheng inquired, System, what does this mean? In response to his confusion, the system explained, the label merely serves as a standard for measuring the host's strength. When the standard changes, the label will naturally follow suit. Given the current exceptional circumstances, only a vague label has been utilized. Qin Changsheng. The system's words not only failed to clarify the situation for Qin Changsheng, but instead deepened his perplexity. System, what do you mean by the standard has changed and the circumstances are exceptional? The present situation is overly intricate. Once the host restores his cultivation, he will naturally comprehend everything. Chapter 68. Unexpected changes in the midst of his egg-laying life. Qin Changsheng was confronted with a myriad of questions regarding the system's statements. Nevertheless, he diligently commenced the restoration of his cultivation. An hour later, a sudden fit of coughing seized him as he sat cross-legged in meditation. His cultivation had stagnated at the initial phase of the transformation stage. Qin Changsheng found himself utterly bewildered. If his memory served him correctly, he had reached the latter phase of the transformation stage before his slumber. However, upon attempting to recover his cultivation, he was met with a formidable resistance. Despite the accumulation of spiritual energy returning to its original level, he found his realm utterly unyielding. This sensation was akin to a divine decree forbidding his existence. After a moment of contemplation, a possibility dawned upon Qin Changsheng. System, the laws of the universe are undergoing a transformation, are they not? Your conjecture is entirely correct. The path of cultivation bears a striking resemblance to the growth of plants. Vegetation flourishes only in suitable environments. When conditions change, one species will inevitably replace another. You may also deduce that the current cultivation system has become obsolete. Upon hearing this, a spark ignited in Chen Chongqing's eyes. He realized that this cultivation framework was not ideally suited for him, as his spiritual root was artificially created. Although, in theory, artificial and natural spiritual roots are indistinguishable, subtle differences inevitably exist. This discrepancy was a significant reason behind his persistent inability to reach the void refinement realm. Reflecting on this, Chen Chongqing remarked, "System, if the situation is as you describe, the transformation of the laws of the universe seems remarkably swift. How many years have I even lived? The very laws of nature are shifting. Host, why do you perceive the changes in the laws of the universe as rapid? Your time in this world has not been extensive. Are you aware of how many years this cultivation system has persisted? Your failure to notice the transformation of these laws stems from your acclimatization to this scenario since your arrival. Had you come to this world 10,000 years earlier, or even longer, would you still harbor such doubts?" Upon hearing these words, Chen Chongqing was momentarily stunned. He realized that his understanding was limited. In his former world, there existed a remarkable tome titled Shan Hai Jing, which chronicled an array of bizarre creatures, yet it was widely dismissed as the fanciful imaginings of ancient people. However, if one were to extend the timeline, would future generations, thousands or tens of thousands of years hence, also regard contemporary texts as mere figments of ancient imagination? For instance, the parrot, a bird well known to Chen Chongqing, was familiar yet not ubiquitous. Certainly, it was known to all. However, after millions of years, the parrot, a remarkable avian species, faced extinction. Future generations, upon discovering descriptions of parrots in ancient texts, would likely respond with disbelief, marveling at the rich imagination of their ancestors. How could a bird possess the ability to speak? They might scoff, attributing such tales to the fanciful fabrications of the past. Similarly, the current cultivation system mirrors this phenomenon. Within Chen Chongqing's mind resided numerous techniques, many of which alluded to their formidable prowess upon mastery. Although he had indeed achieved great proficiency in these techniques, their exhibited power fell short of the grand descriptions. Chen Chongqing found no perplexity in this, believing it merely a case of exaggerated claims by the forebears who devised these methods. Yet, it now appeared that these techniques might genuinely possess such extraordinary strength. The variance lay in the altered rules of heaven and earth. His instinctive conclusions stemmed from his familiarity solely with the present environment. Contemplating this, Chen Chongqing inquired, "System, if a new cultivation system has emerged, what is its origin? Is it dictated directly by the Tao of Heaven, or does it stem from another source?" Response to the host: "The Tao of Heaven does not interfere with the specifics of cultivation systems. It merely creates an environment. The specifics are crafted by sentient beings. Those who devise the most suitable system for this environment shall ascend as the dominators of their era." Upon hearing this, Chen Chongqing felt an overwhelming excitement. "System, are you suggesting that I could also achieve this?" Theoretically, such a notion was plausible. With the system's affirmative reply, Chen Chongqing burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Truly, the heavens are aiding me. With such an extraordinary opportunity, I shall retreat into seclusion for a millennium or so." System, did I mishear? Host, based on analysis, the success rate of creating a suitable technique through seclusion is rather low. Only by carving a path through this golden age can you increase your chances of developing an era-appropriate technique. Do not jest, System. Do I appear to be a person who engages in combat? I merely wish to witness the splendor of this golden age, not to create it. Once the new era's dominator arises, I shall first become acquainted with him. After ensuring his demise, I will befriend him, and such an association would surely elevate my status. In response to Chen Chongqing's thoughts, the system fell silent, its musings a mystery to all. Yet, in contrast to the system's quietude, Chen Chongqing brimmed with excitement as he surveyed the terrain, preparing to establish an unparalleled formation for hatching eggs. The celestial repair ointment, meticulously concocted by Chen Chongqing, had proven to be successful. Had it not been for this miraculous salve that sustained a man's life, she might not have persevered until the end. Now, with most matters settled, Chen Chongqing was naturally poised to commence the incubation of the egg. Although uncertain of the outcome, It served as an excellent means to pass the time. The area within a 500-mile radius was intricately inscribed with array patterns by Chen Chongqing. While etching this grand formation, he employed the entirety of his lifelong learning. Moreover, he incorporated the Tao patterns he had gleaned from the ancient Forbidden Lands into the design. Once all was meticulously arranged, he placed the lifeless egg at the very heart of the formation. As the formation activated, the essence of heaven, earth, sun, and moon gradually converged, nurturing the long-deceased egg. Observing the operation of the grand array, Chen Chongqing nodded in satisfaction. He then retrieved the celestial repair ointment and the spiritual spring from the water-moon cave, carefully blending the two in precise proportions before delicately pouring the mixture onto the egg. While others tended to flowers, Chen Chongqing nurtured an egg. Thus, he continued this process for 2 centuries. However, one fateful day, the arrival of an individual shattered this tranquil existence of egg nurturing. Chapter 69. The Hero's Assembly. Chen Chongqing. Am I the disciple of the Undertaker? Junior Yi Henshin. I pay my respects to you, esteemed senior. Before the expansive green mountains stood a young man clad in a Taoist robe, his sharp brows and bright eyes radiating a sense of purpose as he performed a courteous salute, seemingly in search of someone. However, the majestic mountains remained silent in response to his visit. Noticing the lack of reply from the mountains, the young man appeared increasingly anxious. Just as he contemplated stepping forward, he found himself thwarted by a formidable barrier. While pondering a solution, a youth of roughly 18 or 19 emerged from the distant peaks, wielding a hoe, barefoot, and donning a straw hat, leisurely making his way toward a nearby thatched cottage. Seeing someone emerge from the great formation, Yi Henshin hastily approached. Esteemed brother, might I trouble you to deliver a message for me? The youth looked perplexed by the stranger's request. Deliver a message? For what purpose? It is as follows. My master has significant ties with the venerable one here, and I have come to invite them out of seclusion. Upon hearing this, the youth scratched his head and scrutinized the stranger before him. Do you know the name of this venerable one? I do not know. All I am aware of is that they are referred to as the Undertaker. The youth's confusion deepened. He was taken aback, for the Undertaker was none other than himself. Indeed, the young man before Yi Henshin was none other than Chen Chongqing, who had spent over 2 centuries in a state of stagnation. Chen had cast a great formation, harnessing the essence of heaven and earth, with the intent of reviving a once lifeless egg. Throughout this process, he continuously nourished it with spring water and celestial balm. Over time, being immersed in this formation, Chen Chongqing became infused with the essence of nature, which inadvertently led to his rejuvenation. Though this transformation could not extend the lifespan of a cultivator, altering his physical appearance to that of youth was certainly achievable. Faced with his increasingly youthful physique, Chen felt considerable distress, as he had no desire to bear the form of a child. Consequently, he constructed a thatched dwelling outside the formation to address this minor predicament. Little did he know that upon stepping outside, he would hear someone requesting an audience, and that person was seeking him. Strangely enough, the individual did not recognize him. Contemplating this, Chen realized that few knew of his presence here, and most were old acquaintances. If the visitor were indeed an acquaintance, it was puzzling that he would not know Chen's true name. May I inquire as to your esteemed surname? Chen Chongqing tentatively asked. Yi Henshin clasped his hands in respect and replied, My surname is Yi, and my name is Henshin. Yi Henshin felt an inexplicable malice in his name, but dismissed it as mere coincidence. After all, what were the odds of someone being given a name that seemed to mock him? Ah, it is Brother Yi. My apologies. My apologies. Uncertain of who Brother Ye's master might be, I have resided in this mountain for some time and am not well acquainted with the outside world. Upon hearing Chen Chongqing's words, Yi Henshin grew solemn. In truth, he had been aware of the young lad from the very beginning. The formation here is not something an ordinary person can breach. The fact that this youth could enter and exit at will pointed to a singular truth. Noticing that Yi Henshin had already surmised his identity, Chen Chongqing smiled faintly and prepared to reveal his own. It was highly probable that an old acquaintance was seeking his assistance. Whether to help or not was a matter for later consideration, but understanding the situation was paramount. Brother, I observe your remarkable presence. You must be. Upon hearing this, Chen Chongqing nodded and smiled. Indeed, I am. The disciple of the Undertaker. Before Chen Chongqing could finish his sentence, Yi Henshin interrupted him. Chen Chongqing. Faced with such an unusual circumstance, He hesitated for merely a second before resolutely stating, "Indeed, I am the disciple of the Undertaker, Chen Chongqing." "Ah, so you are the esteemed disciple of my predecessor. It is a pleasure to finally meet you. Please, Brother Chen, notify me so I may enter and meet the elder." Upon learning that the young man before him was the legendary disciple of the Undertaker, Yi Hensheng was instantly elated. However, Chen Chongqing casually replied, "I can certainly relay your message, but my master has decreed that no idle persons are to be admitted. You have yet to inform me of your master. Without this knowledge, I am unable to assist you." Hastily, Yi Hensheng responded, "My master is the Wolf Emperor of the Night Moon Kingdom." Upon hearing that he was the disciple of Wang Yanyu, Chen Chongqing immediately understood the origin of Yi Hensheng's name. "Ah, it is indeed the esteemed Wolf Emperor. My master has connections with the Wolf King. However, I wonder what business the Wolf Emperor has in summoning my master from seclusion?" As Yi Hensheng pondered Chen Chongqing's inquiry, his expression grew hesitant. "My master once instructed that this matter must be conveyed to the elder in person. Is that so? Then you shall wait patiently. I, too, do not know when my master will emerge." With that, Chen Chongqing hoisted his hoe, preparing to return to his thatched cottage. Seeing this, Yi Hensheng grew anxious. "Brother Chen, this matter is of utmost urgency. I implore you to relay the message." Ignoring Yi Hensheng's pleas, Chen Chongqing continued toward his cottage. The talented gathering. The central courtyard is about to host a talented gathering, and this requires the elder's presence. Upon hearing the word central courtyard, Chen Chongqing finally halted his steps. What is the talented gathering? The talented gathering is a grand event hosted by the sacred land of Kunlun in the central courtyard. This gathering will assemble the top talents from the central courtyard, Western Continent, Eastern Wastes, Northern Desert, and Southern Plains. The objectives of this gathering are twofold. First, to identify the divine source or is extracted from the sacred ruins. Second, to discuss the joint efforts to eliminate the wicked sorcerer Wu Li in the central courtyard. Upon hearing Yi Hensheng's intentions, Chen Chongqing turned and remarked, "This matter does not warrant your master seeking out mine. The Celestial Heroes Conference is evidently an event for the youth, and my master is of the same generation as yours. How could he possibly partake in such an affair? Furthermore, your master possesses considerable strength. Even if it were necessary to confront the nefarious villains of the Central Court, it would not fall to my master to intervene." In response, Yi Hensheng offered a wry smile and said, "Logically, that should indeed be the case. However, my master is currently in seclusion, as is the national master, the unyielding Taoist. Before entering his retreat, my master provided me with this address and instructed me to seek assistance, though the specifics remain unknown to me." After listening to this, Chen Chongqing's lips curled slightly as he finally grasped the situation at hand. It was clear that Wang Yanyu and Song Yuanshan were attempting to evade responsibility by delegating the task of protector to him. Chapter 70. The Ailing Puppy and the Kindergarten Rampage. Upon discerning the purpose of Yi Hensheng's visit, Chen Chongqing felt an overwhelming reluctance. The so-called Tianjiao Conference was evidently a source of trouble, and given Chen Chongqing's disposition, he was naturally disinclined to participate. Just as he contemplated devising an excuse to evade Yi Hensheng, the latter spoke again. "My dear Chen, this Tianjiao Conference is unprecedentedly grand. With your prowess, do you not desire to witness it firsthand?" At this utterance, Chen Chongqing was momentarily taken aback. In terms of age, he was ineligible to partake in such a conference, having lived nearly a millennium. However, unlike others, Chen Chongqing possessed a system that perpetually maintained his biological age at 20. Thus, by all accounts, he could indeed be considered a genius. With this thought, Chen Chongqing's eyes sparkled with intrigue. While he might not prevail against the world's formidable masters, he was confident in dealing with the fledgling practitioners. The notion of wreaking havoc on the kindergarten brought a thrill to his mind. Moreover, if his memory served him correctly, Ali's original name was Wu Li. After centuries apart, Chen Chongqing genuinely yearned to reunite with that youthful spirit. Feigning contemplation, he said, "Brother Yi, to be candid, my master has already broached this matter with me. Is that so? When will your esteemed master emerge from seclusion?" "Ah well, my master mentioned that such trivial matters do not necessitate his intervention. I can accompany you instead." Yi Hensheng was left bewildered by this declaration. The Tianjiao Conference was teeming with experts, and the presence of protectors was as abundant as the stars. Without formidable guardians, the journey would undoubtedly be fraught with peril. "Brother Chen, Did your master truly say that? Indeed. My master asserts that a true genius requires no protector. With sheer iron fists, one can carve a bloody path. Those who rely on guardians are, in his eyes, mere weaklings. Listening to Qin Changxing's words, Yi Hengqin felt his head spinning. Such platitudes were easy to utter. Yet the reality was starkly different. Attending the Tianjiao conference without a protector could very well lead to dire consequences. Expressing his concerns, Yi Hengqin said, "Brother Chun, perhaps you should discuss this further with your master. This situation is genuinely perilous. Brother Yi, as a grown man, why do you dither? My master's decisions are immutable. Your efforts would be in vain. Furthermore, he assured me that he has arrangements for critical moments, so there is no need for your worries." Having reached this impasse, Yi Hengqin was at a loss for words. While other disciples had their masters and ancestors rallying to their side for the Tianjiao conference, fearing even the slightest harm, he found himself in a rather peculiar predicament. With his master and the national teacher both in deep seclusion, he was left at the mercy of a seemingly enigmatic escort. The funeral director turned out to be quite an eccentric, allowing his disciple to attend the Celestial Talents Conference alone. When did this world become so absurd? As Yi Hengqin lamented, Qin Changxing returned to the grand formation, cradling a frail white puppy in his arms. Noticing the ailing creature, Yi Hengqin inquired, "Brother Chun, what is this?" "This is a puppy I have been nurturing, but it has fallen ill. I intend to take it to the midfield for treatment. I assure you, despite its current state, it is remarkably intelligent. Once it recovers, you will be utterly astonished," Qin Changxing replied. Upon hearing Qin Changxing's words, Yi Hengqin instinctively examined the puppy in his arms, and, realizing it was indeed an ordinary dog, fell into silence. "What sins did I commit in my past life to encounter such peculiarities?" he mused. "Brother Yi, are we really going to fly like this? The midfield is quite a distance from the eastern wilderness. Where exactly are we headed? It doesn't seem to be in the direction of the midfield. Your cultivation technique appears rather unique. Is this also something your master taught you?" The corners of Yi Hengqin's eyes twitched incessantly, as Qin Changxing chattered away since boarding the airship. At that moment, Yi Hengqin felt as though a million insects were buzzing around his ears. Sensing his emotions teetering on the brink of eruption, he took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. "Brother Qin, we are en route to the Xuanwu Kingdom. The two most powerful factions in the eastern wilderness are the Xuanwu Kingdom and the Night Moon Kingdom. To reach the midfield, we must utilize the super teleportation array, which is located in the Xuanwu Kingdom. Additionally, aside from myself, there is another friend from the Night Moon Kingdom participating in the Celestial Talents Conference. If you find yourself bored, feel free to explore the airship." With that, Yi Hengqin retreated into the cabin and firmly closed the door, seemingly unwilling to see Qin Changxing again for a while. Observing Yi Hengqin's hasty retreat, a faint smile crept across Qin Changxing's lips as he continued to stroke the puppy nestled in his arms. Indeed, this little dog was the creature that had hatched from the dead egg. Although Qin Changxing had painstakingly brought it into existence, the egg had long since perished, leaving the being within severely weakened. Thus, the creature was in a precarious state, its life hanging by a thread. One of the reasons Qin Changxing was eager to go to the midfield was to seek the heavenly materials and earthly treasures for healing. The midfield, being the central region of the 5 continents, is rich in cultivation resources. Xuanwu Kingdom. "Brother Yi, it has been a long time." A young man clad in a python robe approached to greet Yi Hengqin. Their familiar demeanor suggested they had known each other for quite some time. After exchanging pleasantries, the young man glanced at Qin Changxing beside Yi Hengqin and inquired, "Brother Yi, may I ask who this is?" "My name is Qin Changxing, a helper invited by the Kingdom of Night Moon. By the way, aren't we supposed to attend the Celestial Heroes Conference? When shall we set off?" Noticing Qin Changxing's youthful appearance and his seemingly weak aura, the young man in the python robe furrowed his brow and pulled Yi Hengqin aside. "Brother Yi, what is the situation here? This person appears to have just emerged into the world. Moreover, where is the protector accompanying you on this journey?" In response to the young man's inquiries, Yi Hengqin's lips twitched slightly. "Brother Su, this matter is not easily explained. Allow me to elaborate." Thus, Yi Hengqin began to share the burdens weighing on his heart. A quarter of an hour later, the corners of the young man's mouth began to twitch as well, for the circumstances surrounding this matter seemed utterly absurd. "Brother Yi, you truly have endured much." Chapter 71. Farewell to old friends at the Celestial Heroes Conference after a discussion. Yi Hensheng and the young man in the python robe ultimately decided on their approach towards Qin Changsheng, a stance of nonchalance. Regardless of the circumstances, the mourner was always a comrade of the Wolf Emperor, and it was presumed that his strength would not be lacking, as Qin Changsheng was his disciple. Even if his prowess and experience were somewhat wanting, a modicum of respect was still warranted. Although the Celestial Heroes Conference posed certain dangers, it was best to avoid trouble, thereby minimizing any major complications. They resolved to allow him to broaden his horizons. With this in mind, the young man in the python robe approached Qin Changsheng with a cheerful demeanor. So, it turns out that Brother Chun is a distinguished disciple of the mourner. It is truly a pleasure to finally meet you. The mourner has always been enigmatic. Should the opportunity arise, I, Su Tian, would certainly wish to pay my respects to the elder. In response to the young man's greeting, Qin Changsheng smiled warmly. My master has always favored a life of seclusion. However, since it is Brother Su's wish to meet him, I believe my master would oblige. After all, he has some ties with the Xuanwu kingdom. Oh, is that so? Su Tian replied, intrigued. Indeed, I have heard my master mention a few things, though I am unaware of the specifics. In that case, I must seize the opportunity to visit the elder. After exchanging pleasantries, Su Tian arranged for Qin Changsheng to rest. While the outward decorum was courteous, in reality, Su Tian had no intention of including Qin Changsheng in their activities. Faced with this situation, Qin Changsheng merely smiled faintly, not taking it to heart. His purpose in the central courtyard was not to contend for the title of the foremost genius. It was best to avoid conflict altogether. After several days of stay in the Xuanwu kingdom, the super teleportation array was finally ready. The celestial prodigies from both the Night Moon Kingdom and the Xuanwu Kingdom gathered at the super teleportation array. Interestingly, the foremost talents from both nations were not of direct lineage. The leader of the Night Moon Kingdom, renowned as the Demon Clan Dynasty, was Yi Hensheng, a bona fide human. The leader of the Xuanwu Kingdom was Su Tian, yet he did not possess royal blood. His extraordinary talent led the Emperor Zhua of the Xuanwu Kingdom to adopt him as a son and bestow upon him the title of the Prince of Companionship. As they were about to embark for the central courtyard, the rarely seen current monarch of the Xuanwu Kingdom, Zhuo emerged from his seclusion. Observing the prodigies within the array, Zhuo delivered some motivational words, following which he activated the super teleportation array. Although the talents from both nations were commendable, they ultimately paled in comparison to the extraordinary beings from the central courtyard and elsewhere. The sole purpose of this Celestial Heroes Conference was to allow them to witness the broader world. Zhuo held no expectations for them to make a significant impression. As he prepared to turn and leave, Zhuo suddenly caught sight of a familiar face among the crowd. Though his breath had changed and his appearance had grown more youthful, Zhuo would never forget that face. Meanwhile, Qin Changsheng, concealed among the crowd, noticed Zhuo's gaze. A radiant smile broke upon Qin Changsheng's lips at the sight of an old acquaintance. In a flash, before Zhuo could utter a word, the super teleportation array had already activated, and over a dozen prodigies vanished from their location. Swallowing hard, Zhuo, as a sovereign, felt his body tremble. He was alive. He had truly emerged from the ancient Forbidden Land. Although his appearance had slightly changed, his demeanor and gaze remained unchanged. The funeral bearer, Qin Changsheng, the fleeting national teacher of the Xuanwu Kingdom, had returned. With this thought, Zhuo promptly commanded, "Bring forth the super teleportation array again. I must personally attend the central courtyard." Upon hearing Zhuo's edict, an elderly man stepped forward, saying, "Your Majesty, there appears to be an issue with the super teleportation array. To restart it, it may take 2 months." As he spoke, beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead. For he too was baffled as to why the teleportation array had malfunctioned. Fortunately, the prodigies had not encountered any problems. Had they, even 100 lives would not suffice to cover his demise. Zhuo did not lay blame on the one responsible for the teleportation array, as he understood that this was undoubtedly the handiwork of Qin Changsheng. With his mastery of formations, executing such a minor sabotage would be effortless. Hasten the repairs. I wish to see the teleportation array restored to normal at once, he declared before turning to leave. His heart was tumultuous, filled with countless questions for the one who had returned from the dead. In the spatial passage, a transparent bubble enveloped everyone as it swiftly traversed the void. The prodigies stood with their hands clasped behind their backs, gazing quietly ahead, as if they had lost the ability to speak. Chen Chongqing understood this behavior. After all, the prodigies valued their prestige, and incessant chatter would be quite unbecoming. Disregarding the other's attempt at maintaining composure, Chen Chongqing found a corner to sit in, casually feeding a lackluster little white dog a pill. As he stroked the dog's fur, his thoughts began to stir. During this return to the world, Chen Chongqing realized how significantly the laws of heaven and earth impacted cultivators. Most cultivators had begun secluding themselves. Those with greater strength were more likely to enter deep seclusion. Reflecting on this, Chen Chongqing murmured softly, "To search for an entirely new cultivation system is no simple task." He had not anticipated that the suppression of the laws of heaven and earth would not only diminish the potency of the original cultivation system, but also compress the lifespan of its practitioners. No wonder the courtyard is hosting the talented gathering. One can surmise that those antiquated figures are nearing their limits. As he spoke, Chen Chongqing cast his gaze toward the more than a dozen prodigies in the distance. Each of these individuals emanated a distinctive array of energies, yet intriguingly, the essence they projected revealed a significant divergence from the traditional cultivation systems of yore. To put it more bluntly, they were akin to experimental subjects, probing the boundaries of new cultivation paradigms. Should they succeed, they would ascend to unprecedented heights. If they failed, only death would await them. As Chen Chongqing began to piece together the intricate threads of this situation, a smile crept upon his lips. He understood well that the method for cultivators to validate the efficacy of their techniques was rather straightforward: engage in combat. Victory would attest to the correctness of the method, while defeat would signify its fallibility. Thus, it seemed that the talented gathering was destined to unleash a cataclysmic clash. Chapter 72: The Gathering of the Talented. Chen Chongqing. Earning a little extra after a protracted journey, Chen Chongqing and his companions finally arrived at their destination, the sacred grounds of Kunlun in the central courtyard. However, scarcely had their feet touched the ground when the sounds of a skirmish echoed from a distance. "Holy Maiden of the Purple Mansion, today I, a disciple of the Golden Light Cave, dare to seek your guidance." A young man, his blood surging with fervor and a radiant sun appearing behind him, called out boldly. In response to this display, a veiled woman merely cast a fleeting glance his way. Subsequently, she plucked a flower with her right hand and began to ascend gracefully into the air. Buzz! With a resounding crash, an emerald sea of phenomena emerged behind her. As she extended her right hand, unleashing a powerful manifestation accompanied by an overwhelming attack, the disciple from the Golden Light Cave was sent flying with a single strike. Witnessing this spectacle, the crowd furrowed their brows in concern. Yet, it was Chen Chongqing's exclamation that shattered the tense atmosphere. Incredible! Instantly, the several hundred talented individuals present turned their gaze towards Chen Chongqing, their expressions a mix of incredulity and disdain, nearly spilling over with contempt. They all understood her prowess. But did he truly have to voice it so bluntly? After all, they were all distinguished figures. Couldn't he exhibit even a modicum of pride? To react so dramatically before any engagement was rather embarrassing. Taken aback by their stares, Chen Chongqing replied, "What are you all looking at? Is she not impressive? She even manifested phenomena during the fight. Is that not formidable?" Upon hearing his words, Yi Henxing felt a throbbing at his temples. "Brother Chen, please, do refrain from speaking further. In this era of great transformation, any technique not derived from the original cultivation system may very well produce manifestations." "Ah, I see. Does that mean all newly created techniques will generate phenomena?" Chen Chongqing inquired innocently. At this, the disdain in the onlooker's eyes intensified. He was clearly a naive bumpkin, emerging from some obscure corner of the world. "Not exactly. Only techniques with significant potential can produce phenomena. The greater the potential, the more powerful the manifestation. Then she is indeed remarkable, having produced such a phenomenon." Chen Chongqing's observation nearly drove Yi Henxing to the brink of desperation. He was utterly mortified by his companion's lack of decorum. "Brother Chen, this is the gathering of the talented. A true prodigy is someone capable of achieving what ordinary people cannot. In other words, everyone here possesses some form of manifestation. Surely, you must have one as well?" "Not that I know of. I haven't engaged in combat recently. I wouldn't have been aware of this situation had you not mentioned it." Yi Henxing sighed. "Why did I ever bring you along? I have committed numerous misdeeds in my life, and today, encountering you feels like a cosmic reckoning, as though you were sent to torment me." After briefly explaining the basic rules to Chen Changsheng, Yi Hensheng and the others swiftly took their leave. As for the other prodigies from various regions, they merely smiled lightly, seemingly indifferent to the presence of this Na'vi individual. Observing that the crowd paid him no heed, Chen Changsheng smacked his lips and turned to walk in another direction. He genuinely remained unaware of the recent events, and his earlier praise was heartfelt. Yi Hensheng considered such behavior disgraceful, primarily because they placed excessive value on mere decorum and reputation. In the face of time, all matters appear trivial, and especially so the ridiculous notions of decorum and reputation. With an eternity of life before him, Chen Changsheng was hardly concerned with such trivialities. "This is 300 pounds of divine source. Please accept it, esteemed guest." The shopkeeper personally handed a beast-hide pouch to Chen Changsheng. After verifying the contents, he turned to depart. In merely 2 centuries, the entire realm of cultivation had undergone tremendous transformation. What was once the standard currency in the cultivation world, spirit stones, had evolved into divine source. This term, divine source, had only emerged in the past century. Previously, it was referred to as spirit source. As the Kunlun sacred land developed the sacred ruins, spirit sources began to proliferate. Initially, people regarded spirit sources merely as a new resource for cultivation. Yet with the shifting laws of heaven and earth, their significance became apparent. The previous cultivation system was dismissed, and all were in pursuit of a new framework for cultivation. Gradually, it became evident that, in exploring this new system, spirit sources proved far superior to spirit stones. Eventually, the term spirit source was replaced by divine source, which became the exclusive resource for the prodigies of the realm. Gazing at the 300 pounds of ordinary divine source within the pouch, Chen Changsheng remarked, "With a conversion rate of 1 to 10, I feel I have lost quite a bit of money. It seems I must recoup my losses from other avenues." With that, he lifted his gaze towards the nearby stone gambling house. As the laws of heaven and earth evolved, some ordinary divine source began to surface in the former spirit stone veins. However, certain exotic divine sources were only found in ores mined from forbidden lands. The stone skins enveloping these divine sources thwarted all attempts at probing. To ensure profitable ventures with minimal risk, various formidable factions had established stone gambling houses. Here, one might experience small gains, yet the masterminds behind the scenes would never incur losses. Coincidentally, Chen Changsheng possessed considerable knowledge regarding divine source, formerly known as spirit source. After all, centuries ago, divine source was not particularly valuable. Ores mined from forbidden lands could be acquired for a modest sum of spirit stones. To thoroughly research the properties of divine source, Chen Changsheng had excavated an entire mountain's worth of ores. He deemed the divine sources extracted to be of little use, thus gifting half to Ali, while the remainder was buried beneath a grand formation to serve as the foundation for his array. At the Kunlun stone house, countless cultivators were meticulously selecting stones of various sizes, as these stones might contain exotic divine sources. The notion of one cut leading to poverty, another to wealth resonated incessantly within the stone gambling house. "Boss, I wish to purchase this stone." Chen Changsheng's voice reverberated within the stone gambling hall, causing all present to halt their activities and regard him with incredulous expressions. The stone he sought to acquire was none other than the signature piece of the Kunlun stone hall. The crowd murmured in disbelief, "Surely, you have lost your senses in this game of chance. That is merely an ordinary stone, placed at the entrance as a mere decoration. What on earth were you thinking?" Before long, the steward of Kunlun stone hall approached, his countenance dark and foreboding. "My friend, are you perhaps here to cause a disturbance?" he inquired. "Do you even know how to communicate appropriately? I have come to partake in stone gambling. Is it not entirely reasonable to wish to buy a stone?" Chen Changsheng replied. Yet, the steward's expression remained grim, for this massive rock bore only the inscription of Kunlun stone hall and held no other discernible value. The steward pondered that if this individual were not here to seek trouble, he must be out of his mind. "Very well," he said. "This stone requires a weight of divine essence in exchange. You shall need to provide 1,000 pounds of divine essence." Chapter 73, an 80 for a hammer. The source of the exotic fire dragon. Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng cast a glance at the stone before him and remarked, "Isn't 1,000 pounds somewhat undervalued? This stone must weigh at least 4 to 5,000 pounds. In response, the steward sneered dismissively. "Theoretically, This stone indeed warrants 4,000 to 5,000 pounds of divine essence. However, considering your sincere intent, I shall extend a discount." Ignoring the steward's sardonic tone, Chen Chongqing resumed his meticulous examination of the stone's sign. After a thorough analysis, he nodded and said, "This price is relatively fair, yet I possess only 300 pounds of divine essence. Might you grant me a brief extension? I can gather the funds and return to purchase it, if that is agreeable." Instantly, the steward's expression soured. "My dear guest, I fear this proposition is impractical. Today, you face two choices. Either present 1,000 pounds of divine essence to acquire this stone, or allow us to escort you out." As the atmosphere grew tense, onlookers swiftly gathered around, intrigued by the unfolding drama. After all, such spectacles are inherently entertaining. In truth, Chen Chongqing paid little heed to the steward's threats. Having encountered numerous formidable beings before, these minor threats failed to intimidate him. He refrained from being overly confrontational solely to avoid causing a stir. Moreover, he was indeed intruding upon their establishment to purchase their merchandise, a somewhat dishonorable act. Just as he contemplated rummaging through his possessions for items to use as collateral, a voice rang out, "I shall take 1,000 pounds of divine essence." Turning around, he was met by none other than the saintess of the Purple Mansion. Upon her arrival, the steward immediately donned a beaming smile. "I have the honor of meeting the saintess. Might I inquire if this gentleman is your acquaintance?" "Not at all," she replied succinctly. The steward, taken aback, faltered, "Saintess, the Purple Mansion has always maintained amicable relations with the Kunlun sacred land. If that is the case, why assist this troublemaker?" In response to Wang Defa's inquiry, the saintess merely stated, "The stone shop sells stones. If I wish to purchase this stone, is that not permissible?" Of course, since it is the saintess wishing to buy, 800 pounds of divine essence will suffice. With a swift motion, the saintess tossed a leather pouch into the steward's hands, yet Chen Chongqing, standing nearby, was far from pleased. "Wait, what is happening here? I never indicated I no longer desired this stone. This seems rather excessive." Hearing Chen Chongqing's protest, Wang Defa retorted coldly, "Young man, do not be ungrateful. Were it not for the saintess intervening on your behalf, you might not have exited the Kunlun stone shop today. Should you not express your gratitude to the saintess?" As Wang Defa reprimanded Chen Chongqing, the saintess gracefully approached him. "This stone is a gift for you." The crowd, Chen Chongqing. The sudden turn of events left not only the onlookers bewildered, but also Chen Chongqing himself in a state of confusion. This maiden of the sacred Purple Mansion, to my recollection, was a stranger to me. Why would you present me with this stone, weighing 800 pounds of divine essence? That is no trifling sum. If measured in spiritual stones, it equates to a staggering 800,000 spiritual stones. In response to Chen Chongqing's perplexity, the sacred maiden's bright eyes remained unwavering. 800 pounds of divine essence is merely a trifle. Should you choose to pledge your allegiance to the sacred Purple Mansion, I am prepared to offer 8,000 pounds of divine essence. A collective gasp escaped the crowd upon hearing such a price. 8,000 pounds of divine essence could easily purchase the life of a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. 8,000 pounds seems a tad insufficient. I shall instead offer 800 pounds for this stone. With that, Chen Chongqing grasped the sacred maiden's hand and placed a leather pouch in her palm. "This contains 300 pounds of divine essence, and I shall owe you the remaining 500, which I will provide shortly." He then produced a large iron hammer, spitting into his palm for grip. 80. With a resounding crash, he struck the stone, chipping away a corner. Witnessing this crude act, Wang Defa's expression darkened, for such behavior hardly suggested the gentle extraction of divine essence. Though the essence was indeed hard, it could not withstand such force. This fellow was intentionally aiming to vandalize. Once the sacred maiden departed, "I shall see how I deal with you." With Chen Chongqing's peculiar battle cry, the sign of Kunlun Stone Workshop was reduced to splinters. After 9 mighty blows, what was once a complete stone was now reduced to the size of a basin. By this point, the onlookers had nearly concluded that Chen Chongqing had come to cause trouble at the Kunlun Stone Workshop. Yet, the sacred maiden's gaze remained unchanged. She had seen this man at the teleportation array. While everyone else was astonished by her manifestation, he alone displayed no such surprise. To be precise, he lacked that look of astonishment altogether. Such a demeanor typically indicates one of two scenarios. Either he surpasses me, or he has encountered someone even mightier. In either case, this individual is worthy of befriending. 800 pounds of divine essence is hardly a steep price. Having completed the 9 strikes, Chen Chongqing exerted all his strength for a final blow. 80. As the proclamation echoed, an unusual red glow erupted from the stone. Some seasoned gamblers, frequenting the stone workshop, shouted, "It's risen." The realization that Chen Chongqing had indeed unearthed divine essence left not only Wang Defa dumbfounded, but even the sacred maiden somewhat astonished. The stones in the workshop had been meticulously selected by masters, making the likelihood of discovering divine essence exceedingly rare. This individual had truly extracted divine essence from what appeared to be a worthless stone, indicating he was no ordinary person. As Chen Chongqing pried open the outer wrappings of the stone's skin, he rummaged through its contents and ultimately retrieved 2 fiery red sources of divine origin. One was considerably larger, akin to a man's fist, while the other was no bigger than a bird's egg. After gauging their weight, Chen turned to the Holy Maiden of the Purple Manor and said, "I am not entirely certain of the market value of these exotic divine sources. Since the Purple Manor also possesses a stone workshop, might I request your esteemed judgment on their worth?" Upon hearing his words, the Holy Maiden of the Purple Manor cast a glance at the divine sources in Chen's hand and replied, "The Kunlun sacred land once extracted a mountain-sized mine from the sacred ruins, eventually unveiling a divine source that was entirely crimson and resembled a fire dragon. Consequently, this type of exotic divine source has been designated as Fire Dragon Source. 1 pound of Fire Dragon Source can equate to 100 pounds of ordinary divine source." After absorbing the valuation provided by the Holy Maiden, Chen Chongqing nodded in acknowledgement and then tossed the bird egg-sized Fire Dragon Source to her. Despite its diminutive size, the density of the divine source was remarkably high, weighing no less than 5 or 6 pounds. When converted, this single piece was just sufficient to settle his debts. Chapter 74. The Inner Courtyard of the Stone Gambling. Chen Chongqing. My name is Zhuoxinghe. Having settled the debt of the Holy Maiden of the Purple Manor, Chen Chongqing cheerfully placed the Fire Dragon Source into a leather pouch and handed it to Wang Defa. This pouch was meticulously crafted for divine sources. Although its volume was modest, it could counterbalance the formidable weight of the divine source. Otherwise, an excessive quantity would shatter the storage ring under its immense pressure. Manager Wang, I recall that to enter the Kunlun Stone Workshop's courtyard, one must possess at least 10,000 pounds of divine source as collateral. I believe I have sufficient assurance now. May I be permitted to enter? Upon witnessing Chen Chongqing extract a divine source from a piece of wasted stone, Wang Defa's demeanor toward him underwent a dramatic transformation. With the Kunlun Sacred Land hosting the Talents Conference, countless prodigies had flocked here from all directions. A person with such skill and insight must undoubtedly possess an extraordinary background. How could Wang Defa afford to be neglectful of such an individual? Of course, esteemed guest, please follow me, Wang Defa cordially invited, leading Chen Chongqing into the inner courtyard of the Kunlun Stone Workshop. The Holy Maiden of the Purple Manor followed closely behind. However, just because these two were granted entry did not imply that others could do the same. Soon, the entire Kunlun Sacred Land was abuzz with news of an unnamed prodigy venturing into the inner courtyard of the Kunlun Stone Workshop for stone gambling. Such excitement naturally attracted other prodigies to gather. Within the inner courtyard of the Kunlun Stone Workshop, unlike the outer courtyard, the number of stones was lamentably scarce. In this vast space, there were merely a little over 10 stones to choose from, yet each bore an extraordinary presence. Some stones resembled a welcoming pine tree. Whenever a gentle breeze passed, they would sway slightly. Others were lamentably small, no larger than a fist, yet their shapes were remarkably rounded, rolling of their own accord when placed on a platter. After carefully inspecting the stones in the inner courtyard, Chen Chongqing furrowed his brow. The aura emanating from these stones was exceedingly potent. If he were to hazard a guess, they must have been extracted from the depths of the sacred ruins' forbidden grounds. What treasures these stones might yield remained uncertain to him. Young master, may I inquire which stone has captured your interest? Wang Defa suggested. I find that welcoming pine quite appealing. To be candid, I have personally heard the sound of wind rustling through leaves emanating from within that stone. In response to Wang Defa's sales pitch, Chen Chongqing rolled his eyes and remarked, I am well aware of the wonders contained within the stones of the sacred ruins. But I also know that 9 out of 10 are void of substance. Here, the stones start at a minimum of 5,000 divine sources per pound. and a single stone can easily command tens or even hundreds of thousands of divine sources. If you were to permit credit, I might be inclined to open 3 or 5 of them. Upon hearing this, Wang Defa rubbed his hands together, his face a mask of forced smiles. Esteemed guest, you jest. We operate on a modest scale, and credit is certainly not an option. However, for a guest like you, the matter of 1,000,000 or 2 of divine essence is merely trivial. Enough of this. Inform your superiors. The items I have provided are beyond your authority to negotiate. I do not possess such a vast sum, and I must resort to pledging items instead. Upon hearing this, Wang Defa immediately chuckled and said, "No problem, esteemed guest. Please wait a moment. I shall return shortly." With that, he instructed someone to bring forth spiritual tea and respectfully withdrew. Seated in the pavilion, Chen Changsheng continued to observe the surrounding stones while savoring his tea, utterly unmoved by the extraordinary beauty of the Holy Maiden of the Purple Mansion. After a while, the silent Holy Maiden finally spoke. "With your capabilities, you should not be overly concerned about the quantity of divine essence. What you seek lies within it." Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng turned to the Holy Maiden and replied, "What do you mean, Holy Maiden? As the saying goes, wealth, companions, laws, and land, resources are always paramount on the path of cultivation. I have come to Kunlun Stone Workshop, naturally for the divine essence. After all, who would ever complain about having too much divine essence?" In response to Chen Changsheng's reasoning, the Holy Maiden of the Purple Mansion calmly stated, "Others may come to the workshop for divine essence, but you are different. Why? Because your gaze is too serene. That piece of fire dragon essence surely weighs no less than 50 pounds, equivalent to 25,000 pounds of ordinary divine essence. Such a resource cannot be disregarded, even by a prodigy. Yet, when you beheld the fire dragon essence, you didn't even blink. This indicates that 25,000 pounds of divine essence holds little significance for you. It is well known among the inhabitants of Kunlun's sacred land that the stones in the inner courtyard of the workshop are worth a fortune. At such prices, even the most premium divine essence cannot recoup the costs. The only opportunity lies in unveiling divine essence that conceals extraordinary treasures, which is precisely what has drawn you here." After listening to the Holy Maiden's analysis, Chen Changsheng nodded in agreement. "Your analysis is indeed reasonable. I have indeed come for the treasures within the divine essence. You are aware that the ores within the Forbidden Grounds have a significant chance of yielding divine essence, which often contains remarkable items. For instance, some unknown spiritual herbs that possess the power of resurrection. I require such herbs, which is why I am here. By the way, after conversing for so long, I still do not know your esteemed surname, Miss?" "Zining," came the response from beneath the Holy Maiden's veil. "Zining, a beautiful name," he replied. "I am Zhuoxingha. I thank you, Miss Zining, for your earlier assistance." Suddenly, a crack appeared in the teacup held by Zining, and a powerful aura emanated from her. Zhuoxingha is the name of the current left emperor of the Xuanwu Kingdom in the Eastern Wilderness. Although Zining resides in the central court, she should not be unaware of such matters. "Do you take me for one who looks down upon you, young master?" she teased, laughter echoing in the air. Indeed, Miss Zing possesses extraordinary insight, and Su Tian has come to offer his apologies. Without a moment's hesitation, Zing made her move. For the individual before her continued to deceive himself. Su Tian is the foremost leader among the prodigies of the Xuanwu Kingdom. Upon first encountering this peculiar man, she conducted a thorough investigation. To her surprise, she discovered discrepancies in the roster of the Eastern Wilderness. To be precise, there appeared to be an additional member within the prodigy group of the Eastern Wilderness. With a series of resounding clashes, Chen Changsheng and Zing engaged in over 100 exchanges, relying solely on their physical prowess without the use of spiritual energy. Ultimately, during the 136th exchange, Chen Changsheng effortlessly subdued Zing, capturing her delicate arm with his left hand while his right hand grasped her swan-like neck. With a furrowed brow, Chen Changsheng remarked, "Why does a young lady like you always seek to engage in combat?" Despite being overpowered, Zing remained composed. "The Xuanwu Kingdom values physical strength. Yet your physical prowess stands unparalleled among all the prodigies of the kingdom. Why is it that you are absent from the prodigy roster? Who exactly are you?" Just as Zing was about to question Chen Changsheng further, a multitude of prodigies arrived to witness the spectacle, only to be greeted by the rather intimate posture of the two. The onlookers collectively murmured, Is this truly so exhilarating? Chapter 75. Elder Zhangfeng of Kunlun's sacred land. The scene of Chen Changsheng and the Holy Maiden of the Purple Mansion was enough to leave many of the young prodigies present momentarily stunned. The Holy Maiden is widely regarded as one of the three most beautiful women of the younger generation in the central court. The sudden turn of events was indeed unexpected. However, in the face of this awkward situation, Chen Changxing remained remarkably composed as he released his hold on Zining. Do you not understand the principle of refraining from staring at improper conduct? I was merely engaging in some sparring with Miss Zining. Is it not rather rude for you to observe so intently? Upon hearing this, some of the young prodigies hastily apologized and lowered their heads. Yet, there were others who were rather agitated. Miss Zining, is this person treating you lightly? If so, we must ensure he faces the consequences. Hearing this, Zining cast a faint glance at them, offering no reaction. The mysterious man before her was indeed somewhat shameless. Yet she found herself even more disgusted by the hypocritical demeanor of those around her. A man, regardless of his virtues or vices, should act decisively and without hesitation. If they truly wished to defend her honor, they should have acted immediately rather than seeking her approval. Their repeated inquiries stemmed from their recognition of the man's superiority in the sparring, driven by fear of his prowess. Furthermore, her own affairs required no interference from anyone else. Though he possessed great physical strength, she was not necessarily at a disadvantage. As she ignored them, the young prodigies felt a bit awkward. Interestingly, the instigator of the situation, Chen Changsheng, had wandered among them and began to impart some lessons. Dear friends, how could you pursue a woman with such methods? You have committed a grave blunder. Most of the onlookers scoffed at his familiar approach, yet the sheer number of spectators meant that curiosity could not be quelled entirely. What do you mean? It's quite simple. To win a woman's affections, you must rely on your personal charm to captivate her. You are all aware of Miss Zining's remarkable background and talents. Such a woman does not place great importance on material conditions. After all, there are few men in the world who can surpass her. Thus, the significance of personal charisma becomes apparent. Take the earlier incident as an example. You should have acted without hesitation. Any sign of reluctance would only paint you as timid. What kind of man, exhibiting such cowardice, could ever hope to capture Miss Zining's attention? Chen Changxing's unconventional discourse piqued the interest of those young prodigies who had initially dismissed him. Gradually, more and more individuals gathered around him, eager to listen. Now, do you understand where you went astray? Upon hearing Chen Changxing's remarks, the numerous prodigies were suddenly enlightened. One among them casually inquired, Brother Chen, what if the opponent is exceedingly powerful? And so what if they are strong? In the Kunlun sacred land, would your adversary truly resort to lethal measures over such trivial matters? Moreover, all present are paragons of excellence, and while there may be slight variances in strength, it is unlikely that any of you lack the capability for self-preservation. As these words were uttered, the chests of the prodigies swelled with a newfound confidence. Though they acknowledged the existence of those stronger and more outstanding, they were assured of their own abilities cultivated through years of arduous training. Noticing that the focus of the prodigies had shifted, Chen Changxing's lips curled into a subtle smile. The young girl from the Purple Mansion sacred land had a penchant for drawing attention to him, which could lead to unnecessary complications. To alleviate this predicament, he felt compelled to offer some guidance to her suitors. The average age of the attendees at this gathering of prodigies was scarcely over 100 years. Deceiving these youthful individuals would be an effortless task. Once she was sufficiently distracted by a multitude of admirers, she would naturally have no inclination to regard him. Chen Changxing, what brings you here? Just as he contemplated how to further beguile the crowd, a voice emerged from within the throng. Turning to look, he recognized the speaker as Zhuijing, a member of the Xuanwu Kingdom's prodigy group. Zhuijing, the third princess of the Xuanwu Kingdom, possessed commendable talent and was of middling strength among her peers in the prodigy group. Ah, it is the third princess. Chen Changxing greeted her politely. I am here to discuss matters of cultivation with esteemed friends. By the way, have Brother Su and the others not arrived? In response to Chen Changxing's inquiry, Zhuijing explained, Su Tian and the others are currently honing their states in preparation for the prodigy gathering in 3 days. I have heard that an unnamed prodigy is preparing to engage in stone gambling here, so I came to witness the event. You arrived quite early. Do you know who this unnamed prodigy is? I do not. I came to wander about Kunlun Stone Square, and suddenly, the crowd has swelled. I have yet to catch sight of any unnamed prodigy. After becoming acquainted with the situation, Jing conversed with Chen Chongqing for a few moments before quietly awaiting the appearance of the unnamed prodigy. As for the other prodigies who had been listening to Chen Chongqing's teachings, they did not perceive him as the individual poised to gamble on stones. His attire was exceedingly ordinary, giving no indication of a person with a formidable background. Although his prowess was undeniable, as evidenced by his encounter with Ning, the stones within the inner courtyard of Kunlun Stone Square would not afford discounts simply because one was a prodigy. Consequently, the only person present who grasped the truth was Ning. Yet, as the sacred maiden of the Purple Mansion, her pride would prevent her from elucidating matters to the others. At that moment, Wang Defa approached from a distance, accompanied by a middle-aged man. Upon witnessing the middle-aged man, the numerous prodigies could not help but adopt a solemn demeanor, including the typically aloof holy maiden of the Purple Mansion. The reason for this gravity was the arrival of the second elder of the Kunlun sacred land, Jiang Feng. In the past, during the contest for the position of the Holy Master of Kunlun, Jiang Feng had narrowly lost to the current Holy Master, Jiang Bufan. Although defeated, Jiang Bufan had once remarked that had it not been for fortune's whim, the outcome of their clash would remain uncertain. Beyond this contest, another event had significantly elevated Jiang Feng's renown. 600 years prior, the notorious villain Wu Li emerged from the central court, casting a shadow over the younger generation. Ultimately, Wu Li faced the equally youthful Jiang Feng, and their fierce battle raged for 3 days and nights, culminating in a stalemate. Nevertheless, this encounter quelled the villain Wu Li's malevolence for a full century. To this day, Jiang Feng stands as the sole individual to have matched the notorious rogue Wu Li. Chapter 76. The astronomical price of 2 million divine sources. As Chen Chongqing engaged in conversation, Jiang Feng approached him directly, disregarding the crowd around him. The onlookers, adjusting their attire to present their finest selves, were taken aback by Jiang Feng's unexpected behavior. He bypassed everyone and went straight to Chen Chongqing, who was casually chatting with others. Apologies for the inadequate reception at Kunlun Stone Pavilion. I hope you won't take offense, young friend, Jiang Feng remarked. Chen Chongqing ceased his idle chatter and responded with a respectful gesture. Elder Jiang, you flatter me. It is indeed an honor to have the opportunity to witness the grandeur of Kunlun Stone Pavilion. With that, the two strolled amiably towards the pavilion, leaving the gathering of prodigies in stunned silence. Though they all bore the title of prodigy, they paled in comparison to true luminaries such as Jiang Feng, who was not only a prodigy but also one of the most exceptional figures from the previous era, having survived the trials of time. In terms of talent, status, lineage, and strength, none present could stand on equal footing with him. Pouring a cup of hot tea for Chen Chongqing, Jiang Feng smiled and inquired, I have heard that you wish to examine some stones. Have you selected any particular ones? In response, Chen Chongqing smiled. I have indeed chosen a stone, but regrettably, my finances are rather limited, and I cannot afford such a significant amount of divine sources. Therefore, I must resort to offering some lesser items as collateral. I wonder if Kunlun Stone Pavilion would accept these? Ha ha ha. Young friend, you jest. While divine sources are indeed valuable, they can be quite cumbersome to carry. To be candid, I do not even possess 100,000 divine sources myself, Jiang Feng replied warmly, engaging in friendly banter with Chen Chongqing. However, amidst the crowd, one individual's eyes glimmered with fury, the third princess of Xuanwu Nation, Jing. As she observed Chen Chongqing, her fists clenched tightly in indignation. At that moment, she felt an unprecedented sense of humiliation. This man had deliberately concealed his circumstances, dismissing the prodigies around him entirely. Remembering the attitudes of her peers towards him in recent days, Jing's expression grew increasingly grim. As their conversation drew to a close, Chen Chongqing spoke, Elder Jiang. The hour grows late. May I proceed to select my stone? Of course, young friend, right this way, Jiang Feng replied, personally guiding Chen Chongqing. After browsing, Chen Chongqing ultimately chose a stone that continually rolled about. The stone was no larger than a fist, yet its surface was exceptionally smooth and round. Unlike the other stones that remained still, this particular stone rolled incessantly within the jade platter. Upon seeing Chen Chongqing's selection, Jiang Feng took the opportunity to elaborate. This stone is known as the Rolling Pearl, retrieved from the depths of the sacred ruins. Interestingly, it is sealed within another divine source. Originally, the Kunlun sacred land intended to cut this stone, but due to peculiar circumstances, it was instead sent to the stone pavilion. Hearing this, Chen Chongqing picked up the rolling pearl and inquired, "Is that so? What makes this stone so special? Since you dare to venture into the inner courtyard to gamble on stones, it is presumed that you possess a certain understanding of the or enveloping the divine source. The stones that encase the divine source are impervious to spiritual energy and divine perception. However, this particular stone exhibits peculiar characteristics, as both spiritual energy and divine perception can penetrate it, only to vanish without a trace thereafter." In response to Jiang Feng's elucidation, Chen Chongqing scrutinized the rotating bead in his hand and remarked, "Among the myriad of stones, there exists a material known as black carbon stone. This type of stone also absorbs both divine perception and spiritual energy, and its form is ever-changing, making it elusive. More intriguingly, its weight bears a striking resemblance to that of the divine source. When black carbon stone is enveloped in a layer of stone skin, it creates the illusion of containing a divine source within. If the outer stone skin of this rotating bead is exceedingly thin, and it conceals a piece of black carbon stone within, it would result in a phenomenon where divine perception penetrates, yet subsequently dissipates. It is precisely due to the high stakes involved that the Kunlun sacred land has refrained from unearthing this stone." Upon hearing Chen Chongqing's words, Jiang Feng chuckled. "You make a compelling point, my young friend. However, the stone workshop is indeed a place for gambling on stones. If we could ascertain the contents within, why would the Kunlun sacred land not excavate it ourselves? Wouldn't you agree?" Elder Zhang's assertion was valid, yet the question lingered as to how much divine source this rotating bead would require. 2,000,000 divine sources. Jiang Feng calmly declared a staggering figure, gazing at Chen Chongqing with a broad smile. "The stones within the inner courtyard of the workshop are reserved for powerful beings. A young individual daring to gamble here must have an extraordinary background, otherwise he would not be honored with such attention." Upon hearing this astronomical figure, the talented individuals present gasped in astonishment, and even Zining furrowed her brow at the mention of such a price. 2,000,000 divine sources exceeded the resources she could muster. Although she was the holy maiden of the Purple Mansion, the resources at her disposal amounted to only around 300,000 divine sources. Even if she counted her entire fortune, it barely reached 500,000 divine sources. It was widely known that the stones in the workshop's inner courtyard were exorbitantly priced, but she had never anticipated it would be this steep. 2,000,000 divine sources? This price is not exorbitant, it is rather reasonable. Just as the crowd marveled at the exorbitance of the price, Chen Chongqing's calm voice rang out. The crowd was taken aback. "Do you truly wish to hear what you just said? 2,000,000 divine sources is reasonable? If I were to sell you a piece, would you be interested?" Ignoring the astonished expressions of those around him, Chen Chongqing waved his right hand, casting a shadowy mass onto the ground. Boom! The shadowy mass struck the soft grass, creating a depression. Chen Chongqing glanced at the rotating bead nonchalantly and said, "Elder Jiang, please estimate its value." Upon discerning what lay on the ground, Jiang Feng exclaimed in surprise, "Purple gold copper mother." Sensing the astonishment in Jiang Feng's tone, Chen Chongqing finally diverted his gaze from the rotating bead to Jiang Feng. "Why is Elder Jiang so astonished? The Kunlun sacred land is vast and prosperous. Surely it cannot lack even the precious purple gold copper mother. I have indeed encountered this material before. It is the finest resource for crafting tools and the most exceptional material for refining alchemical furnaces. However, the availability of purple gold copper mother is exceedingly rare, and this piece, as large as a basin, is a sight I have never seen before. It is fortunate, for I chanced upon it at my doorstep, and Elder Zhang may assess its worth accordingly." The crowd murmured in disbelief. "Why can't such treasures be found at my doorstep?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng pondered for a moment and subsequently offered a price of 800,000 divine sources. "The price is quite reasonable." Boom! Chen Chongqing casually remarked, and then tossed out a piece of metal. The appearance of this metal was enough to unsettle even Jiang Feng. "Young friend, where did you acquire this?" "Unearthed it while farming," Chen Chongqing replied. "Jiang Feng, must you fabricate a tale that at least bears some semblance of truth?" As for the two types of metal presented, Chen Chongqing was wholly unconcerned, for he possessed an abundance of such materials. The Thunder Beasts are inherently gifted in exploring various metallic ores and sustain themselves on these minerals. After vanquishing 100,000 mountains of thunder beasts, their treasures naturally found their way into Chun Chongqing's possession. Chapter 77. The gluttonous worm. Chun Chongqing remarked, "You cannot afford this item." Observing Qin's reluctance to divulge the origins of the object, Jiang Feng did not press further. After carefully examining the metallic substance on the ground, he spoke up. Xianming iron essence, an auxiliary material for crafting weapons by supreme beings. Its texture is not particularly hard, yet it possesses an unparalleled advantage, the ability to meld most disparate metals. This metal is precious yet scarce, nearly impossible to find over the course of a millennium, and thus I cannot provide a satisfactory price at this moment. Listening to Jiang Feng's words, Chun Chongqing continued to scrutinize the Zipanzu, stating, "Elder Jiang, it is sufficient to observe. The Kunlun sacred land is vast and prosperous. They would not intentionally undervalue it." Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng studied the young man before him once more, hesitating before saying, "Since you put it that way, I shall dare to offer a price. For this piece of Xianming iron essence, roughly the size of a human head, Kunlun Stone Workshop offers 4 million divine sources." At this pronouncement, the breaths of those present grew noticeably heavier, for such astronomical figures were beyond the experience of even the most talented among them. 4 million divine sources. Only a powerful entity like the Kunlun sacred land could afford such a price. Upon hearing Jiang Feng's offer, Chun Chongqing nodded and remarked, "The price is somewhat low, yet still reasonable, considering it is merely an auxiliary material, including this Xianming iron essence. My collateral value at Kunlun Stone Workshop should amount to 480,000 divine sources. To be precise, it should be 482,500 divine sources. After deducting the price of the Zipanzu, I shall have 282,500 divine sources remaining. I will set this money aside. Tomorrow I intend to open another stone, but for today, let us proceed with this one." With that, Chun Chongqing extended the Zipanzu towards Jiang Feng. Observing Qin's calm demeanor, Jiang Feng smiled and said, "Your generosity is truly remarkable. Even some lords of sacred lands might not compare. It is indeed a stroke of fortune to assist you in opening stones." With that, Jiang Feng accepted the Zipanzu from Chun Chongqing. Simultaneously, the extraordinary array of Kunlun Stone Workshop began to activate slowly. Within the divine sources, peculiar items occasionally emerged, and the protective array could prevent unnecessary troubles. Furthermore, with wealth comes temptation. Should any extraordinary treasures be unearthed from the inner courtyard stones, the array would help deter prying eyes. Exhaling a deep breath, Jiang Feng's formidable presence unfurled instantly. With a cultivation level at the 6th realm, even Chun Chongqing couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. The original Golden Core system had faced suppression from the laws of heaven and earth, prompting many talents to forge new paths and create novel techniques. 600 years ago, this suppression began to intensify. Ali's foundational practice was based on the 8-9 mystical art, a peculiar technique that had not fallen victim to the constraints of the rules. This was one of the reasons he had dominated the younger generation of the Central Court 6 centuries ago. Jiang Feng managed to reach a stalemate with Ali, truly carving his own path. With a swift motion, streams of sword light emanated from Jiang Feng's fingertips, each ray grazing the surface of the Zhuopan pearl. With every stroke of light, a minuscule amount of stone dust was dislodged from the pearl. The stone skin of the Zhuopan pearl was exceedingly thin, thus, this method of extraction was undoubtedly the most effective. Other techniques risked damaging the precious contents within, as the stone skin was continuously worn away. Golden light began to radiate from the Zhuopan pearl. Just from the brilliance it emitted, onlookers discerned that this was the most exquisite golden divine essence. A pound of golden divine essence equated to 1,000 pounds of ordinary divine essence, and such quality, regardless of its possessor, represented an immense fortune. Yet, at this moment, the crowd's focus was not on the golden divine essence. The Zhuopan pearl was too diminutive. Even if it yielded golden divine essence, it could not possibly recoup the exorbitant price of 2 million divine essence. The only glimmer of hope lay in whether there was something within the golden divine essence. With a final flash of sword light, all the stone skin of the Zhuopan pearl was completely stripped away, without inflicting any damage to the golden divine essence inside. There was indeed something within the divine essence. A voice from the crowd exclaimed, snapping everyone back to reality from Jiang Feng's mesmerizing technique. Inside, the golden divine essence was hollow, revealing a plump, white silkworm wriggling about. Upon seeing the creature, Jiang Feng couldn't help but furrow his brow, as he had never encountered such a being before. Just as Jiang Feng was examining the unfamiliar worm, Chen Chongqing's voice broke through. Elder Jiang, the stone has been successfully opened. May I have the item now? Chen Chongqing's words jolted Jiang Feng back to attention. Of course, it is indeed the possession of the young friend. Accepting the divine essence ball from Jiang Feng, Chen Chongqing shook it, revealing the plump silkworm, and laughed. I never expected to find you here. Fate truly is remarkable. Upon hearing Chen Chongqing's words, the previously silent holy maiden of the Purple Mansion became intrigued and spoke up. Do you know what this is? I certainly do, but I suspect you are unaware. Let me put it this way. The combined worth of Xianming iron essence and purple gold copper mother pales in comparison to just one of its legs. Well then, the day is drawing to a close. I must return to rest, and will come back tomorrow to open another stone. With that, Chen Chongqing pocketed the divine essence ball and swaggered toward the exit. Hold on, young friend. However, as soon as Chen Chongqing lifted his foot, Jiang Feng called out to him. Elder Jiang, is there something else? May I inquire if the item just extracted can be sold? Certainly, but I fear the price is beyond what Elder Jiang can afford. Oh, your words are rather intriguing. While Kunlun's sacred land may not claim the title of the foremost in the central court, its strength and heritage are indeed well recognized. I am most curious to know what price could be so exorbitant that even the Kunlun sacred land cannot afford it. Upon hearing the pride in Jiang Feng's voice, Chen Chongqing offered a faint smile and replied, Elder Jiang, you have misunderstood. I am not suggesting that the Kunlun sacred land is incapable of making the purchase. Rather, I am implying that you, Elder Jiang, lack the means to do so. Should you desire what I possess, you would need to offer 1/3 of the Kunlun sacred land in exchange. At this pronouncement, Jiang Feng's expression darkened significantly. Young friend, surely you jest, he retorted. I am most certainly not jesting, Chen Chongqing replied. Your astonishment stems from your lack of understanding regarding the true worth of this item. Were you to grasp its value, you would realize that 1/3 of the Kunlun sacred land is, in fact, a most reasonable price. However, it appears that you do not possess the authority to make such a decision, which is why I assert that you are unable to make the purchase. Jiang Feng interjected. This price is unattainable even for the sovereign. The sacred land is not governed by a single individual. To propose exchanging 1/3 of the sacred land for a mere insect is a notion that defies reason. Chapter 78. The Golden Silkworm Goo of the Witch Clan. The embryo of immortality. Seeing Jiang Feng's sullen expression and his silence, Chen Chongqing chuckled softly, choosing not to delve further into the matter. After all, even if the Kunlun sacred land were willing to offer such a price, he might not necessarily agree to part with it. By the way, Elder Jiang, with such a precious treasure on offer, one wouldn't attract unwanted attention, would they? In response to Chen Chongqing's inquiry, Jiang Feng composed himself and replied, during the talent conference. No one is permitted to lay hands on the talents. Transgressors will be regarded as challenging the Kunlun sacred land. We shall not rest until justice is served. However, conflicts among the talents are permissible. That is reassuring. Given the value of this item, I too fear the gaze of ill-intentioned individuals. With Elder Jiang's assurance, I can rest easy. Furthermore, the stone in the inner courtyard will not be replaced tomorrow, will it? I have my eye on another stone. At these words, the corners of Jiang Feng's eyes twitched. The life essence birthed from the orb, though its origins were unknown, was undoubtedly extraordinary, sealed within the divine source. Losing such a treasure would undoubtedly cause him distress. Now, with Chen Chongqing expressing interest in another stone, Jiang Feng felt a twinge of anxiety. Haha, my young friend is jesting. The Kunlun Stone Pavilion operates with integrity. We would never engage in such underhanded dealings. What is today will remain tomorrow. Indeed, the Kunlun Stone Pavilion is just. We shall reconvene tomorrow. With that, Chen Chongqing strode confidently out of the Kunlun Stone Pavilion. Yet, none present dared to entertain any ulterior motives. With the ability to casually produce valuable celestial gold, his physical prowess surpassing even the esteemed Holy Maiden of the Purple Mansion. Coupled with his mysterious background, anyone contemplating harm against Chen Chongqing would need to think twice, especially during the ongoing talent conference. In the East Wilderness Courtyard, Chen Chongqing returned to the small dwelling prepared specifically for the East Wilderness talents within the Kunlun sacred land. After securing the doors and windows, he finally retrieved the divine source orb obtained from the Kunlun stone pavilion. Gazing at the plump golden silkworm wriggling within the divine source, Chen Chongqing murmured, "I never imagined that such a living golden silkworm goo truly exists in this world. If the witch clan of the 10,000 mountains had you, they would not be in such dire straits." Indeed, the plump silkworm within the divine source was none other than the goo god of the witch clan, the golden silkworm goo. Years ago, Chen Chongqing had fortuitously arrived in the 10,000 mountains, subsequently entangled in various conflicts with the Thunder Beast clan. During his prolonged stay, Chen Chongqing had naturally acquired a profound understanding of the witch clan's goo insects, particularly the golden silkworm goo, which he had studied most extensively. According to the records of the witch clan, the golden silkworm goo was the nemesis of all insects in the world. With this thought in mind, Chen Chongqing drew forth the broken Jinwu sword and gently sliced open the divine source orb. Swish! Crack! In an instant, as the divine source orb ruptured, the golden silkworm goo lunged eagerly onto the Jinwu sword. A faint sound reached Chen Chongqing's ears. The nearly indestructible Jinwu sword had been gnawed to the size of a grain of rice by the golden silkworm goo. Upon witnessing this, even Chen Chongqing could not help but marvel. It is worth noting that the Jinwu sword was the weapon of the former left emperor of the Xuanwu kingdom. Aside from a singular failure in the ancient Forbidden Land, Chen Chongqing had never seen anything capable of damaging the Jinwu sword over the years. Now, the golden silkworm goo effortlessly made a dent, showcasing its formidable power. The sound of gnawing reverberated in the room as the seemingly harmless golden silkworm goo voraciously consumed the Jinwu sword. Although Chen Chongqing felt a pang of sorrow, he refrained from acting rashly. According to ancient texts, the golden silkworm goo was nourished by a primordial beast, and his own frail figure might not withstand it. Carefully placing the Jinwu sword on the table, Chen Chongqing hastily retrieved various herbs and tools for inscribing formations. As a treasure of the witch clan, methods for subduing the golden silkworm goo were certainly documented. Soon, an ancient and intricate formation was drawn. Sprinkling special medicinal powder and activating the formation, Chen Chongqing slowly extended his right hand towards the feasting golden silkworm goo. It seemed to sense his call, as the plump, white creature raised its small head in response. In an instant, before Chen Chongqing could react, the golden silkworm goo had already appeared in his palm. With a sharp bite, its tiny mouth pierced through Chen Chongqing's formidable defenses and burrowed into his hand. The sight of a bulge emerging from his arm, accompanied by excruciating pain, caused Chen Chongqing's lips to twitch involuntarily. After a prolonged torment, the golden silkworm goo finally crawled to the position of his heart. Without a moment's hesitation, it pierced through Chen Chongqing's atrium and began to spin silk within one of the ventricles. The damage to his heart caused Chen Chongqing to spit out a mouthful of blood. The excruciating pain left him drenched in cold sweat. Yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. Nurturing a goo with one's own body indeed posed immense risks, yet the potential benefits were unimaginable. After what felt like an eternity, the golden silkworm goo finally emerged from Chen Chongqing's chest. The flesh torn by the golden silkworm goo healed at an astonishing rate. At that moment, Chen Chongqing felt a profound bond with the golden silkworm goo, as if their bloodlines were intertwined. Hunger. The thoughts of the golden silkworm goo clearly resonated within Chen Chongqing's mind. Observing the slightly fatigued creature, he presented a fist-sized thunder pill before it. Without hesitation, the golden silkworm goo eagerly descended upon the thunder pill, quickly burrowing into its interior. Having satiated the hungry golden silkworm goo, Chen Chongqing finally had the opportunity to observe the transformations occurring within his body. Within the leaden and mercurial vitality, golden threads emerged, spreading from his heart and coursing through his blood to the entirety of his being. Golden silkworm silk, impervious to even the mightiest of weapons, was also an unparalleled elixir for healing. Upon this realization, Chen Chongqing grasped the Jinwu sword nearby and made an incision on his index finger. Before much blood could trickle down, a delicate golden thread appeared at the wound. The thread swiftly stitched the injury, and as it completed its task, the scar vanished at an astonishing rate, visible to the naked eye, confirming the extraordinary nature of the golden silkworm goo, just as ancient texts had described. Chen Chongqing could not suppress a hearty laugh. Now I possess yet another trump card for my survival. Once the golden silk enveloped his entire body, Even decapitation might not ensure his demise. The profound skills of the 8 or 9 mysteries and a plethora of attribute points had already rendered his physique remarkably robust. And now, with the added regenerative capability, it would be exceedingly difficult to meet his end. Feeling a touch of pride, Qin Changxing turned his gaze to the system panel. The current cultivation system was exceedingly intricate. Even someone as erudite as Qin Changxing found it challenging to gauge his strength based on realms alone. Fortunately, with the system at his disposal, various attribute points could still provide him with a measure of guidance. Chapter 79. The distorted defense in the depths of Qin Changxing's mind. A sense of unease lingered. Host, Qin Changxing. Strength, 300, 4th realm. Speed, 300, 4th realm. Defense, 520, 6th realm. Mana, 240, 4th realm. Lifespan, 640. The data from Chapter 67 was incorrect and has been rectified. As Qin Changxing scrutinized the figures presented on the system panel, he found himself scratching his head in confusion. Following his last awakening, the restrictions imposed by the laws of heaven and earth had increasingly intensified. True to his character, Qin Changxing was not one to endure such indignities. Thus, a century ago, he had dissolved his original cultivation system and turned to a new one. Faced with his self-created cultivation framework, Qin Changxing found the practice to be remarkably intuitive, and his various attributes surged with remarkable speed. However, after more than 100 years of cultivation, he remained perplexed about his true level of prowess. Based solely on the numerical values, his strength and speed should have long since ascended to the transformation realm, equivalent to the 5th level of his previous system. Yet, the system still labeled him as being in the 4th realm. As for his defensive attributes, only with the assistance of the golden silkworm goo had he managed to gain an additional 20 points, elevating him from the 5th realm to the 6th realm. Amidst his confusion, Qin Changxing inquired, "System, does the cultivation system I have created span such a vast chasm?" In response to Qin Changxing's question, the system replied, "To the host, the cultivation system you have devised is not yet complete and thus insufficient to serve as a yardstick for measuring strength. The standard employed by this system is currently the most expansive and powerful among numerous cultivation systems. Ultimately, only the strongest cultivation system will endure. However, the host should comprehend that the labels assigned do not affect the host's inherent strength. This was the reason why labels were not established at the outset." Upon hearing the system's explanation, Qin Changxing began to understand the situation. In simpler terms, it meant that the standards of the entire world had become utterly chaotic. For instance, previously, advancing from the golden core to the nascent soul realm required an enhancement of 100 attribute points to be deemed successful. Yet now, the same progression from the 3rd realm to the 4th realm might necessitate an increase of 150 or even 200 points. Thus, while the realms appeared identical, the disparity in strength was indeed profound. Reflecting on this, Qin Changxing remarked, "No wonder they are hosting the Talented Ones Conference. In such circumstances, there is no better solution than to engage in combat. Yet, I seem to have little penchant for fighting." Muttering to himself, Qin Changxing's gaze shifted to the ailing little white dog. In the presence of this pet, his previously vibrant thoughts grew more solemn. The sight of it reminded him of a certain person and a series of events. In the past, following the trail of the bronze ancient palace, Qin Changxing had pursued it all the way to the central court. Although he had eventually confirmed the fate of Nian Sheng, as time passed, the heart he had once set aside began to stir with concern once more. From the courtyard to the eastern wilderness, 240 years elapsed. Another 320 years were spent in slumber, not to mention the subsequent years of languid existence. In total, 760 years have passed. And this does not even account for the years that preceded. If one were to consider those earlier years, Nian Sheng has already lived a millennium. A millennium is an exceedingly protracted span of time, the very limit that most cultivators in the realm may aspire to encounter. The question remains, has this girl, Nian Sheng, truly perished, or does she still breathe? With this thought, Qin Changxing shook his head, cradling the little white dog in his arms and murmuring, "Xiao He, Xiao He. In this vast sea of humanity, where shall I seek clues about Nian Sheng? Furthermore, this girl truly ought to send some word home, regardless of her circumstances. She offers no solace at all." Upon hearing Qin Changxing's lamentations, the little white dog emitted a feeble whimper, a response to Qin Changxing as well as an expression of discontent regarding its name. Observing the dog's expression, Chen Chongqing smirked. A name is merely a designation. What it is called bears little significance. I know you are entirely Snow White, yet I choose to call you Xiao He. Surely, you can indulge me in this modest request? He continued. Moreover, who was it that left you in the bronze ancient palace? I am not overly concerned about the ominous troubles, for I have discerned that formidable beings are quietly addressing this dilemma. However, I do worry about the giant hands chronicled within the bronze ancient palace. The witch clan among the 10,000 mountain range was likely one of the 18 races guarding the bronze ancient palace back in the day. You have just witnessed the might of the golden silkworm Gu. Such a race was subdued by those giant hands. Ultimately, it was only through the aid of the ominous forces that they were repelled. If the giant hands were to descend once more, how shall I contend with them? Others may not endure long enough to witness the arrival of the giant hands, but I will be here, for I am destined to live for a considerable duration yet. Chen Chongqing poured out his woes to Xiao He, yet the feeble creature succumbed to a deep slumber. Noticing this, Chen Chongqing petted the dog's head and grumbled. You ungrateful little one, how can you fall asleep while I'm conversing with you? Once I have cured you, I shall certainly feast on dog meat hot pot. Yet, I wonder what means I should employ to save you, brother Chen. Are you there? A voice interrupted Chen Chongqing's musings. Recognizing the slightly familiar tone, he instantly knew that it was the group led by Yi Henxing. Rising, he settled into a chair facing the entrance and languidly remarked, Come in. I have not locked the door. As his words fell, Yi Henxing and two others entered. These two were Wang Sutian, standing shoulder to shoulder with him, and the third princess of the Xuanwu kingdom, Zui Jing. Yi Henxing's countenance bore a hint of gravity, and his eyes reflected a degree of astonishment. Su Tian's face bore a hint of eagerness, evidently eager to challenge Chen Chongqing. However, among the trio, the most intriguing was the one named Zui Jing. Her gaze directed at Chen Chongqing was laced with a flicker of indignation, and her demeanor suggested a sense of inquiry. The three stood silently before Chen Chongqing, who neither invited them to sit nor dismissed them. The atmosphere grew awkward in that moment. After a lengthy pause, Chen Chongqing gently stroked the soft fur of Xiao He and spoke. If you have something to say, please express it directly. However, I kindly ask that you do so one at a time to avoid any chaos. Additionally, please refrain from beating around the bush, as I find it bothersome. Upon hearing this, Yi Henxing clasped his hands in salute and began. I have heard of your deeds, brother Chen, and previously. Stop. Chen Chongqing interrupted him before he could finish his sentence. Chapter 80. A scathing rebuke to the third princess of Xuanwu Kingdom and the three beauties of the central court. Did I not instruct you to refrain from being indirect? Why do you persist in disobedience? My origins are not for you to inquire about. Should you be curious, feel free to consult your master. If she is inclined to divulge the information, it would signify your entitlement to know. Should she choose to remain silent, then you must rely on your own conjectures. If you deduce correctly, it reflects your cleverness. If not, it merely indicates your lack of wit. Upon hearing Chen Chongqing's words, Yi Henxing's lips quivered momentarily, yet he ultimately refrained from posing further inquiries. Having dealt with Yi Henxing, Chen Chongqing turned his attention to the eager Su Tian, who spoke forth. He wishes to inquire about my origins. What is it that you seek to ask? I wish to challenge you. Su Tian calmly articulated his intent. In response to this request, Chen Chongqing nodded approvingly, remarking, It is commendable that the youth possesses the courage to take risks. However, as it stands, you lack the qualifications to challenge me. What must I do to gain such qualifications? Quite simple. Are you aware of the three renowned beauties of the central court? Indeed, the saintess of the purple mansion, Zining, the lady of 72 signal fires, Gongsun Huayu, and the lady of no regrets, Yao Yingying. These three are universally acknowledged as the epitome of beauty among the younger generation in the central court. Their allure is surpassing, and their skills are unparalleled. It would not be an exaggeration to say they possess both talent and beauty in equal measure. You are quite correct. Chen Chongqing nodded in agreement, expressing approval. It seems you have invested some thought into the power dynamics of the central court. Only after you have defeated all three of them will you earn the right to challenge me. At these words, Su Tian's eyelids flickered. Are you truly that formidable? As for my strength, I am uncertain. Of the three beauties, I have encountered only one. My knowledge of the other two is merely hearsay. Yet, I do know one thing. If I so desire, I could effortlessly best the saintess of the purple mansion. In light of Chen Chongqing's nonchalant demeanor, Su Tian resolutely declared, "No problem. I shall defeat all three of them and then return to seek you out." Having resolved the matters with the two rather inconsequential individuals, Chen Chongqing's gaze shifted to the visibly displeased Zhuijing. As her turn approached, Zhuijing did not wait for Chen Chongqing to speak, but directly confronted him. "Why do you feign weakness and revel in our misfortunes? What right do you have to speak before me?" Before Zhuijing could finish her retort, she was met with Chen Chongqing's disdainful gaze. In the face of his piercing eyes, her ire was extinguished in an instant. For reasons unknown, Zhuijing found herself unable to meet Chen Chongqing's gaze. "Though you are the third princess of Xuanwu Kingdom, a title that carries significant weight, it does not grant you the authority to question me. The status of a princess holds value only among the people of Xuanwu, beyond its borders. Particularly in this gathering of the gifted, your voice can only derive its merit from your prowess. I understand what you wish to convey. You merely perceive that I regard you as a jester. Although I have no inclination to engage in such a farce, you are free to hold that belief. For in my eyes, you are no different from a clown." Upon hearing Chen Chongqing's words, Zhuijing bit her lip tightly. Throughout her life, she had never endured such indignity. Observing Zhuijing's demeanor, Chen Chongqing scoffed. "What is this? Are you about to weep? TSK, is this the caliber of the prodigy from the Xuanwu Kingdom? Surely, you are not still weaning. I shall challenge you." The intense humiliation provoked a fierce roar from Zhuijing. In response to her outburst, Chen Chongqing's disdain became even more pronounced. "Your reaction only reinforces my perception of your immaturity, but seeing you on the verge of tears, I shall indulge your wish. Su Tian, let her witness the harshness of the outside world." Upon hearing Chen Chongqing's command, Su Tian hesitated momentarily. "What? Are you afraid to act? The left emperor honored you with the title of one word, side by side with the king, because he valued your talent and potential. Choosing the Xuanwu Kingdom was a wise decision, akin to a fine bird selecting a suitable tree in which to roost. Yet the left emperor did not intend for you to serve as a mere dog for the Xuanwu Kingdom. Do you grasp the significance of the prodigy assembly? It is a contest of the great path, where all beings within sight are adversaries, devoid of friends. You must not only contend with the prodigies of your own era, but also with those of the previous one, such as the emperor of the Xuanwu Kingdom, Zhuo Xinghe. After all, he too is a cultivator, and as long as neither of you falters on this path, you will inevitably cross paths. What will you do then?" In light of Chen Chongqing's words, Su Tian pondered deeply. However, Zhuijing, standing nearby, grew anxious. Su Tian was a genius of the Xuanwu Kingdom, and if he were swayed by Chen Chongqing, it would spell disaster. "You speak nonsense. My father holds Su Gu in high regard. How could he ever act against him? This is the truth. You do not represent the Xuanwu Kingdom, nor does your father. The Xuanwu Kingdom can exist without you or your father, but it cannot afford to lose its guide. Without a guide, the only fate for the Xuanwu Kingdom is annihilation. Both your father and Su Tian aspire to be that guide and wish for the other to assume that role, who ultimately claims that position is left to fate." Having said this, Chen Chongqing resumed petting his dog. Su Tian silently approached Zhuijing. "Third princess, please." Seeing that the matter had reached an impasse, Zhuijing, in a fit of defiance, declared, "What nonsense about a guide! I will prove that I am stronger than all of you." With that, she turned and exited the room, intent on competing with Su Tian outside. As the grand spectacle commenced, Chen Chongqing's interest was piqued. He swiftly produced a small stool, darted to the doorway, and seated himself, placing an assortment of fruits and snacks beside him. The commotion inevitably caught the attention of the other members of the Dongwang Prodigy Group. "Brother Su, if there is something to discuss, please take a seat and share your thoughts leisurely. As for the third princess, she has a tendency to throw tantrums. Do not take it to heart." Some young prodigies from the Xuanwu Kingdom began to persuade the two, yet this only displeased Chen Chongqing, who was eager to witness the drama unfold. "Su Tian, why do you stand there in silence? Are you not embarrassed enough? Their group of prodigies consists of merely one or two, while Dongwang brought along more than 10 idle drifters. With such a multitude of loafers, you should tidy them up. Otherwise, outsiders might think you are here to scrounge a meal." Seeing Chen Chongqing stoking the flames from the sidelines, the Dongwang prodigies were incensed, and 3 to 5 of them immediately sought to teach Chen Chongqing a lesson. Bang, bang, bang. Before they could approach him, a figure swiftly sent them flying. Upon closer inspection, It was none other than Su Tian. Gazing at the familiar figures that had been struck down, Su Tian calmly declared, "One of me is sufficient for the Xuanwu kingdom. You may all return." Chapter 81. A brutal assault on the guardian of Xuanwu nation. The tragedy of ordinary cultivators upon witnessing Su Tian's choice. Yi Hensheng let out a soft sigh and proceeded towards the celestial talents of the Night Moon nation. Ever since arriving at the Kunlun sacred land, he had been deeply concerned about the safety of the celestial talents. It was not that his companions lacked excellence, but rather that the youth from other regions were exceedingly formidable. As Chun Changsheng had articulated, this celestial talent conference was a contest of the great Tao, where no one would regard your status. Insufficient strength in such a chaotic setting could lead to dire consequences. Previously, Yi Hensheng had refrained from speaking candidly about this matter out of consideration for his comrades. Now that the situation had been made explicit, he resolved to adopt a more resolute stance. Boom, boom, boom. Su Tian and Yi Hensheng unleashed their powers in tandem. Initially, the other celestial talents had held back, but as the intensity of their strikes escalated, everyone began to fight with fervor. It became evident that Yi Hensheng and Su Tian were indeed the pinnacle of excellence from their respective nations. In a 2-against-10 scenario, they not only held their ground, but also pushed their adversaries into retreat. Observing the distant skirmish, Qin Changsheng lifted the drowsy Xiao He before him and remarked, "Xiao He, after such an extended period of inactivity, I emerge only to stir the bloodlines and disciples of my former acquaintances. Is this not rather unseemly?" Xiao He emitted a feeble whimper, seemingly lamenting that Qin Changsheng had disturbed his pleasant dreams. In response, Qin Changsheng rolled his eyes and retorted, "As a dog, you should possess ample energy. How can you be lazier than a turtle?" Ignoring Qin Changsheng's ramblings, Xiao He yawned and gradually shut his eyes once more. With a resigned sigh, Qin Changsheng rose, still cradling Xiao He. "Very well, sleep as you wish. It is indeed a hardship to inquire about such matters from a dog. However, shedding tears amongst one's own is ultimately preferable to spilling blood at the hands of outsiders." With that, Qin Changsheng's figure vanished from sight. As the East Wilderness celestial talents engaged in internal conflict, the Guardians were compelled to intervene. Yet, the undertakings of Qin Changsheng were not to be disrupted by others. "Perhaps it would be prudent for you to delay your advance," he suggested. "I fear for your safety should you proceed now." 3 figures were halted by Qin Changsheng at the periphery of the battlefield. The countenance of the 3 guardians from Xuanwu Nation darkened upon confronting the celestial talents of Night Moon Nation. "Pray tell, who are you? What is your purpose in instigating discord among the celestial talents of the East Wilderness?" questioned the eldest of the guardians, a mid-phase transformation elder, who seemed unfamiliar with the name Qin Changsheng. However, Qin Changsheng displayed little interest in engaging with him, merely lowering his head to tend to Xiao He. As the battle intensified in the distance, the 3 guardians grew increasingly restless. Since he refused to answer, "I shall have no choice but to capture you and present you to His Majesty for judgment." Having spoken, the elder in the mid-stage of the transformation realm immediately summoned a gourd-shaped artifact to assault Qin Changsheng. The ancient gourd swelled in the wind, unleashing countless razor-like gusts. However, these winds, capable of severing gold and jade, failed to affect Qin Changsheng in the slightest. Casting a glance at the 3, Qin Changsheng remarked nonchalantly, "Left Star River has indeed not intended for you 3 to participate earnestly in this gathering of prodigies." As he spoke, he grasped the air with his right hand, and an array instantaneously enveloped the individuals present. Given Qin Changsheng's current mastery of formations, executing such a setup was merely a rudimentary task. With a resounding bang, once the array shielded against external scrutiny, Qin Changsheng drew forth a massive bone and struck it forcefully against the elder's artifact. In just a single blow, the gourd was shattered into fragments. Faced with this unforeseen circumstance, the 3 transformation realm experts recoiled in terror, taking 2 steps back. They had never anticipated that a junior could possess such formidable strength. Holding the TOT bone in his right hand and cradling Little Black in his left, Qin Changsheng advanced step by step towards the trio. Logically, under the current circumstances, the transformation realm cultivators were of little consequence. Not only would they struggle against the protectors of other prodigies, but they would also likely falter against the top-tier prodigies themselves. You continue to adhere to the previous cultivation system, under the suppression of the heavenly Tao. How could you ever hope to compete with those prodigies? As Chun Chongqing elucidated the situation to the three, he struck them with the TOT bone. Among these three adept cultivators, two pursued external cultivation while one focused on internal cultivation. Typically, their combined efforts would constitute a formidable force. Yet, they found themselves facing Chun Chongqing, who mastered both internal and external disciplines. In terms of magical artifacts, Chun Chongqing wielded the TOT bone, and his prowess in formations was unparalleled. As for physical strength, he was well-versed in the 9 mysteries of the Xuanwu Kingdom, mastering over 90% of its body refinement techniques. Additionally, he possessed 500 points of defense attributes acquired from the system. This meant that Chun Chongqing virtually overwhelmed them from every conceivable angle. Had it not been for the suppression of the heavenly Tao, the three might have had the qualifications to exchange a few blows with him. However, under such suppression, they were merely destined to endure punishment. After the span of 20 breaths, all three transformation realm experts lay defeated upon the ground, gazing up at the youthful Chun Chongqing. Their eyes brimmed with resentment. The realization that centuries of arduous cultivation had been effortlessly vanquished by a junior was a bitter pill for anyone to swallow. Do not look at me so. This is the lament of ordinary folk in the cultivation world. Your attainment of the transformation realm signifies that your innate talents were not lacking. Yet, the path of cultivation has no end. Once you cease progressing, those who come after will swiftly surpass you. The three remained silent, their eyes now reflecting a glimmer of sorrow. They are undoubtedly aware that the current cultivation system is suppressed by the heavenly principles. However, the creation of a new cultivation system is no trivial endeavor. Those who have attained the transformation god realm have but a fleeting lifespan remaining. Should they undergo the process of dispersing their power and recultivating, if they cannot quickly regain their current level of mastery, they will soon meet their demise. Aside from the arduous path of dispersing and recultivating, the seasoned powerhouses of your have another option available to them: to innovate upon the existing cultivation framework and forge a new system. Yet, this task is even more formidable. The original cultivation system has been refined through countless trials. It cannot simply be altered at whim. As the sounds outside the formation gradually subsided, Chun Chongqing cast aside an object and spoke. Do not concern yourselves with the matters of the talented individuals conference. Your only task is to ensure the safety of those injured youngsters here. I have made some adjustments to the teleportation array on the side of the Xuanwu Kingdom. It is likely to be unusable for about a month. After a month, you shall be able to return. With that, Chun Chongqing dismantled the formation and vanished before the trio. However, one elder in the mid-transformation god realm gazed incredulously at the object in his hand. What Chun Chongqing had thrown to him was a token, unique to the Grandmaster of the Xuanwu Kingdom. Yet, this token had gone missing over 8 centuries ago. Today marks the 3rd watch of the night. His confidence slightly wavers. Chapter 82. The distinction between prodigies and ordinary talents. The unfathomable Chun Chongqing. The battle of the Eastern Wilderness Prodigy Group swiftly came to a close. Once Su Tian had decisively subdued the others, Chun Chongqing returned to his modest little bench. Upon his return, he resumed his leisurely consumption of snacks, exhibiting no signs of unease. Observing this, Su Tian narrowed his eyes. Given the commotion caused by the Prodigy Group, it was inevitable that the Guardians would intervene. Yet, despite the battle's conclusion, the Guardians had yet to appear. One could surmise the implications of this scenario without much thought. TSK, TSK, TSK. They were comrades after all. How could they be so ruthless? Faced with the fallen prodigies, who lay on the ground, bloodied and defeated, Chun Chongqing feigned righteous indignation. The onlookers, naturally, seethed with resentment at his shamelessness. Scoundrel! Although we are uncertain how you manipulated Brother Su and Brother Yi, this matter shall not end here. The Night Moon Kingdom and the Xuanwu Kingdom will undoubtedly seek retribution. In response to one prodigy's threat, Chun Chongqing burst into laughter. Ah, it seems you harbor a deep-seated animosity towards me. Otherwise, how could you concoct such a venomous jest in an attempt to bring about my demise? Do you not realize where you are? This is the central courtyard, a distance of millions of miles from the eastern wilderness. Surely, you comprehend the concept of being out of reach. Even if I were to dispatch you myself, the eastern wilderness would be powerless against me. The reason I have dealt with you is to spare you the embarrassment of public disgrace. If you cannot even withstand a mere beating, what right do you have to participate in the Prodigy Conference? Upon hearing Chun Chongqing's words, A flicker of shame crossed the eyes of the severely injured prodigies. Su Tian and Yi Hensheng were well acquainted with one another, having engaged in friendly sparring during their time in the eastern wilderness. However, they had collectively believed that, despite the differences in their abilities, the gap was not insurmountable. Yet, after experiencing a genuine confrontation, they came to realize the stark contrast between top-tier prodigies and ordinary talents. Seeing the embarrassment reflected in the eyes of the prodigies, Chen Chongqing nodded in satisfaction. While youthful arrogance is not inherently detrimental, remaining oblivious after a thorough beating is a sign of utter hopelessness. Reflecting on this, Chen Chongqing spoke again. Now, you understand your own limitations. For the remainder of your time here, focus on recuperating. To deter any lingering hopes among some of you, allow me to share a small secret. In your eyes, these two should be regarded as the strongest of the younger generation. However, within the context of the Prodigy Conference, they are but a handful among many, and one could easily identify a dozen or so of equal or greater prowess. This does not even account for the heirs of sacred lands and ancient clans. Should you encounter those monstrous prodigies, your kind would be woefully inadequate, regardless of their numbers. The crowd murmured, although we acknowledge the truth in your words, your candor is rather excessive. Could you not afford us a modicum of dignity? After listening to Chen Chongqing, many of the gifted individuals struggled to rise from the ground, silently retreating to their chambers. Indeed, Chen Chongqing's actions were rife with criticism. However, the assembly chose to bury their grievances deep within. Even if 10 were to confront 2, they would find themselves woefully outmatched, and regardless of the righteousness of their cause, they lacked the courage to voice it at that moment. Once the talented individuals departed, Chen Chongqing waved his hand and said, "You too may return as well. The talented assembly will commence the day after tomorrow. Prepare thoroughly. The outcome of today's events could very well mirror your own future." With that, he turned and re-entered his room. Observing Chen Chongqing's retreating figure, Su Tian and Yi Hensheng were filled with questions, unable to discern the true nature of the man before them. His actions were shrewd, his strength formidable. By all appearances, he was indeed a masterful elder. However, participation in the talented assembly necessitated a bone age assessment. While there may exist secret techniques to alter one's aura or the appearance of youth, one cannot change their bone age. At least, this was their understanding. When Chen Chongqing's bone age was assessed, the result indicated he was no more than 25 years old. It was precisely for this reason that Su Tian and others had not regarded him with due seriousness. A practitioner still shy of 25 could not possess much experience or prowess. In the eyes of practitioners, Chen Chongqing remained but a child. As myriad thoughts flickered through his mind, Yi Hensheng sighed and remarked, "Brother Su, it is only now that I comprehend the saying there are heavens beyond the heavens, and people beyond the people. No wonder my master has always expressed dissatisfaction with my cultivation. Initially, I believed this was merely part of my master's training. Yet now it becomes evident that I still have a considerable distance to cover." In response to Yi Hensheng's sentiments, Su Tian gazed at Chen Chongqing's firmly shut door and replied softly, "As the ancients say, one must know shame to summon courage. Recognizing the gap between myself and others allows me to pursue them more effectively. I shall not relinquish my efforts simply because I am currently inferior to them, for I am certain that one day I shall catch up and stand before them." With that, Su Tian also turned and returned to his room. Tomorrow, Chen Chongqing would venture to the Kunlun Stone Workshop, where the majority of the talented individuals would gather, including the revered Holy Maiden of the Purple Mansion. The events transpiring in the Eastern Wilderness courtyard did not elicit any reaction from the Kunlun Sacred Land, or rather, it seemed that no one paid attention to the internal strife of the Eastern Wilderness group. With numerous gifted individuals converging at Kunlun Sacred Land, daily skirmishes were countless. Who would concern themselves with the squabbles of the Eastern Wilderness? However, it is noteworthy that Chen Chongqing's actions ignited a sensation throughout the Kunlun Sacred Land. A mere casual display of power resulted in millions of divine sources, culminating in the emergence of a mysterious being within the inner courtyard of the Kunlun Stone Workshop. Such means and abilities naturally attracted the attention of many. There were lofty young ladies eager to engage in conversation with Chen Chongqing, as well as heirs from noble families wishing to spar with him. However, among this multitude, few were aware of Chen Chongqing's origins. To be precise, they did not even know which continent he hailed from. The The reason was quite simple. His name was absent from the roster of the Eastern Wilderness Talents. Furthermore, the Eastern Wilderness Talents had previously dismissed Qin Changxing for his youth, thus unwilling to include him in their gatherings. Consequently, few were privy to the fact that Qin Changxing originated from the Eastern Wilderness. After a night devoid of dreams, as the sun once again graced the earth with its light, Qin Changxing stretched lazily and sat up from his bed. He affectionately ruffled the fur of the sleeping little black creature before commencing his morning ablutions, preparing to head towards the Kunlun stone workshop. The condition of little black had severely affected its foundation. Without the sacred medicine from the divine source, this ailment would likely prove difficult to remedy. Chapter 83. The 72 Paths of Dust and Smoke. Curiosity killed the cat. Indeed, the Kunlun sacred land lives up to its reputation. The market is perpetually vibrant. Qin Changxing gazed around with keen curiosity, while Yi Hensheng, following closely behind him, awkwardly lowered his head. It was undeniably embarrassing to be in the presence of this fellow. The previous day's gambling escapade at the Kunlun Stone Workshop had already spread throughout the sacred land, drawing numerous top talents and prominent figures awaiting Qin Changxing's arrival. Yet, this individual seemed unfazed, meandering from one place to another. When someone from the Kunlun Stone Workshop came to summon him, he casually remarked, "Why should I be anxious when you are?" Upon hearing this, the messenger's expression darkened. It is worth noting that the messenger was an outer elder of the Kunlun sacred land. Although he was not a top-tier figure, he still held a respectable position. Qin Changxing's blatant disregard had left him infuriated, prompting him to leave in a huff. "Excuse me, how much is this item?" Qin Changxing inquired as he picked up an object from a nearby stall. The stall owner, seeing a potential customer, beamed with delight and exclaimed, "Ah, esteemed guest. You truly have an eye for quality. This is my prized possession. 300 years ago, my master risked his life to procure it from the sacred ruins. If it were not for our fateful encounter, I would not." "Stop!" Qin Changxing interrupted the owner. "I am not interested in the origin of this item. Just tell me the price." 200 pounds of divine essence, the owner replied. At this, Qin Changxing silently set the item down and began to leave. Seeing the lucrative opportunity slipping away, the owner grew anxious. "Sir, surely you can make an offer. I am merely negotiating here. Apologies, but I cannot afford such a price. Just yesterday, when I passed by, you quoted 20 spirit stones. Now you demand 200 pounds of divine essence. Do you take me for a fool?" Realizing his strategy had been exposed, the stall owner forced a smile and replied, "Ah, so you are quite the connoisseur. Had I known, I would not have made such a jest. Please, name your price. I assure you, I will not negotiate. I do not wish to part with my money, but I can offer you something in exchange." With that, Qin Changxing produced a jade slip and inscribed a peculiar symbol upon it. Upon seeing the symbol, the stall owner's expression shifted dramatically. He rose to scrutinize Qin Changxing closely and tentatively asked, "Forgive me, my vision has been somewhat impaired lately. Might you possess any remedy for clarity?" As these words left the stall owner's lips, a faint smile graced Qin Changxing's face, further solidifying his suspicions. The Earthquake Highlands, a timeless beauty of the Western Mountains. In response to Qin Changxing's words, the stall owner narrowed his eyes and murmured, "Facing the vast sea. The confluence of 3 rivers flows eternally. Is it red or black? What manner of person are you?" Upon hearing the vendor inquire about his methods, Qin Changxing offered a gentle smile and picked up the recently chosen, tattered scales. "This is not something you need to concern yourself with. Take the item back, and in due time, someone will comprehend its significance." With that, he turned and departed. The vendor, momentarily taken aback by Qin Changxing's retreating figure, hastily gathered his belongings and left as well. Observing Qin Changxing delightfully toying with the damaged scales, Yi Hensheng felt an overwhelming curiosity gnawing at him. His eagerness to understand what had just transpired was palpable. Noticing his friend's agitation, Qin Changxing casually remarked, "If you have questions, feel free to ask." Holding them in is far more uncomfortable. Responding to Qin Changxing's invitation, Yi Hensheng organized his thoughts and cautiously inquired, "Brother Qin, may I know what just happened?" "You may learn a fragment," Qin Changxing replied, lifting the fractured scales. "These belong to an old acquaintance. I was just exchanging signals with him. If all goes well, my friend should come seeking me shortly." Pausing for a moment, Qin Changxing allowed a meaningful smile to emerge. "I suddenly feel that you might be able to learn a bit more. Are you interested?" If Brother Chun is willing to share, I am certainly eager to listen. Yi Hensheng replied. The signals I just used belong to the exclusive code of the 72 paths of dust and smoke. Upon hearing this, Yi Hensheng's curiosity vanished without a trace, and he felt an urge to slap himself twice. The 72 paths of dust and smoke were the sworn enemies of Kunlun's sacred land, led by the notorious rogue, Wu Li, who had wreaked havoc in the central court for many years. Anyone associated with the 72 paths would be regarded as a foe by Kunlun's sacred land. Realizing this, Yi Hensheng wore a bitter smile as he said, Brother Chun, please do not jest. Such matters should not be spoken of lightly. I jest not. This information is more genuine than gold, Chen Chongqing replied. Since your curiosity is piqued, I possess even more tantalizing news. Would you care to hear it? I am no longer curious. Not at all. Yi Hensheng quickly shook his head, aware that the more secrets one learns, the swifter one's demise. Observing Yi Hensheng's anxious demeanor, Chen Chongqing smiled faintly and chose not to tease him further. Little fellow, always asking questions. I might just frighten you. Later, at the Kunlun Stone Workshop, after a leisurely day of exploration, Chen Chongqing and his companions finally arrived at the stone workshop. The once sparsely populated inner courtyard was now bustling with visitors. Spotting Chen Chongqing, a young man with striking features approached with purpose. You must be Brother Chun, he said. I am Jiang Ping of Kunlun Sacred Land. I apologize for not being able to greet you in person yesterday due to prior engagements. I hope for your understanding. In response to this Kunlun air, Chen Chongqing smiled warmly and said, It is truly an honor to be personally welcomed by the heir. I have come today to engage in stone gambling, and I hope Brother Jiang will offer me guidance. After exchanging pleasantries, Jiang Ping turned his attention to Yi Hensheng and his companion. These two gentlemen must be the prodigies hailing from the Eastern Wasteland. I did not expect Brother Chen to be a native of the Eastern Wasteland. However, why is Brother Chen's name absent from the roster of the prodigies? Ha ha ha. Brother Jiang, you jest. The Eastern Wasteland is renowned for its exceptional talents, and my modest abilities are hardly noteworthy. Thus, I merely serve as a filler. A person of my humble stature naturally cannot ascend to the esteemed list of prodigies. Upon hearing Chen Chongqing's explanation, a glimmer of intrigue flashed in Jiang Ping's eyes. If someone of Brother Chen's caliber cannot find a place among the Eastern Wasteland's prodigies, it appears that this group is indeed quite formidable. I must seize an opportunity to witness their prowess firsthand. Please, follow me. There are several other friends present whom I would like to introduce to you. With that, Jiang Ping led Chen Chongqing and his companions toward a charming pavilion. Within the pavilion, there were 5 individuals, comprising 3 men and 2 women. Among them, one was recognized by Chen Chongqing, the holy maiden of the Purple Mansion, with whom he had interacted the previous day. Chapter 84, A Gathering of Geniuses. The enigmatic Mazu, upon arriving at the pavilion, Jiang Ping pointed toward the most refined young gentleman on the left, saying, Brother Chun, this is Mei Yongxi, the heir of the Langya Pavilion, renowned as the Qilin talented scholar. Hearing Jiang Ping's words, the elegant gentleman offered a slight bow to Chen Chongqing. After appraising the heir of the Langya Pavilion, Chen Chongqing remarked, The Central Court is a land of remarkable individuals and profound resources. If one were to inquire about the strongest forces within the Central Court, it would be difficult to provide a clear answer. However, if the question were about who possesses the most extensive knowledge throughout the Central Court, it would undoubtedly be the Langya Pavilion by the banks of the Jinsha River. To traverse the paths of heroes across the world, one must bow their head to Mei Lang of the Jiangzhua. It is indeed a great honor to witness the Jiangzhua Mei Lang of the Langya Pavilion today. Ha ha ha. Brother Chen, you flatter me. This mere reputation is but a courtesy from numerous friends, Mei Yongxi replied modestly. After exchanging pleasantries with Mei Yongxi, Chen Chongqing turned his attention to the man beside him. This individual was the polar opposite of Mei Yongxi in demeanor, while Mei Yongxi exuded elegance and amiability. This man was robust in stature and clad in garments primarily made of animal hides and wool, a style distinctly unlike that of the Central Court or the Eastern Wilds. After a thorough assessment, Chen Chongqing began to formulate a hypothesis. Before Jiang Ping could speak, he interjected. This brother's attire and demeanor are markedly different from those of the Central Court. It appears you hail from the Southern Plains. I have heard some legends regarding the Southern Plains. It is said that an extraordinary prodigy emerged from there. capable of tearing apart tigers and leopards at the tender age of 5, and by 18, was jointly bestowed the title of First Warrior by the 36 tribes of the Southern Plains. Upon hearing Qin Changxing's words, the burly man broke into a grin, saying, "I did not expect you to be so well informed about the Southern Plains. The Central Court does not emphasize physical cultivation. Since my arrival, I have yet to find a worthy opponent. I have heard that there is a powerful nation in the Eastern Wilds that greatly values physical training. Might you be from the Xuanwu Kingdom?" In response to the burly man's inquiry, Qin Changxing smiled slightly. "Though I hail from the Eastern Wilds, I am not from the Xuanwu Kingdom. If you wish to witness the talents of the Xuanwu Kingdom, you may look to my companion here." Brother Su is a princely figure of the Xuanwu Kingdom, known as the One-Character Shoulder King, and is one of the most exceptional prodigies in the entire Xuanwu Kingdom. Upon hearing this, the burly man turned his gaze towards Su Tian. "I sense a formidable aura emanating from you. Your fighting spirit soars higher than the eagles in the sky. Your battle intent is fiercer than the wolves on the plains. I wish to engage in combat with you. My name is Borzijin Bachalu, but you may simply call me Bachalu." In response to the burly man's challenge, Su Tian clasped his hands together in greeting. "I am Su Tian, the One-Character Shoulder King of the Xuanwu Kingdom. It seems I too desire to spar with you. On the grasslands, Bachalu signifies a warrior, given that you dare to bear this name. Your prowess must be commendable." As the tension between the two men escalated, Jiang Ping hurriedly intervened, saying, "Who would have thought that Brother Qin possesses not only substantial wealth, but also profound knowledge? Brother Su and Brother Bachalu seem to be in perfect harmony. It is indeed a testament to valuing heroes who recognize one another. Since Brother Chun is so well-versed, why not take a guess at the identities of our remaining companions?" In response to Jiang Ping's challenge, Qin Changxing smiled gently, displaying a nonchalant demeanor. The brilliance of genius often breeds a certain aloofness. Those who have not reached a certain level tend to disregard the company of others. Amused by Jiang Ping's little schemes, Qin Changxing turned his gaze to the last gentleman, whose noble demeanor was unmistakable. Among everyone present in the central courtyard, only the son of Yao Guang possessed such an air of distinction. 8 decades prior, a child was born in the sacred land of Yao Guang, enveloped in a celestial radiance at birth. By age 3, he had mastered the sacred texts of Yao Guang, and by 5, he had bested numerous disciples. At 8, he stood unrivaled among the younger generation of the sacred land, and by 10, there were none among his peers worthy of his engagement. Am I correct in saying that you are the one hailed as the exiled immortal, the son of Yao Guang? Qin Changxing inquired. Upon hearing this, the son of Yao Guang chuckled. Brother Chun is jesting. The title exiled immortal is but a hollow name. If you do not mind, you may call me Fuyao. Fuyao? Like the great rocks soaring on the winds, ascending to the heavens. Qin Changxing praised this enigmatic figure, then turned his attention to the two ladies present. However, upon encountering the two women, a frown creased Qin Changxing's brow. "I have already been introduced to Fairy Zening, but I am not quite familiar with the background of this other fairy. Might you offer me a hint? I do not possess a grand lineage. I hail from a humble sect that you are unlikely to know," replied the fairy, her words somewhat misaligned with the truth. For Qin Changxing had a fair understanding of the central courtyard's dynamics. "How can you ascertain that I am unaware if you do not divulge your origins?" In response to Qin Changxing's inquiry, the fairy, whose face resembled a round cake adorned with sesame seeds, spoke up. "I am from the Qianshan Sword Sect." At the mention of this name, the crowd fell into contemplation. The Qianshan Sword Sect is located a distance of 3,800 li from the Kunlun Sacred Land. Known for its limited number of disciples, with each generation producing only one successor, Qin Changxing accurately recounted the Qianshan Sword Sect's history, a knowledge acquired during his dealings with them 6 or 7 centuries ago. Interestingly, by that time, the Qianshan Sword Sect was already in decline. Given the passage of time, it seemed implausible that the sect would still endure. Just as Qin Changxing pondered these matters, Mei Yongxi chimed in. According to records from the Langya Pavilion, the Qianshan Sword Sect had vanished over 300 years ago. Unexpectedly, I encountered a descendant of the Qianshan Sword Sect even to this day. It seems that the intelligence of our Langya Pavilion requires a thorough reevaluation. Regarding Qin Changxing and Mei Yongxi accurately revealing their origins, Ma Gu displayed no emotion on her face, merely stating in a calm tone, "My sole intention in participating in the talent conference is to restore the Mountain Gate. I have no desire to engage in rivalry with anyone. Are you not here to gamble on stones? If we do not commence soon, I shall take my leave," she added. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ping smacked his forehead and exclaimed, "How could I forget Qin's important matters? Today is the day for Qin to showcase his prowess. If I were to delay such a significant event for him, that would truly be a transgression." With that, Jiang Ping led Qin Changxing to several pieces of stone material. Nearby, numerous prominent figures had already gathered, evidently having employed various means to probe the stones prior to Qin Changxing's arrival. Chapter 85. Assault on the Kunlun Holy Land. The manifestation of Tao patterns upon the arrival of Qin Changxing. A glimmer of intrigue flickered in the eyes of numerous formidable beings. The materials within the Forbidden Zone remained shrouded in mystery, and this young man had, for the first time, unveiled something upon his initial attempt at stone opening, a feat indeed remarkable. The only uncertainty that lingered was whether his prowess was genuine or merely a stroke of luck. Should he truly possess such unique skills, Qin Changxing would undoubtedly ascend to the status of a distinguished guest among the various powerful factions. "Good sir, how did you rest last night? Are you satisfied with the accommodations provided by our Kunlun Holy Land?" Zhang Feng approached Qin Changxing with a warm smile. After a night of inquiry, he had gathered substantial information regarding Qin's background. This individual had arrived alongside the Eastern Wilderness prodigies, but did not belong to any faction of the Night Moon Kingdom or the Xuanwu Kingdom. Consequently, the likelihood of Qin Changxing being courted increased significantly. "Thank you for your concern, Elder Jiang. I slept exceptionally well last night. However, I must inform you that I intend to procure a fine item from the stone workshop today, so I hope it does not cause you distress." Qin replied with a smile. "It's merely a couple of stones. Our Kunlun Holy Land can certainly afford it. If you choose to join us, I would be more than willing to gift you all these materials," Jiang Feng offered, extending an olive branch. Qin Changxing, however, smiled and chose not to pursue the topic further. Observing this, Jiang Feng remained unperturbed, quietly accompanying Qin as he selected stones. A talent who can be easily courted cannot truly be deemed a genius. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Changxing halted his steps. "Elder Jiang, these 9 peculiar stones are indeed extraordinary. However, I fear I cannot discern their true nature merely by their appearance. May I employ some methods to investigate them?" "Certainly. As long as the stones remain unspoiled, all methods are permissible," Jiang Feng responded. With his consent, Qin Changxing entrusted his small companion, Little Black, to Yi Hensheng and began to manipulate the air with his hands. Golden patterns materialized out of thin air. Witnessing this spectacle, Ning involuntarily exclaimed, "Tao patterns." Without further ado, she focused intently on the ethereal markings Qin Changxing was inscribing. Tao patterns are manifestations of the grand principles of the universe, wielded only by those of exceptional prowess. While various holy lands possess a measure of Tao patterns, few can comprehend their intricacies. Moreover, these patterns are typically regarded as treasures, seldom revealed to others. The fact that Qin Changxing understood Tao patterns was nothing short of astonishing. As Qin inscribed the patterns, all present seized the opportunity to delve into their understanding. The holy sun of Yaoguang's eyes sparkled with golden light as he endeavored to commit Qin's Tao patterns to memory. Soon after, he radiated a divine aura, his feet gradually lifting from the ground, evoking a sense of transcendent ascension. Besides the holy sun of Yaoguang, others also displayed their unique abilities. A magnificent vision manifested behind the sacred maiden of the Purple Mansion as the once tranquil sea began to surge tumultuously, and a cerulean sky reappeared above the waters. It is this azure expanse that truly embodies the complete vision of the sacred maiden. In contrast, the other individuals present appeared notably diminished. No visions emerged around them, clearly a deliberate concealment. However, in terms of sheer presence, the manifestations of these prodigies were not lacking in comparison to the two. With a sweeping motion of his right hand, Qin Changxing completed the intricate golden runes, embedding them into 9 pieces of stone. As the formations merged, the stones revealed 9 indistinct images. An elderly man, nearly bald, pointed excitedly at an ethereal silhouette, declaring, "This weapon shall be mine. Whoever dares contest me shall face my wrath." A spectral divine sword radiated boundless sword energy, and even the mere aura it emitted caused the skin of those present to tingle painfully. Such a divine weapon stirred great excitement among the esteemed figures. Moreover, The images portrayed by the other 8 stones were equally remarkable, albeit less distinct than that of the first. Moments later, the runes dissipated, and Qin Changsheng wiped the sweat from his brow. The profundity of the runes was immense, and he had expended every ounce of his effort to inscribe but a fraction. In fact, long before in the ancient Forbidden Lands, Qin Changsheng had already discerned the existence of divine sources. However, during that perilous time, his own survival was in jeopardy, let alone the study of the stones beneath the unparalleled formations of the ancient Forbidden Lands. Considering the connection between the runes and the divine sources, he had decided to test his understanding of the runes, and to his surprise, it proved effective. Elder Jiang, I have selected my stones, Qin Changsheng announced, and the others understood that the opportunity to comprehend the runes had vanished. Although all present were formidable beings and exceptional prodigies, the fleeting nature of the runes, combined with their limited scope, prevented anyone from gleaning significant insights. Oh, which stone has the young friend chosen? Jiang Feng's gaze toward Qin Changsheng grew increasingly fervent. Each time Jiang Feng believed he had witnessed the limits of Qin Changsheng's abilities, the latter would unveil new talents. To put it plainly, Qin Changsheng resembled an inexhaustible treasure trove. Such a genius was someone that the Kunlun sacred land would surely strive to recruit. I have chosen the stone named Welcoming Pine, Qin Changsheng declared, revealing his selection. Upon hearing this, several ancient figures let out a sigh of relief. Despite their assertions of entitlement to certain stones, the established rules were paramount. Since Qin Changsheng arrived first, it was only fitting that he be granted the first choice. Disregarding the regulations of the Kunlun Stone Workshop was something that the Kunlun sacred land would not tolerate. With Qin Changsheng's selection now made, the remaining 8 stones were left for fair competition. Suddenly, the entire Kunlun sacred land trembled, and a voice resonated in the ears of all present. In the sacred land of Kunlun, I have come to seek vengeance. Where is that scoundrel Jiang Feng? Upon hearing this voice, Jiang Feng's expression instantly turned icy. In a flash, he appeared above the Kunlun sacred grounds, and many formidable beings present rushed to his aid. The grand formation of Kunlun was being relentlessly battered by a giant. 72 masked experts were exerting all their efforts to dismantle the formation. Wu Li, do you dare to come here? Today, I shall not spare you. Ha! Do you truly believe I fear you? If you possess any courage, come forth and engage me in 300 rounds of combat. Humph! With a cold snort, Jiang Feng conjured an ancient bronze sword into his hand. As Jiang Feng prepared for a serious confrontation, Wu Li scoffed dismissively, directly striking the formation to create a fissure before slipping inside. The arrival of the 72 wolves was quite unexpected for everyone. At that moment, Jiang Ping turned to Qin Changsheng and said, Brother Qin, one of the 3 most beautiful women of the central court, Gongsun Huaiyu, hails from the 72 wolves. How about we compete to see who can capture that vile woman first? It wouldn't be too bad to serve as a maid, offering tea and water. However, before Qin Changsheng could respond, the rather inconspicuous Magu interjected, Would you dare to drink the tea I serve? Chapter 86, The 3 Beauties. Gongsun Huaiyu and Qin Changsheng have been captured? Boom. Without a moment's hesitation, as soon as Jiang Ping heard Magu's voice, he swiftly turned and unleashed a powerful palm strike. The ensuing shockwave severed numerous trees in the inner courtyard. Simultaneously, many of the prodigies sealed off all escape routes for Magu. Mei Yongxi gazed at Magu and remarked coolly, Miss Gongsun, the Qianshan sword sect was annihilated 3 centuries ago. The information from our Langya pavilion has never been erroneous. It is rather unwise of you to impersonate the heir of the Qianshan sword sect and venture into the Kunlun sacred land. Upon hearing this, Magu maintained her impassive demeanor. Indeed, you are worthy of the title of the Qilan talented scholar. With so many prodigies gathered here, surely your influence is at play. It is quite regrettable that the scheme from 3 years ago could not eliminate you. In response to Magu's words, Jiang Ping coldly interjected, Brother Mei, there is no need to waste words with her. Since she dares to come to the Kunlun sacred land, we must ensure she has no means of return. Wait. Just as Jiang Ping was about to act, Magu suddenly halted everyone. What? Do you have any last words? Not last words, but I wish for you to examine your own circumstances. Though you have long since discerned my true identity, have you not noticed anything amiss? At her proclamation, a wave of dizziness washed over the crowd. Confronted with such a situation, the saint of Yaoguang furrowed his brow, radiating a dazzling light before retreating from the inner courtyard. Following suit, Jiang Ping and the others mirrored his actions. Observing the grotesque figure of Ma Gu below, the saint of Yaoguang spoke. This is Gongsun Huaiyu's sleep gu. Those ensnared will succumb to slumber within 30 breaths. However, the application of the sleep gu is limited. As long as one escapes the confines of its influence while awake, they shall be safe. Pausing momentarily, the saint of Yaoguang then glanced at the unconscious Chun Changsheng in Ma Gu's grasp. It seems her objective is not us. Ha! Indeed, you are the saint of Yaoguang. You have deduced everything correctly. I have been in need of a consort for my stronghold, and I shall take this pretty boy with me. With that, Ma Gu produced a white jade formation platform, the intricate array of runes beginning to spread outward. Upon witnessing this, Yi Henxing shouted, "She intends to escape. Stop her." In an instant, 7 prodigies launched their attacks simultaneously, striving to thwart Gongsun Huaiyu's flight. Boom! Puff! Gongsun Huaiyu was sent flying, spitting blood. However, the formation had already been activated, enveloping Gongsun Huaiyu and the unconscious Qin Changsheng in a radiant glow. Clutching her shoulder, which the saint of Yaoguang had pierced, Gongsun Huaiyu chuckled. "Little rascals, your strikes are rather painful. I shall remember this grievance." After teasing the group, Gongsun Huaiyu vanished completely with Qin Changsheng in tow. Sensing the situation unfolding, Wu Li forcefully struck back at Jiang Feng. "The wind is fierce. I will eliminate you." Wu Li. The rage surged within Jiang Feng as the extraordinary talent he was about to claim was snatched away. Oh dear, there's no need for such fury. With so many in the Kunlun sacred land, taking 1 or 2 is hardly a significant issue. As he spoke, Wu Li activated the long-prepared teleportation array. Witnessing Wu Li's figure vanish, Jiang Feng slashed through the void with his sword and plunged into the rift. Boom, boom, boom. The ferocity of the battle caused the very fabric of space to tremble. After an unknown duration, Jiang Feng staggered back from the spatial fissure. His ancient bronze sword was stained with blood, and his once resplendent attire lay tattered from the rift. The villain has been gravely wounded by my hand. The Kunlun sacred land and the 72 wolf smoke shall not rest until this matter is settled. After issuing the command, a trickle of blood escaped Jiang Feng's lips as his figure vanished entirely. "Brother Yi, rest assured, we at the Kunlun sacred land shall ensure Brother Chen's safety. Should that villain dare to harm him, I shall offer the head of the 72 wolf smoke as a tribute." Jiang Ping consoled Yi Henxing and the others with a somber expression. In response, Yi Henxing voiced his concerns, albeit with trepidation. However, given the gravity of the situation, the group lost interest in further discussion and soon returned to their respective homes. Once alone, Su Tian furrowed his brow and remarked, "Brother Yi, what about Qin Changsheng and the 72? His inquiry was abruptly halted by Yi Henxing raising a hand. "Brother Su, our primary concern now should be Qin Changsheng's safety, correct?" Understanding the implication in Yi Henxing's gaze, Su Tian quickly grasped the underlying meaning. While outsiders were unaware of Qin Changsheng's circumstances, he was well aware of his connections with the 72 wolf smoke, making it implausible for him to be targeted. Furthermore, given Qin Changsheng's profound knowledge of the 72 wolf smoke, how could he have been so easily captured by Gongsun Huaiyu? To outsiders, it might appear that Gongsun Huaiyu had meticulously plotted this scheme, aided by Qin Changsheng's carelessness. Yet, to those privy to the truth, the entire situation seemed highly peculiar. Realizing the crux of the matter, Su Tian sighed and said, "This is the true realm of cultivation. One misstep can lead to utter obliteration. Sometimes, a mere glance can seal one's fate." With that, Su Tian and Yi Henxing returned to the East Wilderness Villa. In the ensuing time, they needed to feign urgency convincingly. Should they fail to mask their intentions, the consequences would likely be dire. In an unknown cave, a thud echoed as the gravely injured Gongsun Huaiyu collapsed to the ground. "Ouch, that hurts terribly." After swallowing a healing elixir, she continued to moan in agony. Surrounded by 7 top-tier talents, the mere fact that Gongsun Huaiyu still drew breath was a testament to her extraordinary prowess. Had it been someone else, they would have long since succumbed to their fate. As soon as his injuries began to mend, Gongsun Huaiyu limped towards the unconscious Qin Changsheng. With a slurp, he wiped away the drool that threatened to spill forth and chuckled, "It was worth the effort to retrieve you. To casually squander 4 million divine sources. You truly are an unprecedented treasure." Let me see what valuable items you possess. Just as Gongsun Huayu reached toward the treasures concealed within Chen Changxing's garments, a powerful hand seized her wrist with unwavering grip. Child, even after sustaining such grave injuries, you still covet riches? Do you not value your life? Startled by Chen Changxing's sudden awakening, Gongsun Huayu gasped in shock. In her panic, she raised her hand to strike him. Yet, even at her peak, Gongsun Huayu was no match for Chen Changxing. How much less so now, weakened by her injuries. Within mere moments, she was effortlessly subdued by Chen Changxing. Chapter 87 Farewell to an Old Friend. Chen Changxing. Have I become my son? After subduing Gongsun Huayu, Chen Changxing glanced at the surroundings outside the cave. Once he confirmed their safety, he began to remove Gongsun Huayu's clothing. Faced with Chen Changxing's actions, Gongsun Huayu was immediately alarmed. What are you doing? What do you think I'm doing? Chen Changxing casually retorted as he efficiently stripped away the obstructive garments. Having completed the initial preparations, Chen Changxing extracted several silver needles from Gongsun Huayu's neck. As the needles were removed, the once unsightly Gongsun Huayu underwent a remarkable transformation. Her dark skin became fair and supple, and her pockmarked face vanished without a trace. Her formerly round visage morphed into a flawless oval shape. However, the exquisite features were devoid of any color, lending an air of morbid beauty. As he dispelled Gongsun Huayu's disguise, Chen Changxing remarked, "This disguise technique is flawed. It does not allow for significant facial expressions. It may deceive the inexperienced, but it is easily exposed before skilled practitioners." With that, he tapped a few times on Gongsun Huayu's shoulder, effortlessly removing a sleeve of her tightly fitted scales. Gongsun Huayu was left astounded by Chen Changxing's expertise. Her armor, crafted through secret methods, could only be removed with specialized techniques. Moreover, this disguise art was a unique skill of the 72 signal fires. How could he possibly know it? Clearing away shattered bones and trimming excess flesh, Chen Changxing began to channel his spiritual energy to facilitate the regeneration of Gongsun Huayu's bones. Once the skeletal growth was nearing completion, he produced a jar and extracted a white ointment, applying it to the wounds. At the moment the balm touched her injuries, countless granulations began to proliferate wildly. Seeing that Chen Changxing harbored no ill intentions, Gongsun Huayu's spirits lifted. What sort of ointment is this? Its efficacy surpasses even the finest healing elixirs of the Holy Land. You are so kind to me. Could it be that you harbor feelings for me? In response to Gongsun Huayu's incessant chatter, Chen Changxing merely focused on tending to her injuries. After half an hour, Chen Changxing finally completed the treatment of all Gongsun Huayu's wounds. Jiang Ping, Bachalu, Fuyao, Zining, Mei Yongxi, along with Yi Hensheng, the two top-tier prodigies, had all exerted their utmost. Were it not for the protective scales forged from Thunder Beast hide, Gongsun Huayu would likely have perished by now. However, judging by her injuries, it appeared that among the seven, the most formidable was likely the Holy Sun Yaoguang, for only he had breached her scaled defenses. Furthermore, Chen Changxing sensed that he had not yet unleashed his full power during their earlier confrontation. "Ah, I feel much better now. Your medical skills are truly remarkable. Ordinarily, I should express my gratitude properly, but..." Bang! The scheming Gongsun Huayu was swiftly overpowered by Chen Changxing, who promptly seated himself upon Gongsuan's back, firmly subduing him. "Do refrain from causing a ruckus. I am in the midst of contemplation. It appears that this scheme has been discerned," Chen remarked. Gongsun Huayu, taken aback, questioned, "Are you truly this formidable? Although my injuries are not yet fully healed, I did not expect you to subdue me with such ease." After a fleeting moment of self-doubt, Gongsun resumed his clandestine maneuvers. Suddenly, a fist emerged before him, opening to reveal tiny insects that cascaded downwards. Cultivating these cursed insects is no simple task. Do not squander them on me. Engaging in such tricks in my presence is rather naive, Chen retorted. Gongsun Huayu, visibly frustrated, thought, "Is the heavens sending you specifically to thwart me? How is it that you can always counter my methods? Why do you seem to know all my abilities?" After a brief interval, Chen lifted the pressure he had placed upon Gongsun. "Very well, lead me to the lair of the 72 wolf fires." In response to Chen's demand, Gongsun huffed dismissively, "Dream on. Even if you save me, I will not guide you there." Casting a glance at Gongsun, Chen responded nonchalantly, "It seems you have yet to receive the latest news." "What news?" Gongsun inquired, intrigued. You shall find out in due course, Chen replied as he grasped Gongsuan's right hand, his gaze fixating on the 3 copper coins adorning his wrist. Hidden within the 3 alloyed wings, there lies the harmony of 5 yin and 6 yang. Kuan represents the yin, while Qian embodies the yang. The 5 elements and 8 trigrams dictate the principles. These 3 coins signify your affiliation with the 72 wolf fires. You must be aware of this, yes? Startled, Gongsun retreated 2 steps, his wariness palpable. The identities of the 72 wolf lords were shrouded in mystery, known only to a select few, with the complete roster known solely to his master. The individual privy to such secrets was likely one of these lords. Yet, with all 72 lords present today, who could this person be? Do not gaze too long. My origins are beyond your imagination. If you refuse to divulge the location of the 72 wolf fire's lair, I shall seek it out myself, and you may come to regret it, Chen warned. Contemplating Chen's words, Gongsun, with a steely resolve, replied, since you are so eager to witness the lair of the 72 wolf fires, I shall indulge your curiosity, though I hope you do not come to regret it. With that, Gongsun produced a directional array platform. Observing this, Chen smiled and walked confidently toward the center of the platform, unperturbed by any potential tricks Gongsun might employ. This method of transmission was one he had devised himself. As the patriarch of this art, no one understood it better than he. Through a series of intricate transmissions, Gongsun Huayu ultimately led Qin Changsheng to a secluded valley, home to a hidden village. In this village, the houses are neatly arranged, the fields are fertile, and the scenery is picturesque. Winding paths traverse the fields, and one can faintly hear the sounds of chickens crowing and dogs barking. It would not be an exaggeration to describe it as a veritable paradise. Upon the return of Gongsun Huayu, the villagers in the fields greeted him with warmth. However, when they laid eyes on the unfamiliar figure of Qin Changsheng, they instinctively halted their labor. Among them were several formidable individuals. Master, I have returned. Gongsun Huayu cheerfully waved at a peasant who was tending to the land. At his words, the peasant's face instantly brightened with a smile. Yet, this smile froze entirely upon seeing Qin Changsheng. Casting aside his hoe, the peasant hurriedly approached Qin Changsheng, his right hand trembling as it reached towards Qin's face, only to hesitate in midair. Master, what is wrong? Gongsun Huayu sensed something amiss and instinctively inquired. The peasant's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he replied, Huayu, he is the descendant of your ancestral master. By lineage, you ought to address him as Shirshu. Qin Changsheng thought to himself, could he possibly believe I am deceased? Have I become my own son? Chapter 88. The Difficult and Lengthy Path. Troubles left behind the words of the rustic man not only left Qin Changsheng bewildered, but also left Gongsun Huayu beside him with a face full of questions. How did the once plump sheep transform into a master uncle? Observing the increasing crowd of onlookers around them, Qin Changsheng calmly suggested, this is not a suitable place for conversation. Could we perhaps find a more secluded spot? How could I have overlooked such a detail? As he spoke, the rustic man led Qin Changsheng to a wooden cabin. After securing the doors and windows, the rustic man gazed at Qin Changsheng with excitement, addressing Gongsun Huayu beside him. Huayu, what are you waiting for? Quickly come and pay respects to your master uncle. Faced with the rustic man's request, Gongsun Huayu's face was filled with reluctance. At that moment, Qin Changsheng raised his hand and said, let us postpone these formalities for now. Lean in closer, for I have some words to share with you. Upon hearing this, the rustic man wiped away the tears in his eyes, speaking with fervor. Indeed, my master was a man of nostalgia. He must have left many parting words before his passing. Rest assured, I will fulfill his last wishes. With that, the rustic man leaned in closer. In a swift motion, Qin Changsheng reached out, grasping the rustic man's ear, pulling his earnest head before him. Simultaneously, Qin Changsheng's tone shifted to one of coldness. Ollie, did I not tell you before that you are not my disciple? Has it been merely a few centuries that you have dismissed my words as mere whispers in the wind? Upon hearing that familiar tone, the rustic man momentarily froze. He lifted his gaze again, and that familiar glint returned. A person's appearance may change, but their eyes remain true. For the eyes are the windows to the soul. There may be countless individuals who share a likeness, yet no two hearts are ever identical. Is it really you, sir? He stammered. What do you think? Qin Changsheng replied before releasing his grip on Ali's ear. In the face of Qin Changsheng's gaze, Ali resembled a child caught in wrongdoing, his discomfort palpable. Meanwhile, Gongsun Huayu stood astonished, his jaw nearly unhinged. He recalled his master mentioning that all his abilities were taught by a mysterious figure. Yet, this figure had never acknowledged him as a disciple. Although the situation had not been explicitly stated, it was clear to anyone with a modicum of sense that the Chun Changsheng before them was indeed that enigmatic master. Observing Ali's expression, Chun Changsheng gestured to Gongsun Huayu. "You may step outside. I have matters to discuss with your master." At this, Gongsun Huayu cast a questioning glance at Ali. "The words of my master are my own. Please exit," Ali instructed. Despite the multitude of uncertainties swirling in his mind, Gongsun Huayu chose to heed his master's command. With a thud, Gongsun Huayu departed, and Ali immediately knelt before Chun Changsheng. Ali failed to uphold his promise and rashly imparted the master's techniques. Thus I implore the master to impose punishment. Observing Ali kneeling on the ground, Chun Changsheng let out a soft sigh and shook his head. "I do not blame you for the matter of the techniques. What I find perplexing is why you did not heed my admonitions. I once conveyed to you that if you aspire to carve a path through the realm of cultivation, you must not leave yourself with vulnerabilities. Yet, look at you now. Not only have you taken on disciples, but you have also created a paradise beyond the mundane world. Do you truly believe that no one in this world can see through your little ruses? Those sacred lands and noble clans have stood upon this earth for countless years, and their foundations are beyond your imagination. If one day they were to discover this place, how would you respond?" Faced with Chun Changsheng's inquiries, Ali merely bowed his head in silence, for he understood that creating this haven was indeed a grievous error. The Thunder Beast clan was once immensely powerful, yet it was still vanquished by my own feeble hands. Today, the 72 smoke signals are scarcely comparable to the Thunder Beast clan, and the forces of the sacred lands are exponentially stronger than I was in those days. I am curious, how could you have dared to act in such a manner? Hearing this, Ali's lips moved slightly as he murmured, "They are the orphan remnants of my brothers who fought alongside me. For a time, their identities were exposed. Had I not intervened, they would have met a certain demise. Have I ever told you that when embarking on the path of cultivation, one must relinquish the notion of emotion? If one cannot let go of this emotion, then why did you even begin? Have you managed to do so, master?" Ali raised his gaze to Chun Changsheng. In the face of Ali's clear-eyed inquiry, Chun Changsheng found himself at a loss for words. According to the system's regulations, he could enter another slumber once he had surpassed 1/10 of his total lifespan after awakening. Thus, the quickest and most flawless method to gain strength would be to continually succumb to sleep. Yet, throughout these millennia, Chun Changsheng had consistently lived to the very limit of his awakening time before embarking on the next slumber. As a result, his progress in strength had significantly decelerated. The reason for choosing such a gradual approach was that Chun Changsheng could not relinquish the emotions in his heart. He did not wish to become a cold machine, nor did he want his departed loved ones to perish in endless waiting. After a prolonged silence, Chun Changsheng spoke once more. "Pursuing the path of cultivation with emotion is a harrowing and protracted journey. It is precisely because I am aware of the anguish involved that I wish to spare you from it. Yet you have ultimately followed in my footsteps. Do you now comprehend why I repeatedly rejected Amon? While Amon and I shared a romantic affection, your ties with those outside are akin to blood relations. The pain of severing these two types of emotion from the heart is sharper than any blade. I could not prevent Amon's demise, and you too cannot avert theirs. The struggle for the great Tao inevitably entails bloodshed. Have you truly considered this?" In response to Chun Changsheng's words, Ali forced a smile and replied, "Sir, I cannot turn back now." With a gentle sigh, Chun Changsheng, in a tone of resignation, said, "Rise. Since you cannot retreat, you must tread carefully on the path ahead. With each life lost outside, your heart will feel as though it has been pierced anew. Share your experiences from these years," he urged. "How did you come to harbor such a deep-seated enmity with the Kunlun sacred land?" Upon hearing this, Ali took a moment to gather his thoughts before speaking. "Years ago, Jiang Bufan sought your assistance, sir. However, you departed without a word, which greatly angered him. Unable to locate you, he directed his ire towards me, attempting to force your return. As time passed, the conflicts multiplied, and we have been at odds for over 7 centuries. He ascended to become the lord of the Kunlun sacred land, while I became the leader of the 72 beacon fires." Having unraveled the origins of the matter, Chun Changsheng lightly tapped his fingers on the table. Chapter 89. The Master becomes the ancestor. The most suitable cultivation system. Given your assertion, it appears that I am likely unable to evade this matter. Among those who knew me in the Kunlun sacred land 7 centuries ago, it seems that only Jiang Bufan remains. Should I once again present myself before him, he would undoubtedly deduce my secret. Once that secret is unveiled, I would become a pariah in the world. In response to this topic, Ali bowed his head, refraining from further discussion. Since his acquaintance with Qin Changsheng, he had consistently refrained from allowing his name to circulate. Initially, he believed this to be a manifestation of Qin Changsheng's indifference to fame and fortune. Now, he finally comprehended the underlying reason. Over 700 years ago, Qin Changsheng had already attained the transformation of the divine realm, implying that he had lived for several centuries by that time. Now, after more than 700 years, Qin Changsheng remains alive. Moreover, unlike those moribund relics of the past, he embodies a vibrant existence. Faced with such circumstances, there exists but one explanation. Qin Changsheng lives up to his name. He has indeed achieved longevity. Observing Ali's silence, Qin Changsheng smiled gently and remarked, "All right, let us not be so solemn. My visit signifies that I am untroubled by your knowledge of this secret. Now, let us discuss our forthcoming strategies." As Qin Changsheng spoke, a smile graced Ali's face. For Qin Changsheng's recent words affirmed his trust in Ali, indicating that he did not regard him as an outsider. "Sir, what are your intentions? What else could be done? Naturally, we must silence him. While I cannot guarantee success against the Kunlun sacred land, eliminating Jiang Bufan should pose no insurmountable challenge. Currently, he is the master of the sacred land, and we cannot eliminate him there. The only viable option is to lure him out through the conflict of the Great Tao. To achieve this, we must coordinate our efforts effectively." Upon hearing Qin Changsheng's intention to return to the Kunlun sacred land, Ali hesitated, expressing concern. "Sir, might this course of action be somewhat perilous? It is indeed fraught with danger, yet since this predicament arose from me, it must also be resolved by me. Surely, you do not believe I am the type to merely shift my troubles onto others? Hee. How could the sir be such a person? While others may not know you, I am well aware of your character. You approach matters with integrity, aspiring only to act with a clear conscience, and there are few like you in this world." "Stop," Qin Changsheng interjected, rolling his eyes to interrupt Ali's flattery. "Cease this sycophancy, it does not suit me. Go summon your disciple. I have some matters to impart to her, and I would also like her to observe our discourse. This will greatly benefit her future cultivation." "What discourse?" Ali instinctively inquired, only to be met with a piercing gaze from Qin Changsheng. "What? Do you believe your current cultivation system is flawless? Do you believe your cultivation surpasses mine, rendering me unworthy of engaging in discourse with you? How shameless to take on disciples when one has yet to fully comprehend their own practice." In response to Qin Changsheng's words, Ali repeatedly apologized and hastily exited the room. Within the confines of that chamber stood Gongsun Huayu, once a figure of immense pride, now appearing like a timid child. The source of her trepidation was undeniable. Qin Changsheng's origins were formidable. Not only was her own master taught by him, but he had also come to participate in the Talents Conference. It is crucial to note that there are stringent requirements for attending this event, specifically that one's bone age must not exceed 100 years. Qin Changsheng's ability to qualify for such an assembly could only imply 2 possibilities. Firstly, he possesses extraordinary abilities capable of altering bone age. In such a scenario, Gongsun Huayu would merely be astonished by his astounding prowess. However, she feared the second possibility, immortality. This concept, a mere theoretical notion throughout history, had now manifested into reality. The mere contemplation of this sent shivers down her spine. Observing Gongsun Huayu's expression, Qin Changsheng remarked, "Child, your intuition has led you to some truths, indicating your remarkable intellect. However, knowing is not the same as speaking freely. Do you understand?" Upon hearing this, Gongsun Huayu nodded vigorously. "I understand, sir. I will not speak out of turn." Seeing the anxious glint in her eyes, Qin Changsheng smiled gently, choosing not to further frighten her. After all, she was but a child under a century old, and his playful teasing stemmed from a good mood upon reuniting with an old acquaintance. After a moment of levity, he continued, "The world is undergoing tremendous changes, with countless prodigies forging new paths in cultivation. At the Kunlun Sacred Land's Talents Conference, I observed many approaches. Some began with meridian points, others with the 8 extraordinary meridians, and some even approached it from the realm of intent. The esteemed elder Jiang Feng of Kunlun is a master of the latter, his sword intent unparalleled in the world. Having witnessed such an array of talents, he posed a question: among these myriad paths, which do you believe reigns supreme? Gongsun Huayu and Ali found themselves at a loss for an answer. In this era of remarkable prodigies, each individual embodies a unique system of cultivation. While some among them are stronger than others, determining the strongest system remains an arduous task. After a moment of contemplation, Gongsun Huayu tentatively inquired, "Sir, I cannot answer this question. Do you possess the knowledge?" "Alas, I do not, and it is of no consequence," he replied. Gongsun Huayu was taken aback. "If you do not know, why do you speak so mysteriously? You must understand that there is never just one path to the pinnacle. The myriad roads to enlightenment are as numerous as the stars. Each path, when cultivated to its zenith, can lead to the summit. The golden elixir system may be shunned by the heavens, but that does not render it erroneous. It simply means it no longer aligns with the current era. When you become fixated on seeking the mightiest path, you have already strayed off course. To be precise, you ought to search for a route within the grand path that is the most stable and in harmony with the current era. After all, only those who emerge victorious in the end can truly be deemed winners." Upon hearing Chen Chongqing's words, Ali's eyes flickered with myriad thoughts, and signs of his lingering doubts in cultivation began to wane. Simultaneously, Gongsun Huayu experienced a moment of enlightenment and remarked, "Sir, are you implying that we should not confine ourselves to the heights or depths of a particular realm? For instance, within a certain cultivation system, the second and third realms may appear somewhat inferior to others. However, once we reach the fourth realm, the situation undergoes a monumental transformation." He chuckled. Chen Chongqing smiled and gestured towards Gongsun Huayu, saying, "Ali, your disciple possesses quite an insightful mind." At this praise from his esteemed master, Gongsun Huayu felt a small swell of pride. After calming his excited heart, he continued, "Sir, which path within the current grand way is the most suitable?" "Surely, it is the path we are cultivating. Qi and blood, meridians, acupoints, and the realm of intention. These are aspects I have thoroughly researched. While it is indeed possible to forge formidable cultivation systems based on these elements, none align perfectly with the essence of this era. The only path that resonates with our time is the cultivation of the body." Cultivating the body? No, it is not merely refining the body. It is the cultivation of the body. Chapter 90. The precious nature of the 8-9 profound arts and the philosophical discourse of 3 generations of master and disciple faced with this entirely new term. Gongsun Huayu was filled with questions. Despite being considered a contemporary prodigy with considerable experience, he had never encountered the term cultivation of the body. Noticing his confusion, Chen Chongqing calmly remarked, "Do not ponder too much. This term is one I coined, and you surely have not heard of it." "Ah, I see. May I inquire, what is the distinction between the cultivation of the body and the refining of the body?" "There is indeed a difference, and a significant one at that. Before the fundamental rules of heaven and earth underwent substantial change, the predominant systems of cultivation on this land could be categorized into 2 types: internal cultivation and external cultivation. Internal cultivation primarily focuses on the opening of the dantian and the formation of the golden elixir. This system's advantages lie in the potency of spiritual consciousness and spiritual power. However, while the golden elixir system has its clear strengths, it also possesses evident weaknesses, including a frail physical body and a heavy reliance on innate talent. Yet, no matter how exceptional one's talent may be, it ultimately reaches its limits, and once the pinnacle of potential is attained, the path of cultivation comes to an end. In contrast to internal cultivation, the other system is external cultivation, commonly referred to as body refining. This path is less dependent on talent and places greater emphasis on resources and arduous practice. To strengthen the physical body, one must endure relentless training day after day. Upon achieving mastery, one can move mountains and fill seas merely through physical strength, especially when supplemented by methods to compensate for deficiencies in spiritual consciousness. In battles between cultivators of equal levels, the outcome may be uncertain, yet among the survivors, there will invariably be body refiners. Body refiners possess remarkable capabilities for self-preservation, though their shortcomings are equally pronounced, particularly concerning resources. The resources for cultivation are finite, a fact you should be well aware of. Upon hearing Qin Changxing's words, Gongsun Huayu felt an immense upheaval within. What he described could be considered common knowledge within the cultivation realm. Yet it was the first time he encountered such a meticulous analysis of the two systems. Most prodigies had never pondered these concepts. Their focus had always been on how to develop more potent techniques, which naturally included their own pursuits. With this realization, Gongsun Huayu eagerly inquired, "Sir, you have yet to elaborate on the structure of the body refining system. I have already conveyed that to you. Internal and external cultivation each possess their own advantages and disadvantages. Wouldn't a harmonious integration of both lead to perfection?" A look of bewilderment adorned Gongsun Huayu's youthful face. It is common knowledge that one cannot simultaneously attend to both internal and external cultivation. Countless individuals in the cultivation realm have attempted to pursue both, yet they all met with failure. "You are correct," Qin Changxing nodded. "The traditional internal and external cultivation indeed cannot coexist, but do you know where the problem lies?" At this, Gongsun Huayu honestly shook his head. Observing this, Qin Changxing pointed to his own abdomen and stated, "The issue resides above the dantian. The inner cultivator must first establish a vortex of spiritual energy within the dantian. Subsequently, they forged the foundation of the Tao, condensing energy into pills, ultimately leading to the transformation of these pills into a nascent form. To put it simply, the inner cultivator focuses all their power within the dantian, which is the reason for their physical frailty, as most of their bodily strength has been siphoned away. Conversely, the body refining cultivator directs their strength throughout various parts of the body, resulting in a fundamental conflict between the two cultivation systems. Upon hearing this, Gongsun Huayu pondered for a moment and remarked, "If what you say holds true, it seems there may indeed be a resolution to this issue. By increasing the acquisition of cultivation resources, could one not achieve a balance between the two? Theoretically, this is indeed plausible. And there have been those who have attempted such a feat long ago. There existed a prodigy who meticulously maintained a balance between inner and outer cultivation, expending countless resources to successfully achieve both. However, during confrontations, this formidable genius was easily defeated. The reason for this defeat was not a lack of strength, but rather the fragility of the balance within their being." At this juncture, Gongsun Huayu recognized that she no longer possessed the qualifications to continue the discussion with Qin Changxing, as her knowledge and experience were insufficient to navigate these complexities. It was then that Ali, who had been lost in thought, spoke up. "Sir, I have some insights I would like to share if I may. Feel free to express your thoughts, and let your apprentice witness as well," Qin Changxing encouraged. "You have mostly traversed the correct path, yet there remains a crucial step you have yet to take." Upon hearing this, Ali pointed his right hand into the air, and a golden energy erupted from his fingertip, taking on the form of a human figure. This silhouette, composed of golden energy, lacked facial features. Yet the internal meridians and dantian were distinctly visible. Ali depicted the state of his own body through spiritual energy, including the pathways of his techniques. "Young lady, pay close attention. Such an opportunity is rare. To reveal one's entire condition is something even between father and son may not occur." Upon Qin Changxing's words, Gongsun Huayu hastily observed her master's energy circulation. A sixth-tier cultivator personally demonstrating the operation of techniques was a privilege that even the scions of the sacred grounds had not experienced. "Sir, if the issue of balancing inner and outer cultivation arises from the dantian, then the solution must also be sought within the dantian, correct?" Qin Changxing nodded in satisfaction at Ali's observation. "Very astute. You have pinpointed the crux of the matter. Your cultivation system is founded upon the 8-9 profound arts. Essentially, the 8-9 profound arts lean towards body refining techniques, yet unlike other body refining methods, it necessitates the opening of the dantian. By utilizing the spiritual energy of the dantian, one can refine the physical body. This concept has indeed pioneered a new frontier in the realm of cultivation. For body refining cultivators cannot utilize the spiritual energies of heaven and earth to refine themselves. However, this approach presents a flaw that, while not entirely detrimental, is still noteworthy. Utilizing all internal spiritual energy for the refinement of the physical form imposes certain constraints on combat methods. After all, some spells and evasive techniques necessitate the activation of spiritual energy. while others who have developed similar techniques might not regard this limitation as significant. Since body cultivators often follow this path, the formidable being who conceived the 8-9 profound art found this unsatisfactory. Consequently, this entity devised numerous immensely powerful supernatural abilities to compensate for these shortcomings, such as golden light of the earth and law of heaven and earth. Therefore, the true value of the 8-9 profound art lies not solely in the technique itself or in the might of those supernatural abilities, but rather in the subtle skills employed to refine the body with spiritual energy. As I speak, a slender golden needle coalesces at the tip of my right finger. Lower your defenses, and allow me to assist you in taking this crucial step forward.